The destruction of the Dantian. In the western region of the Jiang Kingdom, there exists a sect of cultivation known as the Haishan sect. Today, within the grand hall of the Haishan sect, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the gathering, making it difficult to breathe. Peng Biao, you have slain the core disciple Su Xing. Your methods are cruel and unforgivable. According to sect regulations, your Dantian shall be destroyed, and you will be expelled from the sect. A voice, cold and authoritative, echoed from the high seat, resonating throughout the hall. In an instant, a gray light flashed from the high seat and struck the Dantian of a black-clad youth kneeling below. Puffed. Peng Biao's complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his handsome face contorted in agony. The destruction of his Dantian signified a complete severance from the path of cultivation. The true essence within Peng Biao dissipated relentlessly, and his realm plummeted from the Yuan realm to that of an ordinary mortal. Henceforth, he was no longer the spirited, powerful genius of cultivation, but merely one among the countless mundane beings. Considering your past contributions to the sect, hasten to the teleportation hall and return to your hometown to spend your remaining days. The voice from the high seat resounded once more, this time imbued with a sense of distance. Thank you, sect master. With a pale countenance, Peng Biao struggled to rise, staggering towards the hall's exit. The elders standing on either side of the hall observed the scene. Some sighed, others smirked, and some remained indifferent. Upon exiting the hall, he found himself surrounded by numerous disciples of the Haishan sect clad in black, the genius core disciple. Now that his Dantian is destroyed, he is nothing but a waste. Our Haishan sect is a major sect of cultivation in the Jiang Kingdom, yet we never anticipated such a scandal. Peng Biao truly deserves death, but to be a core disciple yet. Murder his fellow brothers and sisters, truly a beast. Why is he merely stripped of his cultivation? Why does the sect master not execute him? Perhaps it is out of consideration for his master, Elder Zhang Bufan. Elder Zhang contributed greatly to the sect during his lifetime. Merit is merit, and punishment is punishment. How can they be conflated? This brother, a cultivator whose Dantian is destroyed and whose foundation is damaged, will at most live for another year. What difference does it make whether he dies early or late? Peng Biao, how did you rise from an ordinary person to a core disciple in 10 years? Well, the 20-year-old genius of the Yuan realm. Now, you are but a waste, daring to act arrogantly before us outer and inner disciples. Hey, waste, call out senior brother for us to hear. I used to call you senior brother often. It is time for you to return the favor. What senior brother or junior brother? He has been expelled from our Haishan sect, and now he is an ordinary mortal. Why does he have to call us brothers? As Peng Biao surveyed his surroundings, he listened to the various discussions and insults, witnessing the ugly faces of the disciples before him. While his heart burned with fury, a wave of desolation washed over him. Many among these individuals were those he had once helped and guided. Now, as he fell from grace to become a waste, these people instantly transformed into mockers, reflecting the harshness of the world. You insult me, bully me, and look down upon me. Yet I shall not look down upon myself. Peng Biao thought resolutely. With this in mind, despite the pain in his Dantian, he straightened his back, taking determined strides through the crowd, ignoring the cacophony of derisive voices, and headed straight for the teleportation hall. The disciples, witnessing this, wore expressions of surprise, and the chatter diminished significantly as Peng Biao advanced step by step, pushing through the sea of bodies. He recalled a phrase his master once imparted to him. He who conquers others is strong. He who conquers himself is mighty. A person who can overcome their negative emotions at any moment is indeed a true champion. After a brief moment, Peng Biao, dragging his heavy steps, arrived at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Gazing at the towering doors, a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. Just as he intended to step inside, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Peng Biao focused his eyes and recognized the newcomer, a black-clad, handsome inner disciple named Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang had a fair complexion, with narrow, elongated eyes and thin lips, giving him an air of sharpness. Yet, Peng Biao knew Zhang Xiang to be sincere, having often accompanied him and been one of his most cared-for junior disciples. Looking at Zhang Xiang, Peng Biao managed a bitter smile. Zhang Xiang, I never imagined that among so many in the Heishan sect, only you would come see me off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang's handsome face momentarily froze, before he smiled and nodded. Of course, Brother Peng. You have always treated me well. Whatever I asked of you, you would always oblige. The kindness of my senior brother is etched in my heart. I wish to repay it, yet alas. With a sigh, Zhang Xiang trailed off. Peng Biao shook his head. Zhang Xiang, there's no need to speak of such matters. In any case, I'm glad that you came to see me off. With that, Peng Biao turned to enter the hall. However, Zhang Xiang swiftly blocked his way once more. He smiled and said, Brother, have you forgotten the sect rules? Sect regulations state that anyone expelled from the sect is not permitted to take any items related to the sect with them. What do you mean, Junior Brother Zhang? I have returned all my belongings in storage bags. There is nothing left on me that at this moment. Peng Biao began to sense something amiss in Zhang Xiang's words. Why should this concern an inner disciple like him? Zhang Xiang smirked, revealing a hint of mockery. Why does my brother lie with open eyes? Is this garment not bestowed by the sect? Does it not count as a sect possession? At this point, Peng Biao finally understood Zhang Xiang had come to kick him while he was down, intending to force him to strip off his clothes and leave bare. Regret flooded him for having once perceived this individual as sincere and caring. Zhang Xiang crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Peng Biao, taunting, Hurry up, my dear. Brother, my time is quite precious. If you do not act, I shall assist you. Peng Biao's expression darkened. While killing may be a simple matter, Zhang Xiang's insults were relentless. Through gritted teeth, Peng Biao remarked, Zhang Xiang, I once treated you like my own brother. How could you? Spare me the pleasantries. Zhang Xiang interrupted loudly, Do not bring up our past camaraderie. I have served you daily like a dog. Today, I wish to see you with the once great core. Disciple looks like after losing his feathers. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiang laughed heartily, throwing his head back. After laughing, seeing that Peng Biao still did not act, Zhang Xiang seized Peng Biao by the shoulder, preparing to strip him of his clothing. Stop! Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from afar. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Peng Biao turned his head instantly, his previously blazing eyes softening with warmth. That a woman approached gracefully from a distance, her long hair cascading like flowing water, her eyes like autumn waters, her brows like distant mountains, her skin as white as snow, and her lips of vivid crimson. As she moved, her black dress accentuated her alluring figure. Zhang Xiang gazed at the approaching woman, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration. The woman soon arrived before them, first casting a concerned glance at Peng Biao, then speaking softly, Zhang Xiang, I give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Zhang Xiang, startled by her words, felt the admiration in his eyes shift to panic. He hurriedly released his grip, bowing repeatedly with a forced smile. Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. I will leave at once. With that, he fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, only Peng Biao and the woman remained. Peng Biao turned, gazing adoringly at the woman's exquisite face, softly, expressing, Ruo Shui, I thought you would not come. The young woman in question is Qin Ruo Shui, a prodigious core disciple of the Heishan sect, renowned for her exceptional talents and acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the sect. She is merely a year younger than Peng Biao, and together they were once celebrated as the golden couple among core disciples. Unbeknownst to others, the two had long admired each other, nurturing unspoken feelings. Peng Biao had secretly resolved that on Qin Ruoshui's 20th birthday, he would finally confess his love and bind their fates together as partners for life. He was convinced that she harbored similar sentiments. However, all of this was shattered when Peng Biao's Dantian was rendered useless, though his heart brimmed with affection. For Qin Ruoshui, he recognized that they now belonged to different worlds. Nevertheless, the cherished moments spent with her would forever remain beautiful memories in his heart. As Qin Ruosh gazed upon Peng Biao's pallid complexion, tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Tenderly, she spoke, It is my tardiness that allowed that scoundrel Zhang Xiang to torment you. Peng Biao grasped her delicate hand firmly, whispering, As long as you are here, everything else is trivial. They then retreated to the shade of a large tree beside the hall, where Qin Ruoshui took the initiative to hold Peng Biao's hand, her tears flowing as she lamented, "Brother Peng, it is all my fault. If I had not acted rashly and killed Su Xing, you would not have to show." Peng Biao interrupted, quickly gesturing for silence. He scanned their surroundings cautiously, and, upon confirming their safety, continued, "Ruoshui, do not grieve. Everything that transpired was of my own volition. I would do anything for you. Besides, Su Xing deserved his fate for repeatedly harassing you. I have long found him intolerable." It was revealed that Su Xing had indeed fallen victim to Qin Ruoshui's hand, and Peng Biao was willing to sacrifice himself to shield the one he loved from punishment, taking the blame upon himself. "Mysterious bronze brother, you have suffered." Qin Ruoshui spoke softly. Peng Biao withdrew his hand, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, and managed a wry smile. "I am not suffering, but I will no longer be able to accompany you on the path of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoshui hurriedly urged, "Brother, do not speak like that. The world of cultivation is vast. If you seek, there must be a way to restore your Dantian." Peng Biao shook his head. "A shattered Dantian cannot be repaired by any means. This is a fundamental truth of cultivation that my master imparted when I first began. Even if a powerful being possesses a method, I have only a year left to live. Ruoshui, I can no longer afford to wait or search." Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruoshui could no longer hold back her tears and embraced Peng Biao tightly. He reciprocated the embrace, knowing it might be their last meeting. At that moment, they cared not for anything else. The faint, pure fragrance of Qin Ruoshui enveloped Peng Biao, and he felt as though he might lose himself in it. For the one he loved, who could say he was wrong to give his all? They held one another for a long time, savoring each other's warmth. Reluctant to let go, suddenly, Qin Ruoshui whispered in Peng Biao's ear, "Brother, what do you plan to do with that high-grade, low-tier spirit weapon?" Spirit weapons are tools used by cultivators, classified into 3 grades: high, middle, and low, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Peng Biao possessed a high-grade, low-tier spirit weapon, a gift from his master, Zhang Bufan, a year prior. Zhang Bufan, then an elder of the Heishan sect, had ventured to an ancient cultivation cave in search of treasures, but returned after a near-fatal incident, leaving the weapon behind before passing away. Only Zhang Bufan and Peng Biao were aware of this. And it was only by chance that Qin Ruoshui learned of it when Peng Biao inadvertently mentioned it while they were together. Though Peng Biao often secluded himself and lacked extensive experience in the cultivation world, he was not foolish. He understood the implications of Qin Ruoshui's question. However, he could not comply. With heartfelt regret, he whispered to her, "Ruoshui, that is the only relic left by my master before he died. He instructed me not to give it to anyone. I promised him, so I cannot give it to you. I am sorry. Fool, why apologize? I merely wanted to know if you have hidden it well. If something left by the master were to be discovered by others, how would you handle it then?" Qin Ruoshui teased. Hearing this, Peng Biao sighed in relief, realizing he had overthought. "Do not worry. I have buried it in a secret place where no one will find it." Qin Ruoshui nodded in approval. "That is good. Let the spirit weapon rest underground with the master." Peng Biao silently agreed. After a long while, he reluctantly released Qin Ruoshui, softly saying, "Ruoshui, I must leave now. If you have the time, remember to come visit me in Pungjia village." Qin Ruoshui nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Brother, do not worry. I will certainly come to see you." With a smile, Peng Biao turned and made his way to the teleportation hall. Qin Ruoshui watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Pungjia village." Pungjia village. Inside the teleportation hall, Peng Biao stood respectfully before an elderly man with white hair and beard seated in the corner. "Elder, I kindly request to be sent to Pungjia village in the southern part of Jianghua." The elder nodded slightly and swiftly formed hand seals. Moments later, runes illuminated the ground, and with a flash of light, Peng Biao vanished from sight. In the southern part of Jianghua, at a small lake behind Pungjia village, a flash of white light appeared several feet above the water, and with a loud splash, Peng Biao fell into the lake, sending up countless droplets. Ignoring the chaos, he quickly swam to the sandy shore, panting heavily as he sat down, cursing, "Old coot. What a trick. Couldn't you have teleported me to solid ground?" After his tender moments with Qin Ruoshui, Peng Biao felt much better. He realized that since his Dantian had been ruined, rendering him an ordinary person with only a year to live, he should not be ensnared by sorrow, but rather enjoy this fleeting year. As the sun blazed overhead, he waited on the beach until his clothes dried before preparing to head to Pungjia village. Just then, a glimmer of green caught his eye. Curiosity piqued. He turned to see a small object protruding from the sand about 10 feet away, glinting faintly under the sun. What could that be? I recall there were once ferocious tigers in the back mountains, so few dare to come here. How could something be lying here? With questions swirling in his mind, Peng Biao approached the object, examining it closely before digging it out and cleaning it to inspect it further. It was a fist-sized piece of bronze, irregularly shaped and covered in intricate patterns, with numerous tiny inscriptions resembling needles. Peng Biao studied the inscriptions, but alas, he could not decipher them. As he observed the bronze, it suddenly trembled violently, transforming into a beam of light that surged into Peng Biao's palm and vanished. Startled, Peng Biao was left bewildered. However, before he could ponder further, he felt a sudden pull from his Dantian, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed toward him, being absorbed into his body. At this sight, Peng Biao was momentarily stunned. He was well acquainted with spiritual energy, yet the speed at which it entered his body now far surpassed the pace of his previous cultivation. If before it was like a gentle stream, now it felt akin to a mighty river. Joy surged within him as he realized that the bronze piece must have entered his Dantian, causing the influx of spiritual energy. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Yet, a bitter smile crossed his face. With his Dantian ruined, what use was a precious artifact to a waste? Indeed, as the spiritual energy flowed into his body, it immediately dissipated, matching the intake. After a moment, it seemed the bronze fragment recognized that Peng Biao's Dantian could no longer store energy and ceased its absorption. Peng Biao sighed, shaking his head. Alas, when one lacks the ability, even the finest treasures are of no use. Upon entering Pengjia village, Peng Biao encountered no one on the road. It was midday, and the sun blazed mercilessly, suggesting the villagers were resting. Guided by memory, Peng Biao arrived at his former stone house, and as he had anticipated, after 10 years of abandonment, it had collapsed. Weeds flourished in the yard, evoking desolation. 10 years prior, Peng Biao's father had perished while hunting with the village chief, and upon receiving the grim news, his mother fell ill and passed away a month later, leaving 10-year-old Peng Biao alone. Such a profound loss nearly shattered the young boy, but thanks to the village chief's attentive care, he managed to survive. Shortly after being taken in by the chief, while foraging for wild vegetables nearby, Peng Biao encountered a gravely injured old man and, out of kindness, brought him home. This old man was none other than Zhang Bufan, the elder of the Heishan sect. After a few days of recuperation, he expressed his gratitude for Peng Biao's help and, upon discovering the boy's potential for cultivation, took him as his disciple. Wishing to escape the sorrowful place, 10-year-old Peng Biao accompanied Zhang Bufan to the Heishan sect, a fact known only to the village chief. Now, standing before the collapsed stone house, Peng Biao felt as though he were lost in a dream. A decade has passed, and when he departed, he was an ordinary man. Upon his return, he remains an ordinary man, as fate circles like a wheel. The difference lies in the fact that Zhang Bufan has passed away, and Peng Biao has but a year left to live. Realizing he could no longer remain in this place, Peng Biao set off towards the home of the village head, Peng Man, guided by the memories of yore. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of Peng Man's abode. Before him stood a tall yet humble stone house, and Peng Biao approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A frail voice echoed from within, followed by the creaking sound of the door opening, revealing a plump, elderly man with a head of white hair. "Who are you?" Peng Man inquired, gazing at the handsome youth clad in black, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Village head, it is I, Peng Biao," Peng Biao exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld the village head, who appeared even older than a decade ago. "Peng Biao, is it truly you, my boy?" Peng Man's face brightened with joy. "After 10 long years, you have finally returned. Come in, come in." Recalling Peng Biao, a look of happiness enveloped Peng Man, who promptly ushered him into his home. Once seated in the main room, Peng Man scrutinized the young man before him, exclaiming, 10 years have flown by. The little child of yesteryear has blossomed into a handsome young man. With reddened eyes, Peng Biao responded, "Village head, you have aged. Ah, who among us does not grow old?" Peng Man waved his hand dismissively. He then lamented, 10 years ago, when you left with Master Zhang, you never returned. You ungrateful boy, did you not think to come back and check on this old man?" Hearing these words, a wave of guilt washed over Peng Biao, and with deep remorse, he replied, "Village head, I have returned to stay with you, and will not leave again." Peng Man, Taken aback, questioned, "Not leaving? What has happened?" "It is a long story, one best saved for later," Peng Biao replied, not wishing to burden the elder with harsh truths. "Very well, as you wish," Peng Man acquiesced. "Are you hungry? I shall prepare a fine rooster for you." Speaking of the rooster, Peng Man continued, "Do you recall the first time you visited me as a child? I also slaughtered a rooster then. Do you remember which part of the chicken you loved the most?" With a wry smile, Peng Biao replied, "I used to adore the chicken's rear." "Village head, please, do not test me. I am truly Peng Biao." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of recognition sparked in Peng Man's clouded eyes, finally confirming that the young man before him was indeed Peng Biao. A stranger had suddenly appeared at his door, claiming to be the long-lost Peng Biao, and naturally, Peng Man felt the need to verify his identity. Chapter 3. The Pursuit. Alas, with age comes an inevitable tendency to overthink. "Peng Mian, please do not take offense," he said with a gentle smile. Peng Biao glanced around and jested, "Village chief, there is nothing here worth deceiving you for. If I were a swindler, I would surely target the affluent in the city, not come to your humble abode. Could it be that you are concealing some treasure?" Peng Mian smacked his lips and sighed, "Not necessarily. Often, those at the bottom delight in persecuting their peers. It is human nature." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao pondered, recalling how he had been mocked by his former disciples. Indeed, it reflects the essence of mankind, to fear the wicked while oppressing the weak. "Wait here, I'll go stew a rooster," Peng Mian declared, rising to head towards the kitchen. Observing the village chief's stooped figure, Peng Biao felt a pang of sympathy. The chief was childless, his wife long deceased, leaving him to navigate life in solitude. "Village chief, let me assist you," Peng Biao called out as he stood up. As night fell, Peng Biao and Peng Mian sat in the hall, reminiscing and sharing hearty laughter. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open, and a young man clad in black, adorned with chains, slowly entered. He was tall, with a dark complexion, and he regarded Peng Biao with a sardonic smile. Upon noticing the intruder, Peng Biao and Peng Mian sprang to their feet. As Peng Biao's gaze fell upon the young man, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Qin Ruan." The newcomer was Qin Ruoyan, the inner disciple of the Black Mountain sect and the younger brother of Qin Ruoshui. "I have been listening outside for quite some time. Peng Biao, it seems you have been living rather comfortably." "Oh, right. I almost forgot you only have a year left to live." "Naturally, you should enjoy yourself," Qin Ruoyan taunted. Looking down upon him, confused, Peng Mian turned to Peng Biao, astonished. "Peng Biao, is what he says true? What do you intend to do?" Peng Biao ignored Peng Mian's question, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Qin Ruoyan. "What do you think?" Qin Ruoyan scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Peng Biao's expression darkened with anguish. He realized that Qin Ruoyan's presence here could only signify one thing: reveal the whereabouts of that superior spirit artifact. "Or else you shall die," Qin Ruoyan declared, voicing the unspoken fear in Peng Biao's heart. Qin Ruoshui had betrayed him. "You will never learn of the artifact's location. I would rather die than tell you." "If you have the guts, then kill me," Peng Biao retorted, a blaze of fury ignited by the betrayal of his beloved, leaving him feeling utterly desolate, as if all color had drained from his world. Qin Ruoyan, observing Peng Biao's resolute demeanor, furrowed his brow, momentarily pained. But then, his gaze fell upon Peng Mian, and his eyes gleamed. With a swift motion, Qin Ruoyan conjured a gray aura that transformed into a massive hand, reaching across the distance to seize Peng Mian by the throat, lifting him high. He turned to Peng Biao, sneering, "As a man facing death, you fear nothing. But what of him? What of the villagers? Speak quickly of the artifact's whereabouts, or else every soul in this village shall perish." "Qin Ruoyan, how could you, as a cultivator, lay hands on ordinary mortals? Are you even human?" Peng Mian shouted in fury. No true man is without cruelty. A few mortals' lives are a small price to pay for a superior spirit artifact. I have no desire to waste time with you, old fool. I will count to 3. If you do not reveal the artifact's location, this old man will die. 1, 2. As Peng Biao struggled, he watched Peng Mian's aging face turn crimson from strangulation, and guilt washed over him. Why had he trusted others? Why had he disclosed the whereabouts of his master's legacy? 3. Very well. Let this old man await you in the underworld, Qin Ruoyan grinned wickedly, preparing to snap Peng Mian's neck. Wait. Bring Qin Ruoshui in. I will speak to her directly. Peng Biao gritted his teeth, convinced that this matter revolved around the superior spirit artifact. Qin Ruoxue would not allow her brother to come alone. They must have arrived together. Qin Ruoyan hesitated at this request. Peng Biao, speak your mind. A calm voice drifted in from outside, and soon Qin Ruoxue, clad in a black dress, appeared before him. Her demeanor was cold and her expression serene, as if engaged in a trivial task. Seeing Qin Ruoxue, Peng Biao trembled with rage. He realized this woman had completely forsaken him. As for whether she had ever cherished him, he could no longer determine. How could she have changed so drastically in a mere half-day? Was a woman truly so capricious, or had she always been deceiving him? Taking a deep breath, Peng Biao weakly stated, "Release the village chief." Qin Ruoxue gestured to her brother, and Qin Ruoyan released his grip, causing the winded Peng Mian to fall to the ground. Shattering a nearby stool, he gasped for air, too preoccupied with his pain to care. "Now can we speak?" "Useless," Qin Ruoyan taunted, smirking at Peng Biao. Ignoring Qin Ruoyan, Peng Biao fixed his gaze upon Qin Ruoxue and demanded, "Why? Does the value of a spirit artifact eclipse our bond?" "Bond?" Qin Ruoxue replied, her eyes icy. "You are naive, Peng Biao. Do you think there exists romantic affection among cultivators? I admit I once harbored feelings for you, but the moment your Dantian was destroyed, my interest vanished entirely. Ask yourself, what right does a cripple have to discuss feelings with me, Qin Ruoxue? But your actions led to my downfall. You killed Su Xing, and I took the blame for you. I sacrificed everything for you, and this is how you repay me?" Peng Biao cried out, desperation lacing his voice. "Heh, Peng Biao, I never asked you for anything. This was all your choice, was it not?" At that moment, the only words that could encapsulate Peng Biao's emotions were vile and shameless. "Peng Biao, mind your language. Do you wish for this old man to die?" Qin Ruoyan stepped forward, pointing at Peng Mian. "Haraha. So it was all my choice, yes, my choice. I have no one to blame but myself for being so foolish, for being blind." Peng Biao laughed bitterly. Qin Ruoxue regarded him coolly. "Speak. You know my nature. I will not relent until I achieve my goal." Taking a deep breath, Peng Biao clenched his fists, nails digging into his flesh. He closed his eyes, defeated, and murmured, "The storage bag lies buried beneath the ancient pine by the listening waves pavilion." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxue's previously icy gaze flickered ever so slightly. The listening waves pavilion, perched atop the Black Mountain sect's rear peak, offered a breathtaking view of endless forests. The wind rustled through the trees, mimicking the sound of waves, hence its name. The Listening Waves Pavilion held profound significance for both Peng Biao and Qin Ruoxue, as it was the place where they first crossed paths. "Let us be on our way." With her objective achieved, Qin Ruoxue beckoned to her brother and walked out, confident that Peng Biao would not lie, for he could not bear the cost of deceit. Qin Ruoyan, however, mocked, "How much better it would have been had you recognized your situation sooner. It would have saved me the trouble of intervening." At this, Peng Biao suddenly opened his eyes, glaring coldly at him, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Qin Ruoyan felt a shiver run down his spine at Peng Biao's fierce look. Regaining his composure, he seethed, "A mere ant dares to be arrogant? I shall end you today." As he advanced towards Peng Biao, a voice echoed from outside. "Ian, stop. Sister, but let us go." Hearing Qin Ruoxue's urging, Qin Ruoyan cast a fierce glare at Peng Biao, then with a flourish of her sleeve, strode out. Peng Biao gritted his teeth, a tumult of rage surging within him, vowing that he would make them pay dearly. He would. Yet soon, a wave of helplessness washed over him, his core shattered. With only a year left to live, what could he possibly do? After the Qin siblings departed, Peng Biao quickly helped Peng Man to his feet, inquiring with concern, "Village chief, are you feeling any better?" At this moment, Peng Man's breathing had returned to normal, yet the pain still coursed through his body. Ignoring his own discomfort, he grasped Peng Biao's hand tightly, urgently asking, "Peng Biao, is what they said true?" He had overheard Qin Ruoyan's cruel words branding Peng Biao as a failure, destined to live only one more year. Peng Biao clenched his jaw and silently nodded. Alas! How could this be? How could this be? The heavens truly have no eyes. Peng Man lamented, striking the ground in despair. Since the Qin siblings had come to confront him, Peng Biao had grown taciturn, leaving Peng Man at a loss for words on how to console him. With Peng Biao's home now in ruins, Peng Man had kindly offered him shelter, hoping for companionship. 3 days later, upon returning home, Peng Man found Peng Biao sitting in silence on a stool. He approached him, speaking in a hushed tone, "Peng Biao, do you know? You actually have a fiancée." At these words, Peng Biao lifted his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. Village chief, please don't jest with me. If I had a fiancée, I would certainly know. Seeing the disbelief in Peng Biao's eyes, Peng Man insisted, I am not deceiving you. This was agreed upon when you were born. Between me and your father. At that time, you were too young to understand. After your parents passed away, and you went to pursue cultivation with Master Zhang, I never mentioned it. Noticing the sincerity in Peng Man's demeanor, Peng Biao pressed, then who is she? Ah, she is Inu from our village, 5 years your senior. 20 years ago, while I was hunting, I saved her from the jaws of a wolf, and she later settled in Pengjia village. But why do I have no recollection of her from my childhood? Peng Biao questioned, still skeptical. As a child, he had been the king of the kids, playing joyously with the children from his village and neighboring ones, yet he held no memory of this Inu. Well, Inu was traumatized by the wolf incident in her youth, leading her to become extremely reclusive and averse to going outside. Naturally, you and T know her. Peng Man chuckled softly. Chapter 4. Inu. After a moment of contemplation, Peng Biao solemnly stated, Village chief, even so, I cannot marry her. You know I can only live for a year. If I marry her, after a year, wouldn't that mean she would be left a widow? For Peng Biao, marrying Inu would grant him the honor of facing his parents in the afterlife should he leave behind an heir. Yet, it would be profoundly unfair to Inu, a prospect he was unwilling to entertain. Why are you being so foolish? You have only a year left. Are you just going to wait for death? You are your parents' only child. Do you wish to extinguish your family line? Peng Man's expression darkened as he reproached him without mercy. Peng Biao's expression shifted slightly. In this era, lacking descendants meant that even in death, one would have no face to meet their parents and ancestors. After some thought, he looked at Peng Man and remarked, Village chief, aren't you also? How dare you jest at my expense? I am too old to bear children. Yet you are still young. I refuse to believe that in a year, you cannot produce an heir. But what about in your youth? Do not digress. Just answer me. Will you agree or not? Absolutely not. No matter how much Peng Man insisted, Peng Biao remained resolute. Seeing this, Peng Man sighed in exasperation. When the person concerned refused, there was little anyone else could do. After a moment of thought, Peng Man's eyes lit up as he proposed. How about this? I will tell Inu the full truth about your situation. If she agrees, then you shall marry. What do you think? Peng Biao pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded in agreement. If the woman understood that he could only live for a year and still consented to marry him, then what would it matter? However, he believed that any woman with a sound mind, upon learning of his predicament, would never agree to such a union. And as for those who were not of sound mind, he trusted that Peng Man would not recommend them to him. Very well. I shall speak with Inu at once, Peng Man said eagerly as he hurried outside. Village chief, we must first meet to get acquainted before the marriage. Peng Biao called after him, concerned that Peng Man might meddle and thinking it better to clarify matters directly with the woman. Understood, leave everything to this old man. Peng Man replied, and as he left, Peng Biao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. No matter how others treated him, at least village chief Peng Man genuinely cared for his well-being. In this world, having even 1 or 2 people who sincerely wish you well, aside from parents, is a great fortune. The following day, Peng Man led Peng Biao to an elegantly constructed stone house. Just as Peng Man was about to knock on the door, Peng Biao quickly stopped him, confirming once more, Village chief, you truly told Inu the truth? Even knowing I can only live for a year, she agreed to marry me? Do you doubt this old man? Just ask her directly if you wish, Peng Man replied, shaking off Peng Biao's hand and knocking on the door. Creak. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a tall woman of ordinary appearance, dressed in coarse cloth. Her complexion was pale, likely due to seldom venturing outdoors. Although she was of similar height to Peng Biao, her appearance was unremarkable. Yet her eyes shone with clarity. Please, come in. Inu greeted them with a slight bow and a polite smile. Peng Man nodded with a grin and ushered Peng Biao inside. Upon entering, they found a tidy hall furnished with a round table and 4 small stools. After they settled, Peng Man sat in the middle, with Inu and Peng Biao facing each other across the table. Ahem. I have shared the general situation with you both. Now, feel free to speak your minds. Peng Man broke the awkward silence. Inu glanced at Peng Biao and softly replied, I will defer to the village chief's decision. Very well. Peng Man beamed, sensing Inu's unambiguous consent. However, Peng Biao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Although Inu's appearance was somewhat plain, she was not unattractive by rural standards. Why would she choose to marry someone who could only live for a year? With his curiosity piqued, Peng Biao inquired, Miss In, are you aware that I can only live for a year? I am aware. Then why would you still wish to marry me? Do you understand what that entails? I am utterly without means, and I cannot provide a bridal price. Peng Biao, what nonsense are you speaking? I will cover your bridal price, Peng Man retorted angrily. Incensed that Peng Biao's words seemed to push Yin away. Did he think that the woman had no pride? Did he believe his charm was so overwhelming that all women must revolve around him? Yin raised her hand to calm Peng Man's ire, and then turned to Peng Biao with a serious expression. Whether I become a widow is inconsequential. I do not require a bridal price. I understand your family's stone house has collapsed, so you may reside with me from now on. Peng Biao was taken aback, astonished at the existence of such a virtuous woman. Had he, after a decade of isolation from ordinary folk, lost touch with the world? No. That cannot be. A bridal price must be given. Miss Yin, rest assured, I will ensure it meets your satisfaction. Peng Man immediately pledged, believing Yin was merely speaking out of frustration. Village chief, I am not jesting. The bridal price is merely a formality. If you insist on providing one, I will not marry, Yin stated firmly. Then, very well. Peng Biao, should you not thank your bride? For Peng Man, Yin's response was perfect. He merely wished to expedite their marriage. However, Peng Biao felt increasingly uneasy. This Yin seemed overly eager to marry him, a sentiment he found difficult to articulate. Once the arrangements were made, Yin entered the inner room and soon returned holding a package. Approaching the round table, she handed the package to Peng Biao, stating, inside is the wedding attire. You shall wear this tomorrow when you come to my place to wed. Peng Biao accepted the package with a sense of bewilderment, feeling as though this ordinary-looking woman was orchestrating all the events around him. Peng Man, witnessing this, was equally astonished, having not anticipated that Yin had been so well prepared. However, he did not share Peng Biao's sentiments. He merely felt that matters had been settled, which brought a broad smile to his face. The following day, at dusk, Peng Man, clad in a brand-new outfit, arrived alongside Peng Biao, who was adorned in a striking red wedding attire, at Yin's residence. On this auspicious day, the couple was poised to unite in matrimony. Chapter 5, Marriage. As the two pushed open the door, they were greeted by a sight of numerous crimson ribbons adorning the room, with large red double happiness characters plastered on the walls, instantly filling the stone house with an atmosphere of festivity. It was evident that Yin had meticulously arranged everything in advance. In the center of the room, Yin sat quietly on a small stool, clad in a vibrant red bridal gown and veiled by a red scarf, while the table was laden with an array of delicacies and wine. Seeing this, Peng Biao and Peng Man hurried over. The wedding of Peng Biao and Yin was a private affair, with only Peng Man, the officiant, in attendance. Yin was not a local, had no relatives, and preferred solitude, resulting in a lack of friends. As for Peng Biao, after the death of his parents, he lost contact with his relatives, and after spending 10 years cultivating in seclusion, he had changed so much that no one could recognize him. Friends from a decade ago had long since become strangers. Given the haste of the arrangements, they had not invited any villagers. Having reached this point, Peng Biao resigned himself to the situation. When he approached Yin and gently took her hand, he felt a sudden shiver. Her hand was icy cold, devoid of warmth, and he felt as though he was grasping a block of ice rather than a human hand. Lowering his head, he whispered in her ear, "Why is your hand so cold?" As he spoke, he caught a faint, alluring fragrance that was subtle yet intoxicating. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary Yin possessed such a delightful body scent. However, Yin did not respond, and Peng Biao thought perhaps it was due to her being cold-natured. At that moment, Peng Man announced, "The auspicious time has arrived." Peng Biao and Yin stood hand in hand. With a broad smile, Peng Man proclaimed, "First, bow to heaven and earth." The couple bowed towards the outside. Second, bow to the ancestors. They turned and bowed again, despite the absence of elders. Finally, bow to each other as husband and wife. They faced each other and bowed. Peng Man then said with a smile, "My duties are fulfilled. I take my leave." With that, he strode out, leaving the couple to their own devices. Just as he was about to exit, Yin suddenly spoke, "Village chief, when you saved me years ago, I promised to fulfill one request of yours unconditionally. Now, I have done so. This bond is now concluded. Do you agree?" "Bond? What do you mean?" "Oh, you refer to that matter from years ago. I had forgotten about it." "Yes, of course," Peng Man replied, momentarily surprised but quickly realizing the innocence of a 5-year-old girl as promise. "Then it is settled," Yin said softly. Without further ado, Peng Man left, closing the door behind him. Once alone, Peng Biao and Yin fell into a heavy silence. To break the stillness, Peng Biao asked Yuer, "What did you discuss with the village chief just now?" The term Yuer felt somewhat embarrassing to him, yet he realized it was the only appropriate form of address he could muster, having little experience in such matters. He had observed young men referring to their brides in this manner when they wed. Inyu remained silent for a long while, evidently taken aback by the name. Eventually, she replied, 20 years ago, I was saved by the village chief. To repay his life-saving grace, I promised to fulfill one request of his unconditionally, with a time limit of 20 years. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao suddenly understood. No wonder Inyu, knowing she had but a year to live, agreed to marry him. It was merely to honor a past promise. Realizing this, he comprehended that there was no fiancé to speak of. He had been deceived by Peng Man, who aimed to secure his marriage. Peng Man had manipulated both sides, using the guise of a fiancé to trick Peng Biao while binding Inyu with her promise, showcasing a cunning that rivaled the most unscrupulous matchmakers. However, since the deed was done, Peng Biao could only endure. It was unthinkable to abandon Inyu immediately after their wedding. As night deepened outside, signifying it was time to rest, Peng Biao inhaled deeply and raised his hand to lift Inyu's veil. Yet, sensing his intention, Inyu preemptively lifted her own hand and unveiled herself. Stunned, Peng Biao's hand remained suspended in the air. When he realized the reality of the situation, anger surged within him. In Pengjia village, a bride unveiling herself on the wedding night was a profound insult to the groom, implying that she did not sincerely wish to marry him and had no desire to conceal her feelings. Although Peng Biao was indifferent to whether Inyu genuinely intended to marry him, his pride as a man suffered a significant blow. What do you intend to do? He demanded, pointing at Inyu with his still-raised hand. What do you mean? I agreed to marry you at the village chief's request, but nothing more. Moreover, I advise you not to entertain any other notions, Inyu replied. Her gaze icy and her demeanor starkly different from the previous day. Peng Biao understood what she meant by other notions. He lowered his hand and retorted, Inyu, do not overestimate yourself. I am not so desperate. That is well. There are blankets in the cupboard. You can sleep on the floor, Inyu replied nonchalantly. Humph. Peng Biao scoffed, striding into the inner room and retrieving a blanket. This was Inyu's space, and he felt it inappropriate to forcefully take the inner room. More importantly, it was late, and he had nowhere else to go. Tomorrow, I will renovate the stone house and never stay here again, he vowed silently. Finding a clean spot, Peng Biao spread the blanket on the floor and proceeded to feast at the table. Inyu paid him no mind as she retreated into the inner room, slamming the door behind her. The noise startled Peng Biao, who glanced at the door, his irritation growing as he angrily tossed a chicken leg on the ground. What is this? Had I known, I would have preferred not to marry her to avoid this frustration. In the dead of night, as Peng Biao lay soundly asleep on the floor, the hour passed quietly until suddenly, the door to the inner room creaked open. Clad in red, Inyu emerged, her face pale as a corpse, her eyes bloodshot as though afflicted by some ailment. She approached the slumbering Peng Biao and, lowering her head, murmured, remarkable talent, yet alas. The Dantian is destroyed, he may only have a year to live. Shaking her head in apparent regret, she revealed her profound knowledge of Peng Biao's condition. With a swift motion, she conjured a golden pill, a perfect sphere adorned with 6 erratically spiraled black patterns. With a flick of her wrist, the pill soared towards Peng Biao's Dantian and vanished into his body. After completing this, Inyu lifted her gaze to the ceiling, her eyes gleaming with an intense light, as if piercing through the roof to the vast, unfathomable skies above. Suddenly, she began to recite aloud. Great path of cause and effect, I bestow this 9th-grade transformation pill upon him, granting him the opportunity to once again embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, I should be free from this karmic bond, should I not? With a resounding crack, a thunderclap echoed above Pengjia village, as if the heavens were responding, yet curiously. The thunderous sound failed to awaken Peng Biao or any of the villagers. What could it mean? It is what it is. One should seek tranquility of the heart in all matters, and indeed, time is drawing near. Inyu furrowed her brow, evidently failing to grasp the deeper significance of the thunderous revelation. Ultimately, she cast a glance at Peng Biao and murmured, My boy, elixirs are but external substances. Whether they can truly mend your Dantian and restore your aptitude for cultivation hinges upon your future opportunities. I have merely afforded you a potential chance. Should fortune smile upon you and your Dantian be restored, reborn from its shattered state, your future will be replete with infinite possibilities. With that, Inu slowly retreated to the inner room, gently closing the door behind her, and lay quietly upon the bed, as if awaiting something. Chapter 6. The Queen's return. At the precise moment when the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere became saturated with a heavy, ominous chill. Inu's body suddenly tensed, her eyes widening in shock as her pupils constricted. Moments later, she quivered, fully relaxing, and her pupils began to slowly dilate. Inu had perished, devoid of all vitality. After a brief pause, a sphere of white light, roughly the size of a fist, erupted from Inu's forehead and soared through the window, ascending straight into the sky. As it reached the lofty heights of the atmosphere, the white sphere accelerated, ultimately seeming to transcend the confines of time and space, plunging into a realm of utter darkness. After an indeterminate duration, the white sphere gradually decelerated, revealing an infinite expanse of pitch-black space, where a throne floated majestically. This throne, entirely sculpted from a single piece of white jade, exuded an air of noble elegance, adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts, including true dragons, flying phoenixes, and cheilants. The white sphere settled upon the throne, emanating a blinding radiance akin to that of the sun in the cosmos, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. After a brief interval, the brilliance faded, revealing a woman standing before the throne. Clad in a white palace gown, her skin was as radiant as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. In her graceful demeanor, she embodied an ethereal elegance, coupled with an aura of authority that commanded reverence and humility. Little did Peng Biao of Pengjia village anticipate that his bride would be a breathtaking beauty, rather than the ordinary-looking Inu. Upon her manifestation, the woman gracefully swept her flowing sleeves and effortlessly took her place upon the throne. At that moment, the surrounding void swelled with swirling black clouds, akin to ink dispersing in water. Subsequently, countless battle banners appeared above the clouds, accompanied by a multitude of warriors clad in various armors. Instantly, an endless sea of dark clouds materialized, with figures densely populating each cloud. The sound of clanking armor and fluttering flags filled the air as countless soldiers bellowed in unison, welcoming the Queen's return. A cacophony of armor echoed as numerous mighty warriors knelt, paying homage to their one true queen. "Your Majesty, we greet you," they shouted in unison, followed by another wave of resonating metal. As Inu's cool voice reached the ears of the multitude, she commanded, "All rise." The soldiers complied, and Inu's tranquil voice echoed, "Thank you, my queen." They chorused, followed by another flurry of clashing armor. After surveying the assembly, Inu was about to speak when she suddenly arched an eyebrow and softly commanded, "Withdraw." At the Queen's decree, the swirling black clouds dissipated into smoke, vanishing in an instant. The scene fell into a profound silence, with Inu reclining languidly upon her throne. After a few breaths, a flash of golden light materialized in the air before the throne, revealing a tall, middle-aged man. His square face was adorned with a 3-inch-long beard, and he donned a bright yellow robe, exuding an air of authority. "In Wang, have you uncovered anything?" he inquired upon their meeting. Inu straightened her posture and slowly shook her head. "I have found nothing. Perhaps the truth is too deeply concealed. You have had 20 years, yet you present no evidence. I fear they will not spare him." The middle-aged man frowned. Inu regarded him and replied coolly, "According to our customs, any significant matter requires unanimous consent among the 6. I do not agree to execute him." The man's expression turned grave as he admonished, "Inu Hua, as a formidable monarch, must you resort to the tactics of mere mortals?" Inu Hua smiled, her expression as radiant as blooming flowers. "I adhere to the rules. Brother Yang, as the mediator, must not show bias. Ultimately, we are comrades in arms." The middle-aged man pondered her words for a moment before raising his head and declaring, "Then he must be exiled." Inu Hua shifted her position and stated, "As long as he is not killed, I am indifferent to the rest. After all, he is beyond my grasp." "Very well. I shall make another journey," he affirmed before transforming into a golden sphere of light, swiftly vanishing into the distant cosmos. Watching him disappear, Inu Hua sighed softly, murmuring, "Brother Liang, this is all I can do for you. I trust that your character will prevent you from committing such egregious acts." In Pengjia village, as dawn broke, Peng Biao awakened. Stretching on the floor, he felt a pervasive soreness throughout his body. Since becoming an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy, his physique had deteriorated day by day. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at the door of the inner room, muttering a curse at his lazy wife. Once he completed his morning rituals and hastily consumed a few bites, he ventured outside. He needed to repair his stone dwelling swiftly. Both Peng Biao's and Yin Yu's homes were situated on the outskirts of Pengjia village. Thus he encountered few villagers along the way. By midday, after laboring tirelessly, Peng Biao returned. Upon entering his home, he noticed that the door to the inner room remained firmly shut, prompting him to furrow his brow. What is Yin Yu up to? It's well past noon, and she still hasn't risen. Contemplating the situation, he approached the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Yu. He called out loudly. After several attempts, silence persisted within. Growing anxious, he pushed the door forcefully. It opened without resistance. Stepping inside, he approached the bed and was taken aback by the sight of Yin Yu lying there, her complexion pale as death. His eyes widened in disbelief as he reached out to check her pulse. Dead? How could this happen so suddenly? Shocked, Peng Biao grappled with the grim reality of his bride's untimely demise on their wedding night, feeling a heavy weight of misfortune. She doesn't appear ill. Could it be that I brought about her death? He pondered frantically as he hurried outside. Moments later, leading the village chief, Peng Man, back to the inner room. He watched as Peng Man examined Yin Yu's eyes and furrowed his brow. It appears to be natural causes. After a thorough inspection revealed no abnormalities, they stepped outside, where Peng Man turned to Peng Biao and inquired, "Did Yin Yu display any unusual behavior last night?" Peng Biao shook his head. "I slept outside, so I wouldn't know if anything was amiss. Alas, since she has passed, we cannot leave her lying in bed. Peng Biao, come with me to the coffin shop to select a suitable coffin." Yin Yu is indeed a tragic soul, Peng Man lamented. Yin Yu's death did not stir any significant commotion in Pengjia village. As an outsider who rarely ventured out, she had arranged for her provisions to be delivered by merchants. Thus the villagers were indifferent to her fate. Peng Man enlisted a few robust middle-aged men to carry Yin Yu's coffin up the mountain for burial. In the countryside, simplicity prevailed, and no funeral rites were conducted. In an era when imperial authority did not extend to rural areas, the village chief held the ultimate say. On the day of the burial, some villagers inquired about Peng Biao's identity. Considering Peng Biao's limited time, Peng Man simply stated that he was a distant relative seeking refuge. With Yin Yu laid to rest, Peng Biao insisted on carving her tombstone himself. Despite the lack of a marital bond, she was still his wife in name. As he engraved tomb of Yin Yu on the stone, with erected by Peng Biao inscribed in the corner, he fell silent, squatting down with his head bowed. Burning paper offerings. Standing nearby, Peng Man nodded approvingly, recognizing that Peng Biao was fulfilling the responsibilities of a responsible man. "Let us return, village chief," Peng Biao said after finishing the rites. As they departed, he glanced back at Yin Yu's grave, pursing his lips, lost in thought. "Peng Biao, there are several widows in the village. You might consider them," Peng Man suggested. On the night of his wedding, the unfortunate bride met her demise, and thus, Peng Biao's ill reputation spread far and wide, making it exceedingly difficult for him to seek a new spouse. "No, I shall not bring misfortune upon others," he resolved, choosing instead to spend the remainder of his days in solitude. Peng Man, witnessing this, let out a silent sigh but refrained from further comments. Upon returning to the village, Peng Man parted ways with Peng Biao. Once again, Peng Biao found himself in the stone abode of Yin Yu, seated on a stool within the main room. Surveying his surroundings, this stone house felt so alien to him. Chapter 7. Finding a way, Peng Biao resolved to cease his solitary existence and dedicate the remainder of his days to accompanying the village chief, Peng Man. He meticulously gathered all the bedding, draping it with cloth, and organized the pots and pans into a single place. Upon rummaging through the wardrobe, he discovered an array of women's garments left by Yin Yu, which he deemed unnecessary for himself. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a small wooden chest within the wardrobe. The chest, measuring about a foot in size, was crafted entirely from mahogany. Upon opening it, his face was illuminated with a golden hue, as he beheld a neatly arranged layer of gold bars within. Each gold bar was approximately the length and width of an adult's middle finger, and after a careful count, he found a total of 38 bars. Alongside the gold, the chest also contained a fist-sized circular jade pendant. As he stroked the gold bars, his expression remained stoic, devoid of joy or sorrow. He then picked up the jade pendant, made of white jade, which felt warm to the touch, its edges adorned with a delicate pattern, with the character jade intricately carved in its center. Recognizing the significance of this pendant, he surmised it must hold great importance to Yin Yu. After pondering for a moment, He procured a tool and excavated the floor tiles of the inner room, digging a large pit to conceal the wooden chest, which he subsequently buried. Let this yellow-white treasure rest beneath the earth. I shall inform the village chief only upon my demise, Peng Biao mused inwardly. He did not wish to be the kind of person who squandered gold frivolously. Rather, he aspired to lead a simple and unadorned life for the remainder of his days. With everything completed, he exited the stone house, locked the door, and strode away. Upon Peng Biao's arrival, Peng Man expressed his surprise. "Village chief, are you not pleased to have my company?" Peng Biao jested. "Of course, welcome. Why would I not be? I assumed you would settle in that desolate stone house." Peng Man replied with a chuckle. It felt too lonely there, devoid of warmth. "From now on, I shall accompany you," Peng Biao declared. However, upon hearing this, Peng Man's expression dimmed. He foresaw the inevitable outcome, an elder mourning the loss of a young companion, though they shared no blood ties. The childless Peng Man had long regarded Peng Biao as his grandson. Faced with such an inescapable tragedy, a sense of desolation enveloped Peng Man's heart. From that moment on, Peng Biao made his home with Peng Man, occasionally assisting him with farm work, and their companionship flourished. He decided against repairing the old house, reasoning that his time was limited, and with a new place to reside, what purpose would the renovations serve? Thus, a month passed. One day, Peng Man left early in the morning, skipping breakfast and neglecting to mention his destination. It wasn't until dusk that he returned, covered in dust, his face betraying an unmistakable joy. Noticing this, Peng Biao inquired with a smile, "Village chief, have you been struck by a pie from the heavens? What brings you such happiness?" "You rascal, always jesting. This is an extraordinary piece of news, far better than any pie from the sky," Peng Man replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "What marvelous news?" Peng Biao pressed. "You mentioned your Dantian was shattered, didn't you? I have news of a remedy." "What? How can that be?" Peng Biao questioned incredulously, recalling that Zhang Bufan had informed him that a shattered Dantian was irreparable. Now, this ordinary man, Peng Man, spoke of a solution with an air of mystery, which struck Peng Biao as absurd. "Hold your horses. Let me explain," Peng Man urged. "A few years ago, a sect of immortals known as the Starry Sect appeared on Wild Fox Mountain." "Wait, village chief, how would an ordinary man like you know about immortal sects?" Peng Biao interjected sharply. "Do not interrupt. Let me finish. An elder from the Starry Sect took on a disciple during his travels, who happens to be a distant relative of mine. By lineage, she is akin to my granddaughter. She recently returned to visit her parents." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao realized that Peng Man had gone to meet the Starry Sect disciple today. It seemed the information regarding the immortal sect had come from her. "I shared your plight with her and inquired if there was any remedy. You won't believe what she said. There is a way. Their alchemists have concocted a potion that not only repairs the Dantian, but also grants those without the aptitude for cultivation the ability to cultivate." "Village chief, you." Peng Man raised a hand to halt Peng Biao, continuing, "Listen. She has returned with the intent of recruiting young individuals for the Starry Sect. Those who perform well may receive this potion and gain the ability to cultivate. I mustered the courage to ask for a place. She has only 5 spots available." After hearing this, Peng Biao shook his head in resignation, saying, "Village chief, you have been deceived. Such a potion does not exist. Impossible. The girl is not only beautiful but also treats me with utmost respect, calling me grandfather. You think a cultivator would deceive an ordinary man like myself?" Peng Biao replied, "Village chief, those with sweet tongues are often the most deceitful. They charm you with flattering words to achieve their own ends, and once they have what they want." "Peng Biao, what is this? Did that woman named Qin Ruoshui deceive you once, and now you mistrust all women? There is a chance to repair your Dantian, yet you refuse to believe it. Are you truly willing to await your death?" Peng Man interrupted loudly. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao fell into silence, acknowledging that Qin Ruoshui's betrayal had indeed instilled a wariness towards all women within him. Seeing Peng Man's anger, he reassured, "Village chief, do not be upset. Let me explain further. You have little knowledge of the cultivation world. There is no such potion capable of mending a Dantian, much less endowing someone with the ability to cultivate." Peng Man immediately countered, "Fine, then tell me, why would a cultivator come to deceive an ordinary man like me? What advantage would she gain from such deceit?" Peng Biao was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that cultivators often looked down upon ordinary folk and would not bother to deceive them, as there was nothing of value to gain from such individuals. Observing that Peng Biao was speechless, Peng Man continued, Now you have nothing to say? Do you think I, an old man, can be easily swayed by a few flattering words? Do you believe I lack the wisdom to see through this? Let me tell you, I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. What if they are cultivators? They are merely individuals with great power and longevity, no different from ordinary people in other respects. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao silently acknowledged the truth in Peng Man's words. He could not deny that apart from their strength and lifespan, cultivators bore no other distinctions from ordinary individuals, and some exceptionally gifted mortals were even wiser than most cultivators. Enough of this. Do not dwell on other matters. Come with me tomorrow to meet Miss Bei, and let her take you to the starry sect for a trial. Peng Man urged, patting Peng Biao's shoulder. Peng Biao frowned, hesitating. Witnessing this, Peng Man chastised. What is there to hesitate about? Your time is limited. Even if it turns out to be a deception, what of it? Can the outcome be any worse? His words struck a chord, awakening Peng Biao to the reality of his situation. He nodded in agreement, realizing that his time was indeed precious. Yes, after all, life is fleeting. Even if it is a ruse, what does it matter? Death is inevitable, whether sooner or later. It is better to give it a try. With this thought, Peng Biao felt a twinge of shame. He had spent 10 years in cultivation, most of which was devoted to training and pursuits beneficial to his cultivation. In matters of understanding human nature and discerning the essence of things, he found himself lacking compared to the ordinary Peng Man. Perhaps it was precisely this naivety that had led him to be deceived by Qin Ruoxie, he reflected. On the following day, after a hearty breakfast, the two set out towards Bei family village, located several dozen miles away. Chapter 8. Miss Bei beneath the blazing sun. The two travelers journeyed for a considerable time before finally arriving at Bei family village in the afternoon. Upon entering the village, Peng Man took the lead, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at a grand stone mansion. The structure was imposing and robust, with two perfectly symmetrical windows flanking a central grand entrance, exuding an air of authority. The mansion boasted 2 stories. The first floor was adorned with 2 crimson doors, each towering as high as Peng Biao, complemented by several steps leading up to them. The area was impeccably tidy, and on either side stood colossal stone lions, each likely weighing thousands of pounds. Peng Man instructed Peng Biao to wait at the bottom of the steps while he prepared to knock. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a young man accompanied by a servant clad in white. As the young man stepped out, he implored the servant, "Allow me just a little longer. Perhaps Miss Bei will take a liking to me." The servant waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, and retorted, "Do you think this is some casual place? You think you can linger here as long as you wish? My lady is a disciple of the inner sect of the starry sect. Meeting her is a privilege, and if there is any news, you shall be informed. Otherwise, there is no hope for you." Undeterred, the young man pleaded, "Just let me see Miss Bei once more. I still have so much left to say." The servant, exasperated by the young man's incessant whining, glared at him and barked, "Haven't you heard enough? Do you seek death? Now leave." Startled, the young man quickly turned and departed, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Observing the dejected figure of the young man, Peng Biao realized that he too sought one of the coveted 5 spots. At that moment, the servant turned to Peng Biao and his companion, lazily inquiring, "Who are you? Are you here for the opportunity to join the starry sect? My lady has been overwhelmed with visitors lately and has taken her rest. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her." Hearing this, Peng Man clasped his hands and smiled. "Might I trouble you to inform her that I am Peng Man, the village chief of Peng Family Village, a distant relative of Miss Bei." Peng Family Village. I've never heard of it. Relatives, you say? Everyone who comes to see my lady claims to be a relative. I have already stated that she is resting. Given your age, I shall spare you from being chased away. You may leave." The servant declared with an air of superiority. Displeased by the servant's demeanor, Peng Biao frowned. This servant was most insufferable. Peng Man continued, "My dear fellow, I visited here yesterday and arranged with Miss Bei for a spot. She graciously agreed to grant me one. Is that so? How come I was not informed?" The servant raised an eyebrow skeptically. Peng Man chuckled softly, stepping closer to the servant, and with a flick of his sleeve, discreetly placed an object into the servant's hand. Peng Biao clearly discerned that it was a silver ingot. Upon feeling the weight of the silver, the servant instinctively grasped it, clearly accustomed to such transactions. Peng Man retreated to the steps and said with a smile, "It is not easy for an old man like me to make this journey. I hope you will kindly relay my message." The servant withdrew the silver into his sleeve and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is not easy for the elderly. Respecting our elders is a virtue every young person should uphold. Very well, even if it means facing my lady's wrath, I shall inform her. Peng Man laughed heartily. You have a kind heart. The servant nodded, performed a slight bow to Peng Man, and then turned to leave. As he entered the mansion, he suddenly poked his head back out and asked, by the way, which village do you hail from? Peng Biao was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Peng Man, however, remained unfazed, replying cheerfully, I am Peng Man, the village chief of Peng family village. Very well, wait here. The servant responded before retreating and slamming the door shut. Once the servant had departed, Peng Biao scoffed, village chief, that was no servant. He was more like a capricious master, changing his demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Peng Man waved his hand dismissively. It is often said that the devil you know is better than the angel you don't. Many times, it is the small fry who complicate matters. To achieve our goals, one must be willing to pay a price. Remember this lesson. Peng Biao sighed, understanding the truth of Peng Man's words. Yet he recognized the gap between knowing and acting upon it. He couldn't help but reminisce about his days of cultivation, a time of freedom, unburdened by the intrigues of others. However, the thought of Qin Ruoxue soon crossed his mind. The realm of cultivation was likely rife with deception, yet in the past, he had focused solely on his training, rarely concerning himself with such matters. Before long, the servant re-emerged, once again adopting his haughty demeanor, and announced, You may enter and wait. My lady will be down shortly. Under the servant's guidance, Peng Biao and his companion entered through the grand door into the sitting room. The space was expansive and immaculate, adorned with several potted trees in the corners, while a prominent seat occupied the center of the wall, flanked by rows of chairs on either side. All the chairs were crafted from redwood, intricately carved with various patterns, their surfaces polished to perfection, free of dust. Observing the immaculate floor that reflected his image, Peng Biao contemplated the opulence of the Bei household. The servant then addressed them, Please, take a seat. My lady will be down shortly. With that, he stepped aside to stand quietly. Peng Man inquired, May I ask your name, kind sir? Sun Buer, the servant replied succinctly. Peng Man and Peng Biao settled into their seats, awaiting the arrival of Miss Bei. Shortly thereafter, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Intrigued by the noise, Peng Biao lifted his gaze. Directly in front of him, descending the staircase, was a vision clad in a flowing white gown, revealing two bare, snow-white arms, a graceful neck, and, finally, an exquisitely beautiful face. Her elegance was ethereal, imbued with a lightness that captivated the spirit. Her skin was tender, her eyes sparkled with life, and her smile radiated warmth, embodying an irresistible charm. In that fleeting moment, Peng Biao found himself momentarily speechless, silently praising her beauty. Miss Bei's appearance could rival that of Qin Ruoxue, though their auras differed. Qin Ruoxue exuded an air of coolness, while Miss Bei wore a friendly smile that invited closeness. Both Peng Man and Peng Biao promptly rose from their seats. With her long, dark hair cascading freely, Miss Bei descended the staircase and smiled. Ah, it is Grandpa Peng. Buer, why did you not announce his arrival sooner? Startled, Sun Buer knelt hastily, realizing that these two mortals were indeed relatives of Bei Yu. My lady was resting upstairs. I did not dare disturb her, he stammered. With a knowing glance, Miss Bei discerned the situation and calmly remarked, Your audacity grows by the day. Remain kneeling until I am satisfied. Sun Buer's expression shifted, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Chapter 9. The Wisdom of the Village Chief. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao felt a surge of satisfaction within him, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. He inwardly cursed. Let you little rascal collect the village chief's silver. Let you little wretch have your nose in the air. Let you little cur look down on others. Simultaneously, Peng Biao developed a slight fondness for Miss Bei. Not only was she beautiful, but her discerning eyes would not tolerate any grains of sand. However, Peng Man waved his hand with a laugh and said, Miss Bei, it's of no consequence. Young Sun is merely considering your feelings. I implore you not to punish him. Miss Bei cast a cold glance at Sun Buer and remarked, Since Grandpa Peng has spoken on your behalf, rise. Go to the back room. Sun Buer quickly scrambled to his feet, casting a grateful glance at Peng Man before making his way to the back room. Miss Bei approached Peng Man and playfully chided, Grandpa Peng, why are you being so courteous? Just call me Yu Yu. You used to carry me around when I was little. Her playful demeanor made Peng Biao think to himself that she was a little enchantress. The stark contrast between Bei Yuyu's haughty demeanor while scolding Sun Bu'er and her current charming approachability only enhanced her allure. Peng Man, unable to meet Bei Yuyu's gaze, lowered his head slightly and said, "Miss, times have changed. I, an old man, dare not be presumptuous. You are now a formidable practitioner of the celestial arts and a disciple of the inner sect of the starry sect. How could I, an old fool, act as I once did?" Upon hearing this, Bei Yuyu's expression dimmed, and she sighed. "All right, I shall abide by Grandpa Peng's wishes." She then took her seat in the main position. Bei Yuyu glanced at Peng Biao, who returned her gaze with a slight smile, a silent greeting exchanged between them. "Grandpa Peng, please take a seat. This gentleman must be Brother Peng Biao?" she inquired. As they settled down, Peng Biao nodded and replied, "Miss Bei, it is an honor." Bei Yuyu surveyed Peng Biao's tall stature with evident satisfaction. What realm was Brother Peng Biao in before his Dantian was shattered? Was it the strength realm or the qi realm? "Which sect did you cultivate in?" she asked. "My aptitude is lacking. I only advanced to the late stage of the strength realm and never entered a sect. My journey into the world of cultivation began when I saved an elderly man who was gravely injured. After he recovered, he left behind a manual before departing." Naturally, Peng Biao refrained from divulging his past. Cultivators are categorized into 5 realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest: strength realm, qi realm, origin realm, core realm, and aperture realm, each subdivided into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. In most sects, the strength realm corresponds to outer disciples, the qi realm to inner disciples, followed by core disciples in the origin realm, elders in the core realm, and vice principals and sect leaders in the aperture realm. However, some weaker sects may have different classifications. At this moment, Peng Man cautiously inquired, "Miss Bei, what about the matter of the quota?" "Grandpa Peng, how could I possibly disregard your esteemed self? Rest assured, the last quota will be reserved for you. Brother Peng Biao shall be that 5th quota," Bei Yuyu replied with a beaming smile. Peng Man joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Bei." "Grandpa Peng, if you continue to be so polite, I shall be displeased," she retorted playfully. Peng Man instantly broke into a hearty laugh. Bei Yuyu then added, "Grandpa Peng, I shall be departing for the sect tomorrow. Brother Peng Biao will accompany me. Tonight, you and brother will stay here." Peng Man quickly waved his hands in refusal. "That would not do. That would not do. We are but rustic folk." "Oh, Grandpa, please do not be so polite. It is just for one night. What is the big deal?" Bei Yuyu insisted, but Peng Man remained adamant, insisting on taking his leave. Ultimately, Bei Yuyu had no choice but to ask Sun Bu'er to see them off. Sun Bu'er respectfully escorted Peng Man and Peng Biao out the gate. Deeply grateful for Peng Man's earlier intercession, a sentiment reflected in his demeanor. At this point, Peng Man casually asked, "Young son, who will be accompanying Miss Bei to the starry sect tomorrow?" Sun Bu'er replied with a smile, "The lady, myself, 2 men and 2 women, plus Brother Peng Biao. Makes a total of 7. Do you often accompany Miss Bei?" Peng Man inquired with interest. "I handle any errands the lady requires," Sun Bu'er responded. Hearing this, Peng Man discreetly shook his sleeve before quickly slipping some silver into Sun Bu'er's hand. Sun Bu'er, feeling the coins slipping through his fingers, swallowed hard and declined. "That is too much. I shall remember the old lord's kindness, but I cannot accept more." Peng Man pressed the silver into Sun Bu'er's palm again, pulling his hand back only to see that the coins had not fallen. He chuckled to himself and whispered, "Young Peng Biao is a bit of a gambler. I am concerned that if I give him the silver directly, he might squander it. Hence, I entrust it to you for safekeeping." Upon hearing this, Sun Bu'er beamed with delight and patted his chest, saying, "Rest assured, old sir, I will take good care of young Master Peng Biao." Peng Man smiled warmly. Meanwhile, Peng Biao quietly observed all that transpired. As they walked along the path, Peng Biao could not help but ask, "Village chief, when did I become a gambler?" One must always find a weakness to persuade others to accept their gifts. Besides, possessing a flaw is not necessarily a bad thing. Those who are entirely without flaws often seem unapproachable, Peng Man remarked. Peng Biao fell silent. Peng Man then continued, "Are you puzzled by my earlier act of gifting silver?" Peng Biao nodded silently. "To have someone work for you, you must first ensure they are well fed. It is easy to give money. Anyone can do that. However, when you offer it, the recipient may not always accept it. At such times, one must employ a certain finesse. You must make them feel that accepting your money equates to assisting you. Only then will they be inclined to help you afterward. Otherwise, they may take the money but not lend their aid. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao pondered deeply. You must remember, especially to avoid allowing the recipient to feel any greed or sense of bribery when accepting the money, despite the reality of the situation. If they feel this way, it will cause discomfort. Some petty-minded individuals may even accept the money only to intentionally hinder your efforts, Ping Man advised sternly. Ping Biao nodded and replied, Village Chief, I understand. But why did you not stay at Miss Bay's home just now? I could see that she genuinely invited us. What does sincerity matter? What does insincerity matter? One must be aware of their own worth. When there is an imbalance in power, forcing a connection will only breed disdain over time, damaging the already fragile bond. Peng Man replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Peng Biao couldn't help but think of Qin Ruoshui. Indeed, when power dynamics are unequal, all relationships are bound to change. Observing the pensive expression on Peng Biao's face, Peng Man continued, some individuals, once they gain strength, will even eliminate friends and family from their past when they were weak, to prevent their former embarrassments from being exposed. Therefore, one must pay great attention to maintaining one's integrity. Peng Biao recognized that the village chief was imparting wisdom, and he felt immensely grateful. Much of this guidance would later shape his principles in dealing with the world. Village chief, where are we headed now? He inquired. Let us find a household to stay with for the night. To avoid unnecessary back and forth, Peng Man replied. The two sought refuge in a two-story wooden house, and this time, Peng Man knocked on the door. The middle-aged homeowner opened the door, his expression filled with wariness upon discovering that the visitors were from another village. Peng Man uttered not a word, raising his right hand to reveal a silver ingot, and then stated, We are from Pingjia village and wish to find lodging for the night. I hope you might extend us a courtesy. Upon seeing the silver, the host's eyes instantly gleamed with delight as he quickly accepted it, a broad smile gracing his face. You are too kind, sir. It is only natural that we assist one another. Please, do come in, he responded warmly. Peng Man glanced at Peng Biao, who wore a bemused expression. Wife, we have esteemed guests. Swiftly prepare a room on the first floor. The host called out. Chapter 10, Cloud City. At this moment, two pieces of silver appeared once more in Peng Man's hand. The landlord turned around and quickly accepted them, his smile brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. He then turned again and called out loudly, Wife, there's no need to tidy the room on the first floor. Go prepare the largest room on the second floor, and take down the roasted pig's head to stew. Also, bring a barrel of the wine I brewed from the backyard. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao displayed a peculiar expression. This landlord was indeed a talent, his ability to change moods rivaling that of Sun Bu'er. Peng Man glanced at Peng Biao, a triumphant look on his face, as if to say, have you learned nothing? The following day, early in the morning, Peng Man and Peng Biao arrived at Bei Yuyu's residence, where a luxurious carriage was already parked. The carriage was pulled by a tall, chestnut-colored horse, its coat gleaming with a polished sheen. The carriage itself was remarkably spacious and opulent, with doors at both the front and rear. At this moment, Sun Bu'er stood beside the carriage, gently stroking the horse. Upon seeing the two, he smiled and pointed to the back door of the carriage, saying, The other four have already boarded. Peng Biao understood Sun Bu'er's implied invitation for him to board. In front of Peng Man, he suddenly knelt down and respectfully bowed his head. Peng Biao had always remembered Peng Man's kindness, but as a man, he found it difficult to express many sentimental words. Everything was encapsulated in this one bow. Startled, Peng Man quickly helped Peng Biao to his feet. Having watched him grow up, he understood the significance of this gesture. Peng Biao looked at him, tears welling in his eyes, and said, Old village chief, please take care. He did not know how long it would be before he returned, and the village chief was already quite old. With a benevolent smile, Peng Man patted Peng Biao's arm and advised, This journey is a good thing, so rejoice. In the future, when faced with challenges, think carefully and observe more. Avoid acting recklessly, and always prioritize caution. Peng Biao nodded gravely, committing the village chief's words to memory, then resolutely turned away, fearing that if he spoke further, he would lose control of his emotions. Upon entering the carriage from the rear, Peng Biao noticed 4 individuals seated inside, 2 men and 2 women, positioned on either side. The 2 young men were dressed in coarse fabric. One was handsome, while the other had a more honest appearance. The 2 young women were identical twins, wearing matching dresses and sporting similar short hair. Their sweet looks, however, could not compare to Miss Bay's beauty. As Peng Biao settled in, all four regarded him with wary eyes. Unfazed, he understood that it was normal for strangers to be cautious. He chose to sit beside the two young men, and a prolonged silence ensued, with none of them willing to break the quiet. At that moment, the front door opened, and Bei Yuyu emerged in a flowing white gown. Greeting Peng Man with polite courtesy, Sun Bu'er hurried to her side and bowed, saying, "Miss, everyone has arrived. Can we depart?" Bei Yuyu nodded at Peng Man, then gracefully leaped into the carriage, lifting the sheer curtain of the front door and entering. The carriage was divided into two sections, with Bei Yuyu seated at the front and Peng Biao and the others in the rear. Sun Bu'er acknowledged Peng Man with a respectful gesture before taking the driver's seat. With a commanding shout, Sun Bu'er urged the horses onward, and the carriage began to roll forward into the distance. Peng Biao leaned out of the window, vigorously waving at Peng Man until the carriage turned a corner and he could no longer be seen, at which point he withdrew. This departure, he hoped, would mark a new beginning. The wide road allowed the carriage to progress swiftly, yet the 5 individuals in the back remained silent. All were adults, unaware of each other's backgrounds, and with Bei Yuyu nearby, they opted for silence. Seeing there was nothing to occupy him, Peng Biao leaned against the carriage wall and closed his eyes, pretending to doze. By midday, the carriage arrived at Cloud City, a small town approximately 40 to 50 miles from Peng Family Village. Peng Biao peered outside. Cloud City, though small, was bustling with life. The most lively place within a 100-mile radius, a fact he recalled from childhood visits with his parents. Surprisingly, 10 years had passed, yet Cloud City appeared unchanged. The town was surrounded by 2-meter-high earthen walls to ward off wild beasts, with only 2 gates guarded by the town chief's hired men. The term gate was rather misleading, as it was merely a breach in the earthworks. The so-called town chief was merely the self-proclaimed leader of the largest faction within the town. In an era where imperial power did not reach the countryside, governance in rural areas was often handled with neglect. To reach the Starry Sect, passing through Cloud City was unavoidable. Sun Bu'er slowed the carriage as they approached the gate, observing 5 guards lazily standing watch with their spears. He pointed his whip at them and shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see the carriage coming? Hurry up and move the barricade." One of the guards, seeing the approaching carriage, shouted back, "Who are you? Do you not know that entering Cloud City requires a toll?" Sun Bu'er was instantly enraged. How dare these country bumpkins have the audacity to demand payment from him, the one who had always collected fees from others? "You wretches! I am a person of the Starry Sect. How dare you collect money from me?" he retorted furiously. The lead guard, accustomed to bullying ordinary folk, was taken aback by the scathing reply. "You say you're from the Starry Sect? Let me see your token," he demanded. In recent years, many had impersonated members of the Starry Sect. Judging by the man's shifty demeanor, he hardly seemed trustworthy. Fuming, Sun Bu'er leapt from the carriage and strode toward the guard. With a casual swipe of his hand, he sent the barricade, weighing several 100 pounds, flying to the side. Peng Biao was astonished. He had not expected Sun Bu'er, who was so frugal, to also be a cultivator. If he was indeed a cultivator, why was he so fixated on collecting money? For cultivators, material wealth held no real value. Confused, Peng Biao watched as Sun Bu'er approached the lead guard, grasping his collar and glaring now. "Do you see that I am a member of the Starry Sect?" The guard, having witnessed Sun Bu'er effortlessly dispatch the barricade, was left in a state of shock, as were the other guards, who hesitated to approach. They were merely farmers who had recently taken up arms, while they might bully ordinary citizens. Facing a cultivator like Sun Bu'er left them quaking in fear. "Sir, a person of the Starry Sect. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Forgive me. Forgive me," the lead guard pleaded. "Humph," Sun Bu'er scoffed, pushing the guard down to the ground with a single motion. He spat on the ground in contempt before turning back toward the carriage. The humiliated guard could only manage a submissive smile, even as Sun Bu'er walked away with his back turned, fearing to show any sign of dissatisfaction. Every cultivator had once been an ordinary person, yet this one, having gained power, was now bullying the weak. Peng Biao observed the scene, feeling a sense of disdain for Sun Bu'er's actions. After reprimanding the guard, Sun Bu'er drove the carriage forward with an expression of indifference, entering Cloud City without obstruction. Peng Biao looked at the lead guard, who, despite being bullied, still forced himself to nod in submission, and felt a twinge of sadness. Lacking strength, he had lost even the most basic dignity. Peng Biao did not believe the guard had done anything wrong. He understood the helplessness of the small and powerless. Chapter 11. Arrival at the starry sect. Upon entering Cloud City, Bei Yu spoke. Boer, let us find a tavern to rest and enjoy some lunch. Of course, miss, replied Sun Boer. He raised his gaze and spotted a grand establishment, the premier tavern of Cloud City. He maneuvered the carriage to a halt outside the tavern, promptly disembarked, and called out, Innkeeper, what are your finest dishes? Please, share them with me. Lunch was consumed within the confines of the carriage. As Bei Yu preferred to avoid crowded places, her exquisite beauty often inciting a commotion wherever she went, which had become tiresome over time. After their meal, Bei Yu suggested a brief respite before continuing their journey, prompting Peng Biao to dismount and stretch his legs. Once on the ground, Peng Biao surveyed his surroundings. The bustling street resembled what it had been a decade prior. His interest waned, and he prepared to return to the carriage when he unexpectedly collided with someone. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me? That hurts. Startled, Peng Biao frowned upon seeing a scruffy young man with a pointed face and a mole adorned with a tuft of hair, now seated on the ground, groaning in pain. Look at what you've done. You've injured me. You owe me at least 5 taels. No, 10 taels for medicine, or else. Realizing the young man was a fraud, Peng Biao recognized this was likely not his first deception. A crowd began to gather, intrigued by the commotion, quickly filling the space until it became congested. Peng Biao chose silence, observing the charlatan's performance. The scammer's act was painfully obvious to anyone of sound mind. However, despite the length of time that passed, no one stepped forward to speak up, merely standing by to witness the spectacle. A painter nearby found the scene amusing and began sketching it on paper, intending to share it with his companions during their next drinking session. I tell you, I have countless brothers. If you don't pay for my medicine, you won't leave Cloud City. Noticing Peng Biao's indifference, the con man resorted to threats. Yet, as Peng Biao watched, he found the man's features oddly familiar. The resemblance grew stronger as he scrutinized him. Zhang Peng Biao tentatively inquired. Upon hearing his name, the scammer's face lit up with pride as he replied. Since you recognize me, Zhang why not hand over the medicine money? Zhang it's me, Peng Biao. Do you remember the days in Pinjia village 10 years ago? Zhang hailing from the neighboring Zhang family village, had been Peng Biao's closest childhood companion. Without the mole and tuft of hair, Peng Biao might not have recognized him at all. Peng Biao? Is that really you? Zhang's face flushed crimson as he began to evade his gaze, rising to leave. Caught in such an embarrassing situation before a childhood friend, he felt utterly humiliated. Where are you going? Peng Biao swiftly grabbed Zhang nostalgic for the carefree days of their youth. Peng Biao, it's been ages. I have matters to attend to. Let us catch up later, Zhang stammered, trying to extricate himself. At that moment, Sun Boer squeezed through the crowd and asked Peng Biao, what is happening? Do you need assistance? No, just an old friend catching up, Peng Biao assured. Then hurry up, we must depart soon, Sun Boer replied before pushing back through the throng. Seeing the two were acquainted, the onlookers lost interest and dispersed. How have you changed so much? Peng Biao pondered, recalling Zhang's once innocent demeanor now tarnished by deceit. These past years have been harsh. Droughts and snowstorms have forced me out of the mountains to seek a living, Zhang explained, resigned to his fate. Peng Biao, we need to leave now, Sun Boer called from a distance. Coming. Peng Biao retrieved 2 ingots of silver from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Here, take this 10 taels. Use it wisely. I must be on my way. 10 taels were no small sum for an ordinary person, especially as they were given by village chief Peng Man before his departure. Peng Biao could not bear to see his childhood companion continue in a life of fraud. The risks involved in such deceit were perilous. Should he encounter an unyielding adversary, the consequences could be dire. After parting with the silver, Peng Biao hastily returned to the carriage, casting a final wave to Zhang who stood watching, tears glistening in his eyes as he clutched the silver tightly. As the carriage rolled out of Cloud City, it continued onward until it reached the foot of a mountain at dusk. We've arrived. Let us disembark. Sun Boer's voice rang out. Peng Biao and the others stepped down from the carriage. Upon exiting, Peng Biao took in his surroundings. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, he discovered they stood at the base of a lush, towering mountain, Wild Fox Mountain. Once inside the mountain, the path widened to merely half a foot, rendering the carriage unable to proceed. Bei Yu stepped forward along the narrow trail, while Sun Boer remained stationary, prompting a glance of uncertainty among the 5 companions. You 5, follow the young lady. I shall tend to the carriage, Sun Bu'er instructed. The five promptly followed, with Ping Biao striding confidently at the forefront. Ahead, Bei Yuyu, clad in a flowing white dress, moved gracefully like a woodland spirit, captivating Ping Biao's gaze. After a few miles, they arrived at a fork in the path. To the left lay a valley, several hundred feet wide, blocked by a tall, man-made wooden fence featuring a small door suitable for one person. To the right, a path shrouded in dense white mist beckoned, appearing rather mysterious. Peng Biao discerned that the right path concealed a formation. Leading the group toward the left, Bei Yuyu approached the small door and declared, "I am Bei Yuyu. Please open the gate." As soon as she spoke, the door swung open, revealing two individuals clad in white, one a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and the other a bald young man. They quickly approached Bei Yuyu and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Sister Bei." Peng Biao mused. "It appears these two are outer disciples of the Starry Sect. These five are under my care. You must treat them well." Bei Yuyu instructed them coolly. The two nodded in agreement. Bei Yuyu then turned to the five with a smile. "You shall stay here for the time being. I will return to the sect to report and will come back to fetch you in a few days." The five nodded in acknowledgement as Bei Yuyu turned to depart, heading toward the right path veiled in mist. Once she left, the middle-aged man beckoned the five to enter. As they passed through the small door, Peng Biao noticed a wooden cabin nearby, likely the residence of the two men. A table outside bore a stack of white paper and a brush. Looking further, he observed several rows of single-story wooden houses constructed within the valley, each row extensive. At that moment, the middle-aged man sat at the table and called out, "Stop looking around. Come here to register." Standing closest, Peng Biao was asked, "Name and age?" "Peng Biao, 20 years old." "Which Biao?" Peng Biao hesitated, struggling to find a suitable character, and after a moment of thought replied, "The Biao," as into rage. The twins present burst into laughter at this, joined by the others who wore amused expressions. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Peng Biao and inscribed his personal information on a blank sheet of paper. "You are fortunate, my boy. Room A1 has just become available. You should hurry," he remarked, gesturing towards the rows of single-story wooden houses with an air of indifference. Peng Biao nodded and took a few steps before turning back to inquire, "Sir, you mentioned it became available recently. Where did the previous occupant go? Did they join the Starry Sect?" It was evident to Peng Biao that this area was designated for ordinary residents, not for the inner circle of the Starry Sect. Enough with the trivialities. You will be informed when the time comes, and when you are not told, do not ask. It is the rule. Do you understand? The middle-aged man barked. Chastised, Peng Biao fell silent and proceeded towards the wooden house. After a brief search, he swiftly located room A1. Positioned at the end of the first row of wooden structures, closest to the man's residence. As he gazed at the characters inscribed on the door, he pushed it open, only to furrow his brow upon seeing what lay within. Chapter 12. Knowing the truth, the room was exceedingly cramped, measuring merely 4 feet in width. Aside from a 3-foot-wide wooden bed, there was nothing else within its confines. Upon opening the door, it nearly brushed against the bed. Peng Biao turned his gaze towards the other doors. Jia Er, Jia San, Jia Si. A glance revealed at least 100 doors. He was taken aback by the deplorable living conditions, his brows knitting together in dismay. Yet, having arrived, he resolved to endure the discomfort. No longer the once great practitioner of the Yuan realm, he was now merely an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the bed was furnished with a quilt. Otherwise, the chill of the mountain nights would have been unbearable. Thus, Peng Biao settled in, and the following day, Sun Bu'er visited him, bringing some provisions. This gesture altered Peng Biao's perception of Sun Bu'er somewhat, though he understood that the latter's kindness stemmed solely from the silver provided by Peng Man days past. And for 5 consecutive days, Peng Biao found himself idle, his basic needs met. There were rules enforced here. One could not indulge in sleeping late. Each morning, a middle-aged man and a bald young man would conduct room checks, permitting activities only after the inspections were complete. During his strolls outside, Peng Biao encountered numerous individuals. Yet each bore an expression of wariness towards others, their exchanges limited to polite platitudes, yielding little in terms of useful information. He had queried the middle-aged man and the bald young man several times about the duration of his stay and the purpose of his presence there, but they merely brushed him off with curt admonitions to refrain from prying. Gradually, an unsettling feeling began to envelop Peng Biao, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, until one fateful night. In the depths of slumber, he dreamt of being pursued by Qin Ruoshui. jolting awake in a panic. As he attempted to drift back to sleep, a cacophony of laughter wafted in from outside. Curious, Peng Biao rose and peered through the crack of his door, discovering the middle-aged man and the bald young man gathered around a bonfire in front of their wooden shack. Reveling in drink and merriment, their laughter echoing into the night. Intrigued, Peng Biao pondered, how could these two, who had worn such somber expressions for 5 days, now appear so jubilant? Their late-night revelry suggested a celebration of some sort. Sensing something amiss, he quietly opened the door and slipped outside. The inky darkness facilitated his stealth, and soon he found himself within 10 paces of the two men, concealed by a clump of grass, eavesdropping on their conversation. The middle-aged man took a swig from his cup and exclaimed, "Junior brother, I am elated. Just now, a senior brother from the sect informed us that our punishment has concluded, and we need not remain here any longer come tomorrow." The bald young man chimed in, "Indeed. At last, we are free from this torment. After all, did we not inadvertently offend that senior brother? Thus, we were condemned to guard these ordinary mortals." His tone grew resentful as he spoke. "Who could blame us for our drunken indiscretions? It is only fitting we face punishment. I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that will take our place." The middle-aged man belched. "This place is devoid of spiritual energy. Every moment spent here is a moment wasted in our cultivation." The bald young man interjected, "Senior brother, recently, a fellow named..." "Oh, what was it?" "Ah, yes. Peng Biao has approached me several times, incessantly inquiring about his future assignments and the purpose of his stay here. It is quite vexing. Oh, that lad has sought me out as well, pestering me with questions." The middle-aged man scoffed. "What does he think he is? An inner-sect disciple? A mere ordinary mortal is destined for menial labor." Belch. The bald young man, now slightly more sober, cautioned, "Senior brother, keep your voice down. If they catch wind of this, they may concoct a plan to escape, and that would create a mess. Why worry? We shall depart tomorrow, after we leave. Let the floods come, what concern is it of ours?" The middle-aged man appeared thoroughly intoxicated. The bald young man refrained from responding. Continuing his tirade, the middle-aged man remarked, "The sect has only recently established itself here. Now they are constructing a horse breeding ground and numerous buildings, requiring ample laborers. I fear we are still short on hands. Let them find more if they need it. We cultivators have no desire to perform such menial tasks," the bald young man replied. "Let us not dwell on these matters. We must remember our previous lessons and refrain from drunken words." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before conceding, "You are right, junior brother. Let us not speak of such things. Come, drink. I know you are not inebriated." With that, the conversation shifted to lighter topics as they drank and laughed together. However, upon overhearing their exchange, Peng Biao felt a surge of indignation. So, this was the truth of his situation. He had been deceived into becoming a laborer, and worse yet, by a relative of the village leader. This was unacceptable. He resolved to escape. It would be far better to live out his days in Pengjiao village than to endure such menial toil. Determined, Peng Biao set his sights on a small door in the distance, his heart soaring upon discovering that it was unlocked. Normally, it would be secured by nightfall, but it seemed that news of the middle-aged man and the bald young man's release had led to their oversight in locking it. A wave of elation washed over him. Divine Providence had conspired to present him with a golden opportunity. Should he be discovered, even in their drunken stupor, the two men would pose a formidable threat to him, an ordinary mortal. Thus, he resolved to wait until they were thoroughly intoxicated, for that would be his moment to flee. He silently prayed for their indulgence in drink, hoping they would become completely inebriated. Perhaps fortune favored his plea, for it was not long before both men collapsed to the ground, their snores reverberating through the night. Seizing the moment, Peng Biao bent low and swiftly made his way towards the small door. As he approached the ajar door, his heart raced. This was no ordinary portal, but the gateway to his freedom. Soon, he stood before it, extending his hand to pull it open. The door creaked ominously, its sound cutting through the stillness of the night like a clap of thunder. "Oh heavens, must you toy with me so?" The noise echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. With no time to contemplate, he dropped to the ground, peering cautiously towards the middle-aged man and his companion, silently beseeching, "Please, do not awaken, do not awaken." Yet, as fate would have it, the very thing he feared unfolded. The middle-aged man, bewildered, lifted his head. Noticing the door slightly ajar, he muttered, "What a windy night. Junior brother, quick, lock the door." With that, he nudged the bald young man with his foot. Despite several kicks, the bald young man remained oblivious. "I'll have to do it myself," Thankfully, I have a key, he mumbled, gradually rising, his steps unsteady as he made his way towards the door. Peng Biao's eyes widened in horror as he thought, this is it. It's all over. With the middle-aged man now merely 10 paces away from the door, despair washed over him, and he closed his eyes, silently pleading, please, do not come any closer. Chapter 13. Escape, don't come any closer. It seemed as if the heavens had heeded Peng Biao's unvoiced plea. With a thud, the middle-aged man stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, followed by a resounding snore. Upon hearing the commotion, Peng Biao quickly opened his eyes, letting out a sigh of relief, his brow drenched in sweat. In such a brief span, he had endured a tumultuous series of events that nearly shattered his composure. Phew. Being a mere mortal is even more exhausting than being a cultivator. Though the middle-aged man had fallen, Peng Biao dared not move, as the two were not far apart. After a considerable time had elapsed, he confirmed the man was fully asleep before cautiously rising and grasping the door. With a creak, he pulled the door open slightly, producing a faint noise. Glancing back to see no reaction from the two, he opened it a tad wider, causing another creak. Thus, he managed to open the door to a width that allowed him to slip through. With a swift movement, he darted out. Moments later, a gust of mountain wind blew, making the wooden door emit a prolonged creak, startling the middle-aged man's companion awake. The man sat up, bewildered, surveying his surroundings, and upon noticing the ajar door, cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I forgot to lock the door." He staggered over to the door, secured it, and then wobbled back into the wooden cabin to resume his slumber. That night, with no moon in sight, Peng Biao emerged, his mind retracing the path he had traversed, gradually feeling his way forward in the enveloping darkness. He walked for quite some time, his clothes torn and tattered from the thorns. Ahead lay a bend in the path, and after traversing approximately 100 feet, he would reach the foot of the mountain. Peng Biao gazed ahead, contemplating this quietly. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his eye at the bend, startling him. He knew someone was approaching and immediately leaped into the nearby grass to conceal himself. Moments later, a figure appeared, holding a lit torch in one hand and 2 or 3 unlit torches in the other, making their way around the corner. Upon closer inspection, Peng Biao realized it was none other than Sun Bu'er, a servant of Bei Yuyu. From his demeanor, it seemed he was on patrol. As Sun Bu'er approached the very spot where Peng Biao was hiding, Peng Biao suddenly felt something slither across the top of his foot. He gently reached down to investigate, only to be met with a slippery, cold sensation. Bewildered, he realized it was undoubtedly a snake. Although he had been bitten by a snake in his youth, he was no longer afraid of them. Rather, he feared the consequences of such an encounter. Indeed, the sound of the snake's movement quickly alerted Sun Bu'er. For cultivators possess keen senses, far more attuned to sounds than ordinary mortals. "Who is there?" Sun Bu'er called out, directing his gaze towards the direction where Peng Biao was concealed, adopting a defensive stance. Peng Biao's face turned pale, cursing his misfortune internally. Noticing no one emerged, Sun Bu'er furrowed his brow and cautiously approached the spot where Peng Biao hid. Through the gaps in the grass, Peng Biao understood that remaining hidden was futile. With a deep sigh, he stood up. Just when he thought he had escaped, misfortune struck him at the very moment he was nearing the mountain's base. When one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can lead to trouble. Peng Biao felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. However, since capture seemed inevitable, he resolved to be more forthright. Rather than being dragged out, he would reveal himself willingly. With this mindset, Peng Biao stepped onto the path, facing Sun Bu'er with an expression that conveyed acceptance of his fate. Sun Bu'er, upon seeing Peng Biao, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering him during his midnight patrol. Observing Peng Biao's expression of utter resignation, the quick-witted Sun Bu'er immediately deduced what had transpired. Peng Biao was attempting to escape. Sun Bu'er approached Peng Biao with a stern countenance, and Peng Biao, ready to accept his fate, closed his eyes, resigning himself to the realization that he was but a mortal, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Yet, a sudden gust of wind swept past his ear, and nothing occurred. Opening his eyes, he found Sun Bu'er had vanished. Turning to look behind him, he was met with disbelief. Sun Bu'er was placing his lit torch into the ground beside a small tree, freeing up a hand to relieve himself. After finishing, Sun Bu'er took an unlit torch from his other hand, ignited it with the flame from the one in the ground, and continued on his patrol. Sun Bu'er walked away as if he had not seen Peng Biao, and the implication of his actions was clear to Peng Biao. Watching Sun Bu'er's retreating figure, He could not help but admire village chief Peng Man for his foresight. Indeed, the village chief understood that even those of lesser character could prove useful, and silver was not given without reason. Seizing the torch left behind by Sun Bu'er, Peng Biao strode confidently down the mountain, the light enabling him to traverse quickly. Not far along, he extinguished the torch, should any members of the Xingqian sect be observing from the heights. Lighting a torch at the mountain's base would risk revealing his position. Moreover, the path ahead was broad, and without a torch, he would not face the same difficulties as navigating the mountain trails. However, Peng Biao did not discard the torch should it fall into the hands of the curious. They might piece together his disappearance, especially given Sun Bu'er's patrol. All these coincidences could lead to unfortunate conclusions, thereby jeopardizing Sun Bu'er. One must always consider the worst-case scenario. Holding the extinguished torch, Peng Biao ventured forth. Gradually, dawn broke, the path becoming clearer, prompting him to quicken his pace. By the time the sun rose fully, the two disciples would undoubtedly inspect their quarters, with his room being the first to be checked, where they would discover his absence. Time was of the essence. He had to escape as far as possible. Peng Biao, still possessing ample stamina, ran for quite some time without halting. Slowly, the day brightened, and he realized that his flight must have been discovered by now. He dared not run along the main road, as it would attract too much attention. Should the Xingqian sect send pursuers after him, they would easily spot him. Choosing a random side path, he darted down it, running several miles before proceeding parallel to the main road. Thus, Peng Biao continued to alternate between running and walking until noon, when he finally paused. At this point, he was both thirsty and hungry, having discarded the torch long ago. Upon spotting a small village not far ahead, a smile spread across his face. He felt his chest pocket, discovering a piece of silver remaining. Recalling how village chief Peng Man had skillfully employed silver in Bei family village, he thought to himself, with silver in hand, how could one go without food or drink? For mortals, silver held the key to all necessities. With a confident smile, Peng Biao made his way toward the village. This village was modest in size, comprising only a dozen stone houses, yet they were built closely together, suggesting a strong sense of community among the inhabitants. As he reached the village entrance, he encountered an elderly woman with graying hair, carrying a bamboo basket as she walked toward the village exit. As they drew near, Peng Biao noticed the basket was covered with a cloth, through which he could see several flatbreads nestled inside. The elderly woman was likely delivering lunch to family members working in the fields. Having worked in agriculture himself, Peng Biao quickly surmised her purpose. Swallowing hard, he respectfully bowed and said, "Dear elder, I have been famished for quite some time. Might I trouble you for some of your flatbreads? Rest assured, I shall pay you with silver." As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a piece of silver. Though it was not much, it was sufficient to purchase food. The elderly woman, upon seeing this, broke into a warm smile. She pulled back the cloth covering the basket, revealing 4 or 5 golden-brown flatbreads, alongside a clay jar filled with clear water. Peng Biao's heart leapt with joy. This was precisely what he needed. The elderly woman approached him slowly, extending the bamboo basket and gesturing for him to take what he desired. Without hesitation, Peng Biao reached for the flatbreads in the bamboo basket with his left hand, his gaze fixated solely on the food, driven by hunger. Suddenly, the old woman extended her left hand, seizing the silver from Peng Biao's right hand, while simultaneously clasping his palm. Taken aback, Peng Biao, having just acquired the flatbreads, wondered about the woman's urgency. Could it be that she feared he might abscond without paying? However, in the next moment, he was left utterly dumbfounded. "Someone, come quickly! Thief! There's a thief!" The old woman cried out, her voice piercing the air, nearly deafening Peng Biao, who stood just within arm's reach. Chapter 14. The robbery. A sudden shriek from an elderly woman was akin to disturbing a nest of hornets. Upon hearing her cry, the villagers rushed out, some retreating in fear upon seeing the imposing figure of Peng Biao, only to return armed with kitchen knives, hoes, and long sticks. In mere moments, dozens encircled Peng Biao and the old woman, comprised of men, women, and children, the latter even brandishing slingshots. The local populace was known for their fierce disposition. Peng Biao, taken aback, realized that a simple purchase of a pancake had led to this unexpected mob. He now understood that he had fallen into the trap set by the old woman, having offered a sum far exceeding the value of the pancake. He lamented inwardly about her insatiable greed, unwilling to part with even a single pancake. The village chief's adage about gold and silver paving the way for success seemed futile in this instance. At that moment, a burly man emerged from the crowd, brandishing a stick. He glanced at Peng Biao before addressing the elderly woman. "What has transpired, Granny Zhong?" Clutching the silver in Peng Biao's hand, Granny Zhong exclaimed with feigned sorrow, "This unscrupulous thief attempted to steal my pancake." The crowd erupted in outrage upon hearing this, enraged that someone dared to rob food at the village's entrance. The burly man, incensed, turned to Peng Biao and shouted, "How dare you come to our village to steal? Villagers, seize him." Realizing the dire situation, Peng Biao knew he had no opportunity to explain himself. As the crowd advanced, he shouted, "Please, hear me out. Shut up and strike him," came the furious retort from the crowd, drowning out his words and igniting their anger. In an instant, a barrage of sticks and fists descended upon him. As an ordinary man, he was no match for the overwhelming force of dozens. In desperation, he seized Granny Zhong by the throat, his hand forming a claw-like grip. "Stop this at once," he bellowed, his eyes wide and filled with fury. The burly man, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly raised a hand to halt the crowd. Seeing their hesitation, Peng Biao seized the moment, commanding, "Clear a path." The burly man, gripping his stick tightly, warned, "Release Granny Zhong, and we shall let this matter rest, or I shall make you regret it." "Regret it? I would relish seeing how you intend to make me regret anything. I offered silver for a pancake, only to be slandered by you all. What a band of ruffians." Peng Biao retorted angrily. The crowd, upon hearing his words, felt a pang of embarrassment. They knew the character of Granny Zhong. The villagers were well aware of her reputation. Yet, sometimes, right and wrong were irrelevant. What mattered was allegiance. Despite the truth, they felt compelled to support her. Though some in the crowd appeared conflicted, none would let him go. Peng Biao tightened his grip, causing Granny Zhong to turn red as she struggled for breath. "Clear a path, or I shall show no mercy," he warned coldly. The burly man, seething with rage, eventually commanded the villagers to part, albeit reluctantly. With the path cleared, Peng Biao cautiously moved, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Once outside the encirclement, he loosened his grip and declared loudly, "I will release this old woman after we have walked 5 miles. You are not to follow us. Otherwise, I shall send her to her end." With that, he began to retreat swiftly with Granny Zhong in tow. The villagers turned their gaze toward the burly man, whose expression shifted before he ultimately chose not to pursue them. After traversing 5 miles, Peng Biao breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back to ensure he was no longer in danger. Once he felt secure, he shoved Granny Zhong to the ground, snatching the basket from her grasp and devouring the pancake within. Meanwhile, Granny Zhong lay trembling on the ground, too fearful to move. After a moment, feeling somewhat satiated, Peng Biao set the basket down and noticed a sharp stone beneath his feet, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Sensing something amiss, Granny Zhong quickly scrambled to her knees, pleading, "Brave sir, I was blind and wronged you. Please, do not hold it against me. I had no choice. My son is long deceased, and my grandson requires funds for his treatment. I momentarily lost my senses. Spare me, brave sir." Looking down at her disheveled gray hair, her face streaked with tears and fear, Peng Biao recalled the village chief, Peng Man, who was also an elder. If he were to kill her, her family would undoubtedly suffer immensely. "Enough," he declared coldly. "You may go. I shall spare your life this time, but should I learn of your misdeeds again, I will not be so lenient." "Ah, thank you for your mercy, brave sir," Granny Zhong exclaimed, hastily placing the snatched silver on the ground before scurrying away, leaving behind her basket and provisions. "Wait," Peng Biao called out. Granny Zhong halted, her heart racing with trepidation. "Take this silver to pay for your grandson's treatment, and consider it my purchase of your food," he stated flatly. In disbelief, Granny Zhong hesitated before expressing her gratitude profusely, quickly gathering the silver and fleeing. Watching her retreating figure, Peng Biao felt a profound sense of reflection. This encounter illuminated for him that when an individual occupies a position of weakness while simultaneously possessing something of value to others, even if they embody righteousness, they may not command respect. Conversely, revealing one's vulnerabilities and riches to the unknown can lead to calamity. After a hearty meal, he continued toward Yin City, opting for secluded paths and traveling under the cover of night to ensure his safety. Finally, after 5 arduous days, he arrived at Yin City, his clothes tattered and torn from thorns, and his right leg injured from a fall during the night, leaving him limping. Yet, despite his weariness, A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. These 5 days had been exceedingly challenging, yet they imparted invaluable lessons and catalyzed his transformation. Gazing at the earthen walls of Yun City, the disheveled Peng Biao murmured to himself, "I have finally reached Yun City." What felt like a mere dozen miles has stretched into what seemed like half a year. The journey was not merely a physical one. It represented an internal odyssey. Ever since my master departed, my fortunes have plummeted. Oh heavens, why do you treat me so? He cried out, the weight of his long-standing frustrations suffocating him. With a shattered Dantian, a betrayed lover, lost spiritual artifacts, a fleeting lifespan, deceit, and encounters with rogues, he lamented his fall from grace. Once a gifted cultivator, he had tasted the heights of achievement. Now, reduced to an ordinary man, he faced a grim reality. "Beggar, do not obstruct the path." "Yes, you. I am addressing you," shouted a gatekeeper, pointing a spear at Peng Biao. Looking down at his ragged state, and then at the wide road, Peng Biao realized that even a dozen of him could not block the thoroughfare. However, he knew that the guards were merely bullies, preying on the weak. He shrugged off the insult, finding a large tree by the roadside to rest beneath. Entering the city was no longer an option. With no funds to pay the entry fee, it would be best to rest a while longer and take the time to circle back to Pingjia village. Having made up his mind, Peng Biao allowed himself to drift into a light slumber. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. "Ah, Master Zhang, you have returned," came the obsequious voice of the gatekeeper. "What do you mean, I have returned? Do you not know how to speak properly? I have purchased a residence in Yun City. I am merely returning home." A familiar voice reached Peng Biao's ears. Upon opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld Zhang whose face bore a mole sprouting hair, adorned in a garish outfit, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, conversing with the gatekeeper. He resembled a parrot, looking about with a boastful demeanor. Peng Biao was perplexed. In just 10 days, it seemed Zhang had become quite prosperous, dressed like a nouveau riche. And he had heard rumors of a property purchase in Yun City. However, given his current state, Peng Biao was reluctant to acknowledge Zhang Zhang, upon reaching the city gate, was in no hurry to enter. He intended to display his newfound affluence, ensuring that acquaintances recognized his success. As fate would have it, Zhang glanced around and suddenly spotted a beggar seated beneath a tree, whose appearance struck him as somewhat familiar. With a sense of curiosity, he approached Peng Biao. Noticing that Zhang seemed to recognize him, Peng Biao spoke first. It appears you have struck it rich." Although he was hesitant to acknowledge their connection, he did not fear it either. As soon as he spoke, Zhang realized it was indeed him and exclaimed in surprise, "Peng Biao, is it truly you? In just 10 days, how have you transformed into this?" Peng Biao shook his head and replied, "It's a long story." Understanding that Peng Biao was unwilling to elaborate, Zhang did not press further, instead saying, "Come, let us enter the city. I now have a house there. You can stay with me." With that, he bent down, allowing Peng Biao to rest his hand on his shoulder, assisting him to his feet, completely unfazed by the dirt and odor emanating from him. Observing Zhang gesture, Peng Biao felt a surge of gratitude within. Chapter 15. The fortune teller Zhang supported Peng Biao as they approached the city gate. The gatekeeper could not help but inquire, "Master Zhang, who is this?" "This is my brother. I reside within the city. Allow my brother to enter." "Is there a fee for entering the city?" Zhang retorted. The gatekeeper hastily replied that he dared not refuse and promptly permitted the two to enter. Once inside, they navigated through winding paths until they arrived at a modest wooden house, which was a single story in height. Zhang opened the door and assisted Peng Biao inside, then declared, "Peng Biao, I will boil some water for you. Please take a bath in the bathroom, and afterward, I shall take you to see the doctor to treat your leg." Peng Biao nodded, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on Zhang at this point. Zhang home consisted of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a toilet. Although small, it was well equipped. After a laborious bath, Peng Biao donned the clothes Zhang had purchased for him, and with Zhang assistance, they set off to consult the doctor. Before long, Peng Biao, leaning on a cane, walked slowly alongside Zhang on the bustling street. I must express my gratitude." Peng Biao sincerely thanked him. Zhang shook his head and replied, "Peng Biao, as brothers, there is no need for such formalities." Peng Biao smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. "By the way, where have you been for the past 10 years? When we visited Pingjia village to find you, we discovered that your home was deserted." I have been conducting business in distant lands, Ping Biao replied, not wishing to divulge the matter of his cultivation practice. Ping Biao, you truly are remarkable. I always knew you were an extraordinary person. You would surely achieve great things as you grew older. Zhang Er remarked. Peng Biao smiled without speaking. Although he faced some setbacks now, he believed that true talent requires honing, and he was confident that Peng Biao was destined for greatness. Brother, when you achieve success, do not forget me, Zhang Er, he added, glancing at Peng Biao's injured leg to offer some comfort. I will not forget you, Peng Biao replied, though with a hint of resignation. As for the future, I fear there may not be one. Within just 10 days. How have you managed to purchase a house in Yin City? Peng Biao shifted the topic. Zhang hailing from Zhangjia village. Purchasing property in the city was indeed a remarkable feat. Upon hearing this, Zhang glanced around cautiously and led Peng Biao to a secluded corner, whispering, This story begins with an encounter I had with a certain individual. Intrigued by Zhang caution, Peng Biao listened intently. 10 days ago, you gave me 10 taels of silver, didn't you? I confess, with that silver in hand, I was tempted to try my luck at the casino. But as you know, one often loses in gambling. Fortunately, I remained clear-headed and quit while I was ahead, managing to keep some of my capital. In my frustration, I decided to buy some food and good wine to enjoy back in the village. However, I hadn't gone far when I stumbled upon a fortune teller by the roadside. Zhang continued. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I approached and asked him to predict my fortune. Naturally, I inquired about my gambling prospects. The fortune teller was quite accommodating, stating he required no payment, only the food and wine I had brought. I thought it a small price to pay. After receiving my offerings, he told me to enter the casino without hesitation, bet freely, and assured me I would win 3 consecutive times. But after that, I must stop gambling. Enchanted by his words, I believed him and wagered my entire stake at the casino. At this point, Peng Biao was captivated by Zhang tale and eagerly inquired, what was the outcome? Well, you won't believe it. Just as the fortune teller predicted, I won 3 consecutive rounds, accumulating a substantial sum. However, caught up in the excitement, I ignored his warning and continued to gamble, ultimately suffering a devastating loss on the 4th round. Realizing my folly, I withdrew with what little silver I had left. Zhang lamented. Peng Biao had already surmised the outcome and asked, So it was from this fortune teller that you acquired the funds to buy your house in Yun City? Indeed. I recognized him as a wise man and chose not to rush back to the village. Instead, I visited him daily, bringing fine food and wine, which he graciously accepted. He advised me against daily gambling, suggesting it was best to wait a couple of days between visits. Under his guidance, I consistently profited, and since I managed my winnings carefully, no one has yet taken notice of my activities, Zhang explained. Peng Biao, however, remained skeptical. He had never encountered a true fortune teller, having seen many charlatans. If everything were preordained, why would cultivators strive for progress? They could simply wait for fate to unfold. Seeing Peng Biao's disbelief, Zhang offered to introduce him to this esteemed fortune teller. Thus, he purchased a roasted chicken and a gourd of fine wine, leading Peng Biao to a less frequented street. From a distance, Peng Biao spotted an elderly man with flowing white hair and a youthful countenance, seated cross-legged on the ground, with nothing in front of him except a staff that held a cloth bearing the words fortune-telling. Peng Biao's first instinct was to dismiss him as a fraud. Even the most theatrical fortune tellers typically set up a small table and display items like turtle shells or coins. Yet, this man had nothing before him and had chosen such a desolate street, far from the bustle. Had Zhang not genuinely purchased a house, Peng Biao would have turned and left. Zhang approached the elder with a beaming smile and respectfully said, Master, I have come to see you again. The elder sniffed appreciatively and remarked, Good chicken, good wine. Notably, he kept his eyes closed. Zhang hurriedly placed the roasted chicken and wine gourd on the ground before the elder and quietly asked, Master, may I try my luck at the casino today? The elder, still with his eyes closed, picked up the gourd, uncorked it, and took a deep drink. Peng Biao was astonished. How could the elder know the gourd's location without opening his eyes? Could he be a cultivator? Go ahead. If you wish to gamble, remember, no more than 3 rounds. The elder said after a few sips of wine. Very well, thank you, Master, Zhang replied, signaling to Peng Biao to accompany him to the casino. Once they departed, the elder tilted his head back and drank deeply from the gourd before sighing heavily, muttering to himself, Destined one, why have you not yet arrived? My time grows short. Zhang Er guided Peng Biao to a grand wooden structure, its entrance adorned with a sign reading Yun City Casino. Outside, four robust men in black attire stood guard. Peng Biao, this Yun City Casino is extraordinary. It is said that its owner is none other than the Lord of Yun City. I have never set foot in a casino before. Come, let me show you around, Zhang Er declared. As they entered the casino, a cacophony of sounds enveloped Peng Biao, making him feel somewhat out of place, while Zhang Er appeared completely at ease, thriving in the atmosphere. The casino was bustling with activity, shrouded in a haze of smoke. It was a veritable den of iniquity for the people of Yun City and its neighboring villages. Chapter 16. Zhang Er's dream. Zhang Er maneuvered through the crowd with Peng Biao, arriving at a gambling table with fewer players. As they moved, numerous individuals greeted Zhang Er, who responded to each with familiarity, indicating his extensive connections in this venue. Many cast curious glances at Peng Biao, yet more offered thumbs up, recognizing him as a resilient figure who, despite his disability, still indulged in gambling, a true role model for our generation. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Peng Biao attentively observed the various gambling methods, quickly grasping the basics of the games. Gambling, though simple to enter, is a complex endeavor to master. Soon, the pair found themselves at a high-low betting table. Zhang Er stood at the forefront, while Peng Biao stood behind, keenly assessing whether the predictions of the fortune teller held any truth. As the game commenced, the dealer cheerfully announced, "Place your bets." Zhang Er produced a silver ingot from his pocket, placing it on the side marked small, and declared loudly, "5 tails, betting on small." With a shake of the dice, the dealer bellowed, "Open." The result was 1, 2, 4, 7 points, small. Zhang Er grinned as he accepted 10 tails from the dealer, opting to bet on small once more. The next roll yielded 2, 2 for 8 points, small again. He accumulated 20 tails, stashing 5 away and wagering the remaining 15 on large. The outcome was 3, 5, 6, 14 points, large. Peng Biao observed in astonishment as Zhang Er triumphed 3 times in a row. It was utterly remarkable. He noted that Zhang Er's betting appeared entirely arbitrary, devoid of any contemplation. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, grinned at Zhang Er and remarked, "You, my friend, are quite something. 3 consecutive wins. What luck you possess." Zhang Er, grinning, accepted 30 taels and humbly replied, "You flatter me, sir. It's merely luck." It was evident that he was acquainted with this man. After concluding their game, Zhang Er attempted to leave, but the burly man ensnared him in a playful embrace, teasing, "Why the rush? Grant me the favor of another round. I refuse to believe your luck can hold." Zhang Er, being of smaller stature, struggled to breathe under the man's robust grip, stammering, "Sir, I wish to play at another table." "No, you must stay here," the burly man insisted, well aware of his authority as the casino owner's associate. In desperation, Zhang Er discreetly signaled to Peng Biao, who, understanding the cue, feigned an accidental collision with a nearby patron. "Ouch, my leg is broken," Peng Biao exclaimed, collapsing to the ground and clutching his injured leg, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. The former Peng Biao would never have dared to display such vulnerability in public, for it would have been a disgrace. However, after enduring many trials, he had become indifferent to such matters. Feigning urgency, Zhang Er implored the burly man, "Sir, he is my brother. His leg was already broken, and this collision may have worsened his condition." Observing the crowd's gazes, the burly man furrowed his brow, released Zhang Er, and barked, "What business does a cripple have in a casino? A true gambling fool. Quickly, take him to a doctor." Relieved as if granted a reprieve, Zhang Er hurriedly helped Peng Biao to his feet, and they made their way out of the casino. Watching them depart, the burly man summoned a casino employee in black attire, whispering, "Follow them and ascertain whether they truly seek a physician, then report back to me." "Yes, sir," came the reply. Once outside, Zhang Er opened his mouth to speak, but Peng Biao caught sight of someone behind them and urgently hushed, "Do not speak. Someone is tailing us. Keep moving towards the doctor." When Zhang Er attempted to glance back, Peng Biao swiftly interjected. They both understood that the man was undoubtedly sent by the burly man, likely due to Zhang Er's recent winnings drawing attention. Even though Zhang Er had been cautious not to win excessively, the accumulation of his victories had become substantial. Upon reaching the physician, the doctor examined Peng Biao and reassured him that there was no cause for alarm. However, Zhang Er discreetly presented 5 taels to the doctor, instructing, "If anyone inquires about my brother's condition, describe it as serious. The doctor accepted the silver with an impassive demeanor, clearly accustomed to such dealings. As anticipated, shortly after they exited, a cloaked figure entered the physician's office. The two emerged from a concealed alcove, their expressions grim. It's best to avoid the casino from now on. Focus on legitimate work, Peng Biao advised. Agreed. I've earned enough already. I shall refrain from this ill-gotten wealth henceforth. Zhang nodded. What are your plans moving forward? Peng Biao inquired. Zhang pondered for a moment before responding, having roamed for so long. I find myself yearning for home. You know, Zhangjia village is nestled in the mountains, abundant with fine produce. I intend to utilize my savings to establish a trade caravan and help our hometown prosper. Peng Biao nodded in approval, clapping Zhang on the shoulder, praising. You do not forget your roots despite your newfound wealth. Well done. Zhang chuckled. As the saying goes, when impoverished, one seeks personal betterment. Upon thriving, one assists the world. In poverty, one nurtures oneself. In prosperity, one benefits all. The two exchanged knowing glances, bursting into hearty laughter. On their way back, Peng Biao remarked, I plan to visit that fortune teller to seek his insights. Having witnessed Zhang success, Peng Biao finally believed in the fortune teller's genuine abilities. Unwilling to accept his own fate, he desired the fortune teller's guidance as well. Very well, I shall accompany you, Zhang replied. Have you ever consulted him regarding your future? Peng Biao asked. Zhang responded, I did long ago. He foretold of great wealth and high office in my life. His words were delightful, and I rewarded him with ample food and drink. Perhaps you truly shall attain an official position. Peng Biao jested. Zhang humbly replied, I dare not entertain such thoughts. My lifelong dream is merely to ensure that everyone from my hometown enjoys good food and fine clothing. You cannot fathom the plight of our village. During the snow disaster, the frigid conditions claimed the lives of children. It was a tragedy. As they conversed, they hastened towards the fortune teller. Along the way, they procured a roasted duck and a jug of fine wine, adhering to customary practices. Upon arriving at the fortune teller's abode, they found the previously gifted roast chicken and wine had vanished, presumably consumed. Young man, what brings you back? The fortune teller spoke before they could approach, still keeping his eyes closed. Zhang respectfully placed the roasted duck and wine before him, smiling. Master, it is not I, but my brother who seeks your counsel regarding his future. A trivial matter. Extend your left hand. The fortune teller replied dismissively. Peng Biao, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and extended his left palm, unable to crouch due to his injury. The fortune teller swiftly grasped his hand, examining it briefly before retracting his own. Orphaned. Destined for solitude, aided by noble patrons, entering the realm of the extraordinary, facing great upheavals, in due time. Zhang stood by, but the fortune teller's final words remained unspoken. Yet, Peng Biao was astonished. This elder, having merely touched his hand, had discerned his life's circumstances with remarkable clarity, an undeniable master, a true sage beyond the mundane world. Zhang did not fully comprehend the words of the fortune teller. Yet upon witnessing the astonishment on Peng Biao's face, he could not help but display a smug expression. Master, do I still have hope? Peng Biao hesitated for quite some time before finally posing the question. Is it necessary for me to elucidate this matter so explicitly? The fortune teller replied with a subtle smile, unwilling to provide a direct answer. However, Peng Biao understood. The shattered Dantian was beyond remedy. Chapter 17. The half-diviner Peng Biao is utterly despondent. Such a remarkable figure had discerned the irreparable damage to his Dantian. Master, what are you and Peng Biao discussing? Zhang was bewildered by the hidden meanings in their conversation. Yet, neither of them acknowledged Zhang. Unperturbed, Zhang noticed Peng Biao's dejected demeanor and hastily changed the subject, addressing the fortune teller. Master, might you tell me about my brother's romantic prospects? Romantic prospects are not favorable. My young friend is yet to wed. You must hasten to find a partner and bear offspring, the fortune teller advised. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Peng Biao's eyes, and he interjected, Master, that cannot be true. I am already married. What did you say? Impossible. The fortune teller was taken aback. Peng Biao replied, Master, I speak no falsehood. However, my wife has passed away. At this revelation, the fortune teller's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly rose, grasped Peng Biao's left hand, and began to manipulate it. Peng Biao dared not move, exchanging glances with Zhang. After examining his hand, The fortune teller extended both hands and commenced to knead Peng Biao's facial features. Realizing this was a form of divination, Peng Biao remained still, allowing the fortune teller to proceed. How? How could this be? The fate has altered completely. Everything has changed. I miscalculated. I truly miscalculated. The fortune teller murmured, disbelief etched on his face. Suddenly, he paused, then burst into raucous laughter. Is this a fated encounter? A destined one has arrived. At last, I have awaited a fated person, ha. The only time I have erred in my calculations signifies the arrival of a fated individual, ha. As the fortune teller laughed uproariously, he danced about, exhibiting an extraordinary demeanor. Peng Biao and Zhang exchanged glances, both pondering if the fortune teller had lost his mind. Once the laughter subsided, he resumed his seated position and kindly inquired, young friend, what is your name? Master, I am called Peng Biao, he responded, then added, Biao. As in to flare up, the fortune teller's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied, you need not clarify. I know which character you speak of. Zhang struggled to contain his laughter, his face flushing. I retract my earlier words. You have hope. A turning point will present itself in these few days, and your future achievements will be remarkable. The fortune teller proclaimed. Peng Biao queried, Master, I do not comprehend. My situation is clearly. Listen to me. You are correct. Your turning point lies within these days. Be sure to seize this opportunity and do not inquire too deeply. The secrets of fate must not be divulged, the fortune teller replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao ceased his inquiries. Young friend, would you care to be my disciple? To learn the art of divination? The fortune teller suddenly proposed. Peng Biao was momentarily taken aback. Then elated, such a fortuitous opportunity was irresistible. Master, I am willing, but are there any conditions? Although thrilled, he was wary of the treachery of human nature and sought clarity to avoid another trap. No conditions exist. My sole wish is to ensure that the art of divination does not become extinct, that it may be passed down through generations, the fortune teller declared solemnly. Both Peng Biao and Zhang were profoundly moved by this sense of mission. Despite his injured leg, Peng Biao gritted his teeth and knelt respectfully before the fortune teller, performing the traditional bow of apprenticeship. I have paid my respects, master. Very well, extend your head, instructed the fortune teller. Peng Biao bowed low, and the fortune teller gently stroked his head. In a moment unnoticed by Zhang a gray light flickered from the fortune teller's palm, then vanished. Following that, the fortune teller withdrew his hand, revealing a fist-sized piece of bronze. Indeed, he was a practitioner of cultivation. The bronze was irregularly shaped, resembling a fragment of some object, covered in minute inscriptions and intricate patterns. This item is crucial for mastering the art of divination. You must safeguard it diligently, the fortune teller admonished. Peng Biao's expression remained calm, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. This bronze bore an uncanny resemblance to the piece he had found on the lakeshore. Strangely, that piece had entered his body, while this one remained external. Yes, master, Peng Biao accepted the bronze with reverence, albeit perplexed. Enough, you may leave now, the fortune teller said, signaling the end of their encounter. Peng Biao was taken aback. Was that all for a piece of bronze? What of the art of divination? Yet, he could not defy the master's wishes. Still, a desire to know who he served lingered. Master, I still do not know. Names are but aliases. Others refer to me as the half-diviner, he interrupted, preemptively answering Peng Biao's inquiry. Remember, do not disclose to anyone that you are my disciple. You will not see me again, were his final words of caution. With their minds swirling with questions, Peng Biao and Zhang departed. They naturally proceeded to the physician, as Peng Biao felt some discomfort from his earlier kneeling. Along the way, Zhang exclaimed, Peng Biao, does this mean you will become a fortune teller in the future? Perhaps, Peng Biao replied dismissively. How could I be a fortune teller without learning the art? Excellent. In the future, before undertaking significant endeavors, you can cast my fortunes. By the way, Peng Biao, how did your master conjure something with a mere flick of his hand? Could he be a legendary cultivator? Having heard about cultivators from many mortals, Zhang found it unsurprising that he knew of their existence. Perhaps. If you are a disciple of a cultivator, does that not make you one as well? Zhang exclaimed. Peng Biao, I have always believed you destined for greatness. Do not forget me when you rise. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. But you must remember, this matter must remain confidential. My lips are sealed. You need not worry. Shortly after Peng Biao and Zhang departed, the half-diviner gazed skyward and murmured, my time has come. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, They were not filled with irises or anything else, but rather a void, dark as the deepest abyss. As he opened his eyes, his vitality swiftly diminished, and his head drooped weakly. Approximately half an hour later, two figures flickered into the scene, revealing themselves as two elderly men, one stout and one slender, both clad in white robes with white hair. The stout elder glanced at the half-diviner and solemnly remarked, "We are late. He has already passed." The slender elder replied coolly, "He was a master of divination. Surely he made arrangements before his demise. Let us search carefully." "Your words are wise, brother," the stout elder agreed, squatting to retrieve a black storage pouch from the half-diviner's bosom. "Brother, his precious bronze is missing. Search," the slender elder commanded, casting one last glance at the half-diviner before waving his sleeve, causing the half-diviner to disintegrate into ash. A gust of wind swept through, erasing all traces of his existence. Zhang supported Peng Biao as they exited the physician's abode, making their way home. Suddenly, Peng Biao halted, feeling the bronze piece within his Dantian pulsating rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat, something he had never experienced before. Then, the bronze piece he had kept in his pocket vanished. Startled, Peng Biao touched his now deflated chest, contemplating, "Why has this bronze disappeared? Could it have also entered my Dantian? Peng Biao, why have you stopped? Are you unwell?" Zhang inquired, observing Peng Biao touching his chest. "No, indeed, let us return." Shortly thereafter, the two returned to their abode, only to find, to their astonishment, that the front door stood ajar. Zhang was taken aback, fearing they had been robbed. Thus, they hastened their steps. Upon entering the main hall in a hurry, an unseen force suddenly thrust them to the ground, causing them to tumble down. Peng Biao cried out in agony as his injuries were further exacerbated. At that moment, two elderly gentlemen clad in white, one portly and the other slender, emerged. The stout elder unfurled a cloth map, glanced at the grimacing Peng Biao, and directed his gaze towards Zhang, inquiring, "Do you recognize this individual?" Upon hearing the question directed at him, Zhang realized they were not there to pilfer. He steadied himself and focused intently, noticing that the image depicted a fortune teller. Zhang's mind raced, and he promptly responded, "I have encountered him. He is a fortune teller, and I have consulted him on several occasions." The stout elder's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he seized Zhang's hand. Zhang felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, only to vanish moments later. Releasing Zhang, the stout elder approached Peng Biao and performed a similar examination. After assessing both individuals, the stout elder rose and addressed the lean elder, saying, "Brother, one of them lacks the aptitude for cultivation, while the other has a shattered Dantian. Moreover, there is nothing of value on their persons. One is an ordinary man, the other a waste. It would be futile to expend time on them. Let us depart." With that, the two vanished in an instant. Chapter 18. Ancient Characters. This sensation is undoubtedly that of a formidable practitioner, perhaps even stronger. Peng Biao was struck with awe. In the presence of the two elderly figures, one stout and the other lean, he felt a sense reminiscent of facing the former leader of the Black Mountain sect. "Master, who exactly are you?" The two formidable beings seemed intent on pursuing the identity of the so-called half-immortal, which piqued Peng Biao's curiosity about this title. Their approach was aggressive. Had it not been for his shattered Dantian rendering him powerless, and the bronze fragment that had fortuitously entered his body beforehand, there would have been no chance for him to survive. Zhang hurried to Peng Biao's side, expressing concern. "Peng Biao, how are you?" He reached out to help him up. Peng Biao, however, signaled Zhang with a glance. Understanding the unspoken message, Zhang recognized that Peng Biao feared being observed by the others and should refrain from mentioning anything about the half-immortal. Peng Biao's meticulous thought process filled Zhang with deep respect. Had Peng Biao not intervened with his eyes, he might have blurted out something critical. To Peng Biao, the two were cultivators, necessitating utmost caution in their dealings. Regardless of whether the two were secretly observing, the matter of the half-immortal must remain unspoken. "Peng Biao, these two masters must be cultivators, right? This is my first encounter with such elusive techniques," Zhang remarked. As long as they avoided discussing the half-immortal, there was no harm. It was unthinkable to allow oneself to be bullied into silence, which would only invite suspicion. Peng Biao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door, eyes brimming with aspiration. Such powerful cultivators inspired within him a resolute determination to attain that level. The phrase half-immortal echoed in his mind. Surely, a turning point awaited him, and he would once again become a cultivator. Could it be that the turning point lay in the elixir mentioned by Bei Yuyu? Was there truly a potion that could bestow cultivation aptitude or restore the Dantian? And was it indeed located within the starry sect, or was there another opportunity? Regrettably, he had escaped, but it was merely Bei Yuyu's deception that had compelled him to labor. How could he not flee? This deception filled him with a sense of humiliation. Had they been upfront about the nature of the task, he would have outright refused. Now, he found himself uncertain about his next destination. I will stay with you for a while, not only because of my injuries, but also to conceal my whereabouts. Peng Biao was well aware of the implications of being registered with the sect. Having fled after registration would surely prompt the Starry Sect to pursue him. The individuals sent by the Starry Sect would undoubtedly head straight for Pengjia village to capture him. Returning there would be akin to walking into a trap. Very well. Consider this place your home. Stay as long as you wish, Zhang Er replied, showing kindness toward Peng Biao. As anticipated by Peng Biao, upon learning of his escape, Bei Yuyu rushed to Pengjia village with Sun Buer. However, Peng Biao had misjudged one detail. On the day following his escape, the middle-aged man and the young bald man, having drunk excessively, failed to check the rooms and simply handed over their responsibilities to the newcomers. Thus, it was not until the morning of the third day that the guards discovered Peng Biao's absence and promptly reported it. Within the Starry Sect, the escape of an ordinary person was not regarded as a significant issue, leading to delays in the handling of the matter. Days later, the news finally reached Bei Yuyu. Since it was Bei Yuyu who had brought him in, the responsibility for his retrieval naturally fell upon her. She found herself in a difficult position. Locating someone was a convoluted task, and had Peng Biao's identity not been registered, she might have resorted to snatching someone at random to impersonate him. Later, with trepidation in her heart, Bei Yuyu and Sun Buer hastened to Pengjia village, only to find no trace of Peng Biao. Rather than seeking out Peng Man, she aimed to keep her visit discreet, ensuring that Peng Man remained unaware of their pursuit of Peng Biao. That night, as Peng Biao lay in bed, he fell into a peculiar dream. In this dream, he envisioned his master, the half-immortal, seated in the void, radiating golden light, teaching him an enigmatic ancient script. The master conveyed that he had spent a lifetime deciphering this script and urged Peng Biao to remember it well. Upon waking, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Dawn had yet to break, and he realized it had merely been a dream. In the adjacent room, Zhang Er snored thunderously. Suddenly, Peng Biao sensed something amiss and recalled the ancient characters he had learned in the dream, feeling an increasingly familiar resonance. Upon reflection, was this not the tiny script inscribed on the bronze fragment? Could it be that the methods of divination were recorded upon it? Had his master intended for him to study it word by word to deepen his understanding? Alas, the bronze fragment had integrated into his body, leaving him in a quandary. Peng Biao recognized that, unbeknownst to him, the half-immortal had already imparted the ancient script to him. Unfortunately, with the fragment now within him, he could not access it. To introspect, one must first become a cultivator. Alas, he had not anticipated that he would ultimately be stymied at this juncture. With no other recourse, he could only hope for the swift arrival of the turning point foretold by the half-immortal. Before long, dawn broke. During the day, as Peng Biao and Zhang Er sat in the main hall, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhang Er promptly rose to open it, revealing a man and a woman. The man appeared somewhat familiar, though Zhang Er could not recall their previous encounter. The woman, clad in a white dress and veiled, obscured her features, though her figure would surely entice many a man's gaze. Sun Buer, recognizing Zhang Er from their prior meeting, spoke coolly, "Let Peng Biao come out." Zhang Er was taken aback, hurriedly responding, Peng Biao is not here." He finally remembered having seen this person over 10 days prior. Sun Buer gently pushed Zhang Er aside and entered, followed closely by Bei Yuyu. Peng Biao, having overheard their conversation, realized that Bei Yuyu had come to find him. He rose calmly, leaning on his cane. As Sun Buer and Bei Yuyu stepped into the main hall, Zhang Er trailed behind, his face marked with anxiety. "Peng Biao, do you know that Buer and I have been searching for you?" Bei Yuyu inquired with concern upon seeing him. "Oh, then I must commend your efforts." Peng Biao replied nonchalantly. "Peng Biao, are you not curious how we found you?" Sun Buer asked. "Money suffices. Naturally, countless individuals are willing to run errands for you." Peng Biao replied with a light chuckle. In Yun City, many had seen him, and if the other party were to disperse a fortune, who would hesitate to provide information? Furthermore, Bei Yuyu lacked for money. Bei Yuyu regarded Peng Biao with keen interest, surprised by his mental fortitude and quick wit. Here was a man, reduced to a mere year of life, standing firm before two cultivators, who evoked her astonishment. This individual was no ordinary person. She realized she had misjudged him before. Chapter 19 Return to the Starry Sect. Beiyu asked, Brother Pingbiao, I do not comprehend why you wish to flee. Have I offended you in any way? Her expression bore a hint of sorrow. Since she sought understanding, Pingbiao did not mind voicing his thoughts. Miss Bei, your earlier assertion that good performance would lead to the bestowal of elixirs, does that entail me toiling as a menial laborer? If so, I shall refuse. Pingbiao spoke in a low, firm tone. Pingbiao, do you expect to receive elixirs without contributing? Such an arrangement is hardly beneficial, Sun Buer exclaimed, his eyes flickering nervously, fearing that Pingbiao might reveal his leniency towards him. Observing this, Pingbiao discerned Sun Buer's unease, yet he had no intention of disclosing such matters. After all, Sun Buer's kindness had been a boon to him, and he would never repay kindness with malice. If it were merely labor, it could have been stated openly, allowing me to make a choice. Why conceal it from me? Beiyu sighed. Brother Pingbiao, you have misunderstood. It is I who failed to communicate clearly. Initially, I had no choice. I needed to present gifts to the Elder of Alchemy to plead on your behalf. Until he granted his approval, I had no option but to place you outside the sect. Upon hearing this, Pingbiao remained skeptical. Such matters could easily be clarified face to face, so why not speak then? Beiyu continued. During this time, I have negotiated with the Elder of Alchemy, and he has agreed to bestow elixirs. Brother Pingbiao, if you accompany me back, you can consume the elixir immediately, restoring your Dantian and regaining your cultivation potential. Still doubtful, Pingbiao pondered why Beiyu, with no ties to him, would extend such kindness. This was indeed a significant suspicion. At that moment, Zhang who had been listening attentively, urged, Pingbiao, such a splendid opportunity should not be missed. Do not forget the fortune teller who foretold your future. He had discerned that Pingbiao was once a cultivator who had encountered physical issues, and it seemed these two were here to assist him, prompting his urgency for Pingbiao to comply. Pingbiao fell silent, reflecting on the fortune teller's prediction that he would regain his cultivation potential. Could this be the moment? Beiyu, unaware of the fortune teller's significance, dismissed such notions, believing them to be mere trickery. Brother Pingbiao, it is natural for you to distrust me, as we have not previously interacted deeply. However, consider this, with the strength of both me and Buer, if we intended you harm, it would be effortless. Why then would we share so much with you? Beiyu added, intensifying her argument. Her words resonated with Pingbiao. If Beiyu truly wished him ill, she could have simply taken him by force without all this dialogue. Very well, I shall trust you once more, he resolved, swayed by the fortune teller's words, deciding to accompany Beiyu. Upon hearing his agreement, Beiyu exhaled with relief, though she silently questioned why Pingbiao had grown so wary in just over 10 days. With his consent, Sun Buer produced a green pill the size of a soybean. Take this elixir. It will heal your leg injury instantly, he said, tossing the pill to Pingbiao. Pingbiao caught it, scrutinized it for a moment, and then consumed it. The elixir flowed through him like a warm current, swiftly reaching the site of his injury. Moments later, he discarded his crutch and stood unaided. Although he was not surprised, he had seen the miraculous effects of cultivator elixirs before. Zhang was left astounded, exclaiming, Heavens! An elixir that can heal a broken leg in mere moments? Is this the power of cultivators? Remarkable. With his injury healed, Beiyu decided it was time to depart. The group exited to find a carriage awaiting them nearby. Pingbiao turned to Zhang saying, I am grateful for your care. I shall not forget it, and will repay you in the future. Zhang now back to his senses, chuckled, Pingbiao, travel safely. I await your return. As they set off, Pingbiao sat in the rear of the carriage alongside Beiyu, who seemed either cautious of his potential escape or simply reserved. They sat facing each other, and Beiyu remarked, Your friend is quite good to you. Indeed, he is likely my sole friend, Pingbiao replied after a moment's contemplation. 1 or 2 good friends are sufficient. In the realm of cultivation, friendship is a rare luxury, Beiyu said thoughtfully. Pingbiao found himself in agreement, reflecting on his decade at the Black Mountain sect without a single friend. Is there truly no genuine friendship among cultivators? He inquired. Very little, if any. It is often difficult to discern if others approach you for true camaraderie or ulterior motives, so the best course is to maintain distance, Beiyu sighed. Pingbiao pressed on. And what of spouses? Surely cultivators marry? Most unions are born of convenience. Couples are akin to birds of a feather, Yet when adversity strikes, they often part ways. Beiyu succinctly summarized the nature of marriage. At her words, Peng Biao fell silent, recognizing the depth of her insight regarding the complexities of relationships among cultivators. The realm of cultivation was intricate, while the lives of ordinary people seemed far simpler. With their extended lifespans, cultivators likely spent their time ensnared in schemes and rivalries. The two remained quiet for a time, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. In his boredom, Peng Biao observed his surroundings and suddenly noticed the 4 embroidered characters on Beiyu's robe, inner sect disciple. He mused to himself, so that is how disciples of the starry sect signify their identity, an admirable method I had not previously considered. Beiyu soon caught him staring intently at her chest, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Are you so curious about a woman's form, Brother Peng Biao? She asked icily. Realizing his lapse, he quickly averted his gaze, having been lost in thought. However, he couldn't help but notice the ample nature of her figure. After a while, the carriage reached the foot of the mountains, and Peng Biao followed Beiyu upward while Sun Buer returned the carriage. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Beiyu chose the rightward route instead of the left. Approaching a veil of white mist, Beiyu did not hesitate, stepping into the fog. As she entered, the mist parted, revealing a 1-zhang-wide passage. Seeing this, Peng Biao followed suit. The two traversed the mist for a short while before emerging into a vast valley adorned with pavilions, intricately carved stone towers, and elegant wooden buildings, all exuding an ancient charm. Wisps of smoke rose from the valley floor, and spiritual energy wafted through the air, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Compared to this place, Yin City seemed like a beggar's dwelling. Taking a deep breath, Peng Biao felt as if the air here was imbued with sweetness, refreshing his mind and spirit far beyond the outside world. He contemplated, with such abundant spiritual energy, akin to that of the Black Mountain sect, there must be a spirit-gathering formation in place. Follow me, Beiyu said softly, stepping onto a stone path, and Peng Biao promptly kept pace. As they walked for a short distance, Beiyu turned right, leading him down a side path. Before long, they arrived at a quaint 2-story wooden building. Taking in his surroundings, Peng Biao noticed the area was adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants. It appears that this is the abode of the elder alchemist. Beiyu led Peng Biao into the grand hall of the wooden building and called out, Elder One, are you present? Beiyu requests an audience. Ah, you have returned once more, truly tenacious, responded an aged voice. Soon after, an elderly man dressed in white descended from the upper floor. The old man was completely bald on the crown of his head, yet the remaining areas were adorned with a lush canopy of white hair, encircling the center. Elder One. This is Peng Biao. Peng Biao, allow me to introduce you to Elder One, our esteemed alchemist of the Xingqian sect, Beiyu remarked, facilitating the introductions. Chapter 20. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Having met Elder One, Peng Biao respectfully bowed. This was a master of the core realm. Elder One remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Peng Biao, his gaze making Peng Biao exceedingly uncomfortable. It felt as though Elder One was not observing a person, but rather a mere rodent. Peng Biao, you must heed Elder One's words. He possesses elixirs that can restore your Dantian and grant you the qualifications to cultivate once more. Beiyu instructed him. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of unease stirred within Peng Biao. Peng Biao is it? Come, follow me to the back room, Elder One beckoned, moving towards the rear without allowing Peng Biao a moment to ponder. Sensing something amiss, Peng Biao seized Beiyu's arm and insisted, Miss Bei, you cannot leave. You must wait for me here. In his mind, despite any mistrust towards Beiyu, she was still a distant relative of Peng Man, making her more reliable than this peculiar old man. Beiyu paused, then smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall wait for you here. With a heart full of trepidation, Peng Biao entered the back room and beheld a large wooden tub filled with a vibrant green liquid. Floating within were various herbs, branches, and even the remnants of insects. Elder One stood beside the tub and coolly instructed, disrobe and enter the tub. With no other options available, Peng Biao complied, feeling utterly bewildered by the unfamiliarity of elixirs and their workings. Elder One appraised him from head to toe, commenting, not a bad physique. But you must also remove your undergarments. Peng Biao rolled his eyes in exasperation but, considering they were both men, shrugged off the discomfort and removed his underwear. You certainly have ample potential, Elder One remarked, to which Peng Biao paid little heed. As he stepped into the tub, only his head remained above the surface. The sensation of the green liquid enveloping him brought forth waves of heat penetrating his body, reminiscent of the spirit energy he once absorbed during cultivation, causing him to involuntarily relax his eyes. Enjoy it while you can. Soon it shall become unbearable, Elder Wen's voice echoed ominously. Following that was the sound of chains clinking. Peng Biao turned to see Elder Wen approaching with 2 iron chains anchored to the ground, binding Peng Biao's hands without further ado. What are you doing? Let me go? Peng Biao shouted in anger, realizing he was now completely at the mercy of another. Feeling anxious? Fear not. If I truly wished you harm, why would I bother to chain you? A mere flick of my finger could end your life. The chains merely restrict your movement, Elder Wen replied, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao calmed himself, recognizing the logic in Elder Wen's words. If the elder truly intended to do him harm, he would not have resorted to such measures. As an ordinary man, what could he possibly resist? Elder Wen then presented a bowl, placing it at Peng Biao's lips, stating, "Drink this. Remember, once consumed, do not harbor any thoughts of resistance, lest it transform into a deadly poison." Gazing at the golden concoction within the bowl, Peng Biao hesitated. "Do you not wish to restore your Dantian?" Elder Wen's sharp voice cut through Peng Biao's doubts. Upon hearing this, determination flickered in Peng Biao's eyes. Was not his entire endeavor aimed at restoring his Dantian and reclaiming his qualifications for cultivation? Let us do this, he resolved, throwing caution to the wind. With a satisfied smile from Elder Wen, Peng Biao gulped down the golden liquid. Initially, he felt nothing extraordinary. However, approximately 15 minutes later, the reaction began. Suddenly, his skin flushed a fiery red, as though engulfed in flames, and before he could process this, it turned ghostly pale, akin to being frozen. Following that, an excruciating pain akin to being torn apart enveloped him. This torment cycled rapidly, mercilessly ravaging both his body and spirit. Ah! Peng Biao let out a howl of anguish, his veins bulging, his eyes wide and protruding as if they might burst from their sockets. The chains rattled as he strained against them. Minutes turned to half an hour, then an hour, as he endured this agony for an entire hour. Remarkable. Among the 5 brought by Bei Yu, you have endured the longest, Elder Wen's voice echoed. What? What about them? Peng Biao gasped, struggling to maintain consciousness. They have perished. None could withstand the ordeal, Elder Wen replied casually, as if discussing the fate of mere lab rats. Ah! Peng Biao cried out in despair. Torn between physical pain and mental regret, the truth dawned upon him. The 5 individuals Bei Yu had brought were mere subjects for Elder Wen's experiments. No wonder Bei Yu had chosen only robust individuals. Those of frail stature could not endure such suffering. He also understood why she had persuaded him to return rather than simply abducting him. The experiment required the subject to willingly consume the golden elixir, devoid of any thoughts of rebellion, lest it yield ineffective results. He felt regret. He felt hatred, as waves of pain surged through him, leaving no room for further contemplation. Peng Biao sensed his vision blurring, on the brink of collapse. No, I must hold on. My master once foretold that my opportunity would arise in these days. Surely this is it. Indeed it is. I must endure. At that critical moment, a jolt of remembrance struck him, echoing the words of the half-immortal. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered through another hour. By now, the green liquid in the tub had transformed into clear water, the elixir's effects completely absorbed by his body. Elder Wen, witnessing this, was filled with elation, muttering, "Persevere, just persevere. After so many subjects, could one finally succeed? If so, my name, Wenbuchu, shall resound throughout the cultivation world. I will solve the ancient dilemma of irreparable Dantian damage and become a figure of epic-making significance. How could a mere sect like the Xingqian sect contain me? My ambitions lie with far grander realms." In the midst of Elder Wen's fervent musings, Peng Biao let out a furious roar, and with it, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, the area around his Dantian glowing with an intense, unbreakable golden radiance. Elder Wen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "It worked! It worked! I can hardly believe the ancient texts were true. All those warnings were nonsense. Haraha! The ancients truly do not deceive me." Meanwhile, Bei Yu, who had been waiting in the hall, raised her brows in astonishment at Elder Wen's jubilant declaration. Is it truly successful? How curious! The first 4 perished, yet Peng Biao survived. I had prepared to collect his remains, but now it seems I must extend my congratulations. It appears I have gained another junior brother. I must see this for myself, she declared, making her way to the back room. Upon entering, she found the golden light surrounding Peng Biao gradually dissipating. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his energy, causing the wooden tub to shatter into countless pieces, spilling clear water and various herbs all over the ground. Elder One, however, remained unfazed, resting a hand on Peng Biao's shoulder. A faint light flickering as he nodded in approval. Excellent. You have absorbed all the medicinal properties, not only restoring your Dantian, but also breaking through to the late stage of the Force realm. Quite impressive. Hearing this, Peng Biao couldn't help but snicker coldly to himself. Had he not been resilient, he would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, at this moment, he felt exhilaration and relief. His master had indeed foreseen this moment, proclaiming that his turning point was nigh, and it was indeed so. Qin Ruoshui, Qin Ruoyan, Zhang Xiang, you all await my return. All who have wronged me will pay the price. Peng Biao's heart echoed with his resolve. At that very moment, Bei Yuyu entered the room. Chapter 21. This woman is extraordinary. Upon locking eyes with Bei Yuyu, Peng Biao was instantly rendered speechless. At that moment, he stood completely unclothed, his hands bound tightly by iron chains, rendering him unable to turn his body, thus becoming an object of observation. Straining against his restraints, Peng Biao attempted to free himself from the chains, but they appeared to be composed of an unknown material, and no amount of struggle could liberate him. Overwhelmed by humiliation, he could only turn his body sideways, which seemed merely to provide a different angle for his observer. In that instant, he found himself bereft of any viable solutions. Contrary to his expectations, Bei Yuyu did not emit a shriek and cover her face to flee. Instead, she regarded him with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement. With an appreciative gaze, she scrutinized Peng Biao's naked form without averting her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she nodded in approval and remarked, Peng Biao, it appears you possess quite a bit of potential. Taken aback by her words, Peng Biao could only retort in fury, you shameless wretch. Bei Yuyu rolled her eyes dismissively, scoffing, do you think I am eager to behold you? Let me enlighten you. Women of the cultivation world are not akin to those of the mundane realm. Do not measure cultivators with the same moral standards as mortals. Observing Peng Biao's mortified expression, she continued coldly, I fear not the act of killing. Why would I shy away from seeing you in your birthday suit? Do you presume I am merely a delicate woman who blushes at the sight of a naked man? The flesh is but a vessel, a mere shell for the soul. You are right, Peng Biao, she added. With your Dantian restored, you have once again awakened as a cultivator. It is time to discard the trivialities of the mortal realm. In the world of cultivation, it is the pursuit of profit that reigns supreme, while all else must take a back seat. Wen Zhuchu regarded Bei Yuyu with admiration, recognizing her as an exceptional individual with cunning and strategies far beyond that of ordinary people. Faced with their remarks, Peng Biao paused, contemplating whether he had been overly sensitive. He quickly realized that these two individuals likely possessed a mindset that diverged from the norm. This was fortuitous. By adjusting his perspective, he could avoid viewing everyone through a lens of lewdness. After casting a glance at Peng Biao, Bei Yuyu resumed her scrutiny, leaning in closer for a more thorough examination. At that moment, he comprehended that her mind was indeed peculiar. Hasten to free me, he shouted at Wen Zhuchu, a chill running down his spine from his humiliation. Do you dare to raise your voice at me? Wen Zhuchu retorted, Bei Yuyu would not dare to act recklessly before me. What qualifications do you, a mere junior in the strength realm, possess to bellow at me? With a disdainful snort, Wen Zhuchu turned away, leaving Peng Biao in despair, closing his eyes in resignation. Do cease your shouting. Gazing at you is hardly a gruesome spectacle. It's merely as it is. Bei Yuyu remarked nonchalantly, illustrating a profound truth. As long as one remains unembarrassed, it is others who feel the shame. As the chains rattled, Bei Yuyu personally undid the iron clasps binding Peng Biao's wrists. Once freed, he dashed toward his garments, hastily donning them. Is it truly necessary? You've seen everything worth seeing. Why bother with clothing? Bei Yuyu teased, watching him with a glimmer of amusement. Peng Biao shot her an irritated glance, filled with indignation. Suddenly, Bei Yuyu leaned in closer, playfully suggesting, Peng Biao, having seen you in your entirety, have you ever considered returning the favor? I could indulge you. Upon hearing this, he inwardly cursed before swiftly distancing himself from her. Undeterred, Bei Yuyu glanced down, giggling, and then sauntered away, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Hey, Bei Yuyu, don't leave. He doesn't want to look at me. Wen Zhuchu exclaimed in urgency. Peng Biao, overhearing this, thought to himself, What an audacious old man. He could easily pass for someone's ancestor yet acts so shamelessly. Ah, what a jest. I hold great respect for you, Elder One. I have always regarded you as a grandfather. Beiyuyu's voice echoed from outside. Then call me grandfather for me to hear. When Zhu Chu prodded, seizing the opportunity to tease. Indeed, Elder One is quite the charmer. Beiyuyu's voice faded into the distance. Peng Biao, listening to their banter. Couldn't he help but wear an expression of incredulity. These two were truly peculiar individuals. When Zhu Chu, observing Peng Biao's bewildered countenance, chuckled softly. Young man, do not underestimate Beiyuyu. If you believe her to be a wanton woman, you are gravely mistaken. Her cunning is remarkable. Considering that Peng Biao had become the first successful test subject, it was inevitable that when Zhu Chu would take him under his wing, not merely for observation, but for his inherent potential. With disdain, Peng Biao replied, such a woman, behaving as she did earlier, is she not promiscuous? She remains untouched. When Zhu Chu stated matter-of-factly, a single phrase that spoke volumes. Yet upon hearing this, Peng Biao regarded him with astonishment. Do not look at me in that manner. I am not as lecherous as you presume. Once you elevate your cultivation level, you will discern the truth. When Zhu Chu could easily perceive Peng Biao's thoughts. Taking this to heart, Peng Biao began to reflect. He increasingly found merit in Wen Zhu Chu's assertions, especially regarding his own animosity toward Beiyuyu. After her earlier antics, his resentment had noticeably diminished. Initially, he contemplated revenge, yet such thoughts began to wane. Indeed, Beiyuyu was formidable. Her seemingly chaotic actions were laden with intention, each movement and word serving a purpose. This woman is extraordinary, Peng Biao concluded in the end. When Zhu Chu, observing Peng Biao's expression, nodded subtly. His ability to quickly perceive the underlying significance of Beiyuyu's behavior indicated that Peng Biao was no fool and indeed worthy of cultivation. From now on, you shall accompany me at the starry sect, assisting with menial tasks and tending to spirit herbs, when Zhu Chu instructed. Initially reluctant to comply, Peng Biao realized he was a stranger in this place, knowing only Beiyuyu. Furthermore, while when Zhu Chu's words appeared to be a suggestion, his tone was commanding. To refuse would yield no positive outcome. Thus, Peng Biao reluctantly nodded in agreement. Though I bear no heirs, should you disobey, you shall face consequences, when Zhu Chu warned. Casting a wary glance at him. I understand, Elder One, Peng Biao replied with resignation. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no resentment toward Wen Zhu Chu. A man who treated living beings as mere subjects for experimentation, relentless in his pursuit of objectives. Yet, in this moment, Peng Biao, even when confronted by those he detested, learned to mask his inner turmoil. Once a mere subject during his shattered Dantian, and now a cultivator once more, Peng Biao found himself aligned with Wen Zhu Chu's ilk. Times had changed, and he adeptly adjusted his role. Adults are driven by self-interest and adapt their emotions in accordance with shifting stakes. Provided you possess the aptitude for cultivation and have reached the strength realm, with a proper introduction, you may join as an outer disciple of our starry sect. Follow me. I shall guide you in acquiring your disciples' provisions. When Zhu Chu beckoned, leading the way. Upon entering the main hall, they discovered Beiyuyu had already vanished, presumably having departed. When Zhu Chu led Peng Biao out of the wooden structure, traversing numerous pavilions until they arrived at a grand hall. Above the entrance, a plaque inscribed with the word Starry Hall hung prominently. This is where disciples register and receive their supplies, an essential stronghold of the starry sect, when Zhu Chu elucidated. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted, opting not to enter. Peng Biao glanced around the grand hall, where numerous disciples of the starry sect, clad in white robes and skirts, were diligently engaged in their tasks. At that moment, a male disciple spotted Wen Buchu standing at the entrance and hurriedly approached him, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, Elder One." Peng Biao noticed the 4 small characters embroidered on his chest, Outer Sect Disciple. Chapter 22, Becoming an Outer Disciple. This is the newly inducted Outer Disciple, Peng Biao. Please make a record, Wen Wuchu said casually, hands clasped behind his back. A male disciple brought over paper and brush, inquiring of Peng Biao. Peng Biao, age and cultivation level? 20 years old, late stage of strength realm. You know how to write Biao, right? Peng Biao asked habitually. I know. It's the character for insert mark and cell head, the disciple replied. No, it's the character for frenzy, Peng Biao said, bemused. This disciple certainly has a talent for misunderstanding. The male disciple swiftly wrote down the details and then stated, outer disciples are assigned menial tasks, and here that won't be necessary. His task is simply to assist me in tending to the spiritual herb garden, when Wuchu interjected. Elder One, isn't this against the regulations set by the sect leader? The disciple appeared troubled. Just report it to the higher-ups. I possess this small privilege, when Wuchu insisted. The disciple could only nod in acquiescence, subsequently presenting a set of white robes to Ping Biao, atop which lay a circular token. The token was palm-sized, entirely white, neither metal nor jade, its material indiscernible. Adorned with intricate patterns, with two prominent characters in relief, Starry Sky. Peng Biao accepted the robes and token. The male disciple cautioned. The token serves as the key to access the sect's grand formation. Please bloodbind it and do not lose it. Peng Biao nodded, pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the token, which absorbed it instantly. Let us proceed to the transmission hall, when Wuchu called, leading the way. As they walked, numerous disciples clad in white robes and skirts bowed respectfully upon sighting Wen Wuchu. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. Its entrance marked by a plaque inscribed with the words Transmission Hall. Wen Wuchu remained outside, standing at the entrance. In these sacred grounds, it is best for anyone other than authorized personnel not to enter, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Wen Wuchu advised Ping Biao. Ping Biao nodded, well aware of such protocols from his previous experience at the Heishan sect, having spent 10 years there and grown familiar with the layout of various sections. Peering inside the transmission hall, he beheld numerous bookshelves filled with an array of texts and animal skins. A male disciple within approached Wen Wuchu, bowing respectfully. This is the newly inducted outer disciple. Present the techniques, Wen Wuchu instructed. Yes, Elder, please wait a moment. The disciple proceeded to the shelves. Obtain a third-grade technique. Wen Wuchu called out. The disciple turned back, saying, Elder, outer disciples are only permitted to cultivate first-grade techniques. Acquiring a third-grade one may be inappropriate. What is inappropriate about that? Report it upwards. I will take full responsibility should any issues arise, Wen Wuchu retorted sternly. Very well. The disciple relented, knowing he could not provoke the elder. Peng Biao thought to himself, Wen Wuchu is quite generous, directly requesting a third-grade technique for me. When I first joined the Heishan sect, I was only allowed to cultivate second-grade techniques, and it was only after becoming a core disciple that I transitioned to third-grade techniques. Techniques are classified from 1st to 9th grade, with first-grade techniques allowing cultivation only to the Qi realm, second-grade techniques to the core realm, and third-grade techniques to the aperture realm, and so forth. The higher the grade, the more precious the technique. However, even among the same grade, variations exist based on their focus and applicability. The disciple soon returned with over 10 volumes and animal skins, placing them on a table beside the door. Brother, please select. If unsatisfactory, there are more within. Peng Biao set aside one hand and began to sift through the selections, quickly deciding upon one roll of animal skin. This one will do. The disciple nodded, taking the token from Peng Biao's attire, inspecting its back, and channeling a stream of gray energy to connect with the token. Subsequently documenting on a piece of white paper, Peng Biao, outer disciple, selected Luohan Dao. Peng Biao understood that the disciple was retrieving his personal information. From the moment his blood entered the token, it contained his details, which also appeared inscribed on the back of the token, necessitating a comparison for verification. Brother, here is the internal map of the Xingqian sect along with important notices. Please keep it safe. The disciple handed a small booklet to Peng Biao. After returning the token, he carried the other techniques back into the hall. I didn't expect you to be so interested in physical cultivation techniques. Wen Wuchu remarked, surprised. The advantages of physical cultivation are evident, yet its drawbacks are equally clear. To strengthen the body, one must absorb a considerable amount of true energy from the Dantian. Cultivators already spend vast amounts of time absorbing spiritual energy to transform it into their own true energy, if the body also siphons true energy. The time required to gather spiritual energy would inevitably increase significantly. Ping Biao chuckled, offering no explanation. He often pondered that had he practiced physical cultivation at the Heishan sect, even if his Dantian were destroyed and true energy dissipated, the strength acquired through physical training would remain intact, thus sparing him from the beating he endured from those villagers. Most importantly, Peng Biao was unperturbed by the drawbacks of physical cultivation. He possessed mysterious bronze, which would aid in absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, alleviating any concerns about insufficient true energy. Having acquired the technique, Peng Biao returned with Wen Wuchu. I have secured the highest grade of technique you could receive. The matter of supernatural abilities will be up to you, Wen Wuchu remarked as they walked. Supernatural abilities? Elder, what exactly are supernatural abilities? Peng Biao feigned ignorance, well aware of what they entailed, merely posing the question to present himself as a lowly figure. How could you, once a cultivator, not know of supernatural abilities? Very well. I shall explain. Techniques are for cultivation, while supernatural abilities are for combat. To acquire supernatural abilities, there is no other way than to accept tasks from the task hall. The rewards for completed tasks will include such abilities. Techniques enhance cultivation levels, but supernatural abilities are the key to combat prowess, Wen Wuchu elucidated. Peng Biao nodded in understanding. Remember, the sharing of techniques and supernatural abilities is strictly forbidden. Should you be discovered, the lightest punishment is the destruction of your Dantian, while the gravest could be death. Wen Wuchu cautioned. Peng Biao feigned a change in expression, yet he was well aware of these regulations. The rules of cultivation sects are largely similar across the board. Upon returning to Wen Wuchu's wooden lodge, the elder tossed a thick tome to Peng Biao. You have 3 days to memorize the characteristics of all spiritual herbs contained within. From now on, the care of these herbs will be entrusted entirely to you. Wen Wuchu appeared to have found a scapegoat. Clearly aware of the complexity involved in tending to spiritual herbs. Bear in mind, most spiritual herbs are worth more than your life. Should your negligence result in damage or withering of the herbs, prepare to face the consequences, Wen Wuchu warned, concerned that Peng Biao might take the matter lightly. Peng Biao had no choice but to accept the book, eager to start reading. Look at it later. You were once a rogue, weren't you? Let me first share some basic knowledge about cultivators with you, so you won't embarrass me upon stepping outside. Peng Biao smiled sheepishly, thinking, yet another waste of time. The two settled onto cushions in the hall, and Peng Biao feigned attentiveness. Cultivators are called as such because all seek to become immortals, yet achieving immortality is exceedingly difficult. Wen Wuchu began to impart fundamental knowledge. Individuals can be categorized into those with cultivation aptitude and those without. The latter group constitutes the vast majority. Among those with cultivation aptitude, there are 2 types. Those who have cultivated techniques, who can continuously elevate their levels based on personal aptitude, and those who have not cultivated techniques, who can only refine a small amount of natural spiritual energy through daily physical training, but their achievements are often limited. Peng Biao stifled a yawn, feigning interest as he continued to listen. Chapter 23. Divination and the Dominant Body Technique. Wen Wuchu continued, stating that practitioners of immortality are categorized into 3 stages: mortal, divine, and celestial. The mortal stage is further divided into 5 major realms, ranked from lowest to highest as strength, qi, yuan, core, and aperture, with each realm comprising 3 minor stages: early, middle, and late. Those in the strength realm may live to a ripe old age of 100 years, with each breakthrough to a higher realm adding another century to their lifespan. Upon reaching the aperture realm, one can attain a lifespan of 500 years. Following the aperture realm is the divine level, at which point one sheds their mortal form to achieve a divine body, significantly extending their lifespan. Elder, what are the divisions after achieving the divine level? Peng Biao inquired earnestly, having previously asked Zhang Bufan, who had merely advised him not to overthink things and to advance step by step in cultivation. Do not be overly ambitious. You are still at the lowest tier of the mortal realm, so do not concern yourself with the divine level. Such thoughts are not beneficial for you, Wen Wuchu admonished. Peng Biao pondered whether all elders criticized their disciples with the same rhetoric. Let us leave it at that. If you have further questions, you may peruse the library. There are plenty of miscellaneous books there. Yes, elder, Peng Biao feigned compliance, knowing he had little need to consult the library as he was already well versed in the common knowledge. That night, Wen Wuchu arranged for Peng Biao to rest in a guest room on the 1st floor. Lying in bed, Peng Biao began to examine his Dantian, which now appeared as robust as ever, imbued with an ineffable vitality. If his previous Dantian was merely a vessel for absorbing and storing true energy, the current one resembled a living entity, exuding an indescribable spirit. Within the Dantian, tendrils of gray true energy meandered, while at its center lay 2 bronze plates. The plates leaned against one another, seemingly on the verge of merging. One plate slowly inhaled and exhaled true energy like a living organism, while the other remained inert, unmistakably lifeless. Peng Biao discerned that the plate resembling a living entity was the one he had discovered on the lakeshore, while the other, seemingly lifeless, was a gift from his master, a semi-immortal. Could it be that the bronze he found had developed consciousness, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and integrate into his being? And as for his master's plate, it lacked consciousness. Hence it could not autonomously enter another's body. But how could bronze possibly possess consciousness? This left Peng Biao baffled. Regardless, he resolved to inspect the inscriptions on the bronze. He first scrutinized the plate bestowed by his master. The path of divination encompasses oneself, others, all living beings, and the universe. Everything in existence is contained within the art of divination. So this is the essence of divination, truly marvelous. Yet the requirements for cultivation seem excessively intricate. There is no need for meditation or the absorption of spiritual energy. One merely needs to comprehend life and the cosmos. This understanding can lead to remarkable achievements in the art of divination, regardless of the practitioner's realm, so long as one possesses sufficient insight into the world and its inhabitants. One can ascend to the pinnacle of divination. What a contradiction! After reading, Peng Biao felt a pang of disappointment. The art of divination is immensely wondrous. Not a method but a craft, devoid of realm restrictions. Anyone with the aptitude for cultivation may pursue it, yet it demands profound comprehension of life and the universe. Such concepts are exceedingly ethereal and elusive, making them difficult to grasp. After much contemplation, Peng Biao thought, perhaps only those who have rich life experiences and understand the vicissitudes of human emotion can elevate their divination skills. This is the inherent flaw in the art of divination. Regardless of one's high realm, if one cannot comprehend life and the cosmos, even the art of divination remains inaccessible. However, the path of divination possesses its own merits. Its advantage lies in the fact that even a practitioner at the strength realm can cultivate the art to remarkable depths if they have sufficient life experiences. Thus, it appears that mastering the art of divination is not a task to be accomplished in a day. He turned his attention to the bronze plate he had found. The dominant body technique, a ninth-tier physical cultivation method. Good heavens, a ninth-tier method. This is a windfall. Upon reading the characters inscribed on the plate, Peng Biao was instantly invigorated. A ninth-tier technique. Such a method was not merely unheard of. It was something he had never dared to imagine. Containing his excitement, he continued to read, growing increasingly exhilarated. The dominant body technique comprises 9 chapters, with the first alone capable of leading one to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. After finishing the text, sleep was the last thing on his mind. He promptly rose and began to channel the dominant body technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he activated the technique, it seemed to awaken the bronze plate, which suddenly exuded a powerful attraction, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his Dantian. What a delightful sensation! The speed and volume of spiritual energy entering his body was unprecedented. As the energy flowed into his Dantian, it transformed into true energy and began to circulate according to the dominant body technique's pathway. After one cycle, all seemed normal, but during the second, Peng Biao felt a searing pain. Within him, the true energy from the dominant body technique forcibly shattered and reformed his meridians, which became broader and more resilient. Externally, he gritted his teeth in pain, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he knew he could not relent. The ninth-tier technique is extraordinarily precious. To cultivate it, one must endure pains beyond ordinary endurance. He could envision that if he persevered, he would surpass others of the same realm. I must endure. Qin Ruoshui, Qin Ruoyan. Wait for me. I shall not let you escape. Peng Biao's thoughts shifted to the Qin siblings, and in that moment, feelings of betrayal and humiliation surged within him, dulling the pain somewhat. As true energy expanded his meridians, it was continuously absorbed by his flesh and bones, fortifying every aspect of his physique. The amount of true energy absorbed by his body was immense. Without the bronze plate's rapid absorption of spiritual energy, he would have been unable to cultivate the dominant body technique under such conditions. Had it not been for the bronze plate, attempting to cultivate would have led to an inevitable failure due to insufficient true energy. After enduring the second cycle, Peng Biao could no longer bear the strain and hastily ceased his practice. However, the bronze plate did not stop. It continued to absorb spiritual energy, which flowed into his Dantian and transformed into true energy. Seeing the true energy within his Dantian swell, Peng Biao grew alarmed. If this continued, his Dantian would surely rupture. Yet, he could not halt the bronze plate's actions. In desperation, he resumed the dominant body technique. However, The rate at which the technique consumed true energy was far outpaced by the rate of its generation. In that moment, Peng Biao was horrified to discover that his Dantian was on the verge of overflowing with true energy. Chapter 24. The expansion of the Dantian tenfold at last. The Dantian was completely filled with true energy, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to flow in. Peng Biao felt a painful swelling in his Dantian. This was it. It was about to burst. He felt despondent, tears unshed. Just as he sensed his Dantian nearing its breaking point, a resonant hum echoed, and the bronze fragment he had found began to vibrate, releasing concentric ripples from its center. As the ripples spread, a sharp pain coursed through Peng Biao's Dantian, causing him to faint. In his moment of despair before losing consciousness, he thought, having finally repaired my Dantian, I never expected it to burst from my own true energy. No one is more unfortunate than I. Morning dawned, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Peng Biao's face, rousing him from his slumber. Upon awakening, he was startled and immediately turned his focus inward to his Dantian, his eyes widening in astonishment. His Dantian had expanded, its size now at least tenfold compared to before, filled with a swirling gray true energy. How could this be? Aren't all cultivators' Dantians the same size from birth? Why has mine expanded to such a remarkable extent? After the initial shock, joy washed over him. In combat, if it came down to exhausting true energy, I could outlast anyone. He then examined the bronze fragment within his Dantian, now a singular piece, larger than before, continuously absorbing and expelling true energy. What kind of treasure is this bronze piece? It is astonishingly miraculous, capable of enlarging a cultivator's Dantian. Once the shock subsided, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. Upon loosening his clothing and inspecting himself, he found his body covered in a thick, black, sticky substance, as if he were clad in a close-fitting black garment. Is this the impurities within my body? How repugnant! He covered his mouth and nose and hurried outside, only to find that when Buchu was absent. It dawned on him that when Buchu, being an alchemist, likely spent much of his time on the second floor concocting elixirs. Rushing to the backyard, Peng Biao drew a bucket of water from the well and poured it over himself. After a considerable time, he emerged clean and refreshed. The impurities expelled from his body left his skin fairer and more delicate, akin to jade. Dressed in the robes of an outer disciple of the Xingqian sect, Peng Biao felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. At that moment, his stomach growled, prompting a chuckle. Alas, I must familiarize myself with various spiritual herbs. And my hunger is a distraction, otherwise, I would continue my training. Thus, during the day, Peng Biao immersed himself in the study of spiritual herbs, while at night, he diligently practiced the body dominance technique, his physical prowess growing stronger by the day. 3 days later, having mastered the knowledge of all spiritual herbs, he began to take care of the herbs surrounding the wooden building. Having endured great hardships and transformations in his life, Peng Biao approached every task with patience, tending to the herbs exceptionally well. When Buchu often observed Peng Biao from the second floor, and seeing his meticulous care for the spiritual herbs, he grew increasingly satisfied with him over time. The sect had previously sent many outer disciples to assist in caring for the herbs, but they were all impulsive and careless. Whenever the sect dispatched people, several herbs in the garden would perish. Eventually, when Buchu ceased sending for help, choosing to tend to them himself, which significantly reduced his training time, especially since he often had to assist with alchemical processes. Allowing Peng Biao to care for the herbs was merely a trial for Wen Buchu, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Peng Biao's performance. A month passed, and one early morning, when Buchu summoned Peng Biao from the herb garden into the hall, handing him a small wooden vial. You have worked hard during this period. This is a grade 1 elixir, the Qi-enhancing pill, for practitioners at the late stage of the power realm. Taking it offers a chance to break through to the Qi realm. Thank you, Elder. Peng Biao expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon receiving the vial. Come here. Let me examine your physical condition. As he approached Wen Buchu, the elder placed a hand on his shoulder, a gray spiritual energy flashing momentarily. Peng Biao understood that Wen Buchu was checking for any issues in his body, as it was through Wen Buchu's experiment that his Dantian had been repaired, necessitating regular checkups. Wen Buchu frequently examined Peng Biao's condition, typically every few days, and Peng Biao had no aversion to this. Everything looks good, Wen Buchu remarked with a smile. Normalcy indicated the experiment's viability. There isn't much happening these days. I heard your home is not far from the Xingqian sect. Why not visit? Perhaps being the first successful test subject, I have treated you well. Thank you, Elder, Ping Biao replied joyfully. Having missed village chief Peng Man after so much time away from Pengjia village, you must return in 5 days. Normally, outer disciples are not permitted to use carriages, but I have arranged one for you in the name of the Elder. Go collect it at the foot of the mountain. Ping Biao bowed respectfully before departing. Eagerly anticipating his visit with village chief Peng Man clad in white robes, he held the token as he passed through the mist, exiting the sect's grand formation. Looking back at the thick white fog, he felt a surge of happiness. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he found an outer male disciple waiting there. Are you senior brother Ping Biao? I am here at Elder Wen's behest. Peng Biao nodded, presenting his token for inspection. The male disciple then handed over the carriage to him. Ping Biao stroked the chestnut-colored horse before taking the reins and setting off at a brisk pace. Without pause, he made his way to Yun City by noon. The guards at the city gate, having learned their lesson, recognized the Xingqian sect insignia and the luxurious carriage, allowing him passage without question. Peng Biao did not linger in Yun City, hastening his journey towards Pengjia village, finally arriving before sunset. He parked the carriage in front of Peng Man's stone house and retrieved a bundle of hay from the carriage. The male disciple had loaded the carriage with ample fodder for the horse, knowing that Peng Biao was alone. This hay was not ordinary. It was cultivated in a place rich in spiritual energy within the Xingqian sect, ensuring the horses remained robust and healthy. Returning to Pengjia village, Ping Biao felt a mix of joy and discomfort. Having resided in a place abundant in spiritual energy for so long, he found the sudden transition to the energy scarce outside world somewhat jarring. Pushing open the door, he noticed that Peng Man was not at home. Shouldn't he be preparing dinner at this hour? Peng Biao wondered. He then opened the bedroom door and was alarmed to find Peng Man lying in bed. Peng Biao keenly sensed that the village chief's condition appeared dire. Village chief! Village chief! Peng Biao rushed to the bedside, calling out. However, Peng Man lay with his eyes tightly shut, barely breathing, as if he could not endure much longer. Peng Biao was taken aback and quickly grasped Peng Man's hand, channeling his true energy into him continuously. With a groan, Ping Man finally awoke under the influx of Ping Biao's true energy. Peng Biao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Village chief, do you feel any better? What has happened to me? Peng Man asked, bewildered. I remember catching a chill yesterday. After falling asleep, I felt as though I had fallen into darkness, unable to awaken. Village chief, it is merely a chill. You are fine now. No, I can sense it. I believe my time is drawing near. Peng Man, with his head full of white hair, a face lined with wrinkles and age spots, and eyes dulled and lifeless, conveyed a profound sense of despair. Chapter 25. The Passing of Peng Man Village Chief. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your health is still robust. Peng Biao offered a strained comfort, for he had already discerned the waning breath of Peng Man. The village chief's time was indeed drawing near. Child, do not deceive this old man. I know well the state of my own health. Peng Biao pressed his lips tightly together, rendered speechless. By your appearance, it seems you are on the verge of becoming a true cultivator once more. Very well. In that case, I can descend with peace of mind, knowing I have made amends with your parents. Village chief, please speak less, Peng Biao urged, tears brimming in his eyes. If not now, then when? Peng Biao, I owe my gratitude to Miss Bei. You must be sure to express your thanks to her in the future. Yes, I shall certainly do so. Ping Biao uttered these words reluctantly, striving to comfort Ping Man. Before I depart, I must reveal to you the truth about your father's demise. Village chief, did my father not perish by accident? Did you not say he was devoured by a ferocious tiger? Peng Biao gasped, pressing for answers, as he had always believed his father had been killed while hunting. You were only 10 at the time. What good would the truth have done you? Later, you accompanied Master Zhang to cultivate and were gone for a decade. Upon your return, I realized your time was limited, and thus I kept silent. Village chief, please tell me how my father truly died. Peng Biao implored, urgency lacing his tone. Years ago, while hunting alongside your father, we encountered a band of men. It was night, and I could not discern their faces, but they referred to their leader as Descending Mountain Tiger. They sought to seize our hard-won quarry during a time of famine. Naturally, we refused. In their fury, they resorted to violence. Your father, in his selflessness, shielded my escape and was brutally slain by their blades. I am so sorry for your family. Descending Mountain Tiger, whoever you may be, I shall find you and avenge my father. Peng Biao's teeth ground together in rage. Peng Biao, I have saved up silver over the years, all stored in the cabinet. After my passing, it shall all be yours. Village chief, you must not say such things. I am fading. Peng Man's breath faltered, leaving him unable to speak. Witnessing Peng Man's labored breaths, Peng Biao's heart ached profoundly. A person's lifespan is predetermined, beyond the intervention of others. Indeed, not only mortals but cultivators too face the limits of life. Even those at the Qi realm can only live for 5 centuries. It is this finitude that spurs cultivators to strive for greater realms, seeking to extend their existence. Consider, if all lives were endless, the world would lack vitality. Ultimately, Peng Man passed away, and Peng Biao found himself powerless to alter fate, compelled to watch the village chief's demise. Staring blankly at the elder, who had no blood relation yet had treated him with such kindness. It was not until dawn that Peng Biao conveyed the news of Peng Man's death to the villagers of Pengjia village. Peng Man held immense respect within the village, and his passing brought profound sorrow among the villagers. They elected a middle-aged man, favored by Peng Man in life, to assume the role of village chief and manage the elder's final affairs. The new village chief, Peng Quan, was a stout, seemingly honest man. Aware of the close bond between Peng Biao and Peng Man, he sought Peng Biao's counsel regarding the arrangements. Let us keep it simple. The old man preferred tranquility. Given the heat of the day, it is best to proceed with the burial swiftly. Peng Quan nodded in agreement. Upon learning of Peng Man's passing, the village's coffin shop donated their finest casket. In the afternoon, Peng Man ascended the mountain, with Peng Biao personally carrying the coffin, followed by all the villagers who wished to bid farewell to their beloved village chief. After the interment, each villager approached to bow. Some who had received Peng Man's kindness kneeling and weeping in grief. Observing this poignant scene, a myriad of emotions surged within Peng Biao. Though mortals lack the formidable strength of cultivators and the longevity they possess, the depth of human emotion is something cultivators often lack. The higher a cultivator's realm, the more detached they become. As the last of the villagers departed, only Peng Biao and Peng Quan remained. With a white cloth tied around his head, Peng Biao knelt before the gravestone he had carved, lost in contemplation. He had always regarded Peng Man as family. Now, with his last relative gone, he felt utterly alone in the world. Peng Biao, night is approaching. We should not disturb the late Peng Man any longer. Peng Quan gently assisted him to his feet. Village chief, I will not remain in Pengjia village. I ask that you look after my wife, Inu, and Peng Man's abode. Please ensure no one else occupies it. Do not worry, Peng Biao. I shall take good care of it. Peng Quan, standing before this distinguished youth, dared not offend him, having witnessed the opulent carriage he possessed. That night, Peng Biao returned to Peng Man's stone house, rummaging through a decrepit wooden chest, discovering a small fortune of silver within. The old man had lived simply. These coins likely accumulated from his youthful hunts. Gold and silver held no value for cultivators. So Peng Biao chose to bury the chest in a deep pit in the center of the room. The following morning, with a white cloth tied around his head, Peng Biao departed from Pengjia village. In mourning, descendants traditionally observe 3 years of filial piety. However, Peng Biao knew he could not remain for that long. He resolved to wear the white cloth for 3 years in place of true mourning, deciding to remove it after that period. Having come to visit Peng Man, now that he had passed, there was little left to tether him to Pengjia village. Returning to Xingqian sect was his priority. Before noon, Peng Biao arrived at Yin City, only to find the entrance blocked. Fixing his gaze, he saw 5 donkey carts obstructing the gate, laden with bulging burlap sacks. The carts were old, and the 5 donkeys appeared emaciated, their ribs starkly visible beneath their skin. Such a pitiful sight, he mused, as he waited patiently. However, after a prolonged wait, the carts remained motionless. At that moment, shouts erupted from the city gate. This is deliberate obstruction. I have come numerous times before without issue. Why now? I told you. The dung from your donkeys has sullied the streets of Yin City, and someone has reported it to the lord of the city. Bah! There are countless people defecating in the streets. Why do you not address them? Why single me out, a mere traitor? My donkeys have barely made a mess. I clean it up afterward. Regardless, orders have come down from above. You cannot enter. No amount of argument will change that. You insolent wretch, you look down on me. My brother is a cultivator. You would do well not to provoke me, or I shall make you regret it. With that appearance of yours, you claim to have a cultivator brother? You should take a good look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? Oh, I recognize you. You were once a swindler in Yun City, now merely clad in different garb. Ha ha, brother. So he was a fraudster. No wonder he looks so disreputable. I will make you pay? He, do not act rashly. From behind, Peng Biao understood clearly. That voice belonged to none other than Zhang Erhe. It appeared a quarrel had erupted between Zhang Erhe and the gatekeepers. Chapter 26. The incident at the city gate. Upon realizing that Zhang was in distress, Peng Biao felt compelled to assist. He dismounted from the carriage and strode purposefully ahead. As he passed a donkey cart, he touched the towering sacks piled high, surmising they contained grains and medicinal herbs. He silently praised for his ambition to help his fellow villagers prosper, noting with admiration that he had swiftly commenced action. Upon reaching the city gate, he observed two groups of people facing each other across a barricade of wooden stakes. On one side stood 5 sturdy gatekeepers, while on the other were Zhang and his companions. Zhang, clad in tattered garments that had been washed to a faded white, wore a furious expression. Besides himself, he was accompanied by a frail old man and 5 burly villagers, who kept their heads lowered, clearly intimidated and reluctant to engage in conflict. What has transpired? Peng Biao inquired as he approached. Startled by the familiar voice, Zhang turned swiftly, his face lighting up with joy upon recognizing Peng Biao. Peng Biao, they are being excessively oppressive, refusing me entry into Yun City. He then cast a cold glance at the leading gatekeeper, sneering, now that my brother has arrived, prepare for misfortune. Peng Biao nodded at Zhang, stepping closer with a furrowed brow. Why are they denying entry? Do you not realize my carriage is blocked behind? The leading gatekeeper, taken aback by Peng Biao's imposing demeanor and white attire, hesitated, especially after recalling Zhang's earlier comment about him being a cultivator. My lord, I was unaware that Zhang is your friend. It was a misunderstanding. Please do not take offense, he stammered. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to relent, realizing he could not afford to offend a cultivator. Then why do you not clear the way? Peng Biao pressed. Yes, I shall make way at once. The gatekeeper replied, gesturing for his companions to remove the barricade. Just then, a voice boomed, wait. They cannot be allowed inside. As the words fell, a burly man emerged from the city gate. Peng Biao recognized him as the man known as Yi from the gambling house. Striding up to the leading gatekeeper, Yi barked, a donkey defecates within the city. We cannot let them enter. The leading gatekeeper, recognizing Yi, spoke in a hushed tone. Yi, they have a cultivator with them. I find myself in a difficult position. Yi, casting a glance at Peng Biao, suddenly recalled him, realizing he was the limping youth who had visited the gambling house a month prior. A sly grin crossed his face as he approached Peng Biao, taunting. I thought I recognized you, the limping boy from the gambling house. What is this? Now that your leg has healed, you too have taken to deceiving others? The gatekeeper, alarmed, exclaimed, What? Yi, are you saying he is an impostor? Indeed. He was at my brother's gambling house a month ago. How dare he deceive you? The gatekeeper shouted, pointing his spear at Peng Biao. Peng Biao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such complications from a trivial matter. Realizing Yi's involvement, he understood that Zhang had drawn attention due to his recent winnings at the gambling house. This was clearly an act of retribution from Yi. Losing patience, Peng Biao declared, You have 3 breaths to clear the barricade. Otherwise or else what? You think you can strike me? Yi sneered mockingly. You exhibit audacity beyond measure. Peng Biao thundered, slapping down with his palm, sending the heavy stakes flying several yards. He then shifted to grasp at Yi's throat. Seeing the stakes hurled aside, Yi was taken aback, realizing he had crossed a dangerous individual. As Peng Biao lunged, Yi deftly evaded, crouching to escape the attack. Peng Biao was momentarily stunned. Although he had unleashed a casual strike, he had not expected it to miss a mere mortal. It dawned on him that Yi might also be a cultivator. The leading gatekeeper, now paralyzed with fear, hastily dropped his spear. Internally, he cursed Yi for leading him into this predicament with a cultivator. The other gatekeepers retreated, wary of the brewing conflict, while Zhang looked on with excitement. Ignoring the gatekeeper, Peng Biao, now aware of Yi's true nature, decided to act decisively. He surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yi, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent Yi flying over 10 feet, causing him to spout blood as he struggled to rise. Do not approach. Yi shouted in desperation as Peng Biao advanced once more. Peng Biao was taken aback. How dare Yi steal his catchphrase? With several strides, he seized Yi by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Spare me, my lord. I truly did not know your identity. Yi pleaded. Peng Biao ignored his pleas, channeling his energy into Yi, revealing him to be a mid-tier cultivator, albeit one without true chi, having only honed his physicality to that level. Yi, you are no mere commoner, but a fellow cultivator. Ping Biao remarked with a cold smile. My lord jests. My abilities are trifling. I dare not presume to call you a fellow cultivator. Yi stammered. If you wish for mercy, it shall cost you 100 taels of silver. Yi, taken aback, quickly nodded. He had not anticipated that a cultivator would be so concerned with silver. 100 taels were easily within his reach. After releasing Yi, he painfully instructed the leading gatekeeper to fetch the silver, as he had none on his person. The gatekeeper hurried away, while Peng Biao approached Zhang who gave him a thumbs up. Peng Biao, this is my grandfather. Grandfather, this is the Peng Biao I mentioned. He is a cultivator. Greetings, esteemed master, the old man bowed respectfully. Please, no need for such formalities, Peng Biao insisted, helping the elder to his feet. I share a brotherly bond with your grandfather is akin to my own. The old man chuckled bashfully, then reflected, is truly fortunate. A mere village lad, yet he has a brother as remarkable as you. Grandfather, is it appropriate to speak of me in such a manner? Zhang protested. Do not underestimate Peng Biao interjected. He is leading the entire village in trade, ensuring their prosperity, a feat that, in many ways, surpasses my own. Zhang blushed at the praise, scratching his head and laughing shyly. Chapter 27. The distress of Wenbuchu. By the way, what about your house in Yinqing? Peng Biao inquired with curiosity. I sold it. You sold it? Why would you do that? I need to help the entire village prosper. The funds were insufficient, so I had no choice but to sell the house. Zhang replied nonchalantly. Peng Biao recalled the 5 emaciated donkeys, realizing that Zhang ambition to uplift the entire village was indeed a daunting task. Peng Biao, what troubles you? Zhang pointed to the white cloth tied around Peng Biao's head. Sigh. The old village chief has passed away, Peng Biao lamented. My condolences. Peng Biao, Zhang offered, though he and Peng Biao were not well acquainted. Before long, the leading strongman brought the silver. Receiving the large bundle of silver respectfully presented by Yi, Peng Biao handed it over to Zhang saying, this is for you. You should take it. Zhang hurriedly declined, insisting he could not accept it. Listen to me. What you are doing is truly magnificent, and I, Peng Biao, admire you greatly. Consider this my support for your cause. Upon hearing Peng Biao's words, Zhang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the silver, as he truly needed it at this time. Seeing Zhang finally accept the money, Peng Biao patted his shoulder and turned to see Yi's flickering gaze. Peng Biao narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Yi, and spoke with a profound meaning. If you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Xingqian sect. Just mention my name when you meet someone at Wild Fox Mountain. Understood, Zhang replied. Peng Biao was concerned that Yi might retaliate against him and harm Zhang which was why he spoke those words before Yi, serving as a warning. Having said this, if Yi remained ungrateful, Peng Biao would have to take drastic measures. Though Peng Biao had contemplated eliminating Yi immediately, he realized that Yi had deep connections with the casino owner, who was backed by the Lord of Yinqing. If he were to kill Yi, he would have to eradicate all potential threats for Zhang's future safety, leading to a greater toll of lives. Thus, after careful consideration, Peng Biao decided to intimidate him instead. Upon seeing that the fearsome Peng Biao was finally entering the city, the leading strongman beamed with delight, even waiving Zhang's entry fee. Once inside the city, Zhang prepared to bid farewell to Peng Biao, eager to sell his goods quickly before returning home to rest. For they had set off before dawn, leaving them exhausted. Peng Biao pondered for a moment and said to Zhang I need to trouble you with something. Peng Biao, we need not be so formal. Just say it. If you have some free time, could you help me inquire about a person? I do not know his full name, but he is known by the nickname Descending Mountain Tiger, as a cultivator. Peng Biao knew he needed to dedicate most of his time to cultivation, while Zhang being a businessman, could acquire information more conveniently. What? Descending Mountain Tiger? Peng Xianshi. What do you need him for? Before Zhang could respond, his grandfather expressed his surprise. Old sir, do you know of Descending Mountain Tiger? Peng Biao quickly asked. Indeed. Descending Mountain Tiger is a notorious bandit who wreaked havoc around Yinqing 2 decades ago. However, he gradually vanished from the scene, and no one knows if he is dead, retired, or has fled elsewhere. This was not promising news. If Descending Mountain Tiger had disappeared, how could Peng Biao seek revenge? Old sir, I implore you to help me investigate this matter when you have the chance, for this individual bears a great grudge against me. Fear not. I will see to it that your request is fulfilled, Zhang assured. Good, thank you. Remember, this matter must be approached with caution. It is best to conduct inquiries discreetly. Peng Biao warned anxiously. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion. After parting ways with Zhang Peng Biao ate a bit before continuing on his journey, arriving at the foot of Wild Fox Mountain by the afternoon. He first returned the cart to the stable. At this point, he had become quite familiar with the various locations of the Xingqian sect. Upon returning to Wenbuchu's spirit herb garden, he entered to find Bei Yuyu standing in the hall, while anguished screams echoed from the back room. This Wenbuchu is once again conducting experiments on living subjects. Peng Biao thought, furrowing his brow. He harbored a deep aversion to Wenbuchu's experiments, but his own lack of power rendered him unable to intervene. Peng Biao, I heard Elder Wen say you were supposed to be away for 5 days. Why are you back after just 2? Bei Yu asked, surprised at his early return. Nothing much. The spiritual energy outside is too sparse. It's simply more comfortable within the sect, Peng Biao replied. However, Bei Yu sensed something amiss. Noticing the white cloth on his head, Peng Biao, what happened to you? The village chief has passed away. What? Grandfather Peng. Alas, life is unpredictable. We all must face this day eventually. Bei Yu's exquisite face was filled with sorrow. Bei Yu, why do you keep sending ordinary mortals to Elder Wen? Peng Biao shifted the topic, wishing to avoid further discussion on the late village chief. Must you speak so rudely? You should address me as senior sister. Bei Yu retorted. Senior sister? You sold me to Elder Wen, and I have yet to settle the score with you. You still have the nerve to ask me to call you that? Peng Biao scoffed. How ungrateful can you be? If it weren't for me bringing you to Elder Wen, would you have been able to repair your shattered Dantian? And not a word of thanks from you, treating me like an enemy instead. Well, Peng Biao was at a loss for words. Bei Yu was not wrong. Without her, he would have met a grim fate. Although her intention had not been to save him, she had inadvertently aided him. I'm not here to argue with you. Answer me. Why do you continuously bring ordinary mortals to Elder Wen? Bei Yu clearly regarded human life lightly. What concern is it of yours? I informed them before they came that there were certain risks involved, yet they still insisted on coming. If they die, what is that to me? Did you inform them of the high mortality rate? Of course not. If I said that, who would still want to come with me? Then how are you any different from a human trafficker in the secular world? Peng Biao, I am only letting this slide for the sake of Grandfather Peng. You are getting quite arrogant, aren't you? Elder Wen needs subjects, and we disciples assist him. After a number of times, we can request elixirs in return. It's a trade. If you have the ability, go tell Elder Wen to stop his experiments. Then no one will die. Bei Yu's face hardened with anger. Enough. If you wish to argue, take it outside. Do you think this is a place for such nonsense? Wenbuchu emerged from the back room with a grim expression. It seemed the experiment had failed. Peng Biao and Bei Yu quickly lowered their heads, fearing to speak further. Although Wenbuchu was usually unpretentious, he was an elder and a powerful figure in the core realm. His anger was something they both feared. Peng Biao, come here, Wenbuchu said coldly. Peng Biao complied, walking over as Wenbuchu placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his true energy into Peng Biao's body. After withdrawing his hand, he frowned. Elder, what is the matter? Bei Yu asked cautiously. Ever since Peng Biao succeeded, all subsequent experiments have ended in failure. I cannot fathom where the issue lies. Wenbuchu expressed his confusion. If the experiment itself was flawed, then why had Peng Biao succeeded? If the experiment was sound, then why had everyone else failed? Wenbuchu needed to find a way to transform the randomness of the experiment into certainty. If he could not identify the problem, his aspirations to leave a mark on the world of cultivation would ultimately be in vain. But how could he identify the problem? This was precisely the source of his current distress. Chapter 28. The Hall of Tasks. Bu pondered for a moment and inquired, Elder, could it be that you initially selected the wrong experimental subject? Is it possible that your potion only proves effective for those whose Dantian has been shattered? After speaking, she cast a glance at Peng Biao, for he was the sole successful subject, and it was indeed during the time when his Dantian was broken. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? It must be the case. Wenbuchu's eyes sparkled with realization. Elder, it is good that the issue has been clarified. But concerning the elixir I seek, Liu, there is no rush regarding the elixir. Here is the plan. Capture another cultivator, destroy their Dantian, and I shall provide you with the elixir you desire. Peng Biao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He thought to himself, what a madman. first harming mortals, and now aiming to harm cultivators. Bu wore a troubled expression and replied, Elder, where am I to find a cultivator to capture? Besides, even if I were to apprehend one, they would undoubtedly resist, making the experiment impossible. That is your concern. Who do you think I am? My elixirs are not so easily obtained. Indeed, who does not know that you are the only alchemist of the starry sect? Every disciple relies on the elixirs you concoct. Naturally, even the sect leader must show me some respect. Bu forced a smile, while inwardly cursing, You old fool, shameless wretch. Why don't you say that the sect leader is your little brother? At that moment, a clever idea struck Bu. Elder, I have a brilliant plan. We can find some loose cultivators. I shall shatter one's Dantian and let them escape, while you masquerade as a wandering sage, bringing them into the starry sect to consume your concocted potion. Would that not work splendidly? Quite ingenious indeed. This idea is excellent. You a delicate beauty, harbor such wicked thoughts? Elder, what do you think of this idea? Do you like it? Though it is a bit unorthodox, I quite like it. When Buchu chuckled, Peng Biao observed the two cunning foxes colluding and felt a wave of pity for the loose cultivators who would encounter this formidable duo, both in strength and cunning. However, I must refine elixirs in the coming days. I have little time. When Buchu hesitated, upon hearing this, Bu glanced at Peng Biao and suddenly smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped like a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded. Peng Biao was taken aback, thinking, This enchantress does not intend to involve me, does she? Indeed, Bu said, Elder, isn't it simple? Let Peng Biao take your place. You wicked woman. You would involve me in such a treacherous task? Bu, did I dig up your ancestral grave in my past life? Peng Biao inwardly cursed. Peng Biao? No. He is far too weak. He is unsuitable for either shattering another's Dantian or masquerading as a sage. When Buchu promptly refused, the most crucial reason, which he did not disclose, was that Peng Biao was the only successful experimenter, when Buchu intended to observe him closely and did not wish to risk an unforeseen accident. Should he encounter a crafty loose cultivator who might kill Peng Biao, when Buchu would have nowhere to lament? Hearing this, Peng Biao sighed in relief. He was unwilling to partake in such a senseless venture. Bu cast a knowing glance at Peng Biao, her eyes brimming with unspoken intent. Peng Biao understood that he had once again fallen victim to this enchantress's tricks. Very well, then it shall be just the two of us. A few days of delay in refining elixirs is inconsequential. I can catch up later. When Buchu resolved, and he and Bu headed outside. After pausing, he turned to Peng Biao and said, Peng Biao, take care of the spiritual herbs for now. In the coming days, check the Hall of Tasks. You may accept a simple task to hone your skills. Remember, do not accept anything too perilous. Yes, Elder. When it came to accepting tasks, Peng Biao's first thought was of storage bags. As a cultivator, he found it exceedingly inconvenient to lack one. The sect provided safety and a spiritually rich environment for cultivation. Along with a manual, everything else required cultivators to undertake tasks to earn. Desiring mystical abilities? Yearning for spiritual artifacts? Craving spirit stones? Longing for elixirs? Then go accept tasks. Complete a task, and you shall receive corresponding rewards. Early the next morning, Peng Biao tended to numerous spiritual herbs in the garden before making his way to the Hall of Tasks. Moments later, he arrived at a towering stone hall, where a plaque hung above the entrance inscribed with the words Hall of Tasks. Numerous disciples of the starry sect were entering and exiting. Upon entering the hall, Peng Biao's arrival went unnoticed. Within, the hall buzzed with activity. Countless disciples clad in white robes gathered around a stone wall that was 10 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide, occasionally voicing their opinions. Countless palm-sized iron plates hung on the stone wall, organized in 5 rows from top to bottom. The uppermost row contained only a dozen plates, while the lower rows increased in number, with the bottom row boasting hundreds. Similar to the Hall of Tasks of the Black Mountain sect, tasks were also arranged by cultivation level. There were only a few tasks for the Qi level. Let me see. Goodness, eliminate a level 5 early stage beast, the emerald python, and obtain its inner core. Eliminate a level 5 early stage beast, the crimson spider, and acquire its inner core. The reward for both is a high-grade lower-tier spiritual artifact. TSK. I should look at the tasks for the strength level. Peng Biao approached the task wall, searching for tasks within his capability. With my current strength, I should be able to handle a level 2 early stage beast. Anything stronger is uncertain, he mused privately. Having cultivated a ninth-grade body refinement technique, with a Dantian significantly larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, Peng Biao naturally possessed the confidence and strength to challenge boundaries. Beasts are the sworn enemies of cultivators. Their inner cores and certain body parts are essential for alchemical concoctions. Likewise, cultivators are objects of desire for beasts, as their bodies are rich in true qi, which proves immensely alluring to beasts. Cultivators categorize beasts into strict levels. A level 1 beast corresponds to a cultivator at the strength level, while a level 2 beast aligns with a cultivator at the qi level, and so forth. Long ago, cultivators and beasts engaged in several grand wars, all of which concluded in the cultivator's favor. Presently, beasts are diminished in strength, retreating to lofty mountains and ridges, struggling to survive. Eliminate a level 1 late-stage beast, the Azure Wolf, and obtain its inner core. Reward: 1 storage bag. Ah, this is it. Peng Biao's eyes brightened. Regardless of the circumstances, I must first secure a storage bag. As he maneuvered through the crowd, just as he reached to take the iron plate, another hand swiftly snatched it away. Peng Biao was taken aback and turned to look. It's you. Indeed, it's you. Both Peng Biao and the man exclaimed in astonishment. The individual was a middle-aged man with a somewhat dark complexion, one of the two who had previously guarded Peng Biao. Lu Desheng had not anticipated encountering Peng Biao, the individual he loathed to the core. He held a vivid memory of Peng Biao, even to the point of resenting him deeply. After Peng Biao's escape, the Starry sect naturally initiated an investigation, which revealed that he had fled during Lu Desheng's watch. Subsequently, both Lu Desheng and his companion were punished to guard for another month, and their storage bags were confiscated. Following this incident, Lu Desheng and his companion became the laughingstock among the outer disciples. Some even berated them as useless. 2 cultivators allowing an ordinary mortal to slip away right beneath their noses. What could be more absurd? Thus, Lu Desheng and his companion had indelibly etched Peng Biao's name into their memories. Just days ago, Lu Desheng's term of guarding ended, and upon returning, he was eager to complete a task to regain a storage bag. Chapter 29. Arrival at Wufeng Village. Little brat, I'll take you down. Lu Desheng's anger surged, disregarding the situation as he lunged towards Peng Biao with outstretched hands. Startled, Peng Biao was taken aback, unsure of the reason behind Lu Desheng's sudden aggression. As Lu Desheng attacked, Peng Biao swiftly seized his wrist, tightening his grip with remarkable force. Ah, let go of me! Lu Desheng cried out in agony, sweat pouring down his forehead as he felt the bones in his wrist threatening to shatter under Peng Biao's grip. With a cold snort, Peng Biao forcefully shoved Lu Desheng to the ground. His physical prowess far surpassed that of his contemporaries, rendering Lu Desheng utterly insignificant in comparison. The commotion drew the attention of others around them, who began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that Lu Desheng, the good-for-nothing? Has the month-long deadline arrived? And who is that young man? To subdue Lu Desheng, he must not be an unknown, yet I have never seen him before. How interesting. Daring to cause a ruckus in the task hall without fear of the elder's punishment. Lu Desheng, you have assaulted another without cause in the task hall. For this, you are hereby punished. You shall be barred from accepting tasks for a month. An ancient voice resonated throughout the hall, reaching the ears of all present. Lu Desheng, hearing this, rose with a grim expression, rubbing his still-pained wrist, and seethed, Peng Biao, we shall see about this. With that, he placed the iron plaque back and strode out of the task hall. Goodbye, good-for-nothing. You should be careful. If his nephew finds out, you will be in for it. What of it? He is a cultivator, and yet he let a mere mortal escape under his nose. Calling him a good-for-nothing is hardly a crime. 2 disciples argued, their voices mingling with the air. At that moment, Peng Biao realized that Lu Desheng's resentment stemmed from the mockery he faced for failing to catch him. At his age, still so hot-headed, no wonder he remains at the late stage of the strength realm. Peng Biao mused silently before dismissing the thought. Picking up the iron plaque for slaying the green wolf, he then noticed another plaque that caught his eye. Slay a level 2 early-stage demon beast, the unicorn tiger, and obtain its inner core. Reward: 1 grade 2 youth preservation pill. Since he was headed to the Wufeng mountain range anyway, he decided to accept it. Although the youth preservation pill was somewhat lackluster, it nonetheless promised eternal youth. Just like mortals, cultivators' appearances change with age, becoming aged after 50, despite their longer lifespans. Consequently, many cultivators sport white hair and beards. However, consuming the youth preservation pill would freeze one's appearance at the moment of ingestion, ensuring one would never grow old. This unique trait made the pill highly coveted among cultivators, especially female ones. As Peng Biao took down the iron plaque belonging to the Qi realm, many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. Ah, another one who doesn't know his limits, they whispered. Unwise. Well done, brother. Your spirit is commendable. Kid, we'll see the results in 10 days. Just try not to perish out there. Tasks have a time limit of 10 days at most. Exceeding this period, even if the task is completed, would result in a failure. Naturally, for particularly challenging tasks, the time frame is more lenient, and some exceedingly difficult tasks have no time restrictions at all. Many scoffed at Peng Biao's actions, believing he was merely seeking attention. Ignoring the chatter and gazes, Peng Biao walked directly to a corner of the hall to register. A table was set up in the corner, equipped with paper and ink, and a disciple sat behind it, while an elderly man with closed eyes rested in the background. After handing over the task plaque and token, Peng Biao glanced at the elder, who he presumed was the task hall elder responsible for distributing rewards upon task completion. Once the disciple completed the registration, he took the iron plaque and produced a small horse sculpture for Peng Biao. Accepting the sculpture and reclaiming his token, Peng Biao made his way outside. Arriving at the horse stable at the foot of the mountain, he exchanged the sculpture for a tall horse carrying several bundles of fodder. Mounting the horse, Peng Biao set off towards the northern Wufing mountain range. The Wufing mountain range is a gathering place for demon beasts, enveloped by vast, primitive forests stretching over thousands of miles. Situated 1,000 miles from Xingqian sect, even a horse capable of traveling 500 miles a day would require 2 days to reach. If only I were a core realm expert, I could fly on a magical artifact instead of relying on a horse like a mere mortal, he thought. By evening, Peng Biao arrived at Qinghua County, 500 miles away. Gazing at the towering stone walls rising 5 to 6 zhang, he marveled. Now this is a city, compared to it. Yun City is nothing more than a rural town. Qinghua County lies at the southernmost part of the Jiang Kingdom, bordered by the uninhabited expanse of the Wufing mountain range to the north and the Xian Kingdom to the south. Qinghua County City serves as the center of Qinghua County. Upon reaching the city gate, a heavily armored guard halted Peng Biao. Sir, please present your token. The guard, recognizing the attire of a cultivator from Xingqian sect, still needed to verify Peng Biao's identity. Peng Biao produced his token, and after scrutinizing it, the guard bowed respectfully. Accepting the token back, Peng Biao led his horse into the city. The bustling streets were alive with activity, filled with the sounds of commerce. If the specialty products and herbs from were sold here, the business would undoubtedly flourish, he mused. Finding a modest inn for the night, Peng Biao set off early the next day, continuing his journey northward. Before sunset, he reached Wufing Village, situated on the outskirts of the Wufing mountain range. Wufing Village was devoid of mortals. They dared not dwell near the demon-infested mountains, for even if most demon beasts held little interest in mortals, consuming them offered little to their strength, unless in vast quantities. The village was inhabited solely by disciples from various cultivation sects stationed there. Leading his horse, Peng Biao arrived at a tall 3-story wooden building adorned with the Xingqian sect plaque. He knocked on the gate, which swung open to reveal a vigilant young outer disciple. Eyeing Peng Biao cautiously until he presented his token, at which point the disciple's demeanor softened. Brother, please come in. As Peng Biao entered the courtyard, he was greeted by an influx of spiritual energy. To his surprise, even a small courtyard possessed a gathering formation, indicating the presence of a defensive array. It made sense. With numerous disciples undertaking tasks, it was essential to implement protective measures to avoid catastrophic losses during a sudden demon beast attack. Brother, please hand over your horse. While you execute your task, it will be stabled here. The young disciple took the reins from Peng Biao and led the horse to the backyard. Upon entering the wooden building, Peng Biao found an elderly man with disheveled hair dozing at a table near the entrance. His arrival startled the elder awake. The old man yawned and lazily said, "Present your token." Peng Biao respectfully handed over his token, although he was unaware of the elder's identity. It was prudent to treat such an old figure with courtesy, for he could very well be a formidable expert. After recording Peng Biao's information, the elder returned the token, stretched, and stated, "First floor, room 5. Chapter 30. Ling Jintian observing the numbers 105 inscribed on the door, Peng Biao pushed it open, a wry smile emerging on his face. The cramped space, a 3-foot bed in a 4-foot room, was reminiscent of the accommodations at the camp outside the Xingqian sect. Nevertheless, since he was here on a mission, There was little point in demanding better conditions. In the stillness of the night, as Peng Biao sat cross-legged on his bed, a sudden knock echoed from the courtyard gate, followed by the sound of it opening and footsteps approaching. Opening his eyes, he pondered who could arrive at such an hour. Was it merely the sound of a fellow disciple of the Xingqian sect? Had someone entered? Or was it simply the absence of sound? Soon, voices reached his ears. Who goes there? He recognized the voice of the old gatekeeper, though it was devoid of its usual languor. A booming voice responded. I am Ling Jintian of the Heishan sect. Ling Jintian, the esteemed first elder of the Heishan sect and a formidable figure at the late stage of the core realm. What was he doing in Wufeng village? Peng Biao furrowed his brow. He had heard of Ling Jintian's reputation during his time at the Heishan sect, a renowned powerhouse with a wide circle of friends and numerous disciples. Su Xing, who had been slain by Qin Ruoshui, was among his students. At the time of Su Xing's death, Ling Jintian had been in seclusion. Otherwise, Peng Biao feared he might have met a similar fate. However, Peng Biao was not well acquainted with Ling Jintian, as their mentor, Zhang Bufan, did not share a cordial relationship with him. Ah, Elder Ling, I beg your pardon. May I inquire what brings you here? I wish to invite you to a certain ancient cultivation cave to seek treasures. Ah, this sounds promising. But why would Elder Ling seek me out? Surely there are many formidable experts within the Heishan sect. This cave is fraught with peril. Last year, we dispatched individuals there, resulting in the loss of an elder. I have summoned all my friends and all the core realm experts of Wufeng village. I wonder if you would be willing to join us. Could we perhaps discuss this matter indoors? Of course. After that, silence enveloped the two. Last year, an elder was lost. Was Ling Jintian referring to his master? The more he pondered, the more he felt that Ling Jintian spoke of Zhang Bufan. At such a high level, the chance of falling was minimal, and given the timeline, it was likely to be Zhang Bufan. Before his demise, his master had gifted him a spiritual artifact. Uttering few words, if his master had perished due to this ancient cultivation cave, should he stealthily accompany Ling Jintian to investigate? The notion flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. At present, he was only at the late stage of the Force Realm, while his adversary was surrounded by a group of core realm experts. Capable of flying on their spiritual tools, he could not possibly keep up. The latter half of the night passed in a haze of contemplation for Peng Biao. The following day, he deliberately waited until the sun was high in the sky before rising. Upon stepping outside, he found the old man had vanished, and the outer sect disciple from yesterday was seated at a table, regarding him with peculiar eyes. The other disciples, eager to undertake their tasks, had set off early, leaving Peng Biao as the last to awaken. Unfazed, he requested a piece of white cloth from the disciple and covered the lower half of his face. The disciple, indifferent, was accustomed to the eccentricities of the cultivation world. Peng Biao's masked visage was hardly unusual. Now, no one would recognize me. Peng Biao stepped out, directing his course toward the Wufeng mountain range. He harbored a fear of encountering familiar faces from the Heishan sect who might identify him. Amidst towering ancient trees in the lush primeval forest, Peng Biao cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Odd, where were the blue wolves? He recalled that this area was their territory during his time at the Heishan sect, and he was well acquainted with the distribution of various beast tribes. Suddenly, a sharp crack of a breaking branch echoed, followed by a gust of wind at his back. Startled, Peng Biao immediately filled his body with true energy, clenched his right fist, and spun around, delivering a powerful punch. To his astonishment, a massive wolf, over 10 feet in length and covered in blue fur, lunged at him midair. Its fangs bared, it opened its gaping maw, emanating a foul stench, while its left paw extended, about to collide with Peng Biao's right fist. The wolf's eyes gleamed with derision. Possessing a certain intelligence, it understood that a beast's physical prowess far surpassed that of a cultivator. It looked down upon the reckless approach of the human before it. However, disbelief soon clouded its features. As Peng Biao's fist met the wolf's paw, a sharp crack resonated, and the wolf's left claw shattered under the impact, its body tumbling sideways from the force. Peng Biao would not let the opportunity slip by. Seizing the moment, he pivoted and channeled true energy into his hands. Fingers poised like blades, he thrust toward the wolf's neck, aiming for its vital point. The neck, a conduit between head and body, was soft and defenseless, its Achilles heel. With a swift motion, both of Peng Biao's palms, along with his arms, plunged into the wolf's neck, forcefully sweeping to the sides. The wolf's neck was severed, head completely detached from its body. Blood erupted like a fountain, prompting Peng Biao to swiftly evade the spray. The wolf's enormous head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, staring blankly into eternity. It could scarcely believe that it had been slain by a mere cultivator in a test of brute strength. 2 moves, just 2 moves, and had it been a fair confrontation, 1 strike would have sufficed for its demise. This blue wolf was likely a scout for the pack. He needed to depart quickly lest he be surrounded. Ping Biao strode over to the wolf's head, clenched his fist, and struck down with force. With a resounding thud, his punch created a gaping hole in the wolf's skull, spilling forth a mixture of red and white. As he withdrew his hand, he found himself clutching a small blue orb, no larger than a finger, radiating a tremendous aura of spiritual energy. Securing the inner Dan, he hastily retreated. Peng Biao selected a direction and fled swiftly. In the distance, the sound of howling echoed incessantly. Once beyond the wolf's territory, he reached a small stream to cleanse the blood from his hands. The garments provided by the great sect were of such quality that even bloodstains washed away effortlessly. With the blood cleansed, Peng Biao set his sights on the domain of the unicorn tiger, hoping for good fortune in locating it swiftly. The unicorn tiger was a solitary beast, making it a challenge to find. Often, only luck would lead one to it. Evidently, fortune favored Peng Biao, for it was not long before he encountered a unicorn tiger. Concealed behind a thicket, he observed the striking creature, a magnificent striped beast, dozing 100 feet away. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a swift encounter with a unicorn tiger, measuring over 2 feet in length and adorned with vibrant stripes. The creature bore a long white horn protruding from its forehead, setting it apart from an ordinary tiger, though its size was considerably larger. Noticing the absence of cover ahead, Ping Biao realized a sneak attack was futile. Moreover, with the blue wolf's inner Dan in his possession, even a slight advance would alert the unicorn tiger to his presence. With stealth abandoned, he resolved to confront the beast head-on. Peng Biao leaped into action, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed, like an arrow released from a bow. At the moment Peng Biao sprang into the air, the unicorn tiger's ears perked up, and it swiftly turned, rising to face the oncoming Peng Biao, baring its long fangs. With a mighty roar, the unicorn tiger charged toward him. Chapter 31. Slaying the unicorn tiger. As a man and a tiger were on the verge of collision, the unicorn tiger stood upright, its forebody suspended in midair, extending its massive paw to fiercely strike at Peng Biao. Undaunted, Peng Biao clenched his fists, raising his arms to shield his head, while forcefully pressing his shoulder against the tiger's abdomen, targeting its vulnerable spot, as always. The unicorn tiger's eyes glinted with disdain. It thought, still aiming for my belly? You won't even survive this paw strike. As the tiger's paw descended, Peng Biao halted his advance, letting out a mighty roar, and forcefully stomped his feet against the ground. With a resounding thud, both feet sank deep into the earth. He then thrust his arms forward to intercept the tiger's paw. With a loud impact, the tiger's paw collided with his arms, nearly forcing him to the ground under the immense force. Quickly, he braced himself with his arms and pushed back up, springing forward with his legs to press against the unicorn tiger's abdomen. The unicorn tiger had anticipated that a single strike would either incapacitate or severely injure this man, or at the very least send him flying. To its astonishment, the man had withstood the attack, leaving it momentarily stunned. As it saw Peng Biao charging towards its belly, it was alarmed and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a dull thud, all of Peng Biao's strength converged on the impact, and the unicorn tiger, unable to withstand the force, was sent hurtling away, crashing through countless trees before finally landing several dozen feet away, legs sprawled in the air. Peng Biao dashed forward, his fingers taut and brimming with energy, ready to plunge them into the tiger's abdomen. Should he succeed, the tiger's insides would be utterly destroyed, sealing its fate. To the tiger's shock, years of combat experience kicked in, and, reacting instinctively, it rolled away, narrowly escaping the attack. Seeing his strike miss, Peng Biao advanced swiftly, grasping the tiger's tail and lifting its entire body with force. With a mighty shout, he hurled the unicorn tiger towards the ground, then swiftly reversed direction, slamming it down once more. The sounds of breaking trees and the thuds of flesh colliding with earth echoed incessantly. The unicorn tiger, now filled with dread, feared this man, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he was. In its presence, its once prized physical prowess seemed utterly insignificant. Initially, it retained some semblance of thought, but gradually, the repeated impacts left it dazed, seeing stars and unable to discern the world around it. After delivering dozens of strikes, Peng Biao seized the unicorn tiger's tail and spun it around,
toppling numerous trees before forcefully tossing it skyward. The unicorn tiger soared dozens of feet into the air before plummeting down, while Peng Biao propelled himself upwards, fists charged with energy, aiming at the descending tiger's abdomen with great force. The unicorn tiger had completely lost its ability to resist, rendered helpless as Peng Biao delivered a devastating blow. With a sickening squelch, both of his fists penetrated the tiger's belly, churning its insides violently, causing a torrential rain of blood to cascade down. Blood drenched Peng Biao, transforming him into a figure of crimson, yet he remained unfazed. As he neared the ground, Peng Biao withdrew his hands and leaped aside. With a thud, the unicorn tiger crashed to the ground, convulsing weakly as pools of blood spread around it. Moments later, life drained from its eyes. A formidable second-tier beast had perished at the hands of a late-stage cultivator, all through sheer physical might, without the aid of any mystical artifacts or techniques. This outcome would surely baffle the unicorn tiger in the afterlife. Gazing at the lifeless unicorn tiger, Peng Biao clenched his fists, exhilaration surging within him. The body dominance technique. How extraordinary it is. With my current physical prowess, I could contend with mid-tier beasts. With magical tools and techniques, I would have no fear of late-tier beasts. As for other cultivators, their myriad of methods makes them unpredictable, but if they wield normal tactics, I am unafraid of those in mid-stage. Qin Ruoshui, wait for me. I will reclaim what I have lost. That day is not far off. With that, Peng Biao approached the unicorn tiger, intent on retrieving its inner core, knowing that the ruckus and the scent of blood would likely attract other beasts. Just as he crouched down, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Realizing the danger, Peng Biao quickly sidestepped, but it was too late. A dagger, no longer than a finger, sliced through his arm, leaving behind a streak of red before vanishing into the distance. Almost immediately, he felt a tingling numbness at the wound. Not good. The dagger is poisoned. Aha. You've been struck by my poison. Even if you are a late-stage cultivator, you won't last a minute. A youthful voice echoed from afar, followed by the rapid approach of a dark figure. Turning to face the source of the voice, Peng Biao saw a young disciple of the Black Mountain sect. Strikingly handsome, but with a hawkish nose, indicative of a mid-stage cultivator. However, Peng Biao had no recollection of this individual during his time at the Black Mountain sect. He had helped many juniors but had not retained the names of most, preferring to do good without seeking recognition. The young man halted a short distance from Peng Biao, observing him clutching his wounded arm. With a smirk, he remarked, "You must be from the Starry sect. I must admit, you put on quite a show against the unicorn tiger. But so what? With my poison dagger, you'll be dead in no time." Feeling a bit stiff and unable to move, are we? Peng Biao felt puzzled. He merely sensed a tingling at the wound and was far from immobile. But upon a moment's reflection, he came to a realization. His cultivation of the body dominance technique had fortified his physical form, rendering the poison ineffective. Given that his life was not in peril, Peng Biao decided to turn the tables. With a thud, he fell to the ground, feigning weakness. "You knowing I'm from the Starry sect, why would you ambush me? We are all cultivators here." "Oh, what a resilient body you have. You can still speak. It's no trouble to enlighten you. You Starry sect folks are merely interlopers. The entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation community looks down upon you. Now that I've encountered you, I certainly won't let this chance slip away." Realization dawned upon Peng Biao. The Starry sect had only recently established itself in Jiang Kingdom, and the local cultivators likely resented their presence. Resources for cultivation are limited in any region, and the emergence of an additional sect meant less for everyone else. "Ah, I see, haha. The effects of the poison are kicking in. Hurry up and die." The young man laughed heartily. Then his expression shifted as he squinted. "Wait, why do you seem somewhat familiar? Let me remove your mask." At that moment, Peng Biao's face was obscured by a mask, and his bloodied appearance made it difficult for the young man to recognize him. Yet, Peng Biao had once been a core disciple of the Black Mountain sect, often in the limelight and mingling with many juniors. So those who had crossed paths with him were not few. Chapter 32. The late stage of counterattack. A young man approached within 2 zhang of Peng Biao and suddenly halted, a fleeting glint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He then summoned his true energy, transforming it into a colossal hand of energy that reached for Peng Biao's mask. Upon contact, the young man exhaled in relief, scoffing. "I thought you were a formidable master, but it turns out you are merely a minor character in the late stage of strength realm." He felt he had been overly cautious. Yet, recalling that this individual had slain a level 2 demon beast, the one-horned tiger, solely relying on his late-stage strength realm, he regained his vigilance. The young man laughed heartily, declaring, "A genius capable of slaying demon beasts across realms. I must see who you truly are." With that, he yanked off Peng Biao's mask. However, in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. You, Brother Peng, how could it be you?" he gasped in astonishment. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Peng Biao's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily dazed, he thrust his right index finger forth, targeting the young man Tu Zhongwei. Instantly, his finger shimmered with golden light, transforming entirely into a golden hue, resembling a creation of pure gold. The golden light flashed and struck the young man's chest, returning Peng Biao's finger to its normal state. As the golden light manifested, the young man regained his senses, attempting to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the golden light pierced through his left chest, leaving a hole the size of a fingertip, while a gaping cavity exploded open on his back, the size of a bowl. After traversing the young man's body, the golden light retained its momentum, piercing through several distant trees before finally vanishing. With a thud, the young man collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth as he struggled to utter, "Vajra. Vajra finger, you truly are Brother Peng. Why, despite being poisoned, are you still unharmed?" The Vajra finger, a second-tier lower-grade divine ability, was a technique that Peng Biao had mastered at the Black Mountain sect. However, he typically refrained from using it, fearing it would reveal his identity. As he stood, the tingling sensation had completely subsided. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of a ninth-tier body refinement technique. Approaching the fallen young man, Peng Biao looked down at him with a frigid gaze. The young man pleaded, "Brother Peng, I have once received your guidance in my final moments. Could you tell me why you restored your Dantian and why, despite being poisoned, you remain unharmed?" You will naturally discover the reason below. The young man collapsed, lifeless, unable to close his eyes, unable to fathom that he had perished at the hands of someone merely at the late stage of strength realm. Peng Biao let out a cold laugh. Ever since he had been expelled from the Black Mountain sect, he had severed all ties with its members. What did past guidance matter? Even if there were favors owed, daring to ambush him warranted preparation for death. He approached the one-horned tiger, extracting a finger-thick, radiant white inner core, and snapped off its horn, a valuable ingredient for alchemy. Glancing at the one-horned tiger's Dantian, he smiled faintly. Its inner core contained far more spiritual energy than that of the blue wolf. Reapplying his mask, Peng Biao moved to the deceased young man, rummaging through his belongings until he uncovered a black storage pouch. Channeling his true energy into it, he opened the pouch. Within the one-zhong space, he found numerous finger-sized white cubes, various bottles, and a black circular token. 200 spirit stones, not impoverished, yet not wealthy. Spirit stones served as currency in the cultivation world, acceptable for most exchanges, though some rare items required barter. Moreover, spirit stones could be utilized for cultivation, proving far more efficient than merely absorbing ambient spiritual energy. Peng Biao placed all his possessions into the storage pouch, and, with a flick of his hand, the black token appeared. After some contemplation, he resisted the urge to probe it with his true energy. After all, it belonged to a deceased individual. What did it matter who he was? If the token harbored traps that could leave his aura behind, it would be disastrous. Casting the token far away, Peng Biao began to obliterate the trees shattered by the Vajra finger, ensuring no traces remained. With a series of resounding crashes, splinters flew everywhere. Once the area was cleared, Peng Biao moved to retrieve the flying knife. The knife was the length of a finger, its blade gleaming and imbued with spirit, shimmering with a hint of blue, clearly coated in potent poison. He examined it closely. Such a sharp flying knife, though categorized as a low-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon, rivaled the sharpness of a mid-grade weapon. No wonder it had pierced my flesh so effortlessly. Had he not underestimated me, I would have been in deep trouble had he employed this knife from the outset. Subsequently, Peng Biao stored the flying knife in the pouch, deciding to address the matter of ownership later. With everything in order, he prepared to depart. However, upon further reflection, he realized he needed to destroy the wounds on his body as well. Turning back towards the young man, he intended not only to obliterate the wounds, but also to validate some of his suspicions. As he approached, Peng Biao clenched his fists, ready to deliver a blow. But the young man suddenly rolled over, staggering yet swiftly fleeing into the distance. Peng Biao chuckled coldly. He had indeed feigned death. It was absurd to engage in such lengthy discourse before death. Yet, he pondered, how could one survive with a shattered heart? This aspect baffled him. While cultivators possessed extraordinary vitality, a destroyed vital organ should lead to death. Critical areas like the head, heart, and neck, once shattered, offered no chance for survival. He had never anticipated encountering someone who could barely escape with a destroyed heart. Observing the young man's desperate flight, Peng Biao's index finger shimmered gold once more, and with a flash, the golden light surged forth. With a sickening sound, the young man's Dantian exploded, and he collapsed, unable to rise again. The golden light pierced through his body, striking a nearby mound of earth, which subsequently erupted, debris flying in all directions. Reaching the young man, Peng Biao observed blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his eyes filled with malice. Undeterred, he crouched down, reaching for the young man's chest, and suddenly realized the truth. I wondered what the cause was. So, your heart is on the right side. You will face retribution, the young man managed to utter before finally succumbing to death. This time, it was genuine. Retribution? A jest. Cultivators defy fate, existing as beings against the heavens. To fear retribution is to live like mortals, content to pass through a brief existence. With a series of resounding punches, the young man's visage was unrecognizable. His body reduced to a pile of flesh and mud. With the task complete, it was time to return. As Peng Biao prepared to leave, he suddenly glanced up. Noticing dozens of gray lights soaring through the sky, he swiftly ducked beneath a tree and looked up once more. Upon closer inspection, the gray lights were interspersed with blades. Spears, swords, and halberds. Those wielding flying instruments must be experts of the core realm. Yet, why were so many fleeing in a panic? This perplexed Peng Biao, usually. Core realm experts displayed calm confidence while flying, yet now they seemed to be in a frantic chase, as if fleeing for their lives. Chapter 33. Elder Yujiqiu. At that moment, a gray light dimmed, revealing a colossal blade that swiftly descended towards the location of Peng Biao. The surrounding lights, however, paid it no mind and continued their hasty retreat. The massive blade plummeted towards Peng Biao's vicinity, but halted its descent just before touching the ground, gently settling instead. A white figure rolled off the blade and landed 10 paces away from Peng Biao, its fate uncertain, while the blade itself flickered and shrank to the size of a palm. As Peng Biao focused his gaze, he recognized the disheveled white-clad elder lying on the ground. It was indeed the elder from the Xingqian sect whom he had encountered just the previous day. Since he was a member of his own sect, Peng Biao felt compelled to render aid and hurried to the elder's side. Upon inspection, he noted that the elder's breath was faint, his face contorted in pain, and a gaping wound in his abdomen, though curiously, it was not bleeding, indicating that his injury was enveloped in true energy. The elder, upon seeing Peng Biao, exhibited a look of surprise, as he had believed himself doomed and was astonished to encounter a fellow sect member. Quick, hide yourself. The human-faced tiger butterfly is just behind us, he urged, his voice strained. The human-faced tiger butterfly? A fourth-tier beast? Peng Biao was taken aback and soon found himself in a state of panic. The human-faced tiger butterfly was known for its gregarious nature, and upon maturity, possessed the strength of a fourth-tier beast. They preferred to congregate, whether in combat or daily life, and once provoked, they would swarm in numbers. The thought of facing a horde of fourth-tier beasts made Peng Biao's scalp tingle with dread. Scanning his surroundings, he realized there was little in the way of concealment. With no other options, he picked up the spirit artifact and carried the elder towards the corpse of the unicorn tiger. Before long, a butterfly the size of an adult landed nearby, its body and wings adorned with tiger stripes, yet its head bore the visage of an adult male. This was the fourth-tier beast, the human-faced tiger butterfly, with its emerald eyes scanning the area. It noticed the remains of a human that had been reduced to a pile of flesh, alongside the carcass of the unicorn tiger. A flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. It clearly recalled seeing an injured figure fall nearby, yet now it was nowhere to be found. It began to approach the body of the unicorn tiger. Just as it was about to reach the unicorn tiger's corpse, a thunderous roar erupted from above. In response, it too let out a fierce cry and flapped its vividly striped wings, soaring into the sky. From this vantage point, it beheld a chaotic scene in the distance, where over 100 human-faced tiger butterflies were engaged in battle with a dozen cultivators, the latter evidently wounded and moving sluggishly. The human-faced tiger butterfly let out a furious roar and flew towards the fray. Although it departed, the terrifying aura it left behind deterred other beasts from approaching. For this area was on the periphery of the Woofing mountain range, where the beasts generally lacked strength. As night passed, early the next morning, The unicorn tiger's carcass shifted slightly, and a blood-soaked head emerged. It was Peng Biao. Sensing no immediate danger, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He climbed out and then pulled the elder, who was also drenched in blood, from the carcass. The elder's wounds had begun to heal under the influence of true energy. Though while his external injuries had mended, his internal ones still lingered. Once he was out, the elder sat on the ground. Glancing at the massive body of the unicorn tiger and then at the remains of the disciples from the Heishan sect, now reduced to a heap of flesh. "Did you do this?" the elder inquired. "Indeed. Since it is done, and you have discovered it, what is there to fear in admitting it?" Peng Biao replied. "You have quite the audacity to slay disciples of the Heishan sect. Upon our return to the sect, I shall see how you are punished." Peng Biao was astonished. The elder displayed a lack of reason, failing to express gratitude for his rescue and instead seeking to hold him accountable for the deaths of the Heishan disciples. "Elder, why do you not inquire about the circumstances? If someone sought to kill me, am I not entitled to retaliate?" Peng Biao responded solemnly. "Humph, retaliation? Is that what you call reducing your opponent to a pile of flesh? Cultivators should stand united as one family. Regardless of familiarity, we must look out for one another. Your actions are no different from those of demonic cultivators." Peng Biao stared at the elder in bewilderment. It was his first encounter with someone so adamantly moralistic. He could hardly fathom how this elder had reached the core realm without ever being schemed against. If he returned to the sect and revealed Peng Biao's actions, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape unscathed, the news would eventually reach the Heishan sect. What to do? Should he eliminate the elder now, while he was gravely injured? Yet, a core realm cultivator possesses numerous trump cards. What if he failed and was instead killed? Perhaps it would be wiser to flee and become a rogue cultivator. Peng Biao's mind was a tempest of conflict. The elder observed him with a calm demeanor. But when he noticed a glimmer of murderous intent in Peng Biao's eyes, he realized that the jest had gone too far and could no longer be taken lightly. "Ha ha. To be able to kill a second-tier beast across realms, my young friend, you possess remarkable skills." The elder's sudden smile did not ease Peng Biao's tension. Rather, it intensified his sense of danger. "Ah, you old rascal. Now that you are gravely wounded and powerless to resist, you seek to placate me with flattery, hoping to return to the sect and settle the score later? At your age, you should know the value of humility." Seeing the murderous glint in Peng Biao's eyes, the elder was taken aback. "Oh no, I have gone too far with my jest. Wait, young friend, what do you intend to do?" "I am an elder of the Xingqian sect." "And what of it? You wish to expose this matter?" "I care not whether you are an elder or the sect master. Even if a divine-level expert were to intervene against me, I would not hesitate to strike." "Misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. My previous words were mere jest, intended to test your resolve. I never anticipated such a fierce desire for blood in you. Alas, elder, the situation is dire. You need not feign innocence. Save your words for the afterlife. This, alas, is there truly no trust left between individuals? We are both members of the Xingqian sect. What does it matter to me who from the Heishan sect has perished? Indeed, elder, did you not just proclaim that all cultivators are one family? Now, when the situation turns unfavorable, you swiftly change your tune." The elder's incoherent responses only solidified Peng Biao's resolve to end his life. By the heavens, I am wronged. Elder Yu Zhiqiu swore to the heavens, "I shall never disclose this matter. You saved my life, and I am grateful. How could I possibly repay kindness with malice?" "Yu Zhiqiu? Are you truly Elder Yu Zhiqiu?" Peng Biao hesitated for a moment before urgently inquiring. Of course. Peng Biao was well aware of who Yu Zhiqiu was. He was a late-stage core realm cultivator, ranking third among the elders of the Xingqian sect, known for his ambiguous morals and carefree demeanor, yet clear in his sense of justice and promise-keeping. With a flick of his hand, Yu Zhiqiu produced a token, which Peng Biao examined closely. It bore his name. "Elder Yu, I beg your pardon. I was unaware of your identity and have been indiscreet." Peng Biao knelt on one knee. Recognizing the elder's identity, Peng Biao retracted his murderous intent. Yu Zhiqiu's whimsical personality meant that his words should not be taken too seriously. "Please, rise. Ignorance is no crime. Besides, it is merely the death of a cultivator. What is the great significance? Most sects in the Jiang kingdom secretly harbor animosity towards our Xingqian sect. They deserve their fate." Yu Zhiqiu urged Peng Biao to rise quickly. Had he not been unable to move, he would have already approached to assist him. Chapter 34. Apprenticeship. Peng Biao rose to his feet. Yu Zhiqiu regarded him with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he spoke. You possess immense potential and decisive capability, Peng Biao. Your future achievements shall be remarkable. You flatter me, elder. Peng Biao replied humbly. I am a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. You saved my life, and thus I must repay you. Speak freely, whether it be martial arts, divine techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, or spirit stones. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your desires. Observing Yu Zhiqiu's earnest demeanor, Peng Biao pondered deeply, yet found himself at a loss for what he truly needed. Currently, he lacked nothing essential. All he required was time, for he was confident in his ability to grow rapidly given the opportunity. If I were to claim that I desire nothing, it would surely raise Yu Zhiqiu's suspicions. A cultivator of the strength realm devoid of aspirations would undoubtedly invite various speculations. Ah, I have an idea. With a resolute thud, Peng Biao knelt on both knees and respectfully declared, Elder, I seek no other reward than to take you as my master and to serve you henceforth. Oh, haha. Splendid. I accept your request. Please rise. Yu Zhiqiu was overjoyed at the prospect of accepting such a promising disciple. This Peng Biao is quite ambitious indeed. He possesses the potential to maximize opportunities. He is truly a remarkable individual. Yu Zhiqiu's regard for Peng Biao elevated further. Rather than rising immediately, Peng Biao performed 3 respectful bows before standing. Yu Zhiqiu smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of comfort at having such a courteous disciple. Having taken Yu Zhiqiu as his master, Peng Biao felt reassured that Wen Wuqiu would no longer pose a threat to him. He had always harbored wariness towards Wen Wuqiu. Their relationship was fundamentally that of an experimenter and the subject of experimentation. Should Wen Wuqiu's forthcoming experiments prove detrimental, he might turn his scrutiny towards Peng Biao. Thus, it was imperative for Peng Biao to instill caution in Wen Wuqiu, rendering him reluctant to act against him. The appearance of Yu Zhiqiu was a fortuitous opportunity. Peng Biao, I have strict standards for accepting disciples. My disciples are all at the origin realm. Your current level is too low. How about starting as a registered disciple? Despite his embarrassment, Yu Zhiqiu felt compelled to express this. Accepting Peng Biao directly would surely incite discontent among the other origin realm disciples, leading to jealousy that could hinder Peng Biao's growth. After all, they had toiled arduously to reach the origin realm before being accepted as disciples. While a mere strength realm novice had no right to stand on equal footing with them, others would not consider that Peng Biao had saved Yu Zhiqiu. They might argue, you owe your life to the master, but we have received no such favor from you, and thus we shall make your life difficult. Peng Biao understood this reasoning well. He respectfully replied, I comprehend the elder's concerns. Being a registered disciple is already a great honor for me. I will strive to cultivate diligently to reach the origin realm as soon as possible, so that the master may formally accept me as a disciple. Good, you possess ambition. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple. Yu Zhiqiu expressed his satisfaction, increasingly pleased with Peng Biao. Master, I currently serve Elder Wen Wuqiu. Will he not harbor any discontent regarding my apprenticeship? Peng Biao raised a pertinent question. Oh, is that so? Have you pledged yourself to Wen Wuqiu as his disciple? Not at all. I merely assist him in tending to the spirit herb garden. That is of no concern. I will speak to him upon my return. Thank you, master. By the way, how did you sustain such grave injuries? And why were you pursued by the man-faced tiger butterfly? This was a question Peng Biao had long wished to ask. It was evident that Yu Zhiqiu had ventured with Ling Dantian to explore the ancient cultivator's cave, a place that may very well be linked to the injuries sustained by Elder Zhang Bufan, Peng Biao's first master, and the direct cause of his demise. Everyone holds profound sentiments for their first experiences, and Peng Biao shared a deep emotional connection with his first master, Zhang Bufan. He naturally sought to learn about the ancient cave and even wished to investigate the cause of Zhang Bufan's death, yearning for vengeance. Though his current strength did not permit such pursuits, I fear that all high-level cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom will take action due to that place. Yu Zhiqiu sighed, a mixture of fear and regret evident on his countenance. Peng Biao grew curious. Master, what lies within that ancient cave? Your strength is too low. That is not knowledge for you to possess. Peng Biao felt helpless, inwardly lamenting. Why do all the elders insist on uttering such phrases? Peng Biao, find a safe place to rest. We shall return to Wufeng village in 3 days. Yes, master, Peng Biao replied respectfully, though he wore a puzzled expression. Yu Zhiqiu glanced at him and stated calmly, the man-faced tiger butterfly will surely attack Wufeng village. Returning too early would be akin to courting death. Understanding dawned on Peng Biao. Master, Does that mean the people from various sects within Woofing Village are in grave danger? All sects possess protective formations. With regard to our Xingqian sect's formation, even those at the Aperture Realm would find it challenging to breach it in a short period. The man-faced tiger butterfly must guard that ancient cave. If it cannot break through the formation in a timely manner, it will naturally retreat. Peng Biao nodded, realizing that the man-faced tiger butterfly was tasked with safeguarding the ancient cave, which explained its pursuit of the group of Aperture Realm cultivators seeking treasure therein. Thus, Peng Biao found a massive tree, hollowed it out, and both he and Yu Zhiqiu took refuge within. As a cultivator at the Aperture Realm, Yu Zhiqiu no longer required external sustenance, whereas Peng Biao satisfied his hunger with the flesh of the unicorn tiger. 3 days later, the two departed from the Woofing mountain range. Although Yu Zhiqiu's injuries had improved somewhat, he was still unable to fly. As Yu Zhiqiu's pace was slow, Peng Biao carried him on his back. Before their departure, they had already located a water pool to cleanse themselves of bloodstains. And Yu Zhiqiu donned a fresh set of robes. Upon returning to the wooden building of the Xingqian sect, the outer disciples hurriedly greeted them. Elder, a few days ago, demonic beasts attacked Woofing Village. Did any disciples of our sect suffer losses? In response to the elder, when the demonic beast attacked, our disciples were within the protective formation and thus suffered no losses. However, other sects did incur casualties. As long as our sect remains unharmed, we need not concern ourselves with others. Peng Biao, follow me. Yu Zhiqiu led the way, with Peng Biao obediently following behind. They arrived at a room at the far end of the first floor. Upon opening the door, they found a space of about 2 zhang, where a young disciple sat cross-legged on a mat in the corner, while the rest of the room lay empty. The young disciple hastily stood and saluted upon seeing Yu Zhiqiu enter. Peng Biao glanced at his chest and recognized him as an inner sect disciple. Yu Zhiqiu instructed Peng Biao to stand in the center of the room and commanded, "Activate the teleportation array to send us back to the sect." "Yes, Elder." The young disciple responded, forming hand seals with his fingers. After a moment, he released a stream of true energy from his fingertips, striking the ground. A humming sound reverberated as white light flickered, revealing a circular array on the floor, approximately 2 zhang in diameter. The array covered most of the room, leaving only the corners free, and the young disciple stood at the edge of the array. The intricate array was adorned with numerous patterns, which Peng Biao observed with a sense of overwhelming complexity. Chapter 35. Confronting the clown. Oh no, the horses are still here. Peng Biao suddenly remembered the horses. What is the panic? When we return, we can inform the stable, and they will naturally communicate with Woofing Village. At this moment, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they instantly vanished, the formation in the room dissipating and gradually returning to its original state. In the starry sect, within the transmission hall, another flash of white light occurred, and Peng Biao and Yu Zhiqiu appeared in the hall. It turned out that there was a direct formation connecting Woofing Village and the transmission hall. No wonder the master was unconcerned about the man-faced tiger butterfly attacking Woofing Village. Even if the formation in the wooden building was unable to defend, the disciples could still retreat via the transmission array. It seems my cultivation level is too low. I still need to ride a horse to reach Woofing Village. If I were a core disciple, I could surely use the transmission array. Peng Biao mused quietly. Senior brother Yu, how have you returned? An elderly man in the corner of the transmission hall rose from his mat to inquire. I had some urgent matters, so I came back, Yu Zhiqiu replied hurriedly as he made his way towards the exit, with Peng Biao following closely behind. Senior brother, are you injured? The elder sensed that Yu Zhiqiu's aura was somewhat unstable and hurried to catch up with him. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. I need to find the sect leader. Yu Zhiqiu waved his sleeve and stepped out of the hall. Once outside, Yu Zhiqiu said, Peng Biao, I must see the sect leader now. As for your matters, I will discuss them with Elder when I have the time. With that, he hastily departed. Watching his retreating figure, Peng Biao thought to himself, something significant must have occurred in the ancient cultivation cave, or perhaps a treasure has surfaced. Unfortunately, my current level of cultivation is too low to be involved. Shaking his head, Peng Biao pushed such thoughts aside and proceeded towards the task hall. Having completed his task, it was time to claim his reward. Unlike his initial visit to the Starry Sect's task hall, where no one paid him any mind, this time, upon entering, he immediately attracted several curious gazes. Look, that arrogant lad is back. He returned in just 5 days, subtracting the 4 days for travel. That means he had only 1 day to complete his task. 1 day? How could he possibly finish it? Without a doubt, he failed. From his appearance, It doesn't seem like he failed the task. Stubborn as a dead duck. The task of slaying the blue wolf must have been completed, but killing the unicorn tiger? One can easily guess that he couldn't have done it. A group of disciples began to whisper among themselves. 5 days prior, when Peng Biao accepted the task, he had left a deep impression on some, which is why they noticed him as soon as he entered. Many disciples, unaware of the situation, turned to inquire from those nearby, subsequently chuckling at the absurdity of a late-stage strength realm disciple attempting to slay a second-tier demonic beast like the unicorn tiger. They began to ridicule Peng Biao, yet one individual, with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, quietly slipped away. Peng Biao paid no heed to the derision. He recognized these individuals as mere clowns. Those truly capable would never waste their time gossiping about others, but would instead focus on enhancing their own strength. Having discreetly concealed 2 inner cores within his robe, Peng Biao was mindful that retrieving items from his storage bag within the task hall might draw unwanted attention. You lad, when you accepted the task 5 days ago, it was evident you were after the storage bag. How could you return with one after just a short outing? Did you rob someone? Such inquiries could easily arouse suspicion, and currently, maintaining a low profile was paramount for Peng Biao. As he approached, the smiles on some faces began to fade, replaced by uncertain expressions. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated from Peng Biao, perceptible to any cultivator. This energy was undoubtedly from a demonic beast's inner core, far beyond what a mere blue wolf's inner core could exude. Could it be that this lad genuinely killed a unicorn tiger? The crowd pondered quietly. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Reaching the corner of the task hall, Peng Biao produced 1 blue and 1 white inner core along with a token, addressing an outer sect disciple behind the table. I accepted this task 5 days ago, and I have completed it. I am here to claim my reward. Buzz. As soon as Peng Biao finished speaking, disbelief washed over the gathered disciples. A late-stage strength realm disciple truly killed a second-tier demonic beast? How could this be? They immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. The outer sect disciple, not daring to delay, quickly flipped through the records from 5 days prior. After confirming, he approached an elder seated behind him and respectfully presented the 2 inner cores. The elder opened his eyes, glanced at the inner cores, then at the composed Peng Biao, and nodded slightly, a hint of approval gleaming in his gaze. Reaching into his robe, the elder produced a palm-sized storage bag and tossed it to Peng Biao, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. The rejuvenation pill is inside this storage bag. This is the last one I have on me." Due to the nature of storage bags, the elder could not carry many at once, and once they were distributed, he would have to wait until the following day to procure more. Heavens! Elder Feng actually praised someone, and it's directed at an outer sect disciple. Am I hearing this correctly? In all my years as a disciple, I have never heard Elder Feng commend anyone. Peng Biao impressive. Catching the storage bag, Peng Biao listened to the surrounding murmurs and felt somewhat perplexed. Is it really so astonishing to receive praise from Elder Feng? Elder Feng? Could it be that he is Elder Feng Qingping, the second-ranked elder in terms of strength within the Starry Sect? If so, it would indeed explain things. Peng Biao thought to himself. Feng Qingping, a late-stage core realm cultivator, was known for his taciturn nature and rarely smiled. Very few within the Starry Sect had ever received his commendation. Peng Biao respectfully bowed to Feng Qingping. Elder Feng, I suspect this Peng Biao is engaging in deception. How could a late-stage strength realm outer sect disciple possibly slay a second-tier demonic beast? It is highly likely that he had assistance from others. I implore Elder Feng to investigate thoroughly. This atmosphere of dishonesty cannot be fostered. The purpose of these tasks is to hone our combat abilities. If someone receives assistance, what significance does the task hold? This Peng Biao's character is too poor. We request the elder to revoke his reward. A particularly unattractive female disciple shouted. Setting aside the facts, Peng Biao's actions are utterly despicable. A segment of jealous disciples immediately began clamoring, shifting the discourse from the task's legitimacy to the character of Peng Biao. The remaining disciples were left speechless. What had initially been a trivial matter suddenly escalated into a vehement condemnation. Listening to the cacophony around him, Feng Qingping closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the ruckus. Seeing that the elder did not intervene, these clowns grew increasingly audacious. Enough. A gaggle of clowns, mere frogs at the bottom of a well, only knowing how to wag their tongues. Being in the same sect as you is a disgrace, Peng Biao bellowed, his voice laced with true energy, causing many ears to ring, which quickly quieted the chatter. Some inner sect disciples nodded in agreement. Even from that singular roar, they could discern Peng Biao's prowess. Realizing he was no ordinary late-stage strength realm cultivator. You bunch of miscreants, still disregarding the facts? Disregarding the facts. I am your father, and you are my daughter. Why do you not call me father? Peng Biao continued his tirade, particularly targeting the unattractive female disciple. Haraha. Most disciples erupted into laughter, amused by Peng Biao's sharp tone. Those who had just mocked him turned crimson, particularly the unattractive female disciple, whose neck flushed a deep shade of red. Peng Biao, you shameless cad. How dare you insult junior sister Bai Jie in such a manner? Peng Biao extended his right hand, pointing decisively at the group that had just derided him, his eyes glinting with a piercing light, and proclaimed, "You vile miscreants, engaging in such rat-like behavior. If you are unconvinced, dare you sign a life-and-death contract on the duel stage and settle this once and for all?" As these words fell, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 36. Lu Meng. They were all individuals among the outer disciples who found themselves at odds with their circumstances, often resorting to disparaging others to feel a sense of importance. For them, the truth or falsity of matters held little significance. What mattered was whether they had vented their frustrations and expressed their grievances. When engaged in their tirades, they acted like ferocious tigers, yet when confronted with actual challenges, they resembled sickly cats. Signing a life-and-death agreement? What a ludicrous notion. Is it not preferable to live? At the very least, one could enjoy a long life. With decades ahead to criticize others, why bother with a reckless madman like Peng Biao? It seems they should seek out someone more psychologically fragile to target instead. They could not rouse the courage to confront Peng Biao, who was a formidable opponent, a man not to be trifled with. Every critic silently resolved never to provoke Peng Biao again. Observing the group of silent individuals, Peng Biao sneered contemptuously, exclaiming, "Bah! A pack of yapping, spineless curs." Had anyone dared to step forward, Peng Biao might have regarded them with a measure of respect. Instead, he found them all to be cowards. The critics bowed their heads, brimming with fury yet lacking the courage to stand up for themselves, all the while hoping someone else would take the initiative. In times of trouble, they wished for others to step up, never considering that they themselves might do so. The thoughts of the weak. Suddenly, a round of applause resonated from outside the mission hall, followed by a clear voice declaring, "Peng Biao, you possess audacity indeed, to insult so many of your fellow disciples." As the voice faded, two figures entered the hall, Lu Deshang, whose expression was one of venomous anger directed at Peng Biao, accompanied by a young man clad in the garb of an inner disciple. The young man, dressed in white, was slender yet bore an intense gaze, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Peng Biao. It was he who had just spoken. Upon his entrance, a flicker of apprehension crossed the faces of many disciples. What brings Lu Meng to the mission hall? Wasn't he in seclusion recently? And look who accompanies him, Lu Deshang. Lu Meng is Lu Deshang's nephew. And after Lu Deshang suffered a setback at the hands of Peng Biao 5 days prior, Lu Meng is surely here to avenge him. Peng Biao is in for trouble. Lu Meng's cultivation is at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Not necessarily. Peng Biao could simply ignore him, someone remarked. Outside the battle arena, disputes are forbidden within the sect. What can Lu Meng do in such circumstances? Whispers of speculation filled the crowd, and through their murmurs, Peng Biao discerned the identities of his adversaries. Lu Meng approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Peng Biao, and bellowed, "Peng Biao, you brazenly insult your fellow disciples in this sacred place, showing utter disrespect. Kneel and apologize to your peers immediately." As Lu Meng spoke, he cautiously glanced at Feng Qingping, relieved to find him indifferent, eyes closed and seemingly disinterested. Apparently, Elder Feng was indeed, as the rumors suggested, reticent and disinclined to concern himself with such trivial matters. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, the critics erupted with excitement. Finally, someone has stepped up. Dozens of outer disciples rushed to Lu Meng's side, eager to voice their grievances. "Senior brother Lu, please stand up for us. Peng Biao has gone too far. Yes, he relies on his strength, showing no regard for the bonds of brotherhood, hurling insults at us with impunity. Wah! He even dares to claim he could be my father. I am but a blossoming fairy. How can I endure such humiliation?" The unattractive woman, Bai Jie, forced out a few tears. At her utterance, the crowd fell silent, save for her muffled sobs. The other critics were taken aback. Was this mastery, to boast of oneself while cursing another? Suddenly, laughter erupted from the assembly, cutting through the silence. Bai Jie, feeling insulted, immediately ceased her weeping and glared at the crowd. Peng Biao regarded her hideous face and the audacity of her claims with a bemused expression. To think she would call herself a fairy with such appearance, her shamelessness rivaling that of a city wall. Lu Meng, I never expected your character to be so vile. Kneel and apologize at once, he retorted, suppressing a laugh. And who do you think you are to command me? Peng Biao recognized Lu Meng's intention to provoke and returned his hostility without reservation. Impudent! I am an inner disciple, while you are merely a lowly outer disciple. Bow down and pay your respects. Lu Meng's taunts continued. Your head must be addled, Peng Biao shot back, unyielding against this troublemaker. With these words, Lu Desheng could no longer contain his fury. Pointing at Peng Biao, he exclaimed, Peng Biao, how dare you be so disrespectful? Apologize at once. Or what? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Peng Biao challenged defiantly. Why you? Lu Desheng was left speechless. Lu Meng frowned. Aware of the sect's regulations against disputes among disciples, punishable by severe penalties. Peng Biao, you just boasted about challenging your fellow disciples on the battle arena. What sort of skill is it to bully the younger ones? Are you brave enough to face me there? Lu Meng had no other recourse but to provoke Peng Biao further. Ridiculous. You accuse me of bullying the younger ones? Have you not considered that you too are bullying me? You are at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, while I am merely at the late stage of the Strength realm. Do you not feel ashamed saying such things? Peng Biao remained unfazed. In truth, his combat prowess had indeed reached the mid-stage of the Qi realm. However, he preferred to remain low-key in the world of cultivation, for subtlety was the path to success. Since you could dispatch the blue wolf and the unicorn tiger in a single day, it proves your true strength is at the mid-stage of Qi realm. Why then fear me? Peng Biao scoffed, refusing to engage in banter. He had resolved not to fight, regardless of Lu Meng's provocations. Yet Lu Meng, perceiving Peng Biao's reluctance, was determined not to let him off the hook. Lu Desheng was his uncle, and having watched him grow, Lu Meng felt compelled to avenge his humiliation. Casting a glance at the white cloth tied around Peng Biao's head, a scheme hatched in Lu Meng's mind. Peng Biao, while the garments of our Xingqian sect are predominantly white, there is no need to wear it upon your head. Peng Biao's gaze darkened. The meaning behind the white cloth was unmistakable, and Lu Meng's words were evidently meant to provoke him, crossing all boundaries. Upon hearing Lu Meng's taunts, many inner and outer disciples felt displeased. It is often said that the deceased should be revered. Must Lu Meng resort to such despicable tactics to teach a lesson? Who among us has not faced the sorrow of losing a loved one? Lu Meng, seeing Peng Biao's reaction, thought he was making headway. He cared not for the feelings of the deceased, for they were not his kin. Peng Biao, what is that thing on your head? It is utterly disgraceful. Take it off at once. Lu Meng added fuel to the fire. Peng Biao's anger flared. He considered Peng Man to be his last remaining family. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he could not stand idly by as Peng Man was disrespected. Having reached his limit, he declared, Lu Meng, you seek your own demise. Want to kill me? Meet me at the battle arena. What say you? Do you dare? Lu Meng's laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained. Let us fight. Then, the battle arena shall be your grave. Peng Biao's expression was frigid as he regarded Lu Meng, as if gazing upon a corpse. Chapter 37. The final battle on the arena within the confines of the Starry Sect, a grand square lay at its heart. Adorned with a circular high platform that towered 100 feet in size, elevated half a foot above the ground, constructed entirely from countless azure stones. This high platform served as the arena for decisive battles amongst the cultivators of the Starry Sect. Whenever unresolved enmities arose, the disputants would convene at this arena to settle their scores. There existed two forms of combat on the arena, one without a life and death pact, merely determining superiority. The other bound by a life and death agreement, wherein the conflict would only cease upon the fall of one party. On that particular morning, a throng of disciples from the Starry Sect made their way to the arena, led by Peng Biao and Lu Meng, accompanied by the boisterous members of the task hall. Tasks could be undertaken at any moment, yet such a spectacle was rare and not to be missed. The gathered crowd approached an elderly man with a long beard, seated calmly on the ground. The elder opened his eyes, surveying the assemblage before him, and spoke in a measured tone. Are you here for a duel? Indeed. Please present the life and death pact. Elder, Lu Meng replied respectfully, a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, so readily seeking a life and death pact? The youth of today are quite bold. The elder remarked, waving his hand to summon a scroll that materialized before Lu Meng. Following this, a pair of enormous hands, formed from a grayish fluid, extended from the elder, unfurling the scroll. Sign with your own blood. I must warn you, once the pact is made, I will activate the arena's formation. It will remain until one party is vanquished or the victor chooses to relent. Consider your decision carefully before signing. Without hesitation, Lu Meng inscribed his name. Then turned to Ping Biao, revealing a cruel smile. Ping Biao stepped forward, scrutinizing the contents of the life and death pact, which merely stated that life and death were at stake. Ping Biao, why do you hesitate? Are you frightened? Lu Meng taunted, sensing Ping Biao's delay as a sign of regret. Fear? I, Ping Biao, have never known the meaning of that word. I merely find you too weak. Defeating you alone would not suffice, Peng Biao retorted coldly. Haraha, do you truly consider yourself a threat? With your meager strength, how many can you possibly defeat? I shall take on 10. Lu Meng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Opting for silence thereafter, believing further discourse would be futile, he merely awaited Peng Biao's decision to sign. Ping Biao pointed at Lu Desheng and several others who had been particularly vocal in the task hall, declaring, Lu Desheng, you, and you. Come forth to sign. Today, I shall face 10 opponents. Among the 9 was the notably unattractive female disciple, Bai Jia. What nonsense are you spouting? You underestimate us greatly. Who would willingly fight you? This is a duel between Lu Meng and you, not us. The 9 participants remained unmoved, none stepping forward to sign. Suit yourselves. If you 9 refuse to sign, then I shall not either, Ping Biao declared defiantly. Lu Meng, realizing the stalemate, shouted, Ping Biao, are you afraid to face me? Thus seeking excuses? Think what you will. I state my position clearly. I shall give you another 15 minutes. If you do not sign, this duel is cancelled. The elder interjected sternly, having never witnessed such indecision before. Lu Meng, now desperate, urged the 9, sign quickly. If you do not, you are opposing me. I assure you. Once on the platform, I will eliminate Peng Biao first. You shall face no danger. With Lu Meng's guarantee, the 9 reluctantly approached, each inscribing their names upon the life and death pact. Once completed, Lu Meng glanced at Peng Biao, anticipating further reluctance, yet was taken aback when Peng Biao readily signed his name. This unexpected compliance sent a chill through Lu Meng, as though he were the prey ensnared in a trap. As Peng Biao signed, the elder appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised to find that Peng Biao was merely at the late stage of physical cultivation. Shaking his head with a sense of regret, he reclaimed the scroll and commanded, quickly ascend the platform. The 11 participants leaped onto the arena, with Ping Biao standing on one side and Lu Meng alongside 10 others on the opposite. At first glance, the disparity in numbers was glaring. A few spectators below sighed, lamenting Peng Biao's impending doom, while others dismissed the notion, believing him to be impulsive and deserving of the consequences of his actions. At that moment, the elder swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a grayish liquid that struck the ground with a resounding thud, enveloping the arena in a transparent protective barrier, akin to an inverted glass bowl. The duel commenced. With a bellow from the elder, the atmosphere ignited. Peng Biao, brimming with true energy, charged towards the 10 adversaries, intent on delivering a swift and decisive strike. Come at me, Lu Meng roared, rushing to meet Peng Biao head-on, believing himself to possess an advantage of 2 minor realms. He felt his body, nourished by true energy, far superior to that of Peng Biao. Fear a clash of flesh? I, Lu Meng, shall not cower before you. With a thunderous collision, Lu Meng unleashed a punch aimed at Peng Biao's face, which Peng Biao deftly blocked with his left hand. Following this, Peng Biao retaliated with a powerful strike using both his elbow and knee, surging towards Lu Meng. Lu Meng attempted to defend with both hands and feet, but was utterly overpowered. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao's onslaught landed squarely on Lu Meng's body, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In an instant, Lu Meng was sent hurtling into the air, crashing against the protective barrier, which rippled upon impact before rebounding to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Severely injured, the crowd was left in stunned silence. They had anticipated a disparity in strength, yet the reality was far more extreme than anyone had foreseen. The elder below stood momentarily stunned, his curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, the 9 participants on stage were rendered speechless, their original intent to spectate having been shattered by the ferocity of the encounter. They had not prepared for battle, and witnessing such a terrifying display left them in shock, cursing Lu Meng in their hearts, including Lu Desheng. Yet, Ping Biao harbored no intentions of sparing them. His disdain for these mockers surpassed even his animosity towards Lu Meng. As a cultivator, he abhorred those who squandered their hard-earned cultivation talents with idle chatter and scorn, wasting precious spiritual energy. With a sudden lunge, Peng Biao approached Lu Deshang, catching him off guard with a powerful blow to his Dantian, causing Lu Deshang's energy center to be rendered useless. Energy seeped from his body as he fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in agony. Given the chance, he would never again provoke Peng Biao over a momentary dispute. Having incapacitated Lu Deshang, Peng Biao did not linger, leaping towards the unattractive female disciple, Bai Jia. She, having never left the starry sect for training, was unprepared to face such a brutal adversary. Stricken with fear, she lost all courage to resist as Peng Biao charged toward her. In desperation, she fell to her knees, crying out, "Father, father! Did you not say you would be my father? Please do not kill me." Bai Jia wailed. Chapter 38. The overwhelming physical strength. A twitch passed across Peng Biao's handsome face. He had not anticipated such eccentricity from this individual. He felt no sympathy for the woman who was crying and wailing. Humans are capricious creatures. In her current predicament, she was naturally desperate for survival. And if he were to spare her, she would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. The nature of a petty person is to remember grievances but forget kindness. In response to her pleas, Peng Biao unleashed a kick infused with his true energy, aimed directly at her Dantian. Once again, another Dantian was shattered. Following this, a series of explosive sounds echoed as the Dantians of the remaining 7 individuals were similarly destroyed. On the elevated platform lay 9 external disciples, writhing in agony, their blood staining the arena even further. Their fate had been sealed the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. None of them stood a chance against Peng Biao. And with their speed inferior to his, escape was futile on the 100-foot-high platform. The unfolding events on the stage left the disciples below in a state of shock. Good heavens, a late-stage strength realm practitioner had severely injured a mid-stage energy realm practitioner in one exchange, and then incapacitated 9 external disciples in mere moments. Was this defiance of the heavens? A challenge across realms, indeed. I never expected to witness such a display of audacity. This Peng Biao is truly ruthless. Is it not excessive to destroy the Dantians of 9 individuals? After all, we are all fellow disciples. Excessive? Once the life and death contract is signed, they become enemies. When dealing with foes, no means can be deemed too extreme. I find Peng Biao to be cold-hearted and decisive. He is indeed a formidable character. Regardless of the discussions below, the battle atop the platform continued unabated. A surge of true energy manifested as a colossal hand, wielding a spiritually infused 3-foot flying sword, launched an assault towards Peng Biao's head from behind. In a swift motion, Peng Biao evaded the attack by sidestepping. Turning to face his assailant, Lu Meng, whose lips bore traces of blood, had managed to recover. Filled with rage, Lu Meng could hardly believe that his underestimation had led to such disastrous losses. The destruction of 9 Dantians would undoubtedly be blamed on him. Not to mention that his uncle, Lu Deshang, was among them. Lu Meng, it is your turn, Peng Biao bellowed, surging forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger. For a moment, Lu Meng was daunted by his overwhelming aura, but he quickly gritted his teeth and maneuvered the flying sword with his true energy, aiming it directly at Peng Biao's back. Should Peng Biao persist in his reckless charge, he would likely be pierced through before even reaching Lu Meng. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Peng Biao spun around sharply, gauging the trajectory of the flying sword. He clenched his right fist and struck out, colliding fiercely with the sword's tip. What? He dares to confront a spiritual weapon head-on with his bare flesh? This Peng Biao is truly oblivious to the peril he faces. A foolhardy individual, overestimating himself. This battle is surely nearing its conclusion. The onlookers below watched in disbelief as Peng Biao met the flying sword with his fist. Rather than blood spurting forth as they had imagined, there was a resounding clang as the sword and fist locked in a stalemate. With a powerful roar, Peng Biao struck again with his left fist against the body of the sword. The impact sent the flying sword skidding aside, breaking free from Lu Meng's control and clattering to the ground. Its spiritual essence diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Peng Biao's right fist bore only a faint white mark. Humph. What can a mere low-grade mid-tier spiritual sword do to me? From the moment the sword first attacked, Peng Biao discerned its true nature as a low-grade mid-tier spiritual weapon. Thus he resolved to confront it directly. Even a blade as sharp as a mid-tier spiritual weapon could merely graze his skin. How could he fear a low-grade mid-tier flying sword? By withstanding the attack of the flying sword with his physical strength and rendering it nearly powerless, while emerging with only a slight mark, left the onlookers utterly astounded. What? How is it possible to withstand a flying sword with bare flesh and remain unscathed? My goodness, is he truly a late-stage strength realm practitioner? How can his body be so formidable? Quickly, investigate what cultivation technique he has mastered. I know. I was on duty at the time. He selected the third-tier body refinement technique, Arhat Path. How can an external disciple practice a third-tier technique? It was arranged by Elder One. Arhat Path? Who has cultivated Arhat Path? Is there anyone here who would dare to cultivate a body refinement technique? Such techniques draw true energy from within to enhance the body. Without sufficient true energy, one cannot even elevate their realm. Hurry, go check Arhat Path. Why the rush? Do you have the qualifications to look? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that upon entering, each person could choose a technique only once. Any subsequent selections could only be obtained through completing tasks for rewards. Thus, even knowing how powerful Arhat Path is, they had no right to view it. Most sighed in disappointment, but a few inner disciples exchanged glances and discreetly slipped away, their destination unknown. The elder below, upon hearing the crowd's chatter, wasted no time and summoned a golden disc, pouring a gray liquid onto it, causing the disc to expand to several zhang in size. The elder promptly stepped onto the disc and soared into the air, heading towards the technique hall, neglecting the ongoing battle entirely. All disciples stood momentarily stunned, quickly understanding that this elder must be retrieving the original Arhat Path. Such a potent technique would undoubtedly be treasured and safeguarded from ordinary disciples. In an instant, no one cared about the battle on stage, their attention solely fixed on the body refinement technique Arhat Path. Listening to the discussions around him, Peng Biao remained indifferent, relishing the misunderstandings. If the sect were to investigate Arhat Path and find nothing conclusive, they would inevitably come to inquire him. At which point he would have grounds to assert that he only began cultivating Arhat Path after repairing his Dantian, redirecting all attention to Wenbuchu and away from himself. On the battlefield, Peng Biao turned to face the terrified Lu Ming. The outcome of the battle was now beyond doubt. Lu Ming, gripped by fear, wished he could slap himself twice for provoking such a formidable adversary and cast a resentful glance at Lu Deshang, his uncle, who was more a source of trouble than assistance. However, Lu Deshang, upon witnessing Peng Biao's extraordinary prowess, had already fainted from fright. With each step Peng Biao took forward, it felt as though he was crushing Lu Ming's heart beneath his feet, amplifying his dread and discomfort. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Ming cried out, "Peng Biao, don't come any closer." Peng Biao was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, another person imitating his catchphrase. In his panic, Lu Ming frantically wielded his true energy, and moments later, a great hand of true energy ensnared Peng Biao, rendering him immobile. Haha, perish. Lu Ming charged forward, a dagger appearing in his hand. Its spiritual essence even more potent than the flying sword, evidently a low-grade, upper-tier spiritual weapon. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with clarity, revealing a ruthless intent. The earlier fear and panic had all been a facade. As a practitioner of the energy realm, he had faced countless dangers. How could he be cowed by adversity? In the realm of cultivation, the foolish and cowardly are but a rare minority. Most are cunning, malicious, and deeply scheming individuals. Chapter 39. The Fall of Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards Peng Biao, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed directly at Peng Biao's eyes. Are you not physically formidable? Let us see if your eyes are as resilient as your body. The audience was once again captivated, astonished that the previously settled circumstances could be reversed. Peng Biao smiled coldly, realizing Lu Ming's prior demeanor had merely been a facade. Just as the dagger lunged forward, Peng Biao deftly tilted his head, evading the strike. The blade grazed his scalp, severing a lock of hair. With a surge of inner energy, Peng Biao's body swelled as if inflated, easily breaking Lu Ming's energy hand into several fragments. Once liberated, the remnants of the energy dissipated into the ether, rendering Lu Ming's crude energy manipulation utterly ineffective against Peng Biao. Unbound, Peng Biao swiftly seized Lu Ming's wrist, gripping the dagger, while his other hand, clenched into a fist, came crashing down upon Lu Ming's elbow. A sickening crack echoed as Lu Ming's arm shattered, bloodied bone piercing through flesh. Ah! Lu Ming howled in anguish, his arm rendered limp. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Biao wrested the dagger away, flipping it around and positioning it against Lu Ming's throat. This battle was conclusively over. Peng Biao looked down at Lu Ming, who was drenched in sweat from the pain, and stated coolly, "Lu Ming, your life now rests in my hands." Do you have any final words? There was no animosity between them, yet the situation had spiraled from Lu Deshang's machinations. Lu Ming had presumed he had the upper hand over Peng Biao, only to find himself at the mercy of the latter. The sight of Lu Ming's dire state served as a stark reminder to Peng Biao. Often, calamity is self-inflicted. Though physically strong, Peng Biao did not consider himself invincible. Having once been a practitioner at the Yuan realm, he understood well the myriad methods available to contend with the physically powerful. Moreover, his own physical strengths were not uniformly robust. Certain vulnerabilities lay hidden within him. Lu Ming's defeat stemmed from two primary factors: his underestimation of Peng Biao, as he had engaged him head-on during their first encounter, resulting in severe injury, and the confined space of the combat arena, which limited his options. Furthermore, Lu Ming was woefully ignorant of Peng Biao's capabilities, naively equating high cultivation with guaranteed victory. Had they fought in an open expanse, Lu Ming might have been defeated, but not so swiftly. He could have utilized spiritual artifacts to facilitate his escape. In the aftermath of this confrontation, it was foreseeable that no one within the Starry sect would dare to confront Peng Biao with sheer physical might, nor would anyone challenge him in the arena again. The realm of cultivation is fraught with hidden dangers. One must navigate with utmost caution and humility. Peng Biao silently admonished himself. Ha! Peng Biao, I, Lu Ming, am simply outmatched. Do as you will, kill or maim, I am prepared. Lu Ming's visage twisted in pain and fury. To Peng Biao's surprise, he had anticipated Lu Ming to plead for mercy, yet the latter displayed an unexpected courage. Brother Peng, Lu Ming has already surrendered. I beseech you to spare him. Brother Peng, you have already incapacitated 9 individuals today. Your objective has been achieved. There is no need to pursue total annihilation. Indeed, Brother Peng, Lu Ming is a disciple of Elder Mi. Should you slay him, Elder Mi is likely to seek retribution against you. Please reconsider. Over 100 inner and outer sect disciples and attendants began to voice their concerns, advocating for Lu Ming's life. Listening to the chorus of pleas, Peng Biao lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with a desire to survive. He was a tough individual, but who among them wishes for death? Sensing a shift in Peng Biao's demeanor, Lu Ming swallowed hard and whispered, Brother Peng, our conflict is a misunderstanding. I am willing to offer spiritual stones as compensation. However, before Lu Ming could finish, a piercing scream escaped him as he felt Peng Biao's knee strike his Dantian. In an instant, Lu Ming's Dantian was rendered useless. What? After all our efforts to persuade, how could Peng Biao still choose to act? Peng Biao's relentless actions left many in the crowd aghast. Surely, he would face Elder Mi's wrath for such an affront. This Peng Biao was indeed a formidable character, unyielding in his resolve. The crowd watched in astonishment as Peng Biao incapacitated Lu Ming. They had expected that with so many voices urging leniency, he would relent. Yet he had remained steadfast in his decision. For a disciple of the inner sect like Lu Ming, being rendered a cripple was akin to plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss. It was a fate worse than death. With an icy gaze and an impassive countenance, Peng Biao kicked Lu Ming away and sheathed the dagger, retrieving a flying sword from a distance, which he stored in his pouch. In the past, at the Black Mountain sect, he might have shown mercy in such a scenario, but the current Peng Biao would not spare any adversary. Having taken action, Lu Ming was now an enemy. To release him now would only invite future retaliation when he regained strength, a belief Peng Biao held firmly due to the nature of humanity. What of Elder Mi seeking vengeance for his disciple? Peng Biao was now a disciple of Yu Zhiqiu and had signed a life-and-death agreement before the battle. He doubted Elder Mi would dare act against him. Offending Elder Mi meant offending his entire lineage. Releasing Lu Ming would amount to slapping the elder's face. Thus, whether to spare Lu Ming or not would incur the elder's ire, compelling Peng Biao to remain resolute. As for the entreaties of the many disciples, Peng Biao scoffed. The situation had not befallen them, and thus they spoke under the guise of righteousness. He would not be swayed by their pleas nor abandon his principles. At that moment, a gray light streaked from afar, landing upon the arena. Upon closer inspection, Peng Biao saw a middle-aged man with a square face descending on a long flying sword. As he neared, his countenance changed upon witnessing the scene before him. How dare you harm my disciple? You are doomed. Destroy your own Dantian and kneel to beg for mercy. The middle-aged man pointed angrily at Peng Biao. Peng Biao surmised this man was likely Elder Mi, the mentor of Lu Ming. Having just emerged from seclusion, he had intended to observe the duel, only to find his disciple in such a state. Elder Mi's fury ignited instantly. Everyone in the starry sect knew Lu Ming was his disciple. This blatant affront was a direct slap to his face. He would not rest until Peng Biao was captured and executed. With Elder Mi's arrival, Peng Biao's fate seemed sealed. The elder's temper was infamous. Peng Biao's actions were tantamount to courting death. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, most wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Isn't Peng Biao so formidable? Now he has fallen into the hands of an elder. This is surely his end. Peng Biao casually gestured towards the air, stating coolly, Lu Ming is the one I have incapacitated. Elder Mi, what are your intentions? His demeanor conveyed a palpable disdain for Elder Mi, and some in the audience could not help but admire his composure in the face of a formidable opponent. Elder Mi, incensed by Peng Biao's insolence, nearly exploded with rage. You insolent wretch, do not hesitate to destroy your own Dantian and kneel to await your punishment. I had thought Elder Mi was as wise as the legends claim. But you have proven to be utterly lacking in wisdom, Peng Biao replied, shaking his head in disappointment. The crowd erupted in disbelief. How could Peng Biao dare to speak to Elder Mi in such a manner? Did he not value his life? Chapter 40. Chunyi, what did you say? You little brat? Mi Xian spoke with a tone filled with menace. It was surprising that an outer sect disciple would dare to speak so arrogantly, a privilege even most elders would not presume to exercise. I said, Elder Mi is not quite right in the head. Have you ever seen a cultivator destroy their own Dantian? Have you seen it? If not, it matters little. All I know is that you are about to die. Since he had never witnessed such an act, Elder Mi was well aware that no one would commit such a foolish deed. To even suggest it was an indication of his own lack of wit. Haraha. Many disciples could not help but laugh at the absurdity of Elder Mi's words. Indeed, what he said was utterly nonsensical. Some disciples, fearing that their laughter might incite Elder Mi's wrath, quickly covered their mouths. You, audacious boy. No matter how quick-witted you are, your reckless disdain for your fellow disciples will not change your fate of execution. Mi Xian glared at the defensive array below and cursed inwardly. Where the hell is that old man? The decisive battle has concluded. Yet he still hasn't come to deactivate the defensive array. Mi Xian knew that with his own strength, he could not breach the defenses of the battle stage. If it were not for the array's existence, he would have already captured Peng Biao and would not be engaging in such trivial banter. As a senior elder, Mi Xian understood the rules of the battle stage and knew well what a life-and-death contract entailed. I have already signed a life-and-death contract with Lu Ming. Pray tell, elder, by what reason will you execute me? Peng Biao spoke calmly and eloquently. Umph. What a sharp-tongued lad. Mi Xian scoffed. He would never reveal his reasoning, for there were many disciples present, and Peng Biao held the moral high ground. Some words were simply inappropriate to utter. He was not foolish. Boy, daring to confront me so boldly, your time will come once you leave the sect. Mi Xian resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Peng Biao. The matter of Lu Ming being crippled was secondary. What truly irked him was Peng Biao's arrogance that had caused him to lose face in public. I dare anyone to execute my disciple. An enraged voice boomed, followed by a massive purple cloud and a colossal blade soaring through the air. Both Peng Biao and all the disciples, as well as Mi Xian, were taken aback, then hurriedly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, We greet the sect master. Riding clouds is the hallmark of a Qi realm expert. Typically, such experts ride upon gray clouds, as these clouds are formed from their inner true energy, which is gray in color. However, the sect master of the Xingqian sect, Chen Yi, commanded purple clouds, a phenomenon attributed to the unique cultivation method he practiced. Thus, upon seeing the purple clouds, one knew the sect master had arrived. Do not bow, a calm voice echoed from the purple cloud, reaching everyone's ears. They stood up, and Peng Biao gazed at the purple clouds with a fervent longing in his eyes. Who would not desire to become a Qi realm expert? Unfortunately, he could not see the sect master's true visage, as from the ground, only the clouds were visible, concealing Chen Yi. Elder Mi, is it you who seeks to execute my disciple? A cool voice emanated from the gigantic blade, indicating that Yu Zhiqiu had fully recovered from his injuries. Mi Xian's expression darkened. He knew all too well who Yu Zhiqiu referred to as his disciple. Damn that Peng Biao. If he was indeed Yu's disciple, why did he not say so earlier? You little brat, you did this on purpose to embarrass me. Just you wait. Mi Xian seethed with hatred for Peng Biao in his heart. As Yu Zhiqiu's words hung in the air, the surrounding disciples quickly grasped the situation and began to murmur among themselves. So, Peng Biao is Elder Yu's disciple. No wonder he is so powerful and shows no respect for Elder Mi. This revelation made everything clear. It was undoubtedly Elder Yu who had secretly instructed Peng Biao, endowing him with such formidable strength. Alas, why do I not have such a powerful master? Senior brother, who is Elder Yu? Is he formidable within the sect? You do not even know who Elder Yu is? He ranks third among the elders and is a late-stage core realm expert. Wow, Peng Biao has such a profound background, with Elder Yu as his master and elder when backing him up for the third-grade body refinement technique. It is no wonder he dares to look down on Elder Mi Humph. Elder Mi has only recently ascended to elder status and is insignificant in the eyes of Elder Yu and Elder One. As Peng Biao listened to the various speculations around him, he made no rebuttal, reveling in the conjectures of the others. Mi Xian, why do you not respond when I speak to you? Do you no longer regard me? Yu Zhiqiu's voice resonated once more. Cautiously, Mi Xian lifted his gaze towards the purple cloud, yet the occupant had remained silent throughout. The sect master, Chen Yi, was disinterested in the petty grievances of disciples. Elder Yu, I genuinely did not know that Peng Biao was your disciple. Mi Xian was compelled to lower his tone, for he could not afford to offend Yu Zhiqiu. Are you suggesting that because Peng Biao is not my disciple, you are free to oppress him at will? No, no, no. Elder Yu, that is not my intent. As an elder, you ought to strictly adhere to the sect rules. Do you not understand the regulations of the battle stage? To use your authority to bully others. Do you wish to forfeit your title as an elder? Yu Zhiqiu's tone was particularly stern, and despite being a fellow elder, he scolded Mi Xian as if he were a junior. Mi Xian dared not argue back. Elder Yu, I was wrong. I handled the matter too hastily. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Mi Xian bowed his head respectfully, yet his eyes shot a glance at Peng Biao, filled with deep-seated resentment. Upon catching that glance, Peng Biao furrowed his brow. Being targeted by such a petty-minded individual was hardly a good omen, especially since this person was a core realm expert, far beyond his current capabilities. Since you acknowledge your mistake, return and cultivate in seclusion. Should any misfortune befall Peng Biao in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Yu Zhiqiu was well aware of Mi Xian's character. As a fellow elder, with the sect master present, he dared not be excessively harsh. Mi Xian's heart quaked, and he respectfully bowed to the purple cloud before departing hastily. Peng Biao silently expressed his gratitude, for Yu Zhiqiu's words had effectively bestowed upon him a protective charm. Should Mi Xian attempt to harm him in the future, there would be reservations. Truly, this master was worth his allegiance, Peng Biao mused inwardly. At that moment, a circular disc approached from afar. Upon sighting the purple cloud, it swiftly flew beside it, as if the two were engaged in conversation. After a brief period, the disc descended to the ground, and an elderly man jumped down. After stowing the disc away, he formed hand seals, releasing a gray liquid that struck the ground, causing the defensive barrier to vanish in an instant. Peng Biao leapt down from the high platform, respectfully bowing to the gigantic blade and the purple cloud before striding towards the spiritual herb garden. With the excitement over, the multitude of disciples dispersed, discussing the recent battle as they walked. After this confrontation, Peng Biao would undoubtedly gain immense renown within the Xingqian sect. As for the 10 individuals sprawled on the battle stage, some wailing and some unconscious, no one paid them any heed. Their Dantians were destroyed, but they were not killed. They would eventually recover and return on their own. As for their future paths in cultivation, they need not concern themselves with that for now. It was more pressing to enjoy the final year of their lives. Such is the world of cultivation, an unvarnished realm. When lacking strength, no one will care for you. When in distress, no one will pity you. Your tragic fate will merely become fodder for others' amusement during their leisure. In cultivation, one either ascends to become an immortal or descends to become a ghost. There is no possibility of remaining human. Chapter 41. The early stages of Qi realm. Upon returning to the ambiguous wooden building, Peng Biao encountered Wen Buchu and Bei Yuyu, both standing silently in the hall, their faces etched with concern. Without needing to inquire, Peng Biao surmised that either their experiment had failed yet again, or they had failed to capture any cultivators. What has transpired? Peng Biao approached them with a cheerful expression. What is there to laugh about? With your playful demeanor, you resemble a fool. You are still in the late stages of the strength realm, while Yu, younger than you, has already reached the mid stages of the Qi realm. How can you still find amusement in this? When Buchu, irked by Peng Biao's levity, bellowed in frustration, Peng Biao quickly suppressed his smile. Recognizing that it was prudent not to provoke Wen Buchu further in his current state of agitation. Suddenly, Wen Buchu placed a hand on Peng Biao's shoulder, channeling his vital energy through him. After retracting his hand, he pondered aloud, It has been several days since you ingested the medicine. Yet why have you experienced no adverse effects? Your vitality is astonishingly robust. Peng Biao chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. He cautiously inquired, Elder, have any cultivators been captured? How did the experiment fare? What do you think? After consuming the medicine, they simply perished. What a futile endeavor. Bei Yu lamented, puffing out her chest and tapping her lower back with her right hand. Peng Biao's gaze inadvertently wandered, and he was taken aback by her ample figure. Sensing his scrutiny, Bei Yu turned to him and giggled. Peng Biao, do you find my body so enticing? Caught off guard by her directness, Peng Biao felt a flush of embarrassment. Enough of your flirtation, I am already troubled. When Buchu snapped. When Buchu, his face clouded with worry, glanced at Peng Biao before breaking into a sly grin. Tell me, Peng Biao, how do I usually treat you? The elder treats me exceptionally well, Peng Biao responded, sensing a hint of mischief in Wen Buchu's demeanor, which sparked a sense of unease within him. Then how about you assist me once more with an experiment? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with whatever elixir you desire. Wen Buchu tempted him. When Buchu was at an impasse, Peng Biao was now a registered disciple of the outer sect of the Xingqian sect, and he could no longer employ coercive methods as before. Instead, he needed to coax him into agreement. Peng Biao was wholly unwilling. After all, who could predict what sort of poison Wen Buchu might concoct for him this time? He never wished to endure the torment of their last experiment again. Nevertheless, he couldn't refuse outright, as doing so would surely offend Wen Buchu and lead to future inconveniences. Elder, do you believe we have conducted enough experiments on those with shattered Dantians? Peng Biao quickly shifted the subject. Of course it is insufficient, with you included. We have only conducted 2. Spare me your distractions and answer, will you assist or not? When Buchu pressed directly, avoiding any further dilly-dallying. Elder, I am certainly willing to participate in the experiment, but I believe you should conduct more tests on those with shattered Dantians, Peng Biao replied, attempting to divert the conversation. Do I need your prompting for that? Such individuals are exceedingly rare. After several days of searching, we managed to capture a lone rogue cultivator. But convincing them is no easy feat, especially those rogue cultivators, who are astute and cunning. Elder, I must inform you that I know of 10 individuals with shattered Dantians. Really? Where are they? Within the sect, at the dual platform. If you hurry, you may still catch them. Then I shall go at once. When Buchu exclaimed joyfully, rushing out, confident that Peng Biao would not deceive him. With Wen Buchu gone, only Peng Biao and Bei Yu remained. Peng Biao unconsciously cast another glance at Bei Yu, who smiled gently and leaned closer, whispering temptingly, would you like to see more? How about we go to your room? A warm breath brushed against Peng Biao's ear and neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He turned to face her exquisite visage and, in a moment of impulsiveness, leaned in to kiss her soft lips. Yet, he found himself grasping at air, as she had already slipped out of the door. Ah, do you desire me? Perhaps when your realm surpasses mine, I may indulge you. For now, focus on enhancing your abilities, little one. With a resigned smile, Peng Biao touched his warm neck and ear, murmuring to himself, little one, I am no mere child. Afterward, Peng Biao closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. He pondered whether Bei Yu's allure was growing stronger or if his self-control was waning. Moments later, he opened his eyes and retreated to his chamber. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, a green pill, the size of a finger and exuding a rich medicinal aroma, materialized in his hand. It is time to consume the qi-enhancing pill. May it lead me to the qi realm. With that, Peng Biao opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He could have taken the pill sooner, but he felt he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the strength realm. It was only after this mission and the battle at the dual platform that he sensed the time was ripe to ingest the qi-enhancing pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly reaching his Dantian, where it became a transparent vortex, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the bronze block appeared to awaken, absorbing the spiritual energy as well. With the accumulation of vital energy in his Dantian, Peng Biao began to circulate the dominating body technique. After an hour, his Dantian and all of his meridians brimmed with vital energy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated within him, as if he had broken through to a new realm. He opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance fleetingly illuminating them, and smiled to himself, I have succeeded. I am now in the early stages of the Qi realm. With a thought, gray vital energy emanated from his body, swiftly forming a large gray semicircular shield enveloping him. Another mental command caused the shield to shrink and return to his body, from which a gray energy hand extended from his chest, dancing in the air. This represented the Chi realm cultivator's mastery over vital energy. While a strength realm cultivator could only maintain a thin layer of vital energy on their surface, a Chi realm cultivator could manifest it into a defensive shield and a formidable hand, thereby enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. However, this technique was merely the most elementary form and lacked significant power. For instance, Peng Biao could easily break through the vital energy shield with a mere gesture. Having ascended to the Qi realm, his next goal was to reach the Yuan realm. Qin Ruoshui, await my arrival. That day shall not be far off. The intensity of love is matched only by the depth of hatred. Peng Biao's animosity toward Qin Ruoshui had seeped into his very bones. Subsequently, Peng Biao retrieved the storage bag belonging to the inner sect disciple of the Heishan sect. This individual was shrewd. The storage bag did not require blood to acknowledge its master, and his feigned death had nearly deceived Peng Biao as well. Once a storage bag acknowledges its master through blood, it can only be opened by the owner unless they intentionally release it or have passed away. This was why Peng Biao had nearly been tricked by that individual. He had never encountered a storage bag that did not recognize its master. Upon reflection, there were merits to this approach. Once a person dies, the storage bag would naturally be seized, rendering the question of recognition moot. If they were not deceased, the storage bag would remain safe. However, Peng Biao had no intention of adopting this method. He made the storage bag obtained from his mission recognize him as its master and transferred the contents from the stolen bag into his own. After all, both bags had the same 1-foot cubic capacity, and he felt more secure using his sect's storage bag. Next, he retrieved 3 spirit artifacts, a flying dagger, a flying sword, and a dagger. He arranged the 3 artifacts neatly on the bed. Chapter 42 Inner Gate Disciple. The flying knife and dagger are inferior grade spiritual tools, while the flying sword is a mid-tier inferior grade spiritual tool. Among the 3 spiritual tools, the only one that caught Peng Biao's eye was the flying knife. Although it is considered an inferior grade spiritual tool, its sharpness rivals that of a mid-tier spiritual tool. In his previous life at the Yuan realm, Peng Biao wielded a mid-tier spiritual tool, and he felt that his current physical form was comparable to that of a lower-tier mid-grade spiritual tool, rendering him somewhat disdainful of most inferior-grade spiritual tools. With a thought, a massive hand of true energy extended from Peng Biao's body, grasping the 3 spiritual tools. As true energy infiltrated the tools, he began the process of refining them. The owner of the flying knife was deceased, making it relatively easy to refine and turn it into an unowned object. However, Lu Ming's 2 spiritual tools proved more challenging to refine, despite being incapacitated. He was still alive. After considerable effort, Peng Biao found himself unable to refine them. The realms among cultivators, to a certain extent, create an insurmountable chasm. No matter how strong his power, he could not refine Lu Ming's spiritual tools due to the difference in their realms. Peng Biao stored the flying sword and dagger, then picked up the flying knife, squeezing a drop of blood onto it. Upon absorbing the blood, the flying knife immediately radiated a brilliant light. Peng Biao commanded the hand of true energy to wield the flying knife, causing flashes of light to dance throughout the room. After some time, he paused and mused. What a pity, inferior-grade spiritual tools possess no other powers apart from their sharpness, unlike mid-tier spiritual tools, which boast numerous offensive capabilities. The sole advantage of inferior-grade spiritual tools is their sharpness. In the mundane world, they would be considered divine weapons. Manipulating inferior-grade spiritual tools is exceedingly simple. One can either use the hand of true energy to attack or employ them as throwing weapons for long-range, one-time assaults. In contrast, mid-tier spiritual tools possess initial powers, such as the ability to release blade energy after absorbing true energy, vastly exceeding the power of direct true energy attacks. The might of superior-grade spiritual tools is even more formidable. A single blade of energy can cleave mountains and rivers. An arrow can slay enemies from dozens of miles away. Flames can incinerate all, and toxic waters can corrode everything. However, superior-grade spiritual tools are typically wielded by those in the Qi realm, with only a select few late-stage core realm practitioners possessing them. Holding a superior-grade spiritual tool makes it effortless to challenge those above one's realm, which is why Qin Ruoshui went to great lengths to deceive Zhang Bufan into relinquishing the superior-tier spiritual tool intended for Peng Biao. After storing the short knife, Peng Biao produced a beauty preservation pill. This round, finger-sized pill was transparent and emitted no fragrance, resembling a crystal. Intrigued, Peng Biao observed this pill, which promised eternal youth, before placing it in his mouth. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a warm current, spreading throughout his body. He felt a tingling sensation, akin to tiny needles pricking him all over. After a moment, the discomfort vanished. Although he saw no visible changes, Peng Biao understood that he would forever retain this appearance. After consuming the beauty preservation pill, Peng Biao stepped outside, where dusk had settled, when Buchu had yet to return, leaving uncertainty about whether he had successfully deceived Lu Meng's 10 subordinates. Returning to the Star Palace, Peng Biao stood at the entrance and summoned a duty outer gate disciple. What is it? The disciple cast a cold glance at Peng Biao. I wish to exchange my token. Peng Biao produced his outer gate disciple token, erasing the markings on it to render it unclaimed. Without further ado, he extended a hand of true energy. Upon witnessing this, the disciple recognized it as a technique exclusive to Qi realm practitioners and quickly donned a smile, respectfully accepting the token before entering the palace. After a brief moment, he emerged with a set of robes, which included an inner gate disciple token. Senior brother, please accept this. Peng Biao stored the robes in his storage pouch and, after pledging his blood to the token, departed from the vicinity. The disciple gazed at Peng Biao's retreating figure with envy. Becoming an inner gate disciple was akin to ascending to a new tier. Henceforth, there would be no menial tasks, allowing one to focus solely on cultivation. Should the sect require assistance, spiritual stones would be granted as compensation. For instance, within the wooden building of the Star Sect in Woofing Village, the inner gate disciple overseeing the teleportation array received a monthly stipend of spiritual stones. If one were to liken a sect to a tree, outer gate disciples would be the leaves, inner gate disciples the branches, core disciples the trunk, and elders the roots. As for the sect leader and vice leader, they represent the external conditions vital for the tree's survival: sunlight, soil, and water. Without these external assurances, the tree would struggle to survive. Upon returning to the medicinal herb garden, Peng Biao found Wen Buchu leisurely seated in a chair, half closing his eyes with a pleasant demeanor. Upon seeing Peng Biao return, Wen Buchu scrutinized him closely and exclaimed, I never would have imagined that my medicinal herb garden concealed such a genius, one who diligently tends to these flowers and plants without a hint of complaint. Peng Biao, aware that he was the subject of this remark, chuckled and replied, no matter how talented one might be, they are merely fit to assist the elder in caring for the flora. The elder remains the one who orchestrates the grand design. Do not flatter me too much. TSK. TSK, you elder's disciple, at the late stage of strength, defeating those in the mid-stage of Qi with mere physical prowess. Peng Biao, you are now somewhat renowned in the Star Sect. Peng Biao asserted seriously, regardless of my current status, my life was saved by the elder. A fact I shall never forget. When Buchu smirked knowingly, really? Then promise me you'll conduct another experiment. Peng Biao was at a loss for words, silently cursing the old fox. Why was he being so blunt? How could they continue to enjoy each other's company? Well, you are now a genius and a disciple of you elder. How could I dare to act against you? At this, Peng Biao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then approached Wen Buchu from behind, massaging his shoulders, and inquired, Elder, did those 10 agree? Of course. They agreed with me in person. With only a year left to live, they had no choice but to comply. Your methods are quite ruthless. You incapacitated 10 in one fell swoop. Many now speak of your cruelty and lack of humanity. Yet, I must admit, I like it. Peng Biao chuckled lightly. Let them talk. There will always be those with too much time on their hands. By the way, Elder, did you inform them that the experiment was dangerous? Would there be any trouble if they were to perish? You worry too much. They possess no value now. If they die, no one will care. I offered them a chance to repair their Dantians, and they were all grateful, crying and kneeling to thank me. A smile graced Peng Biao's face, but his heart was heavy with sorrow. This was the reality of cultivators. One moment of misfortune, and they become worth less than a dog. He had once faced such a grim fate, but fortunately, he had Peng Man by his side. You've broken through to the Qi realm? Wen Buchu exclaimed in surprise, having sensed the true energy emanating from Peng Biao. Yes, I achieved the breakthrough today, thanks to the elder's energy-enhancing pill. Wen Buchu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, incredible. The chances of breaking through with an energy-enhancing pill are quite slim. I never expected you to succeed. A true genius. The odds of breaking through with such a pill were not just slim, they were exceedingly rare, which is why Wen Buchu had bestowed it upon Peng Biao. Upon learning of Peng Biao's status as an inner gate disciple, when Buchu realized that he could no longer act against him lightly. Chapter 43. The grave injury of Zhang You need not concern yourself with the spiritual herbs any longer. I shall find another outer disciple to tend to them. Peng Biao has already ascended to the inner sect, and should he be seen caring for the herbs, it would surely invite ridicule from the other elders, who may mock him for bullying the younger generation. Elder, I actually take pleasure in tending to the spiritual herbs, Peng Biao replied earnestly, for he found a rare sense of relaxation in this task. Cultivators are often ensnared in a web of interests and resentments, and it is vital to find moments of ease amidst the tension. A balance between exertion and relaxation is the true path. Suit yourself, Wen Buchu said, rising and striding towards the second floor. As for whether Peng Biao would continue to reside here, Wen Buchu did not mention it. Having developed a thicker skin, Peng Biao decided to remain as long as he was not dismissed. Upon returning to his chamber, Peng Biao donned the attire of an inner disciple. Just then, a voice called from outside the wooden building, "Is Brother Peng Biao present?" Hearing this, Peng Biao was puzzled. It was nearly dark. Who could it be? He opened the door and stepped outside, encountering a stranger, an outer disciple. "I am Peng Biao. What brings you here?" he inquired. "Brother Peng, an elder is seeking you. He is currently waiting at the foot of the mountain, claiming to be the grandfather of Zhang the outer disciple responded, noting Peng Biao's inner disciple-esque garb and not daring to be dismissive. "I understand. Thank you for the message." With that, Peng Biao hurried towards the sect's exit. The elder's visit at such a late hour could only mean one of two things, either news of the descending tiger or that Zhang had encountered misfortune. He quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, where he found the anxious visage of Zhang's grandfather, who appeared even more aged after just a few days apart. Peng Biao rushed to his side, urgently asking, "Grandfather Zhang, what has happened?" Upon seeing Peng Biao, the elder seemed to find a glimmer of hope, choking on his words. "Peng Xianshi, you have come. Please, go see He has been severely injured. He may not survive." "What?" Peng Biao exclaimed in shock, his anger flaring. Zhang was his only friend. How could he not be furious at such news? "Please wait here. I shall fetch a carriage," he said, increasing his pace as he made his way to the stables. After presenting his inner disciple token, he secured a carriage with ease, as inner disciples could readily borrow them. Driving the carriage back to Zhang's grandfather, he assisted the elder inside before hastening towards Yun City. The night had fully descended, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. With a thought, he closed his eyes, channeling his vital energy to his eyesight, and upon reopening them, the world appeared as clear as day. This ability to see in darkness is one of the powers of a Qi realm cultivator. By circulating vital energy to the eyes, one could discern everything hidden in the shadows, albeit at the cost of some energy. Fortunately, Peng Biao's reservoir of vital energy was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator, making such tasks trivial. "Who is responsible for Erd's injuries? Please tell me," he urged the elder. "Well, I do not know. Since you helped us last time, trouble has been brewing, with unfamiliar faces seeking us out. Initially, they simply forbade us from selling goods in Yun City, but when we refused to comply, they resorted to violence. This morning, 7 or 8 men approached and severely beat before fleeing. I took him to the doctor and then came to find you. Peng Xianshi, you must help Rest assured, I will seek justice for Peng Biao said, a flash of cold determination in his eyes. He had his suspicions. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel, the second master, who had instigated this turmoil. How foolish of him to think he could evade consequences by employing unknown thugs. As the carriage entered Yun City and arrived at the medical clinic, Zhang's grandfather led the way, his eyes pleading as he approached the physician. The aged doctor shook his head, sighing, "He is near the end. You should prepare to say your goodbyes." Upon hearing this, the elder staggered back, nearly collapsing, but Peng Biao quickly steadied him. "Do not panic, I am here." "Yes, you should hurry and see Zhang's grandfather urged, rising in haste and guiding Peng Biao into the inner room. The old doctor, witnessing this, frowned. It appeared as though the young man had been invited by the elder to treat Zhang which he found quite disrespectful. However, considering Zhang dire condition, he decided not to pursue the matter further. Entering the room, they found a burly farmer dazedly seated on a stool beside the bed. Zhang lay there, eyes closed, his coarse clothing torn and bloodied, his face swollen beyond recognition. Even his facial hair had been cruelly plucked away. Zhang's grandfather quickly urged the farmer aside and invited Peng Biao to sit. Suppressing his anger, Peng Biao sat and reached for Zhang Er's wrist, sensing a faint pulse. With a thought, he infused his vital energy into Zhang Er's body, directing it towards the injuries to facilitate healing. Zhang Er's injuries were not merely superficial. Several ribs were broken, and he had internal bleeding as well. Fortunately, vital energy acted as a miraculous remedy, and under Peng Biao's continuous efforts, Zhang Er's condition stabilized. With awakening merely a matter of time, breaking the flow of his energy, Peng Biao addressed the elder. Er's condition is no longer critical. Let us summon the doctor. Zhang's grandfather hurried outside to fetch the physician, persuading him to return after much pleading. The doctor entered, his expression impassive as he approached Zhang Er, casually taking his pulse. However, upon examination, the physician's demeanor shifted dramatically. Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized the pulse. It was normal, as if Zhang Er were an ordinary person without any ailments or injuries. This was truly astonishing. He had previously diagnosed him as beyond saving. Reflecting on this, the old doctor turned his gaze to Peng Biao, a look of admiration dawning in his eyes. Everything had changed since this young man had entered the room. He must have employed some extraordinary skill, truly a miraculous healer. Unfazed by the physician's reverence, Peng Biao rose and pulled Zhang's grandfather outside, inquiring, "Elder, do you have any silver?" "Yes, though not much, only 5 taels," Zhang's grandfather replied, producing a silver ingot from his pocket and handing it to Peng Biao without questioning its purpose. This was all that remained of Zhang Er's fortune after everything else had been spent. Peng Biao accepted the silver and asked, "Elder, do you know the name of the second master?" "Zhao Eru," the elder replied, his eyes darkening with hatred, having surmised that the second master was indeed behind this attack. "Elder, wait here for me. I will return by dawn," Peng Biao assured before stepping into the enveloping darkness outside. Chapter 44. The Eye of Fortune. It was already past midnight, yet the casino in Cloud City remained ablaze with lights. Peng Biao stepped outside the casino, a cold smile gracing his lips, before closing his eyes and forming a hand seal. "Activate." As he completed the seal, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden light flashing within them. Peng Biao had activated the Eye of Fortune, a divination technique that, while not directly aiding in combat, possessed the unique ability to foresee the future and development of events, assisting the practitioner in calculations. When cultivated to its utmost, the Eye of Fortune could unravel the future crises of an individual, a clan, a nation, or even a world, along with means of avoidance. However, the workings of heavenly principles followed their own laws. Those who glimpsed the future often could not speak of it, lest they incur divine retribution. If too much heavenly insight were revealed, the Eye of Fortune would rebound upon its wielder, ultimately leading to the total destruction of their sight. With the Eye of Fortune activated, Peng Biao entered the casino, where a cacophony of voices assaulted his ears. The atmosphere inside was thick with smoke, a throng of people jostling one another amidst the din of cheers and curses. Peng Biao frowned, feeling a deep-seated aversion to such an environment. The natural cycle of day and night dictated that one should labor during the day and rest at night. Yet here, these gamblers, driven by desire, were recklessly squandering their lives. Shaking off his thoughts, Peng Biao approached the high-low betting area, the simplest form of gambling in the casino. "Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets," announced a young dealer clad in black, a smile on his face. At the same table sat over 10 gamblers, some producing silver coins, others copper, each placing their wagers. A golden glimmer sparked in Peng Biao's eyes as he extracted 5 taels of silver, slamming them down on the betting area with a resounding thud. This bold move caught the dealer's eye, and the other gamblers looked on in astonishment. "Once you place your bets, you cannot change your mind," the dealer stated, as he began to shake the dice. Moments later, with a loud crash, the dice cup was set down. "The result is 2, 4, and a 1, totaling 7, small. Oh no. I've lost again, that's 5 in a row," one lamented. "Don't leave. You'll win the next round," another called out, while laughter erupted from yet another corner. "Huh? I've won again. My luck is incredible tonight." Joy and despair danced in tandem, with heaven and hell resting on the edge of a thought. The dealer pushed 10 taels of silver towards Peng Biao, the winnings nearly all belonging to him. Peng Biao pushed the silver back. 10 taels, bet high," he declared, drawing the attention of his fellow gamblers, as such a large wager was a rarity. After some contemplation, most opted for the low bet. "Betting is closed. Open," the dealer announced, revealing the result. 2, 5, and 6, totaling 13, high. At this, All eyes turned toward Peng Biao, who was met with a chorus of admiration, thumbs raised in approval. 20 taels, betting high, Peng Biao stated calmly. This time, everyone followed his lead, recognizing the fortune that seemed to envelop him. For Peng Biao, perceiving the outcome of the dice was almost second nature with the eye of fortune. However, his true intention lay not in winning, but in drawing out Zhao Eru. I cannot gather evidence against you for harming Zhang Er. But if you do not come clean, I shall continue winning until the casino closes. 1, 4, and 6, totaling 11 high. The gamblers at his table became frantic, ready to cheer, but quickly silenced themselves. There was no need for a ruckus when a few could profit quietly. 40 taels, betting low. 80 taels, betting low. The dealer's face paled, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he struggled to hold the dice cup. Each round taking longer to resolve. He sensed something was amiss that night, and, fearing he could not manage the situation, signaled a nearby burly man in black. The man understood and slipped away discreetly. Before long, he returned with a furious Zhao Eru. Anyone abruptly awakened from a deep slumber would be irritable. Upon hearing of disruptions at the casino, Zhao Eru felt compelled to investigate immediately, resolved to deal harshly with the source of the disturbance. However, when the man pointed to Peng Biao, dressed in white, Zhao Eru shivered, his fatigue vanishing instantly. Hurry and summon the boss and the city lord. Tell them that someone from the Starry sect is causing chaos at the casino. It's urgent. Once the man departed, Zhao Eru approached Peng Biao. Forcing a smile despite his apprehension, he caught sight of the words on Peng Biao's chest, now denoting an inner disciple, which only deepened his disdain. Damn it! How can this be? This young man has only cultivated for a short time, yet has reached the Qi realm, while I have labored for decades and remain in the mid-stage of the strength realm. Without proper methods, my fate is indeed lamentable. Lord Ping, do you also enjoy this pastime? Zhao Eru attempted to ingratiate himself. 320 taels, betting high, Peng Biao declared, pushing a substantial amount of silver forward before turning to Zhao Eru. Zhao Eru, I have one, yet the casino refuses to settle accounts. Do you find that appropriate? It turned out the dealer had run out of silver to pay out. Peng Biao, willing to negotiate, suggested that they could settle accounts together at the end. With a loud slap, Zhao Eru struck the table, pointing at the dealer. You scoundrel! Why haven't you paid Lord Peng his silver? The surrounding gamblers and dealer, now understanding the significance of the young man before them, realized they could not afford to offend Zhao Eru. Just as the dealer opened his mouth to respond, Peng Biao raised a hand to silence him. Zhao Eru, do not disturb my enjoyment. I merely wish for you to be aware of this situation. Dealer, carry on. The dealer wore a resigned smile as he unveiled the dice, revealing 3, 4, and 5, totaling 12 high. Peng Biao turned to Zhao Eru, stating, the total now stands at 640 taels. Zhao Eru's expression shifted dramatically. If Peng Biao claimed 640 taels, that was assuredly what he would demand. Such a sum was no trifling matter. Even Zhao Eru would feel the sting of parting with that much silver, accumulated over decades of effort. Moreover, it appeared Peng Biao intended to continue gambling. Should he keep winning, the losses would snowball, potentially bankrupting the casino unless it closed immediately. Yet, would Peng Biao continue to win? Zhao Eru had no doubts about that. Confusion clouded Zhao Eru's thoughts as he pondered Peng Biao's confrontational demeanor. He whispered, Lord Peng, if I have offended you in any way, please let me know. Zhao Eru understood that Peng Biao would not come unprovoked. Something significant must be at play. My request is simple. You may either cripple your own cultivation or take your own life, and I shall depart immediately. Peng Biao spoke with such clarity that the entire table fell silent, stunned by his audacity to demand Zhao Eru's life openly. You are being unreasonable. Zhao Eru barely contained his fury. The deeds you have committed warrant death. Lord Peng, may I inquire what I have done to incur your wrath? Feigning ignorance? Very well. I shall make it clear. Why did you injure my brother, Zhang Er? Zhao Eru was taken aback, hastily replying, Lord Peng, I did not do it. I swear I had no part in this. Still attempting to deny it? Who else could it be but you? Zhang Er has no other enemies in Cloud City. My lord, I truly did not do this. What benefit would it serve me to harm Zhang Er? Was it for mere venting of frustration? I am innocent. At this moment, Zhao Eru felt as though his character was being called into question. Why else would Peng Biao hold him responsible for Zhang Er's injuries? Just then, a loud proclamation rang from outside. The city lord has arrived. Chapter 45. The Lord of Cloud City what? Why has the esteemed lord of the city arrived here at such a late hour? Could it be that he has come to sweep the gambling den? Have you lost your senses? It is rumored that the Lord himself is behind the casino. Would he truly turn against his own interests? At that moment, two formidable men clad in gleaming armor, with large sabers hanging at their waists, cleared the way. Following them was a short, stout middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe, his hair neatly combed, who entered with a benevolent smile upon his face. Beside this rotund man stood another middle-aged man, tall and imposing, with a stern expression that exuded an air of intimidation. The two armored men followed closely behind them. As the six entered, all the gamblers ceased their activities, some whispering among themselves in astonishment. They hadn't expected the Lord to arrive with Bosley. Bosley seldom made public appearances. Why was he here today? The simultaneous arrival of these two significant figures surely indicated that something important was afoot. The tall middle-aged man then declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, there are some private matters to attend to at the casino tonight. We must conclude our business here, if you please." "Thank you, Bosley. It is indeed a good time to retire, as I have just one gambler chuckled, his face adorned with a smile. Regardless of their sentiments, all the gamblers wore smiles, for no one dared to offend Bosley. Those who crossed him in Cloud City seldom saw the light of day again. Bosley was known for his volatile temperament and ruthless nature, often disregarding even the Lord's authority. In the blink of an eye, the casino was emptied of gamblers, leaving only Peng Biao, the Lord, Bosley, Zhao Eru, for armored guards, and a handful of casino staff. Bosley beckoned the dealers of Peng Biao's table over to inquire about the events that had transpired. The dealers recounted everything in detail. Peng Biao sat calmly at the gaming table, observing all present, curious to see what tricks these individuals might employ. After understanding the situation, Bosley clasped his fists towards Peng Biao and said, "I comprehend your intentions, esteemed Peng. However, I assure you that Zhao Era had no part in the assault on Zhang Er." Peng Biao scoffed. "What assurance can a mere casino owner provide?" "Lord Peng, I, Li Dahu, hold you in high esteem and address you with respect, but do not take me for a fool. What proof do you possess to substantiate that Zhang Er was harmed at Zhao Era's behest?" Li Dahu's countenance was icy, showing no signs of yielding even in the presence of a disciple of the Xingqian sect. At that moment, the Lord interjected with a warm smile, waving his hands repeatedly. "Gentlemen, let us speak calmly and with respect. Please do not act impulsively. Lord of the city, do you not see that this Peng Biao is deliberately provoking trouble? You cannot resolve this matter, nor mediate it. Perhaps it would be best for you to step aside," Li Dahu replied disdainfully. The Lord appeared flustered, unsure of how to respond. Observing this exchange, Peng Biao felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. It seemed the Lord was somewhat intimidated by Li Dahu. Ordinarily, the Lord held the most power in Cloud City, yet it appeared that Li Dahu's influence overshadowed his own. Clearing his throat, the Lord spoke. "You are mistaken, Bosley. I am aware of who harmed Zhang Er." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao quickly inquired, "Who was it?" The Lord instructed his 4 guards to exit and glanced around the casino, signaling for silence. "Everyone, please leave," commanded Li Dahu, and all personnel, except for Zhao Eru, promptly vacated the premises. Once alone, the Lord continued, "My informants have reported that individuals with accents from Qinghua County have recently surfaced in Cloud City. The assailants who struck Zhang Er hail from Qinghua County, not Zhao Eru. Is this true? I stake my life on it. If I speak falsely, Lord Peng may claim my head," the Lord affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao fell into deep contemplation, pondering, why would individuals from 500 miles away in Qinghua County target Er? It seemed improbable. Could it be that these individuals were affiliated with the Downhill Tiger? Had Hess inquiries about the Downhill Tiger's identity drawn their ire, prompting them to issue a warning by assaulting him? After deliberation, Peng Biao resolved to temporarily trust the Lord, and he politely bowed to both the Lord and Li Dahu, saying, "Thank you for your insight, esteemed Lord. Bosley, I take my leave." "Not so fast," Li Dahu interjected, signaling to Zhao Eru, who quickly entered a room and emerged with a wooden box, placing it at Peng Biao's feet. "What is the meaning of this, Bosley?" Peng Biao questioned. "Lord Peng has won 640 taels at the casino, and we take our reputation very seriously. Since you have won, I must compensate you. Here are 1,000 taels. I ask that you kindly accept them," Li Dahu replied. Peng Biao hesitated, understanding the implications of accepting the money. If he did, it would signify that he would no longer pursue Zhao Eru, thus settling any grievances. They were in the business of making money, and with Zhang Er's troubles, Peng Biao had come to confront Zhao Eru. Who could endure such pressure? Rest assured Peng Biao, am not one to instigate trouble without cause, he declared, waving his hand to accept the wooden box into his storage pouch before striding out of the casino. Once Peng Biao departed, Zhao Er let out a quiet sigh of relief, while a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Li Dahu's eyes. And the Lord maintained his genial demeanor. Upon returning to the clinic, Zhang Er remained unconscious, while the old man and a peasant had fallen asleep on a nearby bed. Peng Biao chose not to disturb them. The old doctor suggested that Peng Biao rest upstairs, but he declined, finding a chair to doze off in solitude, much to the disappointment of the eager doctor. At dawn, Zhang Er finally stirred awake, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Peng Biao and his grandfather. Peng Biao, you're here. Your injuries are severe. Refrain from speaking, Peng Biao urged. No, I must tell you, Peng Biao. I have discovered the whereabouts of the downhill tiger. What? Peng Biao exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated Zhang Er to glean such information in just a few days, indicating his determination. Simultaneously, Peng Biao surmised that the assailants were indeed affiliated with the downhill tiger. To the south of Qinghua County lies a mountain known as Wulong Mountain, where a band of fierce brigands resides, led by someone who calls himself the downhill tiger. Zhang Er coughed. I understand. Focus on your recovery. I shall handle the matter concerning the downhill tiger. Finally, the enemy responsible for his father's demise had revealed himself, and Peng Biao prepared to set forth towards Wulong Mountain. As the peasant stepped out, Peng Biao summoned the wooden box gifted by Li Dahu to appear at his feet. Chapter 46. Slaying Enemies. Here is 1,000 taels of silver, which I have won. Take this money and boldly lead the villagers to prosperity. Thank you, Peng Biao. Zhang Er is indeed in need of money and does not hesitate to accept it, yet he cherishes this kindness in his heart. After Peng Biao departs to seek vengeance at Wulong Mountain, old Master Zhang reflects. Having a friend like Master Peng is truly a blessing from your past life. Grandfather, my fortune is indeed remarkable. This lifetime, I shall not only amass wealth, but also attain high office. Oh, you think you can be an official? How many characters do you know? You should hurry and find a wife. There are not many suitable girls left in the village. Those village girls are plain and have high standards. I have no interest. You rascal. Others do not despise your looks, yet you scorn them. Wulong Mountain lies between the Xingqian sect and Qinghua County, about 200 miles from the latter. The area is densely forested and steep, devoid of human presence. As evening falls, the sound of hooves echoes along the main road at the foot of Wulong Mountain. A figure on a white horse approaches swiftly from the south, Peng Biao. After borrowing a horse from a carriage, he finally arrives at Wulong Mountain before nightfall. Spotting a path leading up the mountain, Peng Biao halts abruptly. Noticing a notice affixed to a tree, he reads it intently. A band of fierce bandits has occupied this mountain for 20 years. What a lengthy reign of terror. They call this place Wulong Mountain. The name is self-assumed. I was puzzled as to why it bore the same name as a renowned sect of immortality. Wulong Mountain is famous in the Jiang Kingdom, comparable in status and power to the Heishan sect. The bandit leader, Chao Shan, known as the Descending Mountain Tiger, is notorious for his heinous crimes. Travelers must exercise caution. Descending Mountain Tiger, I have finally found you. Tonight shall be your end. Having confirmed that this is the lair of the Descending Mountain Tiger, Peng Biao seeks a concealed spot to tether his horse to a tree and embarks on his journey of vengeance. Raised on grass that absorbs spiritual energy, his steed possesses commendable combat prowess, capable of handling ordinary predators unless faced with hunters. However, with nightfall in this desolate mountain, he need not worry about hunters. For Peng Biao, tracking down ordinary bandits is a trivial pursuit. Possessing the ability to see in the dark, he swiftly uncovers signs of human activity. Following these traces, he evades several hidden sentries and eventually arrives at the entrance of a cave. Concealed in the shadows, he observes keenly. The cave entrance, measuring about 10 feet wide, is illuminated by numerous torches. Due to its small opening, the interior remains obscured. Outside the entrance, 2 rugged men stand guard, each holding a sheathed long knife, exuding an air of ferocity. This must be the bandit stronghold. Peng Biao decides to wait until the dead of night to act, determined not to let a single person escape. Time passes swiftly, with bandits continually entering and exiting the cave until, at last, no one remains. At the stroke of midnight, Peng Biao initiates his assault. A fleeting glint of bloodlust crosses his face as he conjures flying knives, swords, and daggers. 3 ethereal hands of true chi grasp each weapon. The greater the number of ethereal hands, the lesser the power, but they are sufficient for dealing with these commoners. Once prepared, Peng Biao charges into the cave, with the ethereal hands leading the way. With a swift sound, the 2 drowsy bandits are caught off guard and have their throats slit. Halting his steps, Peng Biao uses the ethereal hands to support their bodies, stifling any noise. After disposing of the 2, he enters the cave. Inside, it is spacious, measuring over 10 feet, with a flat floor adorned with numerous torches. As he surveys the scene, he sees dozens of burly men sprawled on animal skins, surrounded by an array of weapons. Prepared for an ambush that they never anticipated, a cultivator was their assailant. The bandits are deep in slumber, their snores echoing throughout the cave. Perched high above is a large stone seat where a disheveled middle-aged man, bearing a scar on his face, reclines and sleeps, draped in a tiger's skin. This is the opportune moment to strike. A cold smile crosses Peng Biao's lips as he unleashes the ethereal hands, sending flying knives, swords, and daggers slicing through the throats of the bandits. Blood sprays forth as they perish in their dreams, ending their wicked lives. In this expansive space, Peng Biao requires no movement to eliminate every bandit. He finally reaches the side of the bandit leader, Chao Shan, and positions a dagger at his neck. The moment Peng Biao thinks it, Chao Shan's head shall part from his body. At that instant, Chao Shan seems to sense something amiss. With a twitch of his nose, he suddenly awakens, immediately understanding his dire predicament. Surveying his surroundings, he sees all his comrades slain, blood flowing freely, and his eyes widen in horror. Yet, upon seeing the dagger controlled by an ethereal hand, Chao Shan realizes he has encountered an unapproachable cultivator, his heart sinking in despair. Esteemed master, I, Chao Shan, do not know where I have offended you. Please forgive me, please forgive me. He pleads repeatedly, racking his brain for the source of his transgression. Chao Shan, do you remember 10 years ago when you killed someone in Pengjia village? I have come for vengeance today. Peng Biao's eyes glimmer with hatred. This man had murdered his father for the sake of prey. Pengjia village? Master, I have no idea where that is. Chao Shan, who has taken countless lives over the years, cannot recall a decade-old incident. Those who live by the blade seldom reflect on their past, not to mention 10 years ago. Even events from a year prior elude him, especially the countless village names that resemble one another. Don't know? Is your nickname not the Descending Mountain Tiger? This. I cannot deny that I bear this title. That suffices. You shall meet your end. A flash of murderous intent flickers in Peng Biao's eyes. Knowing this man is the Descending Mountain Tiger is enough. I curse you in your... A sharp sound interrupts his insult as his head is severed, blood spraying forth as it rolls away. Witnessing the carnage within the cave, Peng Biao sheds tears, murmuring, Father, I have avenged you now. Rest in peace. After eliminating all adversaries, he gazes upon the scattered weapons and contemplates. In these turbulent times, as Ur ventures into business, he is bound to encounter bandits. I shall take these weapons back to provide him with some means of protection. Thus, with the ethereal hands in motion, the weapons are continuously gathered into Peng Biao's storage pouch. Chapter 47. The 72 Transformations and the Petrification Technique after retrieving all his weapons. Peng Biao found his storage bag nearly full. With everything settled, he prepared to return home. Just as he was about to take a step, the bronze piece within his Dantian suddenly pulsed faintly. Startled, he paused, thinking it might be an illusion, and then he stopped to concentrate. Soon after, the bronze piece pulsed again, this time more distinctly caught by Peng Biao's senses. The bronze piece is moving? What could this mean? Could there be other bronze pieces in the vicinity? Excitement surged within him, for his formidable physique stemmed from the cultivation techniques inscribed upon the bronze piece. If he could acquire another, the benefits would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Thus, he began to move cautiously, attuning himself to the frequency of the bronze piece's pulsation. Eventually, he discovered that it only reacted when he stood beside the stone pedestal. In other locations, it remained completely unresponsive. Observing the massive stone pedestal against the smooth cave wall, he realized that something was amiss. With a thought, he commanded 3 spiritual artifacts to slice through the stone, their cutting ability akin to that of a hot knife through butter. Moments later, the enormous pedestal and the corpse of Chao Shan were reduced to rubble. Yet he found nothing of interest. Consequently, his gaze shifted to the smooth cave wall behind the pedestal. With another flurry of movements from the spiritual artifacts, a resounding crash echoed as part of the wall collapsed, revealing a square entrance over a person's height. It turned out this section of the wall was a clever disguise, skillfully crafted to evade detection. Inside the entrance lay a dark corridor, straight and meticulously carved, indicative of human handiwork. The corridor extended roughly 100 feet and seemed to lead to a stone chamber. It was surprising that these bandits exhibited such cunning. The last time he encountered a bronze piece belonging to a semi-divine master, this one had not reacted. Could it be that the two pieces, upon merging, endowed the bronze with the ability to sense others of its kind? It appeared so. Peng Biao proceeded into the corridor, indifferent to the potential traps, striding confidently toward the stone chamber. How could mere mortal traps pose a threat to his robust physique? In fact, no traps awaited him. The distance of 100 feet was traversed in an instant, and as he approached the chamber, the pulsation of the bronze piece intensified, compelling him to envelop it with his vital energy. Upon entering the chamber, he beheld a space of 2 zhang filled to the brim with gold, its brilliance nearly blinding him. Gold ingots, bars, and bricks, evidently the spoils of the bandits' plundering. They displayed a certain discernment, recognizing the instability of the times, and thus hoarded gold over silver or other valuables. To Peng Biao, gold was as worthless as dirt. He held no interest in wealth. His focus lay on a fist-sized, irregular bronze piece adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. The bandits likely regarded the bronze as treasure, oblivious to its true value. Hence its placement among the gold. It seemed the bronze piece's sensing range extended to about 100 feet. As he maneuvered his vital energy, the bronze piece was grasped in his hand, and before he could scrutinize its inscriptions, it transformed into a green light and entered his body. With a resigned smile, he turned his attention inward. Within his Dantian, the larger and smaller bronze pieces began to merge. He felt no urgency, knowing that even upon complete fusion, the inscriptions would manifest on the newly combined piece. Before long, the 2 bronze pieces fully merged, and the new piece grew slightly in size. Peng Biao examined its contents in awe. Good heavens! A top-tier 9th-grade divine ability, the 72 transformations, and the petrification technique. What a windfall! He was overjoyed, never expecting such a monumental gain from avenging his father. The 72 transformations was not an offensive technique, but rather an auxiliary one. At its pinnacle, the practitioner could transform into any entity in existence. Unless one's cultivation level vastly exceeded that of the transformer, recognition would be impossible. The term 72 did not signify merely 72 variations. It was an abstraction for countless transformations. Although not a technique of attack or defense, Peng Biao believed the 72 transformations, if wielded skillfully, could yield effects far surpassing those of traditional combat techniques. In contrast, the petrification technique seemed somewhat redundant. Much like divination, it was a form of magic. A victim would instantly transform into a living stone. While it could be considered an offensive method, it had clear limitations. It could only be employed against those of a lower cultivation level. If they were beneath him and harbored enmity, why not simply eliminate them instead of resorting to petrification? From this perspective, the petrification technique appeared rather superfluous. Moreover, the technique's content indicated that transforming a living being into stone would violate the natural order, subjecting the caster to retribution from the heavens. In such cases, compensation was obligatory. The sole condition for this compensation was that while turning a person into stone, the method of cultivating the 72 transformations must be imparted into the victim's bloodline through a special means. Once a person became stone, they would not become lifeless, but rather take on a unique life form, capable of living normally and even procreating, with their offspring also being stone. If a descendant could awaken the 72 transformations within their bloodline, they could revert to their human form. In a sense, the 72 transformations and the petrification technique were interconnected, thus appearing on the same bronze piece. Yet, the petrification technique felt impractical. Turning an enemy into a living stone seemed less efficient than simply killing them. Furthermore, embedding the 72 transformations into their bloodline could actually bolster the enemy. Peng Biao concluded that the petrification technique held little value. After clarifying his thoughts, he looked at the gold within the chamber. With a thought, he stored it in the storage bag belonging to the disciple of the Black Mountain sect. Once his bag was full, he noticed there was still some gold left in the chamber, but he paid it no mind. These mundane riches held no significance to a cultivator. He intended to return the gold solely to Zhang Er. After pocketing a few gold ingots for convenience, he departed, thinking it prudent to have some wealth on hand for future endeavors. Exiting the cave, Peng Biao began searching for the bandits' hidden sentinels. These marauders, who killed and plundered without remorse, deserved to be eradicated. In his search, he dispatched the bandit sentinels, leaving the mountain's wild beasts with a feast of free meat. Arriving at the place where he had concealed his horse, he found it safe and sound. However, not far away lay a leopard with a crushed skull, evidently having attempted to ambush the horse, only to meet its demise from a kick. The steeds nurtured by cultivation sects were no match for ordinary beasts. Once mounted, Peng Biao set his course toward Yun City. Chapter 48. The trial. With a heart brimming with joy from avenging his grievances, Peng Biao took his time on the journey, arriving at Yun City in the early morning light. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no trace of fatigue. Once inside the city, he made his way to the medical hall, where Zhang had fully recovered, his face and body no longer swollen. After a brief examination, the doctor declared him fit to return home. The transformation from near death to complete recovery had occurred in just one night, a testament to the healing power of a cultivator's true energy. Upon seeing Peng Biao's return, Zhang eyes were filled with curiosity. They stepped outside the medical hall, and Peng Biao nodded, saying, "The bandits led by Downhill Tiger have all been slain." "That's wonderful news, Peng Biao. Congratulations on your vengeance," Zhang exclaimed, genuinely happy for him. I need to return to Zhang family village with you. I have something to give you." "What is it? So mysterious?" "Gold and weapons, quite a substantial amount, all taken from Downhill Tiger." Zhang eyes widened in shock, and he whispered, "I bought a cheap courtyard 5 miles outside the city. Let's go there." Having experienced much, Zhang had matured. He maintained his composure in the face of events. He understood that cultivators often carried items for storage. They called upon old Master Zhang and a sturdy man, and the 4 of them mounted a horse, transporting a wooden box to Zhang's courtyard outside the city. The courtyard was spacious, covering more than 10 zhang, surrounded by a low fence, with 3 earthen houses built within, while the rest was overgrown with weeds. Zhang pushed open the wooden doors and said as they walked, "Yun City is too far from Zhang family village. It's inconvenient for transporting goods. A few days ago, I spent some silver to buy this place as a base." Peering through the window of the earthen house, Peng Biao saw it filled with burlap sacks. He noticed the absence of a donkey cart, likely out collecting goods. Zhang instructed the sturdy man to busy himself, and then led Peng Biao and old Master Zhang to the backyard. In the backyard, Zhang lifted a wooden plank from the ground, revealing a pit. He descended the wooden ladder first. After Peng Biao brought down the wooden box and set it aside, he glanced around, discovering a subterranean space over 3 zhang in size, supported by numerous wooden pillars to prevent collapse. Soon after, old Master Zhang joined them. This place was once owned by a vegetable vendor, and vegetables were stored in this cellar. "What do you think? Is the space sufficient?" Zhang asked. His curiosity piqued about the substantial amount Peng Biao had mentioned. Peng Biao nodded, waving his hand, and immediately, a dazzling light of gold filled the space, causing Zhang and old Master Zhang to squint. With another wave, dozens of swords and spears appeared. As they focused, both Zhang and old Master Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping at the sight of the gold and weapons that covered the floor. They had never encountered such a vast quantity of gold before. Old Master Zhang's legs weakened, threatening to collapse, and Zhang quickly steadied him, feeling unsteady himself. Peng Biao, is this what you meant by a substantial amount? This is beyond comprehension. There must be at least several million taels of gold here," Zhang exclaimed, feeling faint. Peng Biao pondered briefly before responding, "That sounds about right. This is all for you." "For me? No, this is far too much," Zhang protested, internally elated yet verbally refusing. Peng Biao chuckled, stating directly, "Stop pretending. I'm not jesting. Few can resist the allure of gold and silver. I offer you this in hopes that you will help the impoverished villagers prosper, not just those from Zhang family village." Zhang smiled sheepishly, nodding, "Rest assured. I will ensure that all the destitute villagers nearby prosper together. Not just those nearby. In Yun City, Qinghua County, and throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom, countless impoverished souls struggle to find sustenance. Since you are willing to share your wealth to aid the villagers of Zhang family village, why not extend your hand to rescue all the needy?" You must think long-term," Peng Biao advised. "Yes, what Master Peng says is wise. The youth should harbor grand ambitions," old Master Zhang added. Zhang's expression hardened, determination igniting in his eyes as he solemnly affirmed, Indeed, I will strive to uplift as many impoverished souls as possible. No matter how arduous the path, I shall persevere. Peng Biao expressed his satisfaction to build a grand enterprise. The first step is to establish great aspirations. The second is to gather wealth and manpower. Your next step is to recruit soldiers and forge a significant venture. Bending down, Zhang picked up a sheathed long sword, drawing half of its gleaming blade with a metallic sound. Gazing at his reflection in the blade, a fierce flame ignited in his eyes. My next move will be to expand my trade into Qinghua County City. I have heard tales of its immense prosperity, and I have longed to conduct business there. Now that the bandits have been eradicated by you, I have no more reservations. Boldly pursue your ambitions. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek me at the Xingqian sect. Understood. If possible, I will assist the villagers of Peng Family Village as much as I can. Peng Family Village was, after all, Peng Biao's birthplace, and he wished for its residents to thrive. Rest assured, I vow that the lives of the Peng family villagers will improve. After bidding farewell to Zhang Peng Biao hurried towards the sect. He had laid a solid foundation for Zhang future endeavors. If Zhang failed to thrive subsequently, it could only be deemed fate. The worst-case scenario would be if he strayed from the path of leading others to prosperity and fell into ruin, in which case it would reflect poorly on Peng Biao's judgment. As he galloped along, nearing Wild Fox Mountain, Peng Biao caught sight of over 10 stone houses in the distance. Instantly, memories of being robbed by numerous commoners surged in his mind, and he slowed his pace, contemplating before heading towards the stone houses. Having once faced humiliation in his powerless state, he now possessed the ability to retaliate. Past grievances could not be overlooked. However, recognizing that these were merely commoners, Peng Biao, as a cultivator, did not wish to impose his strength. He resolved to present the villagers with a trial, leaving their fate to the heavens. If they passed the test, he would let bygones be bygones. If they failed, they could not blame him for being merciless. Tying his horse to a tree, Peng Biao summoned his true energy, smearing mud on his clothes and face, and disheveling his hair to obscure half his face. Resembling a hapless traveler, disguised similarly to when he had fled, he approached the cluster of stone houses slowly. Upon reaching the village entrance, he coincidentally encountered an elderly woman who was carrying a bamboo basket. As he focused, he realized it was none other than old lady Zhong, who had previously slandered him. Peng Biao feigned a limp as he approached her, respectfully bowing, and said, "Elder, I have been hungry for a long time. Might you spare some of your flatbread? Rest assured, I will pay you." With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a gold ingot. The scene mirrored that fateful day. Chapter 49. The activation of the petrification spell. Old Lady Zhong was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this scene felt so familiar. Alas, age had dulled her memory. The surprise lasted but a fleeting moment before her gaze was ensnared by the golden ingot in Peng Biao's hand. "Very well, young man, help yourself. Take as much as you desire," she declared, extending the bamboo basket and unveiling the white cloth to reveal the flatbreads and a jar of water, encouraging Peng Biao to serve himself. Upon witnessing this, Peng Biao smirked inwardly, reflecting, "Old hag, I warned you before, should you transgress again, I shall show no mercy. Your fate now lies in your own hands." With this thought, he reached for a flatbread, only to have his hand seized by old lady Zhong, who clutched both his palm and the golden ingot tightly. "Help! Someone is stealing! Help!" she cried out, her words echoing like a theatrical performance, perfectly mirroring the previous situation. Peng Biao shook his head in silent disapproval. Despite having been reprimanded once, she had not changed her ways. This was no longer mere greed, but a complete moral decay, devoid of any goodwill. Moments later, dozens of men, women, and children armed with kitchenware and farming tools surrounded Peng Biao. A burly man wielding a long stick approached, inquiring about the commotion. He is stealing food and has laid hands on me," old lady Zhong lamented, wiping her tears. As expected, her words incited a wave of outrage among the crowd. However, a subtle amusement flickered in the depths of many eyes, revealing their awareness of her deceit. "Are you all blind? I am but a passerby, wrongfully slandered by this old hag. Can you not see the truth?" Peng Biao bellowed, hoping to elicit a solitary voice of honesty from the throng. Alas, he was met with disappointment. Every utterance from the crowd was laced with calumny and aggression. Even the children displayed disdain, brandishing slingshots aimed at him. They epitomized the saying, "In impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning folk abound. Witnessing this, Ping Biao resolved to punish this ignorant and despicable lot. With determination, he unleashed a surge of true energy, expelling all the filth from his being. He then extended several ethereal hands, sweeping through the crowd, toppling them to the ground. With his hair billowing and garments fluttering, he gazed down at the fallen rascals and coldly declared, "You have preyed upon the weak and utterly forsaken your humanity. Today, I shall enact divine justice." The crowd, disoriented and bewildered, quickly recognized his prowess as a cultivator, their hearts quaking in terror. They hastily knelt, bowing and pleading for mercy. "Immortal Master, please spare us humble folk. We recognize our wrongs. It was all old Lady Zhong's doing. We bear no responsibility. Please, let your wrath fall upon her to relieve our grievances." Old Lady Zhong trembled in fear, recognizing Peng Biao and recalling her own past misdeeds. She now understood that he had offered her a chance. Yet her avarice had clouded her judgment, fixating solely on the golden ingot. She remained silent, fully aware that no matter the circumstances, she would not escape retribution. Ignoring the pleas of the crowd, Peng Biao repeatedly formed hand seals, preparing to employ the petrification spell to turn them all into stone. The technique was straightforward. Even as a novice, he found no difficulty in its execution. By merging the art of the 72 transformations with the petrification spell, he finalized his hand gestures. Petrification spell. Activate. Instantly, his fingers straightened and radiated beams of gray light, which struck every individual present. A wondrous transformation unfolded as a layer of rock-like gray substance enveloped the villagers' bodies, expanding rapidly upon contact with the air, ultimately encasing them in spherical forms. Moments later, the scene was devoid of human presence, replaced by numerous gray orbs resembling large stone balls, concealing their former selves. After a while, the stone spheres vanished, revealing dozens of fist-sized gray stones, each adorned with a wide mouth and two round eyes, exuding a peculiar charm. Their eyes, innocent and curious, reflected a complete oblivion to their past. Gazing at the towering Peng Biao, some of the stone spheres spoke in human language, bewilderedly asking, "Who are you? Who am I? Where do we come from? Where are we going?" Observing the scattered stone spheres, Peng Biao refrained from responding, sighing inwardly. "Past grievances have faded. May one among you awaken to the 72 transformations." With that, he turned to depart. Behind him, the stone spheres remained puzzled, soon engaging in conversation as they began to recognize one another. At that moment, Peng Biao profoundly comprehended that the petrification spell was not a mere trifle. In this world, there exist individuals who have committed grievous wrongs yet do not warrant immediate execution. For such souls, the petrification spell serves as an appropriate form of punishment, an opportunity to forget their past sins and commence anew. Though it appears a severe sentence, it leaves a glimmer of hope, and should one seize it and break the spell, they may master a high-tier divine technique. Reformation and rebirth from despair, with opportunities embedded within. Is this the way of the universe? Peng Biao mused, sensing he had grasped something profound, yet simultaneously feeling as though he had grasped nothing at all. Upon returning to the sect, Peng Biao ventured into the spiritual herb garden. Upon entering the hall, he was unexpectedly greeted by an old acquaintance, Sun Buer. Seeing Peng Biao, Sun Buer promptly bowed respectfully, "Greetings, senior brother Peng." He could not help but marvel at the ever-turning wheel of fortune. When they first met, Peng Biao was but a mere waste, easily looked down upon. Yet now, he had risen as an inner disciple of the Xingqian sect, his fame soaring after the duel on the competition stage. Today, many would extol his virtues with raised thumbs. Possessing the strength to battle beyond his realm and being a disciple of the third elder, who would dare to offend him? Sun Bu silently counted his blessings, relieved he had not incurred Peng Biao's wrath, lest he face vengeance. "Why are you here, junior brother Sun?" I summoned him. When Bu Chu descended from the second floor. "The herb garden has lacked supervision, and since he is associated with Bei Yuyu and is diligent, I had him transferred here." Elder, I have been looking after things." Sun Bu interjected. "I cannot command Elder Yu's disciple. If he disappears at a moment's notice, the herbs would have long withered." Peng Biao could not help but chuckle at this. "Someone will come later. You two should not linger here." After Wen Buchu's pronouncement, he headed toward the back room, seemingly preparing for something. Peng Biao considered that the 10 inept individuals would soon arrive, but he was uncertain who would be the first. Knowing Wen Buchu's cunning nature, he would only allow them to come one by one. Otherwise, Witnessing a failed experiment would frighten the others into inaction. By the way, junior brother Sun, when we first met, why did you claim to be Bei Yuyu's servant? This puzzled Peng Biao. Why would a cultivator of the strength realm willingly serve another, especially one who could command him to kneel at will? Miss Bei saved my life. Thus, I regard her as my master and consider myself her servant. Sun Bu'er explained with a smile, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. In that moment, Peng Biao comprehended. This fellow likely harbored feelings for Bei Yuyu. The mere thought of her reminded him of his previous experiments, realizing that such a beguiling enchantress would only attract someone like Sun Bu'er. Brother Peng, there will be a fair at Hongxi Valley in 3 days. Are you interested in accompanying me? A fair? I have not heard of such a thing. Peng Biao expressed his confusion. After all, a fair is worth visiting. Who knows, one might stumble upon treasures. This news was shared with me by other senior brothers. Perhaps Brother Peng has just arrived and is not yet familiar with the others. Upon reflection, Peng Biao realized that apart from Bei Yuyu and Sun Bu'er, he indeed knew very few disciples. Chapter 50. The market of Hongxi Valley. As when Buzhu drove them away, Peng Biao and Sun Bu'er had no choice but to leave. Upon their return in the evening, they found Wen Buzhu deep in thought, seated in the hall. A glance from Peng Biao confirmed his suspicions. The experiment had surely failed once again, leaving him to ponder the fate of the unfortunate soul involved. 3 days later, as dawn broke, Peng Biao intended to invite Sun Bu'er to accompany him to the market at Hongxi Valley. However, Sun Bu'er informed him that an urgent matter had arisen, preventing his attendance. Reluctantly, Peng Biao set off alone for the bustling market. The market served as a trading hub for cultivators, where those with items for sale would set up stalls, and buyers would browse in search of goods, with transactions settled in spirit stones or through barter. Such markets usually required a powerful figure to oversee them. Without a strong presence to maintain order, stalls would be quickly raided, and trade would become impossible. This particular market was organized by a renowned late-stage cultivator known as Elder Hongxi, a free-spirited wanderer whose reputation resonated throughout the Jiang Kingdom. Despite his high standing, Elder Hongxi preferred the freedom of the open road to the constraints of any sect, frequently traveling and lacking a fixed residence. Nonetheless, he would return periodically to Hongxi Valley, his birthplace, to orchestrate the market. Hongxi Valley lay approximately 200 miles from the Xingqian sect. Before noon, Peng Biao arrived at its outskirts, where he beheld a valley formed between 2 low hills, approximately 100 yards wide, shrouded in swirling white mist that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. A stream, over a yard wide, flowed from the valley, its bed lined with red pebbles, a fitting origin for the valley's name. As he gazed into the fog-enshrouded gorge, Peng Biao mused on Elder Hongxi's grand arrangements, noting the presence of protective formations. Concurrently, a steady stream of individuals approached from various directions, disappearing into the mist. Mounting his horse, Peng Biao ventured into the obscurity. Upon entering, he was met with clarity. A wide avenue stretched straight to the valley's depths, flanked by numerous cultivators who had laid out cloths to display their wares. The thoroughfare bustled with activity as many perused the offerings. "Dear friend, please hand over your horse to me," a young man clad in red interjected, his handsome visage adorned with a warm smile. Following his gaze, Peng Biao noted a series of hitching posts, each tethering several horses. Dismounting, he relinquished the reins to the young man, who produced 2 identical square wooden tokens, one for the saddle and one for Peng Biao. Upon inspection, the token bore the number 95 on one side and a depiction of a stream on the other. 95. It appears there are far more than 90 horses here, Peng Biao remarked, puzzled. "Ah, my friend, the tokens are assigned randomly, not sequentially," the young man replied with a chuckle. Understanding dawned on Peng Biao. Elder Hongxi was indeed clever, likely concerned that individuals of notable background would receive lower-numbered tokens, thereby orchestrating a fairer distribution. After stowing the token, Peng Biao ventured down the path, where cries of spirit tools, various low-grade spirit tools for sale, and elixirs, first-grade elixirs available, custom orders accepted, echoed around him. Rare herbs, passion fruits, and a plethora of spiritual flora and fauna for sale. "Friends, come and take a look," proclaimed a vendor. While another touted beast cores for sale, both first and second-grade cores available. Do not miss the chance to acquire panda, golden monkey, Yangtze alligator, and slippery snake cores. A cacophony of sales pitches filled the air, yet most vendors sat quietly, eyes half closed. "What? Can there truly be panda cores in a place like this? It must be a hoax. One voice exclaimed. Let us go check. What if it's real? Another responded, and soon a throng moved towards the stall. Ping Biao joined the crowd, pressing forward to see the vendor's display, a core the size of a finger, black and white in color. He was struck with incredulity. This feeble aura clearly belonged to a first-grade beast, specifically one of the lower-tier varieties. The crowd, sensing deception, erupted in discontent. Is this not a blatant fraud? How dare you claim such a lowly core is from a panda? Indeed, such dishonesty. We ought to report this to Elder Hongxi and have him removed. The vendor, an elderly man with a square jaw, prominent brows, and a neatly groomed white beard, appeared to embody the essence of a sage. However, a glint of cunning in his eyes suggested otherwise, resembling more a shrewd merchant than a wise elder. Noticing the rising ire of the crowd, the old man quickly stood. My dear friends, I must apologize. I neglected to specify. It is not a panda core, but a lesser panda core, he said, his face a mask of regret. An error? It seems rather intentional to me. A voice retorted. Absolutely deliberate. A panda is a fifth-grade beast, while a lesser panda is merely first grade. How could you mistake such a thing as a seller of beast cores? Disbelief was palpable among the onlookers. Alas, my lifespan wanes, and my memory falters. Were it not for my young disciples, I would not stoop to this at my age. The old man lamented, lowering his head to discreetly dab at his tears with his sleeve. The crowd's anger gradually dissipated, murmurs of sympathy replacing their ire. What a pitiful soul. Let it be. He is of considerable age. Let him off this time. Brother, since we are here, why not examine the cores available? Wow. Sister, these cores look quite appealing. Hee. Brother, why not buy one for me? Autumn is approaching, and others are gifting their beloved the first core of the season. What are you waiting for? All right, I shall buy one. For the one I cherish. Any expense is worthwhile. The first core of autumn shall be mine. Turning his gaze, Peng Biao observed a boy and girl, both appearing no older than their teens. Animatedly conversing. Their eyes sparkled with mischief, their dark, smooth skin reminiscent of slippery eels. Watching their theatrics as they squatted to select beast cores, Peng Biao scoffed. Their performance was so transparent that even a discerning eye could see through it. Indeed, most of the crowd dispersed, yet a few lingered. Peng Biao was taken aback. Surely, contemporary cultivators could not be so gullible? Upon closer inspection, he noted that those who remained were primarily pairs of male and female cultivators, likely couples, with the women casting suggestive glances towards their companions. Chapter 51. Chaos, the first inner elixir of autumn. Everyone else possesses it. Why should I be left wanting? Is it a desire for separation? In a world where men outnumber women, with countless male cultivators around, if I wish to find someone better, I certainly can. What a failure! Unwilling to even purchase a single inner elixir. How does that demonstrate your sincerity in pursuing me? Silent yet expressive, the eyes of the female cultivators conveyed a myriad of unspoken words. Senior brother, I want this, this, and this. Very well, I shall procure them all. Senior brother, you are truly kind. Others say that those who refuse to buy the first inner elixir of autumn for their beloved are nothing but scoundrel cultivators. You, indeed, are not one of them. Ping Biao remained speechless. The two opportunists had begun their performance once more. It was evident that uttering such words would label anyone who refrained from buying the inner elixir as a scoundrel. Sure enough, a chorus of female voices erupted in reprimands. Still not purchasing? You are indeed a scoundrel cultivator. You deceived me, yet refused to compensate me with anything? Bah, let us part ways. Why the delay? If you wait too long, it will be gone. With a mere glance, the younger sister conveyed her desires, and her partner understood her unspoken wishes. Why are you so obtuse? Had I known, I would not have chosen you. Under such pressure, many male cultivators, left with no choice, knelt down to select inner elixirs. Senior brother, choose this one. I don't want my inner elixir to be inferior to those of other women. Very well, let us procure the most expensive one. The two opportunists resumed their roles once again. Fear not, esteemed patrons, I possess many fine second-tier beast inner elixirs here, the vendor cheerfully proclaimed, producing a dozen colorful second-tier inner elixirs from his ample sleeves. Upon observing the gathering, Ping Biao noted that there were just over 10 couples present. This elder was cunning as a fox. With a deft maneuver, all the second-tier inner elixirs were sold out, and the female cultivators, satisfied, departed with their partners. As for the expressions and feelings of the male cultivators, who would care? The opportunists had vanished without a trace, leaving only Ping Bio, who regarded the elder with scorn, astonished that a cultivator could stoop so low. "Friend, would you like to purchase an inner elixir?" the elder asked with a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Ping Bio discerned the elder's intentions, yet the elder was indifferent. His target demographic consisted of young female cultivators, with the few who remained aware easily disregarded. Ignoring him entirely, Ping Bio turned to leave. He finally grasped the truth. Why do so many aberrations exist in the world? Could the female cultivators truly not see this was a trap? What a joke! As cultivators, how could they not perceive it? Yet even those who recognized the deception still walked willingly into the snare. Why not reap benefits without expending anything? As for male cultivators faced with scoundrels unwilling to gift inner elixirs, why should I continue with such a farce? It would be best to part ways promptly and mitigate losses. Ping Bio couldn't help but gain some insight into divination, reflecting on life and the universe. Is this what life entails? In the time that followed, as Ping Bio wandered through the stalls, he hoped to unearth some treasures. But he soon found himself disappointed. Cultivators were far from foolish. Scattered cultivators were as cunning as foxes. Even if treasures existed, would it be his fortune to discover them? Quickly, Master Schwanger is about to speak, one voice exclaimed. Really? He is a master I deeply respect. Master Schwanger's teachings are not to be missed. I was fortunate to hear him once, and that feeling was like being enlightened, indescribably marvelous. Who is Master Schwanger? I have not heard of him. Friend, Master Schwanger is a highly enlightened monk, said to have practiced in the Luohan Temple. His understanding of the Dharma is profound, yet he is typically very low-key. So it is not surprising you are unaware. A monk from Luohan Temple? Let us hurry. Crowds surged past Ping Bio, heading deeper into Hongxi Valley. Witnessing this, he thought, a figure from the esteemed Luohan Temple? Perhaps it's worth a look. Thus, he followed the throng, soon arriving at a bustling open area. At the center stood a wooden platform towering 2 zhang high, upon which sat an elderly monk clad in robes, legs crossed in meditation. His hands were clasped together, with a strand of prayer beads wrapped around his right hand. Eyes closed, he exuded an aura of solemnity, his white beard flowing gently in the wind. Surrounding the platform, a circle of young monks sat with hands clasped and eyes shut. Countless cultivators stood or sat around the platform, all gathered to hear Master Schwanger's teachings. Unlimited life Buddha, greetings to all patrons, Master Schwanger spoke, perhaps sensing the audience had gathered sufficiently. After reciting a line of scripture, he opened his eyes. Greetings, Master. Thank you for your teachings. We have long awaited your wisdom. The responses echoed, illustrating Master Schwanger's immense popularity. Now that you are all present, the old monk shall commence. Observing the Bodhisattva, one contemplates. The essence of form is emptiness, and emptiness is the essence of form. Initially, Ping Bio listened intently, yet as the discourse continued, he found himself unable to comprehend what nonsense was being spoken. At that moment, 2 individuals beside him began to converse quietly. Friend, what is Master Schwanger saying? I cannot grasp a single word. I too cannot comprehend. Perhaps that is how the teachings of the great are. If everyone understood, would we not all be great? Indeed, friend, do you know Master Schwanger's origins? Rumor has it his birth name is Mnio, and he practiced in the Luohan Temple. Beyond that, I know little. Oh, at that point, Master Schwanger concluded his teachings, exclaiming, Patrons, did you understand? I understood. I grasped it. Your teachings were magnificent. Echoing affirmative responses filled the crowd, and upon hearing this, Ping Bio couldn't help but smirk. Understanding was a rarity, and it appeared many feigned comprehension. Master Schwanger smiled and said, That is good, if you understood. Then applause. Clapping erupted, with a small portion beginning, and soon the majority joined in. Friend, why do you not applaud? A young man inquired as he clapped. Why should I clap? I did not understand. I too did not comprehend, but since everyone else is clapping, if you do not join, doesn't that suggest your understanding is inferior to all? Ping Bio's face twitched several times before he reluctantly joined the applause. Once the clapping subsided, Master Schwanger produced a small booklet from his hand, declaring, for those who did not understand, do not fret. This booklet contains the corresponding scriptures. Today, it is available at a special price, just 1 spirit stone for a copy, but quantities are limited, first come, first served. I wish to buy 1, Master. Master, I'll purchase 10 to pass down to my family. Dear friend in front, leave some for me. Countless individuals surged toward the platform, eager to ensure they acquired a copy. At that moment, Ping Bio realized that this so-called master was likely a fraud, observing the throng rushing to purchase. Even if each bought only one, a considerable fortune in spirit stones would be amassed. Compared to Master Schwanger's cunning, that previous vendor appeared utterly incompetent. Ping Bio couldn't help but lament inwardly. The former vendor could only deceive some oblivious female cultivators, whereas Master Schwanger, under the guise of teaching, had woven a dream of self-improvement for all, manipulating them all. This reminded him of a story from his youth. A weasel had placed a sign by a cliff, inscribed with the words, "Without a struggle, how would you know you are not an eagle?" While it patiently awaited the fall of hapless chickens. Shaking his head, Ping Bio turned and walked away. Chapter 52. The Alchemical Secret. After departing from the place of teachings, Peng Biao arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. A wooden sign affixed to the door proclaimed the audacious phrase, "Recycling all things." Recycling all things? What a grandiose claim. With surplus spiritual artifacts that served little purpose in his storage bag, he thought it prudent to recycle them here. With the intention of selling his spiritual items, Peng Biao stepped through the entrance. Inside the modest cabin, which measured merely 10 feet in size, a table greeted him, behind which sat a middle-aged man clad in red. Recognizing the man's attire, Peng Biao understood he was an associate of the Red Creek Elder and promptly discarded any dismissive thoughts. "What do you wish to recycle, friend?" the middle-aged man inquired directly, bypassing pleasantries. In response, Peng Biao waved his hand, summoning a flying sword and a dagger. He decided to retain a flying knife for himself. After all, a cultivator should not be devoid of spiritual artifacts. Upon seeing the flying sword and dagger, the man's eyes lit up as he eagerly examined them. "Mid-grade, low tier. Upper tier, low grade. What price do you seek for these?" "Set your price," Peng Biao replied. 50 spirit stones for the sword and 100 for the dagger." "How does that sound?" "Too cheap. I require 200 spirit stones." After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man acquiesced, accepting the two artifacts and presenting 200 spirit stones on the table. Once Peng Biao pocketed the stones, he inquired, "If I have items to sell in the future, where might I find you?" "There will always be someone here," came the reply. Nodding in acknowledgement, Peng Biao exited the wooden cabin. Having perused most of the Red Creek Valley and finding nothing of particular interest, he resolved to return. However, as he passed a stall selling demon beast inner cores, the vendor suddenly called out to him, "Friend, come here. I have something splendid." The old man gestured invitingly. Observing the old man's shifty eyes, Peng Biao wondered what scheme he was concocting. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and asked, "What is it you desire?" With a conspiratorial glance, the old man whispered, "I have techniques for sale." "I am not in need of techniques," Peng Biao replied dismissively. "I possess divine abilities as well, first-tier divine abilities, in fact. I have several kinds. What do you think?" "Not interested. However, if you have second-tier divine abilities or higher, I might consider it." He outright rejected the offer. For first-tier abilities did not pique his interest. Mastering such skills required considerable time, and quality surpassed quantity. "Ah, your appetite is quite large. I do have second-tier divine abilities. But can you afford the price?" Peng Biao faltered, realizing he could not afford them. "If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave," he stated, not wishing to squander more time. "Wait, do you wish to become an alchemist?" the old man exclaimed. "I have the alchemical secret here. After studying it, you are guaranteed to become a true alchemist." "Is that truly the case?" Peng Biao's interest piqued. He was entirely unfamiliar with alchemy, but possessed a keen curiosity for various elixirs. "Absolutely true, I assure you. After you complete your studies, you will undoubtedly become a genuine alchemist." The old man, sensing Peng Biao's intrigue, became animated. "Very well, show it to me. I wish to verify its authenticity." "Ah, young man, I have not yet stated the price. If you wish to see it, what if you cannot afford it and take the knowledge for free? Would I not suffer a loss?" "Then what is the price?" 500 spirit stones. "You might as well rob me," Peng Biao retorted, turning to leave. Wait. You should negotiate." After pondering briefly, Peng Biao declared, 200 spirit stones. "Deal." I acted rashly. Peng Biao was taken aback. The old man, undeterred, promptly produced a large square book, the size of a human head and as thick as a palm, inscribed with the words "Alchemical Secret." "Friend, I must step away for a moment." Peng Biao thought he had been deceived and had no intention of being a fool. He aimed to leave discreetly. "Hold on. You plan to make an escape, don't you? First, hand over the spirit stones, or else I shall shout. You, a disciple of the celestial sect, Going back on your word, how will you face others? The old man regarded Peng Biao with disdain. Peng Biao's countenance darkened. He did not wish to be publicly shamed over 200 spirit stones. Had I known, I would have donned a mask, he lamented internally. Old man, if what you said is true, that this will indeed make me a true alchemist, should I find it otherwise, I shall dismantle your stall, he declared fiercely. Oh, young man, such a fierce spirit. Fear not, I never speak falsehoods. Peng Biao thought to himself. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You devious old man. First, allow me to inspect it. That cannot be. First, you must pay, then I will allow you to see it. I assure you, should you find it unsatisfactory, I will refund your spirit stones on the spot. After a moment's deliberation, Peng Biao placed 200 spirit stones on the table. The old man accepted the stones, grinning. Now that is more like it. I saw you exit from that wooden cabin. Rolling his eyes, Peng Biao realized he had been under the old man's watchful gaze all along. As he perused the alchemical secret, his expression soured considerably after only a brief examination. What troubles you? Is the content unsatisfactory? The old man asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph, setting aside the content, what do you mean? Why did you not mention that alchemy requires both formulas and cauldrons? Peng Biao seethed. What do you mean by that? Alchemy inherently requires formulas and cauldrons, just as immortal requires not only exquisite culinary skills, but also a recipe and a stove. I must ask, is the information within sufficient for one to become a true alchemist? Upon this inquiry, Peng Biao nodded. The alchemical secret meticulously detailed the techniques of alchemy, the control of fire, and potential issues that could arise during the process. Though he had only skimmed a few pages, he had to concede that the content was indeed substantial. Yet, this was precisely what fueled his ire. The book stated from the outset that mastering the art of alchemy necessitated the combination of technique, experience, formulas, cauldrons, and materials to produce elixirs. Now, having acquired the alchemical secret, he had gained the techniques and experience for alchemy, but without the other three elements, what use was it? No wonder the old man insisted he could not inspect it first. The introduction had clearly outlined this, revealing him as a crafty merchant. The old man, beaming with delight, remarked, such a detailed explanation of various aspects of alchemy is indeed rare. Acquiring it for merely 200 spirit stones is quite the bargain. Humph. I suppose I am just unlucky, Peng Biao muttered, stowing the alchemical secret away and turning to leave, wishing to never lay eyes on the greedy old man again. The old man, unfazed, reveled in the acquisition of spirit stones. To him, that was the ultimate truth. What did it matter if the other party displayed some displeasure? He faced it with nonchalance. Once Peng Biao departed, the old man noticed two more young individuals approaching and eagerly beckoned. Friends, please halt. I have something splendid to offer. Chapter 53. The master severely wounded Peng Biao arrived at the valley entrance, exchanging a wooden tablet for a horse before riding away. Though the market would remain open for a few more days, he felt that such places offered nothing of value to him. Upon reflection, he realized that he did not genuinely require anything. As for cultivation techniques, he was already practicing a 9th grade technique, and while he had mastered certain supernatural abilities, those of a higher grade were beyond his financial reach. Regarding spiritual artifacts, he could suppress nearly all inferior grade ones with his physical strength, and he similarly lacked the spirit stones to purchase any mid-grade artifacts. It was clear that returning to diligent cultivation or undertaking missions was the most prudent course of action. Thus, Peng Biao resolved to venture out less frequently. Upon his return to the sect, he made his way to the spiritual herb garden. At that moment, Sun Buer was tending to the herbs and, upon seeing Peng Biao, whispered, "Elder one is quite irate. The last one has perished." Peng Biao nearly burst out laughing. The demise of the last subject indicated that all 10 experiments involving those with shattered Dantians had failed. However, the thought quickly sobered him, as it suggested that when Buchu might turn his attention toward him. Anxiously, he entered the wooden building, where he found when Buchu's face darkened with displeasure. Peng Biao dared not greet him and lowered his head, attempting to retreat to his room. "Peng Biao, come here," when Buchu commanded. Reluctantly, Peng Biao approached, and when Buchu grasped his shoulder, sending his vital energy into Peng Biao's body to probe within. While it was possible to investigate another's condition through a projection of vital energy, such an act was considered extremely rude and insulting in the cultivation world. Thus, when Buchu always chose to examine Peng Biao in this manner. "Peng Biao, tell me, why is it that you alone succeeded in restoring your Dantian?" When Buchu inquired, releasing his grip and fixing his gaze on Peng Biao. Elder, I truly do not know. Perhaps I should challenge a few more individuals and incapacitate them? Forget that. Not only is it uncertain whether anyone would accept your challenge, but even if you did ruin others' Dantians, I doubt anyone would come to me for treatment after hearing of 10 deaths. It would significantly tarnish my reputation. After much contemplation, when Buchu remained convinced that the issue lay with Peng Biao, have you ever consumed any spiritual herbs or fruits? He asked again. Peng Biao quickly shook his head and attempted to shift the topic. Elder, I've recently developed a keen interest in alchemy. Might I seek your guidance? Do not attempt to obfuscate matters. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions toward you. Instead, hand over Lohan Dao and provide me with a drop of your blood, and I shall refrain from troubling you further. Elder, with your esteemed reputation, surely you can obtain Lohan Dao without my assistance? All the manuscripts were submitted to Elder Yu for the sect leader, when Buchu replied, clearly vexed. As a prominent elder and a late-stage core realm expert, it was rather disheartening to have to request a third-grade technique from an inner disciple. Understanding this, Peng Biao felt relieved. Although he had not formally cultivated Lohan Dao, he was familiar with it from occasional study. Providing it to Wen Buchu was no burden, and a drop of blood was a trivial matter. With a flick of his hand, he produced a scroll of animal hide and a small wooden vial, extracting several drops of blood before handing them over to Wen Buchu. Wen Buchu accepted the offerings with a sly grin, saying, "You are quite generous. I asked for a single drop, yet you have provided me with so much more." Heh, a mere drop of blood is of little consequence, Peng Biao thought, hoping Wen Buchu would keep his distance in the future. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang throughout the entire Xingqian sect. Both Wen Buchu and Peng Biao's expressions shifted as they understood the significance of the tolling. This is bad. 6 bell tolls indicate a serious emergency within the sect. Wen Buchu swiftly darted toward the exit. Peng Biao's expression grew grave as he murmured, 6 tolls, second only to the 9 tolls that signal the sect's imminent peril. All core realm experts must convene in the assembly hall. What could have transpired? As a disciple of the sect, Peng Biao naturally hoped for no misfortune to befall his home. Compared to solitary cultivators, those affiliated with the sect enjoyed significant advantages, abundant spiritual energy for cultivation, safety, and countless rewards for diligent effort. Additionally, those who performed well could seek guidance from powerful mentors, thereby avoiding detours in their cultivation journey. Lastly, wearing the sect's robes provided a sense of prestige while traveling. With a heart full of trepidation, Peng Biao waited for what felt like an eternity before Wen Buchu returned, his demeanor serious. Elder, what has happened? Peng Biao inquired urgently. Wen Buchu let out a heavy sigh. The sect leader was gravely injured at Wufing Mountain. Upon returning to the sect, he announced that Vice Sect Leader Yang will act as the interim leader while he enters seclusion to heal. Peng Biao was taken aback, thinking, how could he be injured at Wufing Mountain? Could it be related to the ancient cultivation cave? Indeed, it must be so. His master had mentioned that high-level cultivators from across the Jiang Kingdom would mobilize for the ancient cave on the day of the final battle. Both his master and the sect leader had appeared, presumably intending to venture to the ancient cultivation cave. What dangers could lie within? For a powerhouse on the brink of divine level to sustain such injuries was alarming. Elder, what of my master? Peng Biao cautiously asked. Elder Yu accompanied the sect leader to Wufing Mountain. He is unharmed, and it was Elder Yu who brought him back. Peng Biao secretly sighed in relief, but then questioned. Elder, who is Vice Sect Leader Yang? I have never heard of him before. It is quite normal that you have not heard of him. Vice Sect Leader Yang is named Yang Qing, said to be from Qinghua County. He was once a solitary cultivator at the late stage of the Aperture Realm. He only joined the Xingqian sect a few years ago when it moved here. However, despite joining, he has been wandering outside, which is why many within the sect are unfamiliar with him. So, Vice Sect Leader Yang is the renowned solitary cultivator Yang Qing from Qinghua County. This revelation surprised Peng Biao. During his time at Heishan sect, he had often heard tales of Yang Qing's reputation. Heishan sect had made several overtures to Yang Qing, offering generous terms, even declaring that if he joined, he would immediately become the first vice leader. Yet, Yang Qing had never shown interest and had instead joined Xingqian sect. The title of vice leader appeared to be somewhat nominal. Although he had joined the sect, he did not reside within its confines, but roamed freely as he pleased. Peng Biao mused to himself, this is the privilege that strength brings. While one may seem idle, when danger arises, they are still needed to uphold the sect's status. What a surprise. I did not expect you to share a hometown with Vice Sect Leader Yang. When Buchu teased, Peng Biao chuckled, Now that you mention it, we are indeed both from Qinghua County. Perhaps he might take a liking to my appearance and consider taking me as his disciple. Just because you are both from the same county does not mean he will take notice of you. There are plenty from Qinghua County in the sect. Even Bei Yuyu is from there. Peng Biao laughed heartily, just jesting. By the way, why haven't I seen Bei Yuyu recently? She has been confined by her master. Why was she confined? Peng Biao asked while drinking water. They say she was caught peeping at men while bathing. Pfft. Peng Biao spat out his drink, splattering Wen Buchu's face. Chapter 54. The Arrival of Yangqing Cough. Peng Biao began to cough and immediately attempted to help wipe away the water from Wen Buchu's face. Wen Buchu, with a sullen expression, exhaled a surge of inner energy, causing all the water droplets to be repelled. Elder, please calm down. It was not my intention. Step aside. Wen Buchu waved his sleeve and turned to ascend the stairs to the second floor. Peng Biao was both amused and exasperated. Through this incident, it was evident that Wen Buchu was quite a decent person, possessing a good temper and lacking the arrogance typical of stronger individuals. If it had been another elder who had been splashed by an inner sect disciple, the least they would do is scold them. And if it were someone like me Xin, known for his temper, punishment would be inevitable. 3 days later, early in the morning, Peng Biao heard Sun Bu'er calling for him in the hall. Upon opening his door, Peng Biao frowned and asked, "What is it, Sun Bu'er?" "Today, Master Yang is returning to the sect. We should hurry to see him." Sun Bu'er's face was lit with admiration. After all, this Master Yang was once renowned as the foremost loose cultivator in the Jiang Kingdom, a figure that even the major sects dared not provoke lightly. Being a loose cultivator without a backing is one matter, but it also meant having no attachments. Who would dare provoke a powerful Qi realm late-stage cultivator with nothing to lose? If angered, they might just seek revenge on your disciples. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The two hurried swiftly to the entrance of the array. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a throng of disciples lining the road, whispering among themselves, clearly awaiting the arrival of Master Yang. The crowd extended along the long road like two white ribbons. As Peng Biao and Sun Bu'er approached the roadside and blended into the crowd, Peng Biao glanced around and suddenly spotted Bei Yuyu not far away. He pulled Sun Bu'er along to her side. Along the way, numerous inner and outer sect disciples greeted Peng Biao, who returned their smiles, much to Sun Bu'er's envy. Following the battle at the decisive arena, Peng Biao had gained a modest reputation within the sect. Upon reaching Bei Yuyu's side, they found her laughing and conversing with a handsome young man. She was completely unaware of their arrival. "Miss," Sun Bu'er respectfully called out first. Bei Yuyu turned to see them and smiled. "You both have come as well." She then noticed the embroidered characters on Peng Biao's chest and exclaimed in surprise, "How long has it been? You've reached the Qi realm already? Impressive. You truly live up to my expectations." "Bei Yuyu, weren't you locked up by your master?" Peng Biao asked, puzzled. "When was I locked up by my master? Where did you hear such false news?" Peng Biao was at a loss for words. It seemed Wen Buchu had indeed shared unfounded rumors. "Junior sister Yuyu, may I ask who this is?" The handsome young man turned to look at Peng Biao, dismissively noting that he was merely an outer sect disciple. "Oh, he is my distant relative, just an ordinary inner sect disciple," Bei Yuyu replied dismissively. However, the young man, also an inner sect disciple, was not easily fooled. He smiled at Peng Biao and introduced himself. "I am Su Yuanlin, currently at the late stage of the Qi realm, recently emerging from seclusion under Elder Mi Xin. May I ask how to address you, junior brother?" His self-introduction was quite comprehensive, and it was clear Su Yuanlin hoped for a similar introduction from Peng Biao. Understanding the situation, Peng Biao realized why Bei Yuyu was reluctant to introduce him. Su Yuanlin was a disciple of Mi Xin, and they had a significant grudge, as his junior brother Lu Meng had been crippled by Peng Biao. "I am Peng Biao. At the initial stage of the Qi realm, a disciple of Elder Yu Zhiqiu," Peng Biao replied calmly. Su Yuanlin was taken aback for a moment before his smile faded, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "So, you are Peng Biao? It's true that seeing is believing. Your audacity exceeds my expectations. What? Do you intend to seek vengeance for your junior brother?" Peng Biao lifted his gaze to meet Su Yuanlin's eyes. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Su Yuanlin's gaze. "Of course. Very well. The decisive arena awaits your challenge at any time. Or shall we settle this now? Facing Master Yang would surely be a grand affair. Fighting in the decisive arena holds little meaning. A spacious location outside the sect would suffice. Dare you?" Su Yuanlin remained unfazed. The arena was confined, and Peng Biao's physical prowess was formidable, making it unwise to engage in a battle that favored the opponent's strengths. Such foolishness was not for him. Humph, not daring to step into the decisive arena. Yet you speak of avenging your junior brother? Before understanding Su Yuanlin's capabilities, Peng Biao would not agree to a fight outside the sect. Having just restored his Dantian, many matters awaited him, and he would not risk his life recklessly. Such provocations are mere childish tricks, ineffective against me. Su Yuanlin smiled faintly, recognizing that neither of them was impulsive, and chose to remain silent. However, the occasional glint of malice in his eyes revealed his inner turmoil. Peng Biao, too, felt a sense of vigilance. Su Yuanlin was not like Lu Meng. He was far more adept at controlling his emotions. A calm and composed late-stage Qi realm adversary was akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike if a flaw was revealed. Bei Yuyu, who exactly is your master? Peng Biao shifted his attention back to Bei Yuyu. You will find out shortly. You should concern yourself more with your own safety, Bei Yuyu hinted. Peng Biao glanced at the composed Su Yuanlin and jested. After all, we are relatives. If I were to fall, you must avenge me. Huh, why would I care if you died? A distant relative, and you expect me to seek vengeance for you? How naive. Peng Biao was left speechless. Bei Yuyu, you could at least say something nice. At that moment, a loud voice rang out. Master Yang has arrived. As the words faded, a middle-aged man clad in white emerged from the mist, his fair complexion adorned with 3 wisps of beard that danced in the wind. A warm smile gracing his face. Yang Qing took a few steps forward, stroking his beard as he said, "Thank you all for your patience." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples paused momentarily before smiling in unison. Indeed, regardless of their realms, they were all traversing the path of cultivation together. Were they not comrades? This remark also underscored Yang Qing's elevated status. In the world of cultivation, many often lose themselves to the power that comes with high realms. Those at higher realms would never refer to those at lower realms as comrades, unaware that in the eyes of the heavens, all lives are equal. From the perspective of the heavens? Peng Biao mused. Beside him, Bei Yuyu inquired, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Yang Qing's designation of comrade instantly endeared him to everyone present, and the crowd couldn't help but reflect on his demeanor. Indeed, he was a late-stage Qi realm master, the former foremost loose cultivator of the Jiang kingdom, exuding an aura of effortless grace that was unmatched. As Yang Qing continued, another figure emerged, a young man clad in immaculate white, possessing striking features and a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. Following him were 3 others. Peng Biao focused and recognized his master, Yu Zhiqiu, along with Feng Qingping, whom he had encountered at the mission hall, and a middle-aged woman in a green palace gown. The woman bore an expression of frosty elegance. Her beauty remarkable. It was evident she had once been a stunning beauty in her youth. As she moved, she radiated a unique charm that captivated many gazes. Peng Biao found himself glancing at her more than once. In terms of beauty, she could not rival Bei Yuyu, but in terms of allure, the young girl was evidently outshone by the mature woman. Many disciples followed her with their eyes, unconsciously swallowing their breaths, their attention towards Yang Qing diminishing significantly. Chapter 55. The Treasure Map. Indeed, the foremost figure among loose cultivators possesses an impressive demeanor, which explains why the sect leader has designated Lord Yang Qing as the acting leader. It is evident, as one can observe the 3 elders trailing behind Lord Yang, resembling mere shadows. Silence. Do not presume to speak of the 3 elders. Who is that individual? What grants him the right to walk ahead of the 3 elders? It seems he is the son of Lord Yang Qing, brother Yang Fan. I encountered him a few years ago. What is the realm of the acting leader's son? Back then, he was at the late stage of the Yuan realm. After several years, I wonder if he has ascended to the core realm. Hiss. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. He appears to be merely in his 20s. Perhaps he is 26 or 27. The murmured discussions around them were naturally overheard by Peng Biao and the others, who promptly gleaned a wealth of information. Yang Fan's potential is astonishing. At merely 26 or 7 years old, he is at the late stage of the Yuan realm, possibly even at the core realm. This is indeed formidable. Peng Biao had always believed himself to be quite gifted, with fortunes aplenty. However, upon witnessing Yang Fan, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, especially considering he had only reached the mid-stage of the Yuan realm during his time at the Black Mountain sect. If one were to assess purely on talent, Yang Fan's aptitude stands unrivaled among all he has encountered, including Peng Biao himself. Lord Yongqing smiled and nodded to the crowd on either side, seemingly moving slowly. Yet each step covered great distances, and soon he vanished from the sight of Peng Biao and the others. Yang Fan and the three elders followed swiftly behind him. The five did not utilize clouds or flying artifacts, but rather traversed the main path, likely to reassure the disciples below amidst the sect leader's grave injuries. Such a transcendent figure as Lord Yongqing is the true embodiment of strength. At over 40 years old, he has already attained the late stage of the aperture realm. Wherever he appears, the brilliance of others pales in comparison. Be amused. One ought to marry such a person, she added with a flourish. Peng Biao was left speechless. The logic of this enchantress was perpetually askew. Biu, who is your master? Did you not say we would know soon enough? Why have we yet to see them? At that moment, Sun Buer whispered, Brother Peng, did not the young lady's master just pass by? Peng Biao was taken aback, then stared wide-eyed at Biu. Your master is Madame Yu, the strongest among the sect's elders? Madame Yu, the resplendent woman in the green palace dress, had overshadowed Feng Qingping and Yu Zhiqiu, earning her the rightful title of the most esteemed elder within the starry sect. Do you now comprehend my prowess? Beiyu declared with pride. It was my master who took me under her wing. I did not seek her out. She raised her delicately sculpted chin, reveling in her triumph. Ah, as the saying goes, even the wisest can err. What do you mean, Peng Biao? Beiyu retorted angrily. Nothing of consequence. With such a formidable master, what does it matter? You still frequently rely on Elder One, living as a mere lackey to sustain yourself. Do you believe that elders simply bestow their teachings at leisure? Do they not need time to cultivate themselves? Take your master, Elder Yu Zhiqiu. Has she imparted any knowledge to you? Beiyu countered fiercely. Ah, let us depart. Lord Yongqing has already moved on, and there is naught left to see. Peng Biao had no retort, pulling Sun Buer along as they left. Beiyu rolled her eyes and scoffed. Su Yuanlin narrowed his eyes, observing Peng Biao's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The implications within Beiyu's words were evident to Peng Biao. Only upon reaching the Yuan realm would a disciple receive considerable attention and instruction from the sect and its elders, thus earning the title of core disciple. If one had not reached this realm, the sect and most masters would largely disregard them, for the cultivation world harbors countless dangers, where even a casual task could lead to death. Without strength and opportunity, many would never ascend to the Yuan realm. Being accepted as a disciple by an elder simply indicated potential to reach the Yuan realm. The transformation of that potential into actual strength and realm depended solely on one's own fortune. Upon returning to the wooden loft, Peng Biao immersed himself in cultivation. The emergence of Yang Fan instilled a sense of pressure within him. Everything else is ephemeral. Only one's realm is tangible. Thus, a year slipped by, during which Peng Biao devoted himself solely to cultivation and assisting Sun Buer with the spirit herbs. After a year of accumulation, Peng Biao felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Perhaps it is time to venture out and undertake a few tasks. Upon opening the door, he coincidentally spotted Sun Buer raising his hand to knock. Buer, what brings you here? Over the year, Peng Biao and Sun Buer had grown quite familiar with one another. Through their interactions, Peng Biao gradually realized that Sun Buer was not inherently bad-natured, merely somewhat greedy. Once, when Peng Biao casually displayed a gold ingot, Sun Buer shamelessly requested it. Peng Biao promptly chastised him, questioning why he did not rob bandits for gold and silver instead. Sun Buer merely chuckled, remaining silent. Eventually, Peng Biao understood that external disciples were burdened with numerous menial tasks and may not possess ample time, even if they did. Bandits are often vicious, and their true strength should not be underestimated. Sun Buer, a cultivator of the strength realm, merely exceeded ordinary people in strength. Lacking magical artifacts and abilities, he could easily fall victim to a coordinated attack. Brother Peng, I have discovered something remarkable, Sun Buer said mysteriously. What is this remarkable find? Let us discuss it in the room. As they entered, Sun Buer brandished a piece of silk cloth adorned with intricate maps and inscriptions. Handing it to Peng Biao, he whispered excitedly, Brother Peng, this is a treasure map. His face flushed with exhilaration. Peng Biao took the silk, noticing its unique texture, unfamiliar to him. Curiosity piqued. He yanked at it with force, only to find it unyielding. Sun Buer chuckled, Brother Peng, it's futile. The treasure map is exceptionally resilient and impervious to water and fire. I have tested it myself. Realizing this, Peng Biao ceased his efforts and carefully examined the map. After studying it, he directly inquired, Where did you acquire this treasure map? It is quite the tale. Yesterday, many external disciples held a private trading session, and one of them was from the Xian Kingdom, possessing a vast array of exquisite porcelain for sale. You know, Xian Kingdom porcelain is exceptionally fine and rarely sold to other nations, making it quite valuable in the Jiang Kingdom. I exchanged 10 spirit stones for 200 large porcelain plates. While admiring them last night, I accidentally shattered one, only to discover a hidden layer within the porcelain. Concealing this treasure map, Sun Buo exclaimed, his grin reaching his ears. Sun Buo, where did you procure spirit stones? You used spirit stones to buy porcelain, which could merely be traded for gold and silver. What were you thinking? You are rather avaricious. Given Sun Buo's abilities, he was not yet capable of undertaking tasks rewarded with spirit stones. The spirit stones were given by the young lady. Hee. I have had a peculiar fondness for gold and silver since childhood. Ping Biao was thoroughly impressed. Why show me the treasure map? Would it not be better to excavate the treasure yourself? Or perhaps go with Beiyu? Brother Peng, my strength is too lacking. I fear the dangers that may arise. As the saying goes, where treasures lie, danger abounds, Sun Buo replied awkwardly. Having obtained the treasure map yesterday and only now consulting with Peng Biao, it was evident that Sun Buo had given this considerable thought. Peng Biao was suddenly displeased. Sun Buo, you truly are a character. You fear danger. Yet you worry about Beiyu's safety, thus dragging me into this? Am I not afraid of danger? Sun Buo chuckled softly. Everyone says you, Brother Peng, possess extraordinary physical strength. Peng Biao was amused. This Sun Buo was indeed infatuated with Beiyu. Are you not afraid that I might seize the treasure for myself after its discovery? After spending so much time together, I have complete faith in your character, Brother Peng. Sun Buo quickly replied. With the conversation having reached this point, Peng Biao fell into contemplation. Noticing his silence, Sun Buo cautiously inquired, Brother Peng, what occupies your thoughts? Peng Biao furrowed his brow and responded, I am pondering whether this matter might be a trap. Sun Buo became anxious at once. Oh dear, Brother Peng, I have considered that possibility long ago. It cannot be a trap. Firstly, this treasure map appears to be quite old, not something that could be forged. Secondly, I subsequently shattered 9 other plates, yet none contained the treasure map. If it were indeed a trap, how could the one who devised it possibly know that I would shatter the plate containing the treasure map? Upon hearing this, Peng Biao chuckled. Sun Buo truly was quite impulsive. Nonetheless, Peng Biao conceded that his reasoning was indeed sound. Chapter 56, Redstone Ridge. Well then, take care of the spirit herb garden today. At dawn tomorrow, we shall embark on our treasure hunt together. All right, I will do just that. Sun Buo felt a surge of enthusiasm. Peng Biao stored the treasure map in his storage pouch, murmuring to himself, Redstone Ridge. As night fell, Peng Biao sat cross-legged on his bed, forming hand seals. Moments later, he exclaimed, 72 transformations, transform. In an instant, Peng Biao's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a massive stone that resembled his form. Approximately 10 breaths later, the stone quivered briefly before disappearing, and Peng Biao reappeared. After a quarter of an hour, he once again formed hand seals and vanished, replaced by a stone the size of a fist. 10 breaths later, the stone vanished, and Peng Biao returned. Truly, this was the marvel of a 9th-tier divine ability, astonishing beyond measure, albeit challenging to cultivate. Currently, I can only transform into inanimate objects, and even then, I can only maintain the form for 10 breaths, needing to wait a quarter of an hour before I can transform again. Over the past year, Peng Biao had diligently researched the 72 transformations, and he finally began to see some results. The practice was exceedingly difficult. He could only transform into lifeless matter, and there were strict time limitations. The next level involved transforming into ordinary plants like flowers and trees, followed by ordinary living beings, mortals, demonic beasts, and cultivators. At the most profound level, one could even transform into formless, odorless gases. If one were to cultivate to such depths, could they not transform into divine weapons? At that point, wouldn't they be able to eliminate anyone at will? A sudden thought sparked in Peng Biao's mind. However, he would have to wait until he reached that stage to learn the truth. The following day, Peng Biao and Sun Buo set out. Sun Buo had previously informed Wen Buchu about his outing, and given Sun Buo's commendable behavior over the past year, Wen Buchu had agreed. Redstone Ridge lay at the border between the Jiang Kingdom and the Xian Kingdom, approximately 2,000 miles from the Xingqian sect, renowned for its crimson-hued mountain stones. It took Peng Biao and Sun Bu'er 4 days to reach Redstone Ridge, with dusk approaching. They concealed their horses in a secluded valley and began their ascent toward the mountain peak. Under the setting sun, the ancient trees of Redstone Ridge towered, lush and verdant, exuding an air of primeval majesty. Seizing the remaining light, the two hastened their pace and finally reached the summit. "Brother Peng, look, an ancient pine," Sun Bu'er exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a towering pine tree in the distance. Peng Biao nodded. "That should be the one." The treasure map indicates that behind the ancient pine lies a cave. Breaking through the deepest stone wall of the cave will unveil the treasure. As they approached the ancient pine, they indeed discovered an entrance to a cave, about a yard wide, behind the massive tree. Exchanging glances filled with joy, they made their way toward the cave, only to be startled by a rumbling sound emanating from within. Their expressions shifted. It was clear someone had arrived before them. The two approached the cave entrance with grave faces, peering into the inky darkness. Peng Biao glanced inside, observing a straight passage leading to a stone wall just 3 or 4 yards away. To their dismay, the stone wall had already been breached, creating an opening wide enough for a person to pass through. Within, it appeared to be a stone chamber, with the floor and walls impeccably smooth. The rumbling continued, and exchanging determined glances, they resolved not to leave empty-handed. So what if someone arrived first? They would assess the situation before deciding on their course of action. Just as they prepared to enter the cave, Peng Biao's gaze sharpened. He spotted a fine, transparent thread stretched across the entrance, about 3 feet off the ground. Thinner than a hair, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Peering closely, Peng Biao noticed one end of the thread was attached to a protruding stone, with a golden bell concealed in the shadows. "Remarkable, a warning mechanism," he remarked, pointing to the delicate thread. Sun Bu'er scrutinized it for a long time before finally noticing the thread, breaking into a cold sweat, and giving Peng Biao a thumbs up, silently thanking his fortune for accompanying him. Had he ventured alone, he might have faced dire consequences given the sounds from within. To avoid alerting anyone inside, the two carefully crawled beneath the thread. Upon entering the cave, Peng Biao led the way, observing diligently while Sun Bu'er grasped his arm, proceeding cautiously and slowly. In consideration of Sun Bu'er, traversing the 3 to 4 yards took them quite some time. Sun Bu'er silently regretted not staying outside. Now he felt like a burden. Reaching the entrance where the stone wall had been breached, Peng Biao paused, and Sun Bu'er immediately ceased his advance. Cautiously peering in, Peng Biao beheld a stone chamber roughly 4 to 5 yards in size, square in shape, with impeccably smooth floors, ceilings, and walls, clearly a product of human craftsmanship. In one corner of the chamber, a stone staircase descended, from which the rumbling sounds intermittently emanated. After assessing the situation, Peng Biao decided to envelop both himself and Sun Bu'er in a shield of true energy to silence any potential noise. "Bu'er, there's a staircase leading underground. I will venture down to investigate while you wait here. Remember, do not wander off. I will return." Sun Bu'er nodded vigorously, urging, "Brother Peng, please be cautious. If the situation becomes perilous, do not force yourself. Rest assured." Peng Biao retracted the energy shield, carefully observing before stepping into the stone chamber, then approaching the staircase. Upon inspection, he noticed another fine thread positioned 2 feet above the ground. Seeing this, Peng Biao felt a surge of excitement. The presence of a thread at the cave entrance signified a warning, but another at the staircase suggested treasures lay below, warranting such caution. Overcoming the thread, Peng Biao cautiously descended. The staircase was folded, each segment containing more than 10 steps, continuously extending downward. After traversing approximately 20 segments, he finally spotted an exit, revealing yet another stone chamber within. The rumbling sounds grew louder. Peng Biao approached the entrance, peering inside with care, and was immediately struck by the sight of a stone chamber of considerable size, at least 10 yards in diameter, housing a semicircular white shield about a yard in size, flush with the ground, obscuring whatever lay within. At that moment, a man and a woman were attacking the shield, the rumbling sounds reverberating from their assaults. Both were young. The man donned green attire, possessing an unremarkable appearance, wielding a long knife nearly his height with great force. The woman, clad in a green dress, was strikingly beautiful, brandishing a 3-foot-long sword with equal vigor. To his surprise, they were disciples of Wulong Mountain. Observing their prowess in their attacks, Peng Biao surmised they were at the Qi realm. The disciples of the esteemed Wulong Mountain sported green garments, and during his time as a disciple of Heishan's sect, Peng Biao had encountered several of them. Junior sister, let us take a break. In another hour, we should be able to breach this small defensive formation, the man said, halting his efforts. Upon his cessation, the woman followed suit, taking a gentle breath. The man approached, retrieving a handkerchief from his storage pouch to tenderly wipe the woman's smooth forehead, despite the absence of sweat. Witnessing such attentiveness from the man, the woman responded with a soft smile, taking her sleeve to assist him in wiping away any imaginary sweat. It was evident that the two were a pair of affectionate companions. Chapter 57. From affection to enmity. After a moment of intimacy, the woman spoke. Senior brother. I still cannot believe that Song's senior brother could be so fickle. The man sighed and replied, I too was taken aback by his character. Initially, when several of us, including him, scoured that ancient site, we had clearly agreed that any discoveries would belong to each of us. Yet, when he and I uncovered a treasure map, he insisted that I hand it over. So, you fled to a porcelain workshop and entrusted the treasure map to a mortal artisan? The man nodded, explaining that Song had pursued him relentlessly, leaving him no time to study the map. Unable to destroy it, he reluctantly gave it to a craftsman, instructing him to conceal it in a secret location. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth, and said, Yet, you did not foresee that the craftsman's secret place would be hidden within the layers of porcelain. The man laughed self-deprecatingly and replied, Indeed. It seems that every individual's notion of secrecy varies. When I finally escaped from Song and returned to that workshop, 3 days had elapsed. The mortal, upon seeing me, looked terrified and said that while he was in the restroom, the owner had the workshop's porcelain transported away to a major buyer. She giggled, adding, If I were in such a predicament, I would surely suspect the mortal of greed. I was furious enough to want to kill him, but he hastily claimed to have an exceptional memory, stating he had viewed the treasure map before hiding it in the porcelain and even sketched it in my presence. And then, the woman inquired, Did my senior brother spare that artisan? And why did you return to the sect instead of coming here immediately? Naturally, a mortal who fails in his duties deserves punishment. As for my return to the sect, it was because I wished to invite my junior sister to join me in the treasure hunt. He exclaimed, Invite me? You have been back at the sect for half a year. Did you require that much time to prepare an invitation? Surely you jest. If you do not speak the truth, I shall be quite upset. She feigned anger. The man awkwardly chuckled and replied, Junior sister, please do not be angry. I speak the truth. After acquiring the treasure map, I intended to search for the treasure immediately, but discovered that Song was secretly following me. With no other option, I returned to the sect. To my surprise, he continued to pursue me for 6 months, only ceasing when his master took him away on an errand. Realizing this was my chance, I hurriedly brought my junior sister to seek the treasure. Humph, at least you thought of me. Otherwise, I would have been left behind. I assure you, my feelings for you are as clear as day. Once we return to the sect, we shall marry, shall we not? He proposed. Such a delightful thought. Let us see if you can pass a few trials first, she teased. My master has stated that you are to marry me in the future, he insisted. My father was merely intoxicated when he made that claim. It holds no weight. Senior brother, we have rested enough. Let us attack the formation. She redirected the conversation. With that, a resounding rumble echoed again. Peng Biao, listening outside, was astonished to learn of the convoluted origins of the treasure map. Sun Buer was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Initially wary and suspicious of the map's intentions, Peng Biao felt reassured after overhearing their exchange. The booming sounds continued, and the protective barrier's glow gradually faded, becoming riddled with cracks. An hour later, with a decisive strike from the man, there was a sharp crack, the light dimmed, and the barrier shattered into countless glimmers, vanishing into thin air. As the barrier dissipated, its contents were revealed. A storage bag lay in the center of the ground, surrounded by thick layers of dust. I wondered why it took so long to attack. It turns out there were substantial spirit stones powering the barrier. What a pity, the man lamented, expressing regret over the considerable loss of spirit stones. Peng Biao shared in the sentiment, noting that the dust was merely remnants of the consumed spirit stones, indicating a significant quantity had been expended. Senior brother, after such a prolonged attack, your vital energy must be quite depleted. Here, take this energy-replenishing pill. The woman said with concern, producing a green elixir. I'm fine, you should take it instead. I have another, he insisted. Very well, thank you, junior sister, he said, smiling as he accepted the pill, preparing to consume it. Suddenly, he shouted, Who goes there? Peng Biao quickly averted his gaze and braced himself, wondering what was amiss. The woman immediately assumed a defensive stance, focusing on the entrance. Peng Biao frowned, sensing an impending battle and prepared to make his entrance. Junior sister, it is nothing. Perhaps my vital energy is too low, causing my vision to blur, the man reassured her. Peng Biao retracted his foot, inwardly cursing, what is going on? The woman sighed in relief and urged, since you are so depleted, you should take the energy pill quickly. All right, thank you, junior sister, he replied, wearing a gentle smile as he swallowed the pill. The woman also smiled. After taking the elixir, the man was ready to retrieve the storage bag when the woman suddenly interjected, Senior brother, allow me to do it. He hesitated but ultimately grinned, saying, it matters not who retrieves it. He gestured for her to proceed. The woman extended her hand, channeling her vital energy to grasp the storage bag, thoroughly examining its contents for quite some time. Junior sister, why do you take so long? What treasures lie within? He asked, growing impatient. With a light laugh, she scoffed. What treasures are there? They are of no concern to you. The man was taken aback and replied sternly, what do you mean? Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? And if I do? She taunted. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Though we are both at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, I could defeat you in 10 moves. Quickly hand over the storage bag, and in light of our engagement, I will pretend this never happened. Peng Biao raised an eyebrow in surprise. The once affectionate pair had turned hostile over treasures. How amusing. He cautiously observed the unfolding drama. As the man finished speaking, the woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, 10 moves? An engagement? What is so amusing? The man sensed the shift in the atmosphere. I laugh at your arrogance, at your ignorance of the deadly poison coursing through your veins, and at how you are moments away from becoming a corpse, she declared, her demeanor increasingly audacious. What? Is it the energy pill from earlier? The man's face paled. Indeed, did you not anticipate this? Her beautiful visage gleamed with triumph. With a thud, the man clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, his expression twisted in agony as he gasped. Why? Why betray me? If you desire the treasures, I can give them to you. We have known each other for over 20 years. Why would you do this? Why? Very well, let me enlighten you. Because you stand in the way of my marrying Song's senior brother. Is that the reason? The woman sneered disdainfully. Is that not sufficient? Song's senior brother is handsome and charming. At merely 18, he has already reached the later stage of the Qi realm, with a bright future ahead. Ask yourself, what do you possess that could possibly compare to him? Chapter 58. The fisherman gains. A man lay half reclined on the ground, gasping for breath as he spoke. So the rumors within the sect are indeed true. You have truly conspired with him. My fellow disciples warned me, yet I remained skeptical. I am such a fool. Cough, cough. The woman retorted scornfully. Who can blame you for your ignorance? You are merely a wild child picked up by my father, unworthy to stand beside me. My father must have been blind to have arranged our betrothal. Since you have become an obstacle, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You are the most venomous of women, the man gasped, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to death. Haha, you should be grateful to me for leaving you with a complete corpse. Had Brother Song arrived, you would have been reduced to a mass of flesh. Oh, I forgot to mention, Brother Song did not leave with his master. He has already confided in me, and I left markers along the way. The woman displayed her arrogance before the man's lifeless body. Soon, she silenced herself, refocusing on her storage pouch, her face alight with ecstasy. Peng Biao observed all of this, feeling a deep sorrow for the man who had been poisoned by his fiancée to pursue another. Indeed, women are fickle. From her words, it seemed Brother Song would also be arriving. He must act swiftly to avoid complications. Peng Biao gathered his energy, preparing to strike down the woman. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flash of blade light suddenly appeared as the man leaped up, wielding a long knife to stab at the woman. The two were already in close proximity, and the woman, engrossed in her storage pouch, was utterly unprepared for an attack from a corpse. With a piercing sound, the long knife pierced through the woman's Dantian. As her vital energy spilled forth, her eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful face contorted in shock. The man bore a sinister smile as he snatched the storage pouch from her grasp and withdrew the long knife. Blood sprayed as the woman fell. Why? Why are you unharmed? Blood trickled from the woman's lips as she struggled to comprehend how the man could survive the poison. Fool. I wasted a second-grade detox pill just to reveal your true nature, he replied, dispelling her confusion. When did you take it? Was it when you called out that someone was coming? The man sneered, indeed. Without diverting your attention, How could I have seized the chance to consume the antidote? You are ruthless. Likewise, did you think I would not believe the rumors within the sect? Did you think I brought you here for any other reason? I brought you to seek treasure solely to unveil your true self. My father and brother Song will not let this go. With a swift motion, the man swung his long knife across the woman's neck. Her expression froze, and with a slight tilt of her head, her body fell apart. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the stone chamber crimson, while her severed head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Witnessing this, Peng Biao felt the complexities of human nature unfold before him. The transformation from affectionate partners to adversaries seemed abrupt, yet upon closer inspection, it was inevitable. The man channeled his energy into the storage pouch, his joy palpable. My heavens! Moments later, he realized that Song could arrive at any moment and hastily decided to flee. He placed the storage pouch in his bosom, then searched the woman's pouch, retrieving her long sword and sprinting towards the exit. Knowing that Brother Song was on his way, he dared not delay any longer. As he neared the exit, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to halt a mere 10 feet from the exit, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Brother Song, if you are here, why do you not reveal yourself? He shouted. Peng Biao was taken aback, immediately aware that the man sensed something amiss. Had he detected the danger? Clearly, he was a seasoned fighter, yet alas. I am not your Brother Song. After a brief moment of silence, the man cursed himself for being overly cautious. Brother Song could arrive at any moment. He could not afford to linger. With heightened vigilance, he took small steps toward the exit when suddenly, a flash of a knife shot towards his face. Indeed, someone lay in ambush. The man remained composed, using his long knife as a shield. The knife struck the blade with a clang, sending sparks flying. And in the man's horrified gaze, the long knife was pierced through. A mid-grade spiritual weapon. The thought flashed through his mind, but before he could react, the flying knife, having penetrated his long knife, surged forth toward his face again. In this moment of peril, the man's mind froze, unable to evade. But his years of combat experience kicked in. He instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet felt a searing pain across his face. The knife sliced through his flesh and embedded itself into the stone wall several yards away. He felt a surge of relief, but before he could catch his breath, a figure emerged, raising a fist imbued with energy, aimed directly at his face. The man was startled at first, then filled with rage at the audacity of the attacker, who dared to come at him unarmed. He swung his long knife at Peng Biao. To his horror, the opponent caught the blade with one hand, sustaining no injury whatsoever. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. It truly defied reason that someone could barehandedly block an attack from a low-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon. He then noticed the fist, charged with energy, growing larger. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao's full force struck the man's head, which shattered under the impact, his body collapsing like a rag doll. He hadn't even had time to activate his protective energy before his soul departed this world. Like with Lu Meng, Peng Biao dispatched his opponent in 2 moves. However, this man was evidently stronger than Lu Meng. Even with a surprise attack, it took him 2 strikes. Now, regardless of the adversary he faced, Peng Biao's attacks aimed directly for the opponent's vital points, straightforward and brutal, designed solely to eliminate the foe in the shortest time possible, completely devoid of unnecessary effort. After slaying the man, Peng Biao shook off the blood on him, then seized the long knife from the man's hand and searched him for 3 storage pouches. He swiftly approached the stone wall and, with a few deft strokes of the long knife, excavated a large pit. Retrieving the flying knife, he stored all the spiritual weapons in his pouch and hurried towards the stone steps. Brother Song, in the later stages of Qi realm, could arrive at any moment. He needed to leave quickly. Upon reaching the stone chamber above, Peng Biao found Sun Buer still standing there, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to remove the fine thread and a golden bell from the staircase entrance, placing them into his storage pouch. Reaching Sun Buer, Peng Biao had barely opened his mouth when Sun Buer eagerly inquired, "Brother Peng, what have you gathered?" Peng Biao replied hastily, "I have secured much. We shall discuss it later. Buer, we must depart at once." "All right, let us hurry back to the sect," Sun Buer agreed, and the 2 strode purposefully toward the cave's exit. However, just as they were about to step out, several beams of crimson light suddenly surged towards them, catching Peng Biao and Sun Buer off guard, realizing that they were ambushed. Chapter 59. The death of Sun Buer. At this moment, The cave was devoid of any obstructions, and a crimson beam shot forth at an alarming speed. Sun Bu'er, who was leading the way, had no time to react before he was struck in the abdomen by the red light. With a loud cry, he collapsed to the ground. After piercing through Sun Bu'er, the beam struck the ground with a resounding explosion, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater in the earth, after which the crimson light vanished. The power of the red beam was evident, capable of not only penetrating a human body, but also blasting a deep pit into the rocky ground. Bu'er, Peng Biao bellowed, hastily lifting Sun Bu'er and striding toward the stone chamber within the cave. However, the accuracy of the crimson beams was astonishingly high. With a whizzing sound, another beam struck Peng Biao in the back, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent him lurching forward, nearly losing his balance. Looking at his back, he saw his clothing shredded, and a deep, half-finger-sized crater had formed, from which blood began to flow profusely. Damn it, it's a mid-grade spirit weapon. Peng Biao roared in fury. Shortly thereafter, two more whizzing sounds echoed as the red beams struck him again, leaving two more deep gouges on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the chaos of flying rocks, Peng Biao finally reached the stone chamber. In the brief distance he had traversed, he had suffered such grievous injuries, showcasing the might of the mid-grade spirit weapon. Inside the stone chamber, Peng Biao held Sun Bu'er tightly, looking down to find a gaping hole the size of a bowl in Sun Bu'er's abdomen, blood oozing from his mouth as the light of life faded from his eyes. Bu'er, hold on, please hold on. Peng Biao urged desperately, pouring his life force into Sun Bu'er, yet he could not stem the tide of death encroaching upon him. Brother Peng, I can't hold on any longer. Don't waste your energy, Sun Bu'er managed to say with great difficulty. Tears streamed down Peng Biao's fierce eyes as he continued to channel his energy into Sun Bu'er's body. Sun Bu'er slowly reached into his robe, trembling as he produced a storage bag. Brother Peng, inside are some gold and silverwares. After I die, please help. Help me deliver them to the south of Qinghua County, to my sister Sun Yunyin's home. I have a mother who is unable to walk. Please don't send it to the wrong place. Rest assured, I promise you, Peng Biao replied, gripping the storage bag tightly as tears blurred his vision. At that moment, Peng Biao finally understood why Sun Bu'er had been so greedy and fond of precious metals. It was not merely a natural inclination, as Sun Bu'er had claimed, but rather a profound desire to provide a better life for his mother and sister. For the sake of his family, he had allowed himself to become greedy, spending the spirit stones meant for cultivation just to purchase valuable porcelain. Sun Bu'er possessed many traits: greed, loyalty, caution, and prudence. Yet beneath these characteristics lay a heart filled with filial piety. Despite his low cultivation level, he embodied the humanity of love and righteousness, contrasting sharply with the aloofness of many cultivators. Brother Peng, please, tell the lady that I liked her. I am timid, but if I don't speak now, I may never have the chance again. Yes, yes. Peng Biao nodded vigorously, unable to contain his sobs. That's good. Sun Bu'er managed a bloody smile, and then his life force flickered out completely. He died with a smile on his face. Peng Biao clutched Sun Bu'er's lifeless body, weeping profusely, then turned and shouted toward the exit of the stone chamber. Who is it? Come out, you coward. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Peng Biao, the reason I didn't kill that boy sooner was to lure you out. A faint voice echoed within the cave. Peng Biao recognized the voice immediately. Su Yuanlin, why the hell are you targeting me? Why kill others? At that moment, it dawned on Peng Biao that Su Yuanlin had likely taken notice of him and Sun Bu'er when they left the sect. With a few spirit stones, he could easily monitor their movements. Peng Biao was engulfed in deep self-reproach, lamenting why he hadn't been more vigilant about his surroundings, which might have spared Sun Bu'er's life. Peng Biao, are you in pain? Do not forget, my junior brother died because of you. Peng Biao fell silent, aware that their fates were now intertwined in a deadly game, and words would serve no purpose. Channeling his energy, he began to heal his own wounds. His body, already strong, was aided by the flow of energy, causing the bleeding to subside and the wounds to slowly mend. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from the ceiling of the stone chamber as debris began to rain down. The cave, being situated atop a mountain, had a thin layer of rock above, and Su Yuanlin, seeing that Peng Biao remained hidden, commenced an assault on the mountaintop, intending to bury him alive. The rationale for not attacking directly was simple. Su Yuanlin was not foolish. He understood that Peng Biao's physical strength was formidable and would only engage him in close quarters if absolutely necessary. As rocks continued to fall, Peng Biao feared that Sun Boer's body might be crushed, so he hastily stored it in the storage bag. While the bag couldn't contain living beings, it could accommodate a corpse. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted, hurtling toward Peng Biao. With a swift motion, he summoned the long sword he had acquired from a disciple of Wulong Mountain and cleaved the boulder in two. I must get out quickly, or I will truly be buried alive. Before he could make his escape, a thunderous crash resounded as a large rock sealed the exit, followed by an avalanche of stones that completely blocked the way. Peng Biao found himself trapped, realizing that the cave outside had likely collapsed as well, prompting him to dash toward the stone staircase. Outside, hovering in the air high atop the mountain, Su Yuanlin wielded a massive red bow, his wings flapping vigorously behind him, allowing him to remain aloft. The wings resembled those of a giant eagle, formed entirely of gray energy, and when spread, spanned a considerable width. The energy feathers fluttering in the wind as if they were alive. Clearly, this was a supernatural ability rather than a mere application of energy. The bow itself was a striking crimson, crafted from an unknown metal, with a beautifully curved top and red bowstring, yet devoid of arrows. Su Yuanlin drew back the bowstring slightly with his right hand, causing a red beam to materialize along the string. Releasing his fingers, the beam shot forth with a whoosh, piercing the air and creating a deep pit half a foot deep atop the mountain. Su Yuanlin exhaled softly, muttering to himself. Both the eagle feather wings and the flame bow are extremely energy-consuming. Prolonged use is quite taxing. Glancing at the now-collapsed mountaintop, he sensed that Peng Biao was still alive. Although it was merely an instinct, Su Yuanlin trusted it. Waiting for a long time, he saw that Peng Biao still did not emerge. So he flapped his wings and flew to a gnarled, ancient pine tree. Perched on a horizontal branch atop the tree, Su Yuanlin concentrated his thoughts, causing his wings to vanish. Chapter 60. Heavily injured as time flowed ceaselessly, an hour slipped by before Peng Biao emerged. Su Yuanlin furrowed his brow, perplexed by Peng Biao's intentions. Nevertheless, he possessed patience. If Peng Biao wished to prolong the encounter, then so be it. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a fragment of rock was propelled from the deep pit, and a blood-soaked figure wielding a long knife emerged. It was none other than Peng Biao. At this moment, his injuries had completely healed, his aura surged, and fresh flesh had regrown over his wounds, leaving no trace of scars. Upon emerging, a layer of true energy enveloped Peng Biao's body, his eyes scanning for Su Yuanlin. Witnessing this, Su Yuanlin's gaze sharpened. The density of that true energy suggested that Peng Biao had perhaps broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. He could not allow this young man to escape. A fierce killing intent ignited within Su Yuanlin, mingled with a tinge of fear. Those capable of breaking through in the heat of battle were exceptional individuals. He recalled that just over a year ago, Peng Biao had only just reached the initial stage of the Qi realm. Such rapid cultivation speed and formidable talent posed a significant threat. If he allowed Peng Biao time to grow, he would surely be met with disaster. Su Yuanlin felt no regret in provoking Peng Biao, for he shared a close bond with Lu Ming and could not ignore the call for vengeance. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, Peng Biao looked up, his gaze piercing through the branches and pine needles until it landed upon Su Yuanlin perched on a branch. Su Yuanlin, you shall perish, Peng Biao bellowed, extending two massive hands of true energy, bringing down his long knife upon an ancient pine tree some 10 odd zhang away. The blade sliced through the tree effortlessly as if it were mere tofu, followed by a swift circular motion before he struck again with a true energy hand. With a resounding thud, the ancient pine shook violently before slowly tilting and crashing to the ground, uprooting countless surrounding trees. With a thunderous crash, the ancient pine fell, sending debris flying, while a figure soared into the air, followed by a streak of red light arcing toward Peng Biao. He quickly dodged to the side as a large crater formed where he had stood, rocks shattered under the impact. Gazing upward at Su Yuanlin, who had unfurled his wings, Peng Biao's eyes widened in shock. It was flying divine power. No wonder he had felt no trace of a pursuer on his way here. Peng Biao. So what if you've broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Today marks your demise. You pride yourself on your physical strength? I shall not engage you on the ground. Su Yuanlin laughed heartily, drawing back his bowstring once more to unleash another red beam. Despicable. Peng Biao hastily evaded, darting about to make it difficult for Su Yuanlin to aim. Against such long-range attacks, he had no choice but to continue his evasive maneuvers. Naive. This is merely leveraging one's advantages. Su Yuanlin frowned as he noted Peng Biao's extensive combat experience. He had quickly devised a strategy to counter his attacks. The speed of the red beams was astonishing. Once launched, the opponent had little time to evade, yet Su Yuanlin's inability to land a shot changed the dynamics completely. Damn it! At this rate, I cannot kill him. Su Yuanlin cursed internally, continuously firing red beams, all of which Peng Biao managed to evade. After a series of dodges, Peng Biao sprinted down the mountain, seeking the cover of trees while frequently glancing upward, wary of Su Yuanlin's strikes. He must not escape back to the sect. Su Yuanlin felt urgency. Individuals like Peng Biao, given time, would only continue to grow stronger. With a swift motion, Su Yuanlin produced a green elixir, swallowed it, and flapped his wings, drawing back his bowstring again to form 3 red beams in a row. Upon release, the 3 beams shot toward Peng Biao simultaneously. Peng Biao, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of fear. He had not anticipated such a tactic. Clearly, this was no ordinary mid-grade spiritual weapon. The 3 beams raced toward him. He deftly dodged the first 2, but the third struck him in the back, causing him to lurch forward and tumble downward. Su Yuanlin rejoiced, drawing back his bow once more for another volley of 3 red beams, but his view was obstructed by a thick copse of trees, forcing him to reluctantly lower his bow. Panting heavily beneath a dense tree, Peng Biao realized that remaining in this passive state would only lead to further beating. He could not hope to counterattack, let alone kill Su Yuanlin. Both men harbored deep-seated animosity, old grievances fueling their desire for each other's demise. The elixir he had just consumed must have been a chi-replenishing pill, indicating that the use of flying divine power and spiritual weapons was quite taxing on his true energy. He could only wonder how many more pills Su Yuanlin possessed. Frantically, Peng Biao contemplated various strategies, yet all were dismissed, as long as Su Yuanlin remained airborne. He was utterly powerless. Observing the terrain around him, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a cave some 1,000 zhong away. Though it lay beyond an open expanse of land about 100 zhong wide. It's now or never. A resolute glimmer flashed in Peng Biao's eyes as he sprang into action, racing toward the clearing. Meanwhile, Su Yuanlin, having consumed another chi-replenishing pill in midair, caught sight of Peng Biao charging toward the open ground, unrelenting in his speed toward the cave. You wish to enter the cave? Dream on. Su Yuanlin pulled back his bowstring again, launching 3 red beams with great speed. Peng Biao dodged the first 2 beams, but the third struck his arm, blood cascading down. Su Yuanlin fired another 3 beams, and as Peng Biao evaded, his right leg was hit, slowing him considerably. He was now only 10 zhong away from the cave. Su Yuanlin drew back his bow again, releasing 3 more red beams. However, as he felt himself begin to descend, he quickly swallowed yet another chi-replenishing pill to halt his fall. The 3 beams found their mark on Peng Biao. One struck his left leg, another hit his back, and the last pierced his neck. The latter attack caused the flesh of his neck to explode, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Struck by these 3 assaults, Peng Biao collapsed at the cave's entrance, lying supine upon the ground, unable to rise. Haha, let us see you escape now. Su Yuanlin laughed triumphantly, drawing back his bow once more, this time releasing only a single red beam. Observing Peng Biao's apparent severe injuries, he deemed it unnecessary to waste energy on multiple shots. Aiming for Peng Biao's head, Su Yuanlin released the bowstring, and the red beam shot forth in a flash. Just as Su Yuanlin let loose the arrow, Peng Biao managed to roll away at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the attack. As dirt and debris flew, he struggled to crawl toward the cave entrance. Su Yuanlin was startled, preparing to fire again, only to see Peng Biao staggering and using all 4s to enter the cave. Damn it, his physical strength is formidable. A typical mid-stage Qi realm practitioner would not withstand the might of my arrow. Su Yuanlin's expression darkened as he landed in the clearing, retracting his true energy wings. His eyes filled with true energy, he gazed at the bloody footprints leading into the cave, a look of indecision clouding his face. This was not the mountaintop. Even if he forcefully destroyed the cave's entrance, it likely would not cause a collapse within, instead granting Peng Biao time to recover. What to do? To enter or not to enter? Su Yuanlin's eyes revealed his conflict. Chapter 61. The kill with the formidable physique of Peng Biao. As long as he was not dead, given time, he would undoubtedly recover. It was now or never. One should uproot the weeds, for the spring breeze would bring them back to life. At this moment, heavily wounded, he was in an optimal state for termination. A murderous glint flashed in Su Yuanlin's eyes as he enveloped himself in true energy, leaving only his eyes visible. With a longbow in hand, he cautiously ventured into the cave. The cave extended approximately 2 zhang deep, littered with stones of various sizes, devoid of any concealment. After 2 zhang, the cave made a right turn. Su Yuanlin observed the blood-red footprints that vanished around the bend, his wariness intensifying. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, stirring an inexplicable agitation within him. As he approached the corner, the sudden sound of jingling bells startled him, prompting a hasty retreat. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a transparent thread connected to a bell. How clever to set a warning bell. Did he think he could evade a surprise attack? He underestimated Su Yuanlin. With a thought, Su Yuanlin summoned 2 giant hands of true energy, sweeping them around the corner. Yet he found no one hiding. Rushing to the bend, he discovered the cave was straight, with blood-red footprints extending far into the distance. A sigh of relief escaped him as he raised his longbow, proceeding cautiously. Just then, a fist-sized stone behind him vanished, and Peng Biao materialized, brandishing a flying dagger that darted towards Su Yuanlin's neck with lightning speed. Su Yuanlin felt a disturbance behind him, his heart gripped by terror. He could not fathom how Peng Biao had appeared so suddenly, as if he had materialized out of thin air. His focus had been entirely ahead, leaving him unprepared for an ambush from behind, and the outcome was inevitable. In a flash, the dagger glinted in Peng Biao's hand, slicing through Su Yuanlin's defenses after a slight hindrance from his true energy. With a muffled thud, Su Yuanlin's body stiffened, his true energy dissipated, and his head fell to the ground with a thump, a fountain of blood erupting and staining the cave's ceiling. As Su Yuanlin collapsed, a hint of relief flickered across Peng Biao's taut face. To lure Su Yuanlin into this trap, he had willingly sustained grave injuries, gambling on Su Yuanlin's resolve to kill him. Fortune favored him. His gamble paid off. With the art of transformation and a surprise attack, Su Yuanlin was successfully eliminated. Having resolved himself, Peng Biao contemplated the worst-case scenario, being trapped in the cave with Su Yuanlin blocking the entrance. However, he had countermeasures in place. He would heal his wounds and then escape, returning the situation to its original state. Thus, regardless of victory or defeat, Peng Biao would not find himself in a dire predicament. Although it seemed Su Yuanlin had the upper hand, he was merely a dog chasing a hedgehog, unable to harm Peng Biao, which exemplified the terror of physical cultivation. Peng Biao rummaged through Su Yuanlin's storage bag, retrieving his crimson longbow, and settled on the ground to cultivate and heal. He bore 6 wounds, 1 on his arm, 2 on his back, 1 on each leg, and 1 on his neck, the latter being the most severe, nearly severing half of it. Now, all wounds had ceased bleeding, and under the influence of Peng Biao's true energy, flesh began to slowly regenerate. He could not help but marvel at his good fortune. Possessing a 9th-grade physical cultivation method and a 10-fold Dantian was essential, for had he encountered such a situation without them, he likely would have perished. Su Yuanlin, endowed with flight capabilities and a mid-grade spiritual weapon, truly possessed strength that had reached the Yuan realm, making his demise a stroke of luck. As a former mid-Yuan realm cultivator, Peng Biao understood the combat prowess of such practitioners. Having expended a significant portion of his true energy, equivalent to that of 3 practitioners of the same realm, he realized that without his 10-fold Dantian, he would have long been unable to continue fighting. Just as Peng Biao reflected on his gains and losses from this battle, the jingling sound echoed once more. Not good. Someone else is coming. Peng Biao sprang into action, swiftly retreating while grasping his longbow. However, the newcomer was swifter. A black spear shot toward Peng Biao's chest like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of desperation, Peng Biao attempted to deflect the spear with his bow. Yet after the earlier battle, he was utterly exhausted and could not overpower the incoming weapon. Though he managed to depress the spear slightly, it continued its relentless advance. With a sickening thud, it pierced Peng Biao's abdomen, followed by a violent explosion of true energy. With a resounding crash, his abdomen erupted, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist, rupturing his insides. Peng Biao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wounded further, he gritted his teeth, using his bow to keep the spear at bay while hastily retreating to evade further injury. "Oh!" came a light exclamation from the assailant. Seeing Peng Biao attempting to escape the attack range, the newcomer would not let him succeed. A gust of wind announced the arrival of a square shield that crashed into the bow, then collided forcefully with Peng Biao's entire front, sending him reeling backward. Blood spurting forth as he fell over 10 zhang away with a thud. Ignoring the extent of his injuries, Peng Biao scrambled to his feet and assessed his surroundings. He found himself in an underground space spanning roughly 20 zhang. The assailant approached with heavy strides, and Peng Biao dared not confront him, quickly creating distance. A mid-stage Qi realm cultivator, heavily injured, managing to slay an unscathed late-stage Qi realm opponent. Truly incredible. I am impressed. A youthful voice remarked. As he focused, Peng Biao beheld a young man clad in green, his handsome visage complemented by red lips and white teeth. In his left hand, he wielded a half-person-high black shield, while his right hand brandished a spear nearly a zhang long. Who are you? Why the ambush? Peng Biao demanded, already suspecting the answer in his heart. The young man chuckled lightly. I am Song Qingshu from Wulong Mountain, pleased to meet a fellow cultivator of the Starry Sect. As for your identity, there is no need to mention it. I have no interest in knowing the name of a dead man. Arrogant fool, Peng Biao retorted, though inwardly he mused, as expected. He is indeed that senior brother Song. Song Qingshu observed Peng Biao clutching his abdomen, blood continuing to seep from his wounds, yet he refrained from launching an immediate attack. He thought, let him bleed. He will surely lose his combat effectiveness soon. I have been observing your battle since it began. I must say, it was quite spectacular. Though I did not anticipate that you would emerge victorious, Song Qingshu remarked with a tone of admiration. Humph. Peng Biao's face hardened. He wished for time to stretch infinitely. At this moment, his true energy was mending his wounds, and his body was in the process of recovery. Until just now, when you were struck by my spear, I had no idea how formidable your body was. Engaging in close combat with someone like you is an act of utter foolishness. Knowing this, why do you dare enter the cave? Ha ha ha. How fortuitous. Close combat is precisely what I, Song Qingshu, fear the least. With that, Song Qingshu erupted into boisterous laughter, exuding arrogance to the utmost degree. Chapter 62. The might of the fiery Bao confidence is commendable, yet it must not devolve into arrogance. For such hubris often leads to a most tragic demise. At this moment, the bleeding had ceased, and granulation tissue began to grow slowly. Confidence or arrogance, a dying person holds no right to judge. I ask you, did you slay my junior disciples? If so, what of it? Your junior brother is also your rival in love, is he not? Would it not be more beneficial for me to eliminate him for you? Rival in love? No, no. You've misunderstood. That woman was merely a tool for my use. She came to me willingly, like a lovesick fool, and I graciously accepted her advances. Oh, is that so? It appears she harbors deep feelings for you. And what of it? A woman who cannot even touch her fiancé so readily offers herself to me. Such a fickle creature. Why would I, Song Qingshu, desire her? Merely a dalliance. Song Qingshu wore an expression of disdain. I did not expect you to possess such emotional depth. Naturally. Why are you still unscathed? Are you toying with me? Song Qingshu finally saw through Peng Biao. Toying with you, and what of it? Peng Biao released his grip. The wound no longer bled. Song Qingshu's expression hardened as he declared, then I shall personally send you to your demise. With that, he summoned his vital energy and thrust his spear toward Peng Biao. Rather than retreating, Peng Biao surged forward, charging at Song Qingshu. As the spear approached, Peng Biao deftly parried it with his great bow, evading the attack with ease. I expected you to be formidable, yet you are but a paper tiger. In true combat among cultivators, such rudimentary applications of vital energy are of little consequence. After evading the attack, Peng Biao closed the distance, disregarding the spear now aimed at him, and swung his great bow like a staff, aiming a fierce blow at Song Qingshu's head. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Song Qingshu's face, and his shield emanated a faint black glow, enveloping him like a protective barrier. Realizing the danger too late, Peng Biao struck the black light with all his might, only to witness ripples forming upon impact, quickly returning to stillness. Damn it, another mid-grade spiritual weapon. How infuriating. Peng Biao cursed inwardly, but the spear was now upon him, unavoidable. He could only exert all his strength to deflect it from his vital points. A flash of black light followed by a sickening sound as the spear pierced Peng Biao's left shoulder, causing his vital energy to erupt violently, blood and flesh exploding forth. Pain etched across Peng Biao's face as his wounds ruptured anew, blood gushing forth. But the ordeal was not over. With a whoosh, Song Qingshu's shield was hurled toward Peng Biao's head. Gritting his teeth, Peng Biao raised his great bow to block. Bang! Peng Biao was sent flying into the passage, blood pouring from his wounds as the shield inflicted internal injuries upon him. Struggling to rise, he let out a furious roar before turning to flee. Song Qingshu was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Peng Biao would escape. Anger flashed across his face as he pursued. Peng Biao dashed out of the cave and raced down the mountainside. Fighting was futile. Only a fool would remain. Injured legs slowed Peng Biao considerably, and soon Song Qingshu was close behind, the distance between them shrinking to merely 20 paces. Panic surged within Peng Biao. In his current state, being caught meant certain death. No, I must avenge Qin Ruoshui. I cannot die here. Strategies raced through his mind. Ah, the great bow. An idea sparked within him as he channeled vital energy into the bow, erasing Su Yuanlin's mark. The bow absorbed the blood that had splattered upon it. Once recognized as its master, it could be wielded. As he ran, Peng Biao drew the bow, feeling the vital energy flow into it ceaselessly. He resolutely allowed the bow to absorb his ample reserves of energy. Moments later, a humming sound signaled the bow's completion of absorption. Looking upon the bow, he saw an arrow formed of deep crimson, resembling a tangible object, thick as an arm and nearly 9 feet long. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu, sensing something amiss as he pursued, halted abruptly. However, as Peng Biao leaped forward, he swiftly turned in the air, drawing the bow and notching the arrow, the bowstring taut as a full moon. The arrow poised like a spear, aimed at Song Qingshu, and released with all his might. The scarlet arrow shot forth, and as Peng Biao landed, he gasped for breath. This arrow had consumed a full 30% of his vital energy. The arrow flew like a bolt of red lightning, racing towards Song Qingshu. Horrified, Song Qingshu realized the arrow's speed was beyond his capacity to evade. With a thought, his shield emitted a black glow, encasing him within its protective embrace, offering him a moment of solace. As the arrow struck the black light, the two forces collided with the sound of a shattering shield. A fist-sized hole breached the black light, and the scarlet arrow continued undeterred, striking Song Qingshu's left shoulder. Song Qingshu's shoulder erupted in a violent explosion of flesh and bone, his left arm, along with the shield, crashing to the ground. The arrow passed through another layer of black light, embedding itself into a stone wall behind Song Qingshu, leaving a gaping hole that seemed to plunge into the abyss. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled, resembling a clap of thunder from the heavens. The stone wall within a radius of several dozen paces immediately became riddled with cracks the size of fingers. Peng Biao gazed in astonishment at the aftermath of his strike. Muttering to himself, such power from a mid-tier spiritual weapon. Song Qingshu, equally astonished, soon felt the pain and began desperately channeling vital energy into his wound, fleeing in a panic, abandoning the shield entirely. Seeing this, Peng Biao's expression changed. He could not allow Song Qingshu to escape. Pursuit was futile. He could only rely on the great bow. Gritting his teeth, he drew the bow once more, his vital energy rapidly depleting. In an instant, his reserves were entirely consumed, forming another spear-like scarlet arrow. With a pale complexion, Peng Biao aimed at the fleeing Song Qingshu amidst the trees and released the arrow with a stoic expression. Whoosh! The scarlet arrow shot forth like lightning. Just as Peng Biao released it, Song Qingshu leaped from a height, vanishing from his sight. A surge of panic gripped Peng Biao. It was a miss. Yet, to his astonishment, the arrow transformed into a streak of red light, making a sharp turn in pursuit of Song Qingshu, disappearing from view. Moments later, a deafening explosion resounded. Peng Biao stood dumbfounded, murmuring, "It can curve after locking onto a target?" He approached, retrieved the shield from the ground, and stowed both the shield and the great bow in his storage pouch. With great difficulty, he made his way towards Song Qingshu. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a headless corpse sprawled upon the rocky surface, blood seeping into the fissured ground. Song Qingshu was dead. Peng Biao leaped down, nearly losing his footing from the height, as he too was at the end of his strength. After a series of fierce battles, suffering multiple injuries, and depleting his vital essence, even someone as formidable as Peng Biao had to concede that this was the most perilous fight of his life. His condition was dire. Even a cultivator of the strength realm could easily fell him. Chapter 63. Spoils of War. After stowing away Song Qingshu's long spear and storage pouch, Peng Biao, aware that the commotion from the two fierce battles might attract unwanted attention, chose not to linger. He staggered down the mountain, his wounds bleeding profusely. and soon his vision began to blur until darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse unconscious. Despite not having his vital energy to mend his injuries, his wounds continued to heal slowly on their own. Time passed, and eventually, Peng Biao regained consciousness, only to hear someone speaking. Has he still not awoken after 3 days? A hoarse male voice inquired. The voice continued, his body is battered and torn, making it hard to discern his true identity, especially with so many storage pouches. We should first see what's inside. All right, we want to look. I'll heed your words, brother, replied another voice. Peng Biao found it curious that the second speaker remained silent. Feeling the emptiness of his vital energy, he decided to focus on cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy, recognizing that restoring his strength was paramount in this uncertain situation. By now, he had grown accustomed to the pain inflicted during the practice of the overbearing body technique. This resilience allowed him to engage in battle with Su Yuanlin and Song Qingshu even while gravely injured. With the aid of bronze, an abundance of natural spiritual energy surged into Peng Biao's Dantian, and after a brief moment, he regained a modicum of vital energy. He noted that apart from persistent pain in his abdomen and shoulder, the rest of his injuries had healed completely. As he directed his vital energy to these 2 areas, the healing process accelerated. After a considerable time, feeling that his injuries had fully mended and his vital energy was nearly replenished, he opened his eyes. Before him lay smooth, dark rock, and he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a stone chamber, reclined on a simple bed. The chamber was roughly 10 feet square, with a level floor and smooth walls. A rudimentary wooden table stood at the head of the bed, upon which rested an oil lamp. The speaker from earlier had seemingly departed. Noticing his tattered clothing, now caked with dirt and dried blood, Peng Biao hastily checked his pocket and found the 8 storage pouches still intact, prompting a sigh of relief. It appeared that his belongings had remained untouched. Seizing the opportunity, he sat up to examine the spoils of war. First, he inspected the storage pouches of the 2 inner disciples from Wulong Mountain. Aside from a pair of low-grade upper-tier spirit weapons, a long knife, and a sharp sword, they also possessed 500 spirit stones and 4 middle-grade lower-tier spirit weapons. Their wealth was rather modest. Next, he opened Su Yuanlin's storage pouch, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Su, it seemed, was a generous soul. Alongside a middle-grade mid-tier spirit bow, he boasted 1,000 spirit stones and 3 lower-grade upper-tier spirit weapons. Additionally, there was a manual for the eagle feather wings flight technique. With a flourish of his hand, a small booklet appeared, and he eagerly began to peruse it. A second-tier upper-tier technique. How fortunate! With the acquisition of this flight technique, traveling by horseback would become a thing of the past. After putting the booklet away, he turned his attention to Song Qingshu's storage pouch. To his dismay, she appeared to be quite impoverished, possessing only 3 middle-grade lower-tier spirit weapons, 500 spirit stones. And despite being at the same cultivation level, her riches paled in comparison to Su Yuanlin's. However, upon remembering that she also possessed a middle-grade lower-tier shield and a lower-grade upper-tier spear, he found a semblance of balance. In truth, both Su Yuanlin and Song Qingshu could be considered affluent among the Qi realm cultivators, as typically, only those in the Yuan realm wielded middle-grade spirit weapons. Many impoverished early Yuan realm cultivators still relied on lower-grade spirit weapons. Thus, Peng Biao had acquired 7 lower-grade mid-tier spirit weapons, 6 lower-grade upper-tier spirit weapons, 1 middle-grade lower-tier spirit weapon, 1 middle-grade mid-tier spirit weapon, along with 2,000 spirit stones and a second-tier upper-tier technique. Such a bountiful harvest made even his grievous injuries worthwhile. Next, Peng Biao resolved to examine the storage pouch found in the underground stone chamber. As he infused his vital energy into it, his eyes widened in astonishment. To his amazement, it contained 10,000 spirit stones, an alchemical cauldron, and 3 recipes, all housed within a pouch of considerable size. Overwhelmed with excitement, he noted that while the 10,000 spirit stones were significant, the true treasure lay in the alchemical cauldron and the recipes. With the right materials, diligent practice would pave the way for him to become a true alchemist. The realm of alchemy, previously shrouded in mystery, was now poised to unveil its secrets to him. With a wave of his hand, a half-foot-tall crimson cauldron appeared before him, 3-legged and 2-eared, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of flora and fauna, exuding an air of antiquity. As he gently caressed the cauldron, he recognized it as a middle-grade upper-tier spirit weapon, destined to accompany him on his journey as an alchemist. He then carefully examined the 3 animal skin scrolls detailing the recipes. The first was for a blood recovery pill, a second-tier pill that could instantly restore vitality when consumed. The second was a youth retention pill, also a second-tier pill, which he had previously ingested. The third, the vitality ascension pill, was a second-tier pill that could potentially facilitate a breakthrough to the Yuan realm for peak Qi realm cultivators. This was precisely what he needed. Among the three recipes, the vitality ascension pill was the most precious, followed by the blood recovery pill, while the youth retention pill, of little use to him, was the least challenging to produce, requiring only 2 ingredients. Having thoroughly assessed his spoils, Peng Biao blood-bonded the 10-foot storage pouch, placing all his possessions within. Finally, he retrieved another storage pouch, this one belonging to Sun Buer. After a moment of contemplation, he removed Sun Buer's mark and discovered it filled with gold, silver, and exquisite jewelry, alongside intricately crafted porcelain dishes the size of a human head. Aside from the Starry Sect's token, there were no spirit stones or any items belonging to cultivators. Setting the pouch down on the bed, Peng Biao pressed his lips together, a glimmer of emotion welling in his eyes, before he raised his head and closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, he reflected deeply, not only on Sun Buer's actions, but also on the humanity he possessed. Beneath the facade of greed lay a heart that was fervently pure. At that moment, a sound of the door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. A stunning young woman entered, clad in a flowing azure robe, appearing to be in her late teens. Her hair cascaded down her back, her complexion radiant and flawless, lips a soft shade of red, and her eyes sparkled like stars. As Peng Biao gazed upon her, he was momentarily entranced, astonished to find such beauty in this place. After a brief comparison, he realized that her beauty rivaled that of Qin Rushui and Bei Yuyu. Upon noticing that Peng Biao had awakened and was seated on the bed, the woman revealed a charming smile before turning swiftly to exit. Moments later, she returned, accompanied by a tall, sturdy man with a kind face and a slightly darker complexion, who bore a resemblance to the woman. These two must be the siblings he had overheard conversing earlier, Peng Biao surmised quietly. Chapter 64. The Shui siblings' brother. It is good that you have awakened. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days. The burly man greeted first, his voice a bit hoarse yet warm, presenting himself as a person of hearty disposition. The woman beside him smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. Peng Biao chuckled. I am deeply grateful to both of you for your rescue. May I ask for your names? The robust man replied with a hearty laugh. I am Shui Yong, and this is my younger sister, Shui Ro. 3 nights ago, we heard a tremendous sound from Chishi Ridge and went to investigate, only to find you collapsed on the ground. Shui brother, where exactly are we? This is still Chishi Ridge, though it is several dozen miles from where you fainted. What is your name, esteemed friend? I am Peng Biao, a disciple of the inner sect of the Xingqian sect. Ah, a senior from the Xingqian sect. My apologies. Shui Yong and Shui Ro quickly bowed their heads, unable to meet Peng Biao's gaze. Peng Biao hastily interjected, what are you two doing? As a disciple of the inner sect, it is only a matter of rank. I am merely a simple man. And my sister and I are but casual practitioners of the strength realm without any formal cultivation methods. How could I dare to call you my brother? With a hint of helplessness, Peng Biao expressed, you have saved my life. Why must we concern ourselves with such trivial titles? Senior, in the world of cultivation, one must uphold proper hierarchy, Shui Yong firmly asserted, having witnessed many casual practitioners suffer from neglecting etiquette and being retaliated against by those narrow-minded seniors. For low-level cultivators, especially solitary ones, adherence to decorum is of utmost importance. Seeing Shui Yong so persistent left Peng Biao with no choice but to acquiesce. A silence enveloped the three, and feeling rather bored, Peng Biao spoke up. I, Peng Biao, am one who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grievance. You have saved my life. This kindness cannot go unrewarded. What is it that you desire? Upon hearing this, Shui Yong and Shui Ro exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Shui Yong then boldly looked at Peng Biao, noticing his sincere demeanor, and a sense of fortune washed over him. If possible, I hope the senior could bestow upon us a cultivation method. Peng Biao furrowed his brow, realizing he had hardly encountered many cultivation methods himself. Naturally, he could not share the body Ju, leaving only the Luohan Dao and Xianyuan Gong as options. The Xianyuan Gong was a 3rd-tier Qi cultivation method he had obtained through connections at the Heishan sect. Those sect rules forbade the dissemination of their methods, with severe consequences for violations. This primarily concerned the disciples within the sect. If a disciple were to share with outsiders, there was little they could do to prevent it. Additionally, rival sects often resorted to sending infiltrators or seducing disciples from smaller sects to acquire techniques. Thus, the recruitment of disciples by various sects is done with great caution, usually relying on personal connections rather than wide-open invitations. Despite this, the complete prevention of method leakage was impossible, leading to a reluctance to share significant, high-tier techniques with disciples. This context explains why, upon learning that Peng Biao practiced the Luohan Dao after his victory over Lu Meng, the elder overseeing the duel was so anxious to confiscate all records and copies of the Luohan Dao. I possess a third-tier body cultivation method and a third-tier qi cultivation method. Which would you prefer to learn? Senior, third-tier methods are far too precious. We would be content with a first-tier method. Despite their yearning, Shui Yong humbly declined the offer of a third-tier technique, recognizing the importance of moderation. Shui Ro nodded vigorously, her expression earnest and playful, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. I only have third-tier methods. If you do not wish to learn, it cannot be helped. Very well. Thank you, Senior. Shui Yong ultimately chose the Luohan Dao, while Shui Ro opted for the Xinyuan Gong. Peng Biao requested paper and ink from them and transcribed the two methods, only then realizing that Shui Ro was a natural mute. Upon receiving the techniques, the siblings were filled with excitement, and Peng Biao encouraged them to begin practicing. Eagerly, they sat down to cultivate, soon generating a small amount of true qi in their Dantians. They promptly stood up, respectfully bowing to Peng Biao, for in the world of cultivation, bestowing a technique was akin to becoming a minor. Peng Biao then produced 2 storage bags and presented them to the siblings, saying, "These are storage bags. Take good care of them." This. Thank you, Senior Peng. With a flourish of his hand, Peng Biao revealed a long spear and a 3-foot sword, stating, "These are low-grade upper-tier spiritual artifacts." While the sword was acceptable, the spear's sharpness was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual artifact, which explained how it had managed to injure Peng Biao multiple times. This act of generosity underscored Peng Biao's sincere desire to repay the life-saving favor bestowed upon him by the siblings. "Senior, this is too much." Shui Yong quickly refused, overwhelmed. Receiving a third-tier technique, storage bags, and now coveted spiritual artifacts, he felt a sense of panic. Shui Ro also shook her head repeatedly, though a glimmer of longing remained in her beautiful eyes. "Since I have offered them, I shall not retract my gifts," Peng Biao insisted. Disregarding Shui Yong's protest and placing the spiritual artifacts aside, 2 casual practitioners wielding low-grade upper-tier spiritual artifacts would undoubtedly attract attention, Peng Biao thought to himself. And then he produced 2 low-grade mid-tier artifacts. Finally, with a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual stones appeared on the bed, emanating abundant spiritual energy. This comprises 2 low-grade mid-tier artifacts and 1,000 spiritual stones, as my way of repaying your life-saving grace. Senior, this is far too extravagant. Shui Yong nearly fainted from the overwhelming happiness, realizing the immense value of the gifts. 2 third-tier techniques, 2 storage bags, 2 low-grade upper-tier artifacts, 2 low-grade mid-tier artifacts, and 1,000 spiritual stones. Such treasures would elevate their status exponentially, akin to beggars becoming wealthy nobles. At this moment, their wealth surpassed that of most inner disciples from large sections. Shui Ro's eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude. Since becoming cultivators, no one had ever treated them with such kindness. "Do you wish to join the Xingqian sect? I can assist with your introduction." Peng Biao felt a sense of responsibility, believing the siblings would always face danger outside, and resolved to be a good Samaritan. To his surprise, after a brief contemplation, they both shook their heads in refusal. Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not expected anyone to decline joining a sect, so he inquired about their reasoning. "Senior, I have heard that disciples in the strength realm are assigned many menial tasks upon joining a sect. My sister and I have grown accustomed to a carefree life and do not wish to be overly constrained. Besides, with the gifts we have received from you, we no longer need to join a sect." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao regarded Shui Yong with newfound respect. He recognized that this individual had a clear understanding of their circumstances. Joining a sect was primarily to gain access to techniques, safety, and spiritual energy. Yet the siblings lacked none of these. As for safety, where in this world could one find absolute security? A bit of hardship could be beneficial for cultivators, as long as it did not pose excessive danger. Very well, to each their own aspirations. By the way, do not disclose the cultivation methods you practice, especially to those from the Xingqian sect or Heishan sect, Peng Biao cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, my sister and I spend most of our time in the Xian Kingdom and rarely travel to the Jiang Kingdom. Indeed, Peng Biao inquired with curiosity. How is the current state of the cultivation realm in the Xian Kingdom? It is quite chaotic, far less stable than the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation realm. Aside from a few major sects, smaller sects and various factions are in constant strife, with rumors suggesting that the number of casual practitioners exceeds that of disciples from major sections. Peng Biao nodded thoughtfully, then stood up. I must take my leave now. Senior, please stay for lunch before you depart. Shui Yong, sensing Peng Biao's intent to leave, dared not be impolite in his invitation. Once Shui Yong spoke, Peng Biao suddenly felt a pang of hunger, realizing he had not eaten for 3 days. Noticing this, Shui Yong quickly signaled to Shui Ro, and they quietly exited the room. After a brief moment, Shui Ro entered with a large bowl of steaming venison. Peng Biao graciously accepted the bowl and immediately began to eat heartily. The venison was stewed to a tender perfection, melting effortlessly upon contact with his palate. He savored every drop of the broth, finishing it entirely. After setting down his utensils, Peng Biao let out a deep sigh of contentment and turned to Shui Ro, saying, "Thank you, Miss Shui." Shui Ro, with a gentle smile, took the bowl and chopsticks from his hands, shaking her head lightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. Peng Biao understood her sentiments perfectly. Chapter 65. Returned to Hongxi Valley after finishing his meal, Peng Biao bid farewell to the Shuigong siblings. Outside a concealed cave, he clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave. At this moment, he was clad in the pristine attire of an outer sect disciple, a memento he had chosen to keep. Watching Peng Biao's receding figure, Shui Yong sighed, remarking, "In the world of cultivation, individuals like Senior Peng, who value loyalty and friendship, are indeed rare." Shui Ro nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the horizon, revealing a hint of determination. After discerning his direction, Peng Biao arrived at the place where horses were kept, only to find no trace of them. They had evidently been stolen. With no other option, he sought refuge in a cave, commencing his practice of the flight technique, eagle wings. Initially intending to return to the sect for training, he now had no time for that. Before long, a figure with a pair of gray wings sprouted from his back, soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. As he flew, Peng Biao squinted against the rushing wind, experiencing a speed he had never known before, and felt a surge of joy. At my current level, utilizing eagle wings, I can travel 10,000 miles in a day without rest. Such distance is unimaginable for cultivators below the core realm. Of course, this is merely my current maximum speed. If my cultivation level increases, my chi will become more refined, and my speed will only improve. Turning to admire the ethereal wings of chi that resembled those of a giant eagle, Peng Biao's thoughts shifted towards Hongxi Valley. Having too many spirit artifacts could also be a burden, as they were unnecessary. The principle of combat he now upheld was to resolve conflicts swiftly and decisively. If one strike sufficed, there was no need for two. Thus, lower-grade spirit artifacts held no value for him now, and it was best to dispose of them quickly. Upon landing outside Hongxi Valley, Peng Biao retracted his wings and walked into the valley. It was deserted, the formation having been dismantled, leaving the area desolate except for a small wooden house that stood out prominently. Inside the house sat the familiar middle-aged man in red behind a table. The man opened his eyes, glanced at Peng Biao with calmness, and inquired, "What does my friend wish to reclaim?" Without much ado, Peng Biao manifested his chi, momentarily startling the middle-aged man, who then smiled broadly, recognizing the potential for a lucrative transaction. Their gazes met, and they acknowledged each other's cultivation levels, one in the mid-stage of the chi realm and the other in the late stage. Feeling reassured, Peng Biao tossed a forsaken storage bag onto the table. The man picked it up out of curiosity and, upon inspecting its contents, widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression transforming into one of delight as he confirmed, "My friend, do you wish to sell all these spirit artifacts? Indeed, please provide an estimate." The middle-aged man gestured for Peng Biao to take a seat on a small stool he conjured, then pondered. 3 lower-grade upper-tier spirit artifacts and 5 lower-grade middle-tier spirit artifacts. I can offer you 2,000 spirit stones. After a moment of consideration, Peng Biao deemed the price fair and nodded in agreement. Most lower-grade upper-tier artifacts were priced at several hundred spirit stones, while lower-grade middle-tier artifacts generally hovered around 100 spirit stones each. The man nodded, collecting the spirit artifacts into his own storage bag. Peng Biao then inquired, "Do you accept storage bags?" Yes, but they are valued cheaply. He tossed 2 more storage bags onto the table. Even at a lower price, they still hold value in spirit stones. You can decide on the worth. Typically, storage bags were valued at over 20 spirit stones each. But given the volume of spirit artifacts he was selling today, the middle-aged man generously proposed, "For 3 storage bags, I will give you 100 spirit stones." After concluding the sale, Peng Biao received a total of 2,100 spirit stones. Now, he was left with only 3 medium-grade spirit artifacts, a red cauldron, a flame bow, and a shield, along with 2 lower-grade upper-tier artifacts, a flying dagger and a long sword. As he prepared to leave with his spirit stones, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "Do you require any items for purchase?" Surprised, Peng Biao replied, "Isn't this place solely for reclamation?" "Ah, for ordinary customers, we only offer reclamation. But for valued clients like yourself, we also sell. It depends on what you need." After a moment's thought, Peng Biao realized he indeed had some needs. He retrieved paper and pen, quickly jotting down a lengthy list before handing it to the middle-aged man. The man examined the list in astonishment, exclaiming, "My friend, why do you require such an extensive array of alchemical materials? You needn't concern yourself with that. A senior from my sect instructed me to gather these materials whenever possible." Peng Biao replied casually, fabricating an excuse. The list included numerous ingredients essential for crafting foundational pills, blood-replenishing pills, and beauty pills, and he had intentionally scrambled their order to avoid suspicion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded in understanding, recognizing the rationale behind it. "How much of each do you need?" "Whatever quantity is available," Peng Biao declared boldly, for he now possessed over 10,000 spirit stones and was eager to spend them. In his view, expending spirit stones was akin to embracing one's wealth. Utilizing them to enhance his strength rendered them meaningful. Otherwise, they were merely inconspicuous white pebbles. The middle-aged man realized a significant opportunity had arisen, responding with delight, "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." He promptly exited the house, and Peng Biao, feeling apprehensive given the recent display of wealth, followed him outside. Remaining inside would obscure his view of potential threats, and he preferred not to be ambushed by the middle-aged man and his associates. Upon reaching a distant mound, the middle-aged man pushed aside thick vines to reveal an entrance. He then disappeared into the cave within. After a considerable interval, he emerged, approaching Peng Biao with the news, 3 of each, fire fruit, sky blue stone, and the inner core of the ghost ape. For the remaining materials, 10 of each. The total comes to 5,000 spirit stones. Is it truly so expensive? Peng Biao exclaimed in surprise. This calculation indicated that acquiring these materials would consume nearly half of his spirit stones. Moreover, the crucial components for crafting blood-replenishing pills, the fire fruit, sky blue stone, and ghost ape inner core, were limited to only 3 each. The middle-aged man explained, "My friend, you may not realize that while other materials are commonplace, fire fruit, sky blue stone, and ghost ape inner core are exceedingly rare. Notably, the ghost ape inner core we provide is from a peak-level 3rd-tier demon beast." After a moment of contemplation, Peng Biao ultimately acquiesced, stating, "I would like to inspect the goods first." The middle-aged man tossed a storage bag towards him. Peng Biao activated his qi to examine its contents. Nodding in approval after a brief inspection, the middle-aged man then waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared on the ground. With the transaction complete, Peng Biao prepared to depart. "Please wait," the middle-aged man called out as he gathered the spirit stones. "What is it?" Peng Biao responded. The middle-aged man produced a square white jade token and tossed it to Peng Biao, saying, "This is the Baiyu Hongxi token. In the future, should you require any items, you may return here with this token for a 10% discount." Peng Biao received the token, scrutinizing it closely. The front was intricately engraved with the characters Hongxi, while the reverse depicted a meandering stream, masterfully crafted to appear lifelike. "Very well, I shall accept it," Peng Biao affirmed, before making his way out of the valley. Reaching a concealed spot, he summoned his qi wings with a thought, unfurling them like a majestic eagle, and took to the skies. Chapter 66. The mystery unveiled. Peng Biao journeyed towards Qinghua County, tasked with a solemn duty by Sun Bu'er. As night fell, the darkness proved advantageous for his covert endeavors. Upon passing Wulong Mountain, a thought crossed his mind. The last time he had vanquished the bandits known as the Downhill Tigers, he had left a portion of gold behind due to limited space in his storage pouch. Now, returning to the site, he resolved to retrieve the remaining gold to present to Sun Bu'er's family. With this decision made, Peng Biao pivoted and headed towards the bandit cave. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a flickering light within. Could it be that remnants of the bandits still lingered? It would be fortuitous to eliminate them today. Treading lightly, he peered inside the cave, where he beheld several torches and two burly men emerging from a secret passage, each cradling a multitude of gold bars. The cave floor was strewn with gold, while the remains of the bandits lay carelessly piled in a corner. Recognizing that these men were not part of the Downhill Tigers, as they would never treat their fallen comrades' remains so dismissively, Peng Biao listened intently. After discarding their load, one of the men, a bald giant, exclaimed at last, "We've moved it all. Brother, fortune favors the bold. We were sent by the big boss to invite the Downhill Tiger, yet we stumbled upon this windfall." The other, with short hair, chimed in, "Indeed, we owe our good fortune to the brave soul who dispatched these men, leaving behind their gold for us." Their dialogue revealed a shift in their fortunes. "With this gold, we shall become wealthy in Qinghua County, free from the perilous life of a bandit." They laughed heartily. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the cave. "Who exactly is this Downhill Tiger you speak of?" Before the words had fully dissipated, a young man clad in white stepped into view. Startled, the two men immediately drew their blades, eyes filled with malice. Regardless of the stranger's identity, they knew they must safeguard their newfound wealth. Seeing their silence, Peng Biao, eager for answers, wasted no time. Before they could react, his ethereal hands seized their throats, lifting them off the ground. "Tell me, who is the Downhill Tiger from years past? What is his name? Speak, or face death." Fury ignited within him as he pondered the implications of their conversation. The title of Downhill Tiger was evidently inherited. The man he had killed, Chao Shan, may not even be the same fiend who had slain his father. The true Downhill Tiger might still roam free. The two men, trembling with fear, realized they faced a cultivator. The bald man, nearly peeing himself, pleaded, "Great immortal, spare us." The Downhill Tiger was Chao Shan's elder brother. "But I do not know his name." "Then what use are you to me?" Peng Biao retorted coldly, raising his hand to strike. "Wait. I have seen him once and can sketch his likeness." The short-haired man interjected hastily. Peng Biao released his grip, and the man scrambled to comply, trembling as he began to draw. Moments later, Peng Biao held up a crude depiction that resembled neither man nor beast, his fury boiling over. "Is this your interpretation? Can you even recognize it yourself?" "Great immortal, forgive me. My education is lacking," the short-haired man cried out in desperation. Peng Biao, reluctant to kill him outright, shoved him to the ground and demanded a description. "He is tall and robust, with terrifying eyes that instilled dread," the man stammered, his voice quaking. "And what are his distinctive features?" Peng Biao pressed, trying to contain his rage. "Distinctive features? What does that mean?" the man asked, puzzled. "Anything that sets him apart from ordinary men," Peng Biao clarified, his patience wearing thin. As the short-haired man pondered, Peng Biao noticed his eyes flickering, and he barked, "If you dare lie, you will die." The man, frightened by Peng Biao's fierce tone, faltered, "I truly cannot recall." Turning to the bald man, Peng Biao demanded, "And you? Do you know nothing?" "Great one, it has been so long, I honestly cannot remember." The bald man lamented. 10 seconds remain. "If you cannot provide me with useful information, you will meet your demise," Peng Biao declared, exasperated. Hearing this, both men panicked, desperately racking their brains for anything useful. 3, 2, "Great immortal. Great immortal. I have a lead," the bald man shouted. "What does the Downhill Tiger look like?" "I cannot describe the Downhill Tiger, but I remember his younger brother distinctly. He had a full beard, an appearance that is hard to forget." "A beard? What sort of clue is that?" Peng Biao mused, when suddenly a thought struck him. Zhao Eru, the quintessential bearded man. As he contemplated further, he recalled that Zhao Eru's elder brother, Li Dahu, also fit the description of a tall, strong man. Was it possible that the true identity of the Downhill Tiger was Li Dahu? Indeed, it must be so. Li Dahu was likely the Downhill Tiger who had retired from his former life years ago, and his very name bore the character for tiger. As a rogue cultivator, it made sense that he had built a formidable reputation, which explained why he had shown no deference to the Lord of Yun City at the gambling den, while the Lord had dared not express any discontent. Finally, the pieces fell into place for Peng Biao, the enigma unraveled. Li Dahu was most likely the Downhill Tiger he sought. The true culprit has been identified. Withdrawing his formidable energy, Peng Biao released the bald man. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, the gold on the ground vanished, leaving behind only 4 or 5 ingots of gold. Go to Qinghua County and conduct yourselves honorably. Should I discover any further acts of banditry, I shall ensure your demise, he declared, before departing gracefully. He was resolute in seeking vengeance for his father's murder, intent on eliminating the genuine adversary. Chapter 67. The Descent of the Mountain Tiger. After Peng Biao departed, the short-haired brute hurried to the side of the bald man, expressing concern. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I initially believed I was doomed, but to my surprise, this immortal master has proven to be a man of his word." The short-haired man suddenly smiled and inquired, "Are you truly unscathed?" "What do you mean?" The bald man was taken aback, only to let out a dreadful scream as a bloodied blade pierced through his chest. Slowly, he turned his head, blood spilling from his lips as he struggled to ask, Why? Quite simple. There's not enough gold to go around," the short-haired man sneered. With a thud, the bald man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless. The short-haired man let out a cold laugh, retrieving the blood-stained ingot of gold. Under the pitch-black night sky, Peng Biao continuously flapped his wings of true energy, racing towards Cloud City at an unrelenting pace. The fierce winds battered him. Yet despite the flames of hatred surging within, his mind began to settle into a calm. The streets of Cloud City were sparsely populated at night. Peng Biao landed on a quiet street near a casino, concealing his divine abilities before striding towards the entrance. Inside the casino, the atmosphere was thick with smoke. Numerous gamblers were animatedly shouting, their excitement palpable. Upon entering, Peng Biao remained undetected, his gaze quickly fixating on Zhao Eru, who was laughing heartily at a gambling table. Even from the side, his distinctive beard made his identity unmistakable. With a cold smile, Peng Biao approached Zhao Eru. Sensing an unusual tension, Zhao Eru's laughter ceased, and he turned to find Peng Biao standing beside him, an arm draped around his neck as if they were old friends. "Tell me, where is Li Dahu?" Peng Biao asked in a tone only they could hear. Zhao Eru, rendered immobile by fear, felt the murderous intent in Peng Biao's words, terror flooding his eyes. The other gamblers, mistaking the exchange for camaraderie, continued their revelry. "Refuse to speak, and you shall meet your demise," Peng Biao continued to intimidate. Zhao Eru's complexion shifted dramatically before he finally sighed. "He's upstairs. Lead the way." With Zhao Eru in tow, Peng Biao ascended the staircase. The other gamblers and casino staff oblivious, assuming they had matters to discuss. After a brief moment, they arrived at a door. With a forceful push, Peng Biao swung it open, revealing Li Dahu, who was dozing in a large chair. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Dahu's eyes snapped open. Upon recognizing Peng Biao, his pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal. Peng Biao shoved Zhao Eru into the room and closed the door, his gaze fixed on Li Dahu, undisguised malice gleaming in his eyes. Zhao Eru approached Li Dahu, his face flushed with shame, unable to meet his gaze. Li Dahu merely offered a slight smile, his expression tranquil. "Li Dahu, do you know why I have come?" Peng Biao demanded. "I have come for the mountain tiger," Li Dahu replied calmly. Peng Biao was taken aback. He hadn't expected such directness. Before he could pose a question, Li Dahu had already divulged the truth. "We had no prior connection. Yet you return to me now solely for the mountain tiger. You seek vengeance, do you not?" Li Dahu's composure astonished Peng Biao, who had anticipated tears and pleas for forgiveness. Instead, he found no trace of fear in Li Dahu. "Ever since I learned about the mountain tiger from Zhang Er, I began my investigation, only to discover your involvement behind the scenes. This brought to mind many past events. Over a decade ago, my brothers and I ambushed 2 hunters in the mountains, killing one and allowing the other to flee. I could have easily pursued him, but I thought an old man posed no threat. Little did I know that old man had summoned you, a cultivator. It seems that evil begets evil." Li Dahu chuckled bitterly. "So you orchestrated the ambush on Zhang Er to divert my attention to Chaoshan?" Peng Biao's voice was low. "Indeed, but the assailants were not from Chaoshan. They were my men. Are you not afraid that Chaoshan and his subordinates will expose your whereabouts?" "Haha, Chaoshan is my third brother. Fiercely loyal, he would never betray me. Moreover, his wife and children are in my grasp. How could he act unwisely? As for his subordinates, they are new recruits. All the old brothers have been poisoned by me. To prevent any fallout, Chaoshan claims they left due to dissatisfaction." Li Dahu spoke with a smile, as if recounting events unrelated to him. Peng Biao frowned. "Do you not fear death, Li Dahu? I have taken the lives of many innocents during my time as a bandit. To cleanse my conscience, I've had to eliminate my loyal companions. For years, I have endured nightmares, knowing death is inevitable. I have long since come to terms with it. Are you finished? The revelations had been laid bare, and Peng Biao no longer wished to hear him ramble. Regardless of Li Dahu's sentiments, he had to die. With a smile, Li Dahu replied, "There is no need for you to act. My sins are profound, and I cannot escape death. I only hope you can spare my wife and children." With that, he produced a dagger from his robe, glancing at Peng Biao before lamenting, "There are countless paths in this world. Once a path is chosen, one must tread it steadfastly. To falter midway is to become like me, lost, lacking the ferocity of a villain while failing to embody the kindness of a good man, ultimately becoming a mere shadow of both." With a swift motion, the dagger was drawn, blood spattered forth as Li Dahu took his own life. Peng Biao stood in silence, gazing at the corpse of his father's nemesis. While his vengeance had been fulfilled, not a shred of satisfaction resided within him. He pondered deeply over Li Dahu's final words. Brother, I am sorry, I am so sorry." Zhao Eru wept over Li Dahu's body. After a lengthy period, the sobs subsided. "Brother, when we swore brotherhood, we vowed to live and die together," Zhao Eru proclaimed, grasping the bloody dagger and plunging it into his own chest. With a thud, the sound of the dagger piercing flesh echoed, and Zhao Eru fell to the ground, lifeless. Observing the two bodies, one on the chair, the other on the floor, Peng Biao stood in silence, lost in thought. There is a saying among mortals: those who are righteous often slay the innocent, while those who betray are often learned men. Watching Zhao Eru, resolute in his demise, he recalled the pair of disciples from Wulong Mountain, and for the first time, Peng Biao realized that cultivators, in many aspects, fell short of mortals, even though Zhao Eru was merely a rogue living in the mortal realm. After avenging his grievances, Peng Biao departed the casino, seeking a secluded spot to sit in quiet contemplation. Though his enemy had perished, a profound sense of emptiness lingered within him, devoid of the exhilarating release he had anticipated. As dawn broke, Cloud City buzzed with life, yet fear etched itself upon every face, whispers of dread circulating among the populace. "Have you heard? Li Dahu and Zhao Eru from the casino have died. It was a suicide." "I've heard, but those from the casino say it's not as simple as suicide. A man in white is involved. My relatives at the casino mentioned this man in white has some connection to the recently risen Zhang Er." Bad news, bad news. The families of Li Dahu and Zhao Eru, 156 in total, have all been slaughtered. What? Who did this? The lord of the city declared them as bandits and personally led a team to execute them, sparing not even the 3-year-old children. As the myriad of rumors reached his ears, Peng Biao pondered deeply. Does karma truly exist in this world? Shaking his head, he departed from Cloud City. Chapter 68. Lu Shihao in the Low Skies. Peng Biao made his way towards Qinghua County City. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he sought a concealed spot to land, as he did not wish to draw attention by descending in broad daylight. Once inside the city, a slight hunger stirred within him, prompting him to head towards a grand tavern. "Young man, bring forth your finest dishes and the best wines you have," he commanded. Entering the tavern, he tossed a gold ingot towards the approaching waiter. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please proceed upstairs." The waiter, upon receiving the gold ingot, beamed with joy and, taking advantage of Peng Biao's distraction, savored a hearty bite. Ascending to the second floor, he found it sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so scholars engaged in earnest discussions and eloquent discourse. Selecting a window-side seat, it wasn't long before the food and drink arrived. As he feasted on the lavish spread before him, he indulged in both the culinary delights and the sights of the bustling crowd below, relishing the moment. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a young scholar, drenched in sweat, rushed up, exclaiming, "Brothers, Lu Tanhua is coming." "What? Shihao is truly arriving? When we met a few days ago, I thought he was merely jesting." "Forget calling him Shihao. He should be addressed as Lord Lu henceforth." "Indeed, Lu Shihao has achieved the distinction of Tanhua. He is certainly destined for greatness." "Quickly, inform the others." The group of scholars sprang into action, their excitement palpable. Peng Biao smiled softly. Such was the life of mortals, and those who could achieve Tanhua among them must possess great wisdom. Moments later, the atmosphere below erupted into cheers as a distinguished young man clad in a blue robe ascended, flanked by admirers. "Shihao, Lu Tanhua, Lord Lu." The scholars greeted him with various titles, to which Lu Shihao responded with a humble smile, bowing to each in turn. Once seated, the scholars encircled Lu Shihao, engaging in fervent discussions. Peng Biao listened intently, noting the topics centered around poetry and occasionally the nuances of governance. After Lu Shihao's arrival, an influx of scholars ascended to the second floor, and Peng Biao grew curious about how many would ultimately gather. Peering out onto the street, he observed numerous scholars hastening towards the tavern. Before long, apart from Peng Biao's table, the entire second floor was filled with scholars. Many left standing due to a lack of seating. They had not come for food or drink, but rather to witness the presence of Lu Tianhua. It was not yet mealtime, and the tavern welcomed the assembly, knowing it would enhance its reputation. Seeing the multitude of admirers surrounding Lu Shihao, Peng Biao inquired of a nearby young scholar, "Brother, since Lu Shihao has attained Tianhua, may I ask who the top scholar and the second place are?" The young scholar, noticing the lavish spread at Peng Biao's table, assumed he was of significant means and replied, "You may be unaware, but the top scholar is the prince consort, and the second place is the son of the prime minister. Their identities are well known throughout the Jiang kingdom." A sneer crossed the young scholar's face at the mention of the top scholar and the second place. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao discerned that both had likely relied on connections and influence to secure their positions. So, Lu Tianhua is truly the most talented among them? Of course. Scholars across the Jiang kingdom feel indignant for Lu Tianhua. The young scholar's expression was one of outrage. Peng Biao smiled faintly. The reliance on power to ascend to high positions was a universal affair, whether among mortals or cultivators. At that moment, the crowd began to urge Lu Shihao, with so many brothers gathered here, why not compose a poem? Yes, Shihao, your talent is renowned. We are all in admiration. I fear my abilities are limited. It may not be necessary. Lu Shihao hesitated, sensing that composing a poem now might seem like a display of vanity. A weary-looking scholar interjected, "I have toiled for a decade, yet this time I have failed to make the cut. I am quite lost regarding my future. I hope Lu Tianhua may compose a poem to guide me on whether I should persist." Heeding the pleas of the gathered crowd and seeing the despair in the eyes of the unsuccessful scholar, Lu Shihao finally nodded. "Very well, I shall offer my humble attempt." He moved to the window, gazing thoughtfully outside. In that moment, all fell silent, holding their breath lest they disrupt Lu Shihao's contemplation. Peng Biao, observing Lu Shihao from across the table, felt a surge of interest. He wished to see what kind of poem this Tianhua could craft. As a gentle autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves along the roadside, it brought a refreshing chill, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Looking up, he saw a solitary white crane soaring high against the clear sky, migrating southward. Lu Shihao's gaze sharpened, and he spoke. "Since ancient times, autumn has brought sadness and solitude. Yet I declare, autumn days surpass spring mornings." A crane soars above the clouds, inspiring poetic sentiments that reach the azure skies. As the poem concluded, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, each person savoring the profound meaning conveyed within. The eyes of the unsuccessful scholar and those burdened by life's tribulations gradually filled with determination. Peng Biao pondered the verses deeply, his own eyes shining brighter. Though he had not spent much time in scholarly pursuits, he could profoundly sense the optimism and open-heartedness that Lu Shihao expressed in his poem. Since leaving Yun City, the clouds of doubt that had loomed over Peng Biao's heart dissipated entirely. With a resounding clap on the table, he exclaimed, "Bravo! What a splendid declaration that autumn surpasses spring mornings. Truly, Lu Shihao embodies his name, magnanimous and grand." The scholars were startled by Peng Biao's sudden outburst. They had been immersed in the exquisite realm of poetry, only to be jolted back to reality. Many wore displeased expressions. However, Lu Shihao remained unfazed, merely smiling in response to Peng Biao. Noticing the disapproving gazes of the other scholars, Peng Biao laughed heartily, in a jovial mood, unfazed by their reactions. Young man, he called out, his voice booming. The waiter hurriedly approached, weaving through the crowd. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Bring forth the finest food and wine. I shall treat everyone here." At these words, astonishment swept over the crowd. Peng Biao's generosity left them utterly speechless. Is this truly happening? The waiter gazed at the sea of scholars, estimating at least 100 present. Will this suffice? Order the best and most expensive. Peng Biao tossed out 5 gold ingots and 3 gold bars. That will be more than enough. The waiter's face lit up with glee as he quickly gathered the gold and dashed downstairs. The scholars, witnessing this display, collectively expressed their gratitude. Those from humble backgrounds were particularly eager to indulge. Lu Shihao approached Peng Biao's table, clasping his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your generosity, esteemed brother. May I join you? Your presence is a privilege. To hear such exquisite poetry is worth any expense. Please, take a seat. Peng Biao replied with a smile. Lu Shihao sat down and inquired. May I ask how you are addressed and where you hail from? I am Peng Biao, also from Qinghua County. Then we are fellow townsmen. My family resides within Qinghua County City. I hope you will visit me shortly. Lu Shihao smiled warmly. Peng Biao nodded in agreement and then asked, Since you live in Qinghua County City, do you know a person named Sun Yunxiang? Lu Shihao's expression shifted, and he asked, May I inquire why you seek Sun Yunxiang? To be frank, I am a friend of her brother, Sun Buer. I have come at his request to deliver some items, Peng Biao stated directly. Recognizing Lu Shihao's familiarity with Sun Yunxiang, Lu Shihao sighed in relief and replied, I know where Sun Yunxiang resides. I shall take you there shortly. Peng Biao nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lu brother. Chapter 69. The Sun residence. At that moment, Lu Shihao glanced around and suddenly whispered, Sun Buer is a cultivator, and Brother Peng is his friend. Could it be that Brother Peng is also a cultivator? Upon hearing this, Peng Biao smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, it seems Lu Shihao has a close relationship with the Sun family. Otherwise, he would not be privy to such secret matters. Once Lu Shihao realized that Peng Biao was also a cultivator, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. He began to frequently raise his cup to Peng Biao, insisting that he must visit his home. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lu Shihao bid farewell to the many scholars and led Peng Biao towards the Sun residence. After traversing several streets, they arrived at a grand estate, where two large vermilion doors stood firmly shut, studded with brass nails. On either side of the entrance stood a stone lion, and above the door hung a wide plaque inscribed with the words Sun Residence. Observing this affluent abode, Peng Biao was reminded of Sun Buer and surmised that this estate and everything within it must have been earned by him. Lu Shihao approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, a gap opened, revealing an elderly woman dressed as a servant, her hair streaked with gray. Upon seeing Lu Shihao, she smiled and said, Young Master Lu, you have arrived. Lu Shihao nodded and instructed, Aunt Wu, quickly summon Miss Yun to greet our esteemed guest. Aunt Wu glanced at Peng Biao behind Lu Shihao and warmly ushered them inside. Seeing this, Peng Biao mused that Lu Shihao indeed knew Sun Yun and that their relationship must be quite close. Upon entering, they found themselves in a courtyard adorned with blooming flowers and plants. They passed through to the main hall, where the furniture was new and elegantly designed. After inviting them to sit, Aunt Wu said, Please wait a moment. I will go to the back to call for the young lady. Shortly after Aunt Wu departed, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a joyous female voice from outside. Lu Lang, you have come. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao thought, no wonder Lu Shihao had a peculiar expression when he learned I was searching for Sun Yun. It turns out they share a romantic connection. Looking at Lu Shihao, whose refined and handsome face was now flushed, a beautiful young woman in a pink dress soon entered from the corridor. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, with a face as lovely as a lotus flower and a figure resembling a willow. She bore a slight resemblance to Sun Buer. Following her were two young maidservants. Sun Yun initially wore a smile, but upon seeing Peng Biao, she suddenly froze and then blushed deeply. She silently chastised Aunt Wu for not providing clarity, yet she had rushed in upon hearing of Lu Gongzi's arrival. The two stood up, and without hesitation, Lu Shihao introduced, Yun, this is Buer's friend, Master Peng Biao. Upon realizing that Peng Biao was a cultivator, Sun Yun quickly dismissed her maidservants and bowed, stating, Greetings, Master Peng. Peng Biao replied with a smile, There is no need for such formality, young lady. I am merely a friend of Buer. Once seated, Sun Yun inquired, Master Peng, what brings you here? Peng Biao glanced at Lu Shihao and said, Would it be possible for Lu to step outside for a moment? Lu Shihao chuckled, intending to rise, but Sun Yun stopped him, saying, It is perfectly fine for Master Peng to speak. Lu Lang has already met my mother a few days ago, so he is effectively my fiancé now. Peng Biao nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed acceptable. With Sun Yun having someone to rely on, she would have comfort upon learning of the tragic news. He then waved his hand, and the hall's door closed instantly. With another gesture, a pile of gold, silver, and porcelain dishes appeared on the floor, nearly filling the entire hall. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded Sun Yun and Lu Shihao. After a moment of adjustment, Sun Yun gazed at the treasure-laden floor and asked, Master Pong. What does this mean? These are gifts from Boer, he replied, as long as they are not squandered. This wealth is sufficient for a wealthy family to live comfortably for generations. Thank you, Master Pong. May I ask where Boer is now? Sun Yun, being quite astute, found it unusual that Boer had entrusted a stranger with such a significant sum, far exceeding past deliveries. Peng Biao fell silent for a long moment before finally uttering, Boer is no longer alive. What? Sun Yun could hardly believe her ears. With a wave of his hand, Boer's lifeless body materialized on the floor. Sun Yun rushed toward her brother's corpse, and upon confirming his death, her eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her face, and she promptly fainted. Lu Shihao rushed forward to catch her, calling out loudly. After a moment, Sun Yun regained consciousness, collapsing onto Lu Shihao as she wept profusely. Lu Shihao turned to Peng Biao, sorrowfully asking, Brother Peng, how did Boer meet his end? He accompanied me on a treasure hunt and was ambushed, Peng Biao replied. Rest assured, I have avenged him. After a lengthy pause, Sun Yun managed to stifle her tears, her eyes still red as she said, Thank you, Master Peng, for returning Boer's remains. He often spoke of the chaotic world of cultivators, rife with enmity. My mother and I knew this day would inevitably come. May you find peace. Peng Biao murmured, lowering his head in silence, feeling that was all he could offer. Finally, Sun Yun resolved to keep this matter from her mother, as the elderly woman might not withstand the news of losing her son. Peng Biao assisted Sun Yun in transferring the gold and silver to an underground vault, a designated place for the Sun family's treasures, while the porcelain was left outside to be sold. That afternoon, the three departed from Qinghua County, procuring a fine coffin to lay Sun Boer to rest. At Sun Boer's grave, Sun Yun clung to Lu Shihao, weeping once more. Upon returning to the city, the two escorted Sun Yun to the entrance of the Sun residence. Peng Biao said, Miss Sun, should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Starry Sect. I will not turn a blind eye to any matters concerning Boer, as we were friends. Sun Yun nodded silently before turning away. After fulfilling Sun Boer's wishes, Peng Biao prepared to return to his sect, but Lu Shihao urgently pulled him back. Brother Peng, you cannot leave. You must come to my home for a visit. Peng Biao replied helplessly, Brother Lu, Miss Sun is in dire need of comfort right now. You should accompany her. Lu Shihao shook his head, saying, I understand, Yun. She requires solitude at this moment, not company. I will certainly return to keep her company in a few days. Is that truly the case? Peng Biao queried in surprise. Brother Peng, you do not understand women. Lu Shihao remarked, seeing through him. Subsequently, at Lu Shihao's insistence, they arrived at the Lu residence. This estate was comparable in scale to the Sun residence, yet it exuded an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. As Peng Biao approached the entrance, he felt an unusual density of spiritual energy in the air, richer than in other places. Lu Shihao pushed open the grand door, and upon stepping inside, Peng Biao was invigorated by the potent energy, akin to that found in smaller sections. Strange indeed. Someone has set up a spirit gathering array here. With such abundant spiritual energy, a mortal could live a long life free from illness in this environment, Peng Biao pondered quietly. Next, they entered the main hall and sat facing each other. After surveying the surroundings, Peng Biao inquired, Brother Lu, why is there not a single servant in your home? Lu Shihao sighed, Alas, everyone has left. To be honest, Brother Peng, I invited you here because I have a matter to discuss. What is it? Peng Biao asked. It concerns this peculiar residence, Lu Shihao replied. Chapter 70, a detailed explanation of the array. Lu, please speak plainly. Lu Shihao began his narrative. This residence has been passed down through my family for generations, and our ancestral teachings strictly prohibited sale. Thus, my family has lived here for countless generations. Indeed, this is a place of exceptional feng shui. My ancestors have enjoyed longevity. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such spiritual energy would naturally contribute to a long life. Lu Shihao continued, However, a year ago, circumstances began to change. My father fell gravely ill for no apparent reason, and venomous creatures began to frequently appear in the courtyard, injuring many of our servants. Last month, a 2-meter-long serpent appeared and killed one of our servants. Although we managed to slay the serpent, my parents no longer dared to reside here and have since relocated with the servants. If this situation continues, it seems we may have to abandon our ancestral home. I began to wonder if something unclean might be at play. Today, I encountered you, Brother Peng, in hopes that you could lend your assistance in examining the situation. Upon concluding his account, Lu Shihao rose and bowed respectfully. Peng Biao quickly helped him to his feet and pondered, "Brother Lu, there is no need for such formality. May I inquire how long this residence has been established?" The house was renovated only about a decade ago, but the foundation has been inherited from much earlier times. I cannot specify how long it has existed, but it likely predates the establishment of Qinghua County, Lu Shihao replied. Peng Biao nodded, his mind already forming some conjectures. At that moment, a rustling sound interrupted them as a centipede, thick as a child's arm, crawled into the living room. Lu Shihao's expression shifted, and he instinctively reached for a tool. Yet, before he could move, a gray, ethereal hand emerged, effortlessly seizing the centipede. Observing Peng Biao's unflinching demeanor as he captured the creature, Lu Shihao's eyes gleamed with envy. "Is this the method of a cultivator?" Peng Biao retracted his energy-infused hand, scrutinizing the squirming centipede. This was no ordinary insect. It appeared to have absorbed spiritual energy from the surroundings and was on the verge of transforming into a formidable beast. After careful observation, Peng Biao focused his will, and with a slight gesture, the centipede was crushed, its green ichor dripping down and corroding the floor beneath. Lu Shihao was taken aback, relieved that Peng Biao had been present. A single bite would have been fatal. After discarding the centipede, Peng Biao stated, "Brother Lu, I have gathered a preliminary understanding of this residence's situation. If my suspicions are correct, either your ancestor was a cultivator or had connections with one. This residence is likely imbued with a spirit-gathering array, which draws in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Living within such an array would accelerate a cultivator's practice and grant mortals longevity, free from ailments throughout their lives. Is that truly the case?" Lu Shihao's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had never anticipated that his ancestors had ties to cultivators. However, he soon grew puzzled. "Then why did my father fall ill? And why are there venomous creatures appearing?" "That is precisely the issue I wish to address," Peng Biao replied. "Before I entered, I sensed a flow of spiritual energy, leading me to suspect that the array has sustained damage over time, resulting in a leak of energy that attracts these pests, thereby causing illness among the elderly in the household. All things in the world are born and perish naturally, and arrays are no exception, without maintenance. Even the finest array can deteriorate over time. Brother Peng, is there a way to restore it?" Lu Shihao inquired urgently, for this ancestral home was of great importance to him. He was reluctant to abandon it without a fight. "I regret to inform you that I possess no knowledge of arrays," Peng Biao admitted. However, if he truly wished to assist Lu Shihao, he could summon an array master from the Xingqian sect to repair the spirit-gathering array. Yet, Peng Biao was disinclined to take such actions, for he and Lu Shihao had only just met and were not even ordinary friends. He was no foolhardy altruist. Upon hearing this, Lu Shihao's face fell in disappointment. At that moment, Peng Biao's mind sparked with an idea. "Brother Lu, since the spirit-gathering array is linked to your ancestors, why not search your home for any records or artifacts they may have left behind? It stands to reason that the one who set the array would have considered the possibility of its deterioration and would not have left no trace." Lu Shihao furrowed his brow, then his eyes brightened. "You are right. Please wait a moment, Brother Peng. I shall return shortly." He dashed toward the backyard. Moments later, Lu Shihao returned, cradling a golden box caked in dirt. Peng Biao regarded the box, clearly recently unearthed, with interest. Lu Shihao placed the box on the floor, opened it, and retrieved a thick tome, presenting it to Peng Biao. "This is a relic passed down through my family. My father buried it to prevent loss. Brother Peng, please see if it contains any methods for restoration." Peng Biao accepted the book, its cover devoid of any inscriptions. It was large and hefty, measuring a foot in length and half a foot in width, containing hundreds, if not thousands, of pages. Upon opening the cover, he was met with the bold characters, a detailed explanation of the array, written in an elegant script that exuded an extraordinary presence. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt an indescribable pressure and quickly drew a deep breath before flipping to the second page. The second page bore a single, large red character that nearly consumed the entire page. Liang. This character carried a sense of profound antiquity, as if it held countless stories and legends within its strokes. "What does this character signify, Brother Lu?" Peng Biao inquired. "I am unsure. Perhaps it is some sort of marker? However, the paper of this book is not ordinary. It does not absorb water, does not catch fire, cannot be torn, and does not decay even when buried deeply," Lu Shihao explained. "Oh, I must test it," Peng Biao said, and indeed, when he exerted force, The paper remained intact, confirming its remarkable properties. Turning to the third page, he found an array diagram alongside the words Spirit Gathering Minor Array. After much contemplation, he finally deduced that this diagram represented the array set within this residence. However, possessing the diagram was of little use, as Peng Biao had no understanding of how to arrange, dismantle, or repair arrays. On the fourth page, he was met with a plethora of minuscule characters. At once, his eyes lit up, captivated by the contents within, and he began to read intently. He was engrossed until night fell. Lu Shihao observed him, entranced by the text, and chose not to disturb him. Instead, he lit candles around the room, retrieved a blanket, and settled onto a wide chair to sleep. As the jade rabbit sank in the west, and the golden crow rose in the east, the night passed. Finally, Peng Biao completed reading a detailed explanation of the array, his face betraying an uncontainable joy. This tome was, in fact, a guide for aspiring array masters. The first half detailed the path to becoming an array master and various taboos to heed. The latter half contained important notes on array arrangements, dismantling, and repairs. Yet, Peng Biao found himself unable to comprehend much of it. He could only grasp a few concepts from the first half. In desperation, he committed the contents of the book to memory, hoping to explore and practice further when the opportunity arose. It could be said that Peng Biao had now barely qualified as an array master, albeit one without any practical experience. At that moment, Lu Shihao yawned and awoke to find Peng Biao had completely finished reading. He offered an awkward smile, for he had been too fearful of the venomous creatures to sleep in his room. The thought of being bitten while asleep was quite troublesome indeed. Peng Biao, in high spirits, chose not to address the matter, viewing it as a trivial concern unworthy of his attention. Chapter 71. Restoration. Lu Shihao inquired, Brother Peng, have you finished reading it? I have, Peng Biao replied sincerely. However, there are many parts one do not comprehend. I could only manage to remember a few things. Thank you, Brother Lu. The book, Detailed Explanation of Array Techniques, has transformed me into an array master. This debt of gratitude is truly significant, he added. You flatter me, Brother Peng. In truth, the book is beyond our understanding. It would merely be a pearl cast into the dark in our hands. Yet, Peng Biao did not share this sentiment. The favor bestowed upon him was immense. In essence, it made him a distant disciple of Lu's ancestors. Such kindness must never be forgotten. Peng Biao silently vowed to repay any debt of gratitude and seek vengeance for any wrongs. Brother Lu, I believe I can resolve the issue with the estate now. Oh, is the solution documented in the book? Peng Biao nodded. The array diagram for the estate is located on the third page. Now that I am acquainted with the diagram and have learned the principles of array techniques, resolving the issue should be a breeze. The two rose and made their way to the courtyard. With a thought, Peng Biao summoned two enormous hands of true qi, which then plunged into the ground with a thunderous sound, beginning to excavate the bricks and soil. Lu Shihao gazed in awe at this miraculous sight, curiosity shining in his eyes. Before long, a deep pit, measuring 10 feet, had been unearthed. Lu Shihao approached and found it empty, casting a questioning glance at Peng Biao. At that moment, Peng Biao began to form hand seals and directed a stream of true qi into the pit. As the energy permeated, an iron sword, rusty and 3 feet long, emerged from the earth. Lu Shihao exclaimed, What is happening? This is the eye of the small gathering spirit array. Peng Biao explained. Every array has a fixed eye, which requires a stabilizing object. This iron sword serves that purpose, but after years, it has reached the brink of collapse. I see. Lu Shihao nodded, somewhat understanding. Peng Biao continued, in addition to the eye, an array also requires array instruments. To simplify, the eye is akin to the place where a great tree grows. The stabilizing object is the tree's roots, and the array instruments are its trunk and branches. Then where are the instruments for this estate? This small gathering spirit array is of low grade, only classified as a first-tier array. It possesses only the eye and cannot accommodate instruments. Lu Shihao pressed further, are arrays categorized by grade? Indeed, arrays are ranked from 1 to 9. So, the array in my estate is the most basic? He mused, finding it amusing. Peng Biao smiled and nodded. After the explanation, he retrieved a low-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon, a flying knife, from his storage pouch. He cast the knife and caught it with a hand of true qi, then formed seals to infuse it with energy. As the true qi flowed into the knife, it gradually lost its sharpness and became ordinary. With the final infusion, the knife emitted a hum, losing its spiritual essence and resembling a common weapon. Ping Biao nodded, satisfied that a new stabilizing object had been created. Despite this being his first attempt at array restoration, he felt he had performed admirably. Next, he extended his hand of true qi to grasp the rusty iron sword, pulling it free. As the sword was removed, the spirit energy within the estate surged forth like a flood, dispersing rapidly. Peng Biao acted swiftly, employing another hand of true qi to insert the flying knife into the pit. Once embedded, countless lines of white light erupted from the ground, intricate and elaborate, spreading throughout the courtyard. Lu Shihao watched in astonishment, this spectacle far surpassing his understanding. Observing the multitude of lines, Peng Biao nodded slightly and again directed true qi into the flying knife at the pit's bottom. Moments later, the knife absorbed the energy, causing the lines to fade and halting the dispersal of spiritual energy. Lu Shihao felt as though the sunlight had grown brighter, bringing him immense comfort. Peng Biao infused one last surge of true qi into the flying knife, which then vanished from sight. The task is complete, he declared, beginning to fill in the pit. All done, Brother Lu. With this flying knife, comparable to a mid-tier spiritual weapon, as the stabilizing object, the small gathering spirit array will remain intact for at least 1,000 years. This was the finest spiritual weapon he could afford to part with. The 3 mid-tier spiritual weapons were far too precious to use in a first-tier array. Lu Shihao rejoiced, "Thank you, Brother Peng. It is I who should be grateful, for I have learned the detailed explanation of array techniques from your family. This knowledge is a tremendous boon," Peng Biao replied. Lu Shihao waved his hands, saying, "Many matters rely on fate. This book has languished in my home for countless years, its purpose unknown to us. Now, in your hands, it has found its significance, proving that you are destined for it." After resolving the matter, the two indulged in a grand feast at a tavern, with Lu Shihao treating. As Peng Biao was out of funds, "Brother Lu, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me at the Xingqian sect, located 500 miles south at Yahu Mountain. All right, I will not hesitate to reach out if necessary." After their hearty meal, Peng Biao left the city, making his way to the Xingqian sect. Upon arriving at the horse ranch, he explained the circumstances surrounding the lost horse and compensated with 20 spiritual stones. Once inside the sect, Peng Biao headed toward Wenbuchu's residence, intending to move out of the wooden building. For the time being, he planned to focus on learning alchemy. He did not wish for others to know of his alchemical abilities, making his stay with Wenbuchu rather inconvenient. On his way, he coincidentally encountered Bei Yuyu. Upon seeing Peng Biao, Bei Yuyu teased with a smile, "You've been away for 8 or 9 days, haven't you? Where have you taken Buer? If no one tends to the spirit herb garden for so long, be careful that elder one doesn't come looking for you." Upon encountering Bei Yuyu, Peng Biao fell silent, then produced a token, handing it to her. Seeing the name Sun Buer on the token, Bei Yuyu's expression froze, and she asked, "What does this mean?" "Buer has passed away." Bei Yuyu was taken aback, laughing. "When did you become so adept at joking?" Peng Biao pressed the token into her hand firmly, stating gravely, "Before he died, he asked me to convey that he admired you but never had the courage to confess." After uttering this, Peng Biao strode past Bei Yuyu. She stood frozen, her grip tightening around the token, the veins on her pristine hand visibly protruding. "Who did this?" A chilling voice emanated from behind Peng Biao. He halted and replied, "Su Yuanlin, but I have already avenged him." With that, he quickly walked away. After a considerable time, Bei Yuyu remained motionless, yet tears streamed down her flawless face. A cold and detached voice echoed, "Though Su Yuanlin is dead, this debt cannot be overlooked." Upon reaching the wooden building, Peng Biao found Wenbuchu and expressed his intent to move out. Go on. It has been a while. Your health should be fine now," Wenbuchu said languidly from his reclined position on a chair. After enduring numerous failures, Wenbuchu had completely abandoned his experiments. Now, he merely wished to break through to the Qi realm to extend his lifespan. Hearing this, Peng Biao secretly sighed in relief and bowed deeply to Wenbuchu. Regardless of the circumstances, his ability to restore his Dantian was due to Wenbuchu's guidance. Truth be told, aside from his obsession with experiments, Wenbuchu was quite commendable in every other regard. Seeing Peng Biao's courteous demeanor, Wenbuchu chuckled, "When you grow stronger, don't forget this old man." Peng Biao vowed never to forget the elder's life-giving kindness. As he exited the wooden building, Peng Biao glanced back at Wenbuchu, who appeared to be dozing peacefully, rhythmically tapping his thigh with one hand, clearly content. At this moment, He appears to be a leisurely and unassuming old man. After all, both cultivators and mortals are still human. Chapter 72. Alchemy. Departing from Wenbuchu's abode, Peng Biao cast his gaze around, ultimately arriving before a towering, smooth stone wall that reached a height of 100 zhang. At a distance of approximately 4 to 5 zhang from the ground, he commenced excavating a cave. This location, being near the sect's exit, was convenient for his purposes, and he intended to use it as his residence. It was evident that he was not the only one with such intentions. Several caves could be seen hundreds of zhang away, spaced far apart, indicating that all individuals desired to avoid disturbing one another while also seeking solitude. Before long, Peng Biao had unearthed a stone chamber of about 1 zhang in size, with a neatly arranged entrance that resembled a door. Given that he would primarily be using this space for cultivation, there was no need for extravagance. Subsequently, he leaped down, found a few wooden planks, and hastily fashioned a door. His new dwelling was now complete. Peng Biao inscribed a simple message on the door: "Call out if you have matters to discuss. Uninvited intruders will face me on the dual platform." He then closed the door and settled into the innermost part of the stone chamber, summoning the red cauldron to commence his alchemical endeavors. He decided to start with the simplest of concoctions, the beauty pill. Peng Biao began to form hand seals, channeling his qi into the red cauldron. With a resounding clang, gray flames ignited within. The flames burned at an incredibly high temperature, quickly heating the cauldron. However, Peng Biao felt no heat, as the cauldron insulated him from the fiery onslaught. Once the alchemical process commenced, it was imperative to maintain focus. Peng Biao, unwilling to delay, produced a small green herb and promptly cast it into the flames, directing his qi to envelop the herb with fire. As the herb was engulfed, he expertly controlled the flame's temperature, ensuring it neither incinerated the herb nor failed to purify its impurities. Gradually, the herb melted, transforming into a droplet of green liquid. Not daring to relax, he swiftly retrieved a wooden vial, removed its cork, and poured a drop of murky water into the cauldron. The drops swiftly entered the flames, and Peng Biao quickly channeled his qi, creating a pathway in the flames for the two droplets to merge. As the murky drop and green droplet fused, a reaction unfolded, resulting in a transparent droplet the size of a finger. Joy illuminated Peng Biao's face. The fusion was complete, and he now faced the crucial step. He once more formed hand seals and unleashed several waves of qi, causing the flames to swirl around the transparent droplet. As the flames danced, the droplet began its transformation into a solid. Peng Biao continued to channel his qi, pride swelling within him as he mused. Though this is my first attempt at alchemy, it does not seem overly difficult. He anticipated that soon he would succeed in forming the pill. However, joy often precedes sorrow. In the midst of his contemplations, a momentary lapse in his qi caused the flames surrounding the droplet to lose their coherence. In an instant, the flames surged, enveloping the droplet entirely. Within a heartbeat, the droplet vaporized, leaving nothing in its wake. Peng Biao was left stunned. In the blink of an eye, he had failed to react, and the droplet had vanished. Soon after, the flames extinguished entirely. Alas, indeed, when engaging in alchemy, the greatest taboo is to let one's mind wander. One must maintain a tranquil heart, unwavering in focus. Ignoring the loss of materials, Peng Biao formed hand seals once more and resumed his alchemical pursuits. After a lengthy period, he gazed at the 5 transparent pills in his palm, fatigue mingling with a sense of accomplishment. Out of 10 materials, he had achieved a 50% success rate. A feat particularly commendable given that the beauty pill is one of the easier second-tier pills to concoct. Despite being a second-tier pill, it required fewer materials than many first-tier pills. If the success rate for the 2-material beauty pill was so low, one could only imagine the challenges posed by the blood recovery pill, which required over 10 materials, or the origin pill, which necessitated dozens. Peng Biao could not help but exclaim, "The path of an alchemist is indeed fraught with difficulty." He then retrieved a wooden vial, placed the 5 beauty pills within, marked the exterior, and stored it in his spatial pouch. After a brief rest, he resolved to begin crafting the blood recovery pill. Having become quite familiar with the alchemical process through his experience with the beauty pill, he was no longer the novice he once was. Subsequently, he introduced over 10 materials into the red cauldron's flames, channeling his qi as droplets of various colors floated within. He then produced a palm-sized fruit resembling flames. The flame fruit. May you succeed, he fervently wished as he cast the fruit into the cauldron. Under the flame's scorching heat, the flame fruit transformed into a blood-red liquid, as crimson as fresh blood. After channeling another wave of qi, the blood-red liquid began to merge with the other droplets. Ping Biao held his breath, tension coursing through him. Ultimately, a droplet the size of a finger suspended in the flames emerged. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he directed his qi, and the flames began to swirl around the red liquid. Moments later, the red liquid solidified, and a faint medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Delight sparkled in Peng Biao's eyes as he channeled one final wave of qi, extinguishing the flames. With a swift motion, he caught the falling pill in his qi-infused grasp. The blood recovery pill was successfully crafted on his very first attempt. As he held the pill, he mused, having familiarized myself with the steps. Alchemy is indeed not as daunting as it seems. Could it be that I am the legendary alchemical prodigy, 1 in 10,000? After storing the blood recovery pill in his pouch, Peng Biao, now brimming with confidence, attempted to create another blood recovery pill. However, the subsequent alchemical endeavors proved to be disheartening. The remaining 2 flame fruits and numerous materials were exhausted, yet the blood recovery pill remained elusive. Ping Biao felt a pang of anguish. These materials were purchased with spirit stones. It became clear to him that there were no shortcuts in alchemy. Only through diligent practice could one improve their success rate. Having weathered setbacks, Peng Biao embraced this truth. Now, only the materials for crafting the origin pill remained. Peng Biao adjusted himself to his optimal state. Although he understood the minuscule chances of success in concocting the origin pill, he resolved to give it a try. The potential loss of materials was not frightful. He could always acquire more. What mattered most was accumulating experience in alchemy. As dozens of materials were introduced into the red cauldron, each one was refined into its essence. Peng Biao then produced a blue stone the size of 2 fingers and a black inner core the size of a finger. The azure sky stone and the inner core of a peak 3rd-tier demon beast, the ghost ape. What precious materials these are. Such a pity. A look of regret washed over his face as he cast both items into the flames. Ultimately, all 3 materials were destroyed, with not a single success to be found. However, Peng Biao did not leave empty-handed. He had gained a wealth of experience. He believed that if he tried again, he would certainly improve his success rate. This was an essential step in the alchemical journey. After all, each type of pill requires different techniques and timing. Only through persistent practice could one enhance their chances of success. After storing the red cauldron away, Peng Biao began to reflect on the gains and losses experienced throughout the alchemical process. Chapter 73, The Iron Man. After a considerable time, Peng Biao finally exhaled a deep breath. The thought of the wasted materials caused him a pang of regret. Having consumed a significant amount of resources, he was left with fewer than 10,000 spirit stones. It seemed unlikely that fortune would favor him again with another treasure trove, and he realized it was time to undertake some missions. The path to becoming a proficient alchemist was indeed fraught with challenges. Rising to his feet, Peng Biao opened the door and made his way toward the mission hall. Upon entering, he was greeted warmly by many disciples. Some inner disciples, noticing he was dressed in the attire of an outer disciple, expressed their curiosity and inquired about the reason. With a casual chuckle, Peng Biao deflected their questions. His gaze wandered to a corner, where he noticed a new elder had taken the place of Feng Qingping, who was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Bei Yuyu standing there. "Are you here to take on a mission? Care to join me?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Suddenly, Peng Biao remembered he had a spirit tool to present to Bei Yuyu. "Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." He led her to a secluded corner, and Bei Yuyu, intrigued, followed closely behind. Onlookers couldn't help but feel envious. Bei Yuyu was renowned as one of the most beautiful disciples in the sect and usually paid little attention to most inner disciples. Who would have thought she would be so close to Peng Biao? The latter, renowned for his formidable strength, seemed to enjoy a remarkable fortune in relationships. While they chatted, some whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the nature of their closeness. They were aware that many core disciples had long coveted Bei Yuyu's affection, and had it not been for Elder Yu, they might have already made their moves. Why the rush? Just wait and see how Peng Biao gets tormented by the core disciples, one remarked. Why mention it? Won't he hear you? Another replied. Peng Biao, however, paid little mind to their chatter. He sought to avoid trouble, but was not afraid of it. Should anyone dare to bully him, he'd gladly give them a taste of his strength. Upon reaching the corner, Peng Biao handed Bei Yuyu a storage bag. "This is for you." "Wow, you actually give gifts," she teased, a playful smirk on her face. I thought you had forgotten my kindness. Enough with the chatter. You brought me to the Xingqian sect for your own gain. Yet you keep mentioning kindness. Do you want it or not? I can take it back, he said, pretending to retract the gift. Bei Yu quickly snatched it from him. If it's free, I want it. Let me see what it is. After inspecting the spirit tool, her eyes widened. This aura. It must be of upper-grade quality. You've only been in the Xingqian sect for a little over a year, and you can already gift such a valuable item. Impressive. She gave him a thumbs up. Why not ask where it came from? Why dwell on that? As long as I have it, there's no need to dig deeper, she replied with a cheerful smile. You seem quite astute. But why gift me something so valuable? Are you harboring feelings for me? Let me tell you, it's best to curb those thoughts, she warned. Eyeing him suspiciously, Peng Biao was rendered speechless, taken aback by Bei Yu's rapid change in demeanor and her wild assumptions. Seeing her regard him with the same caution as one would a thief, he felt exasperated. What if I do have feelings for you? Didn't you say that once my realm surpasses yours, you'd show me? Now that I'm in the mid-stage of Qi realm, that day is not far off, he declared, casting a pointed glance at her chest. Upon hearing this, Bei Yu suddenly beamed with laughter. To speak your true feelings is commendable, far better than most hypocrites. I didn't expect you to reach the mid-stage of Qi realm so quickly. However, I'm already in the late stage, given your age. It seems you might never catch up to me. Peng Biao cursed her for being so fickle. We'll see about that. I hope you keep your word when the time comes. Just then, a robust young man with an ordinary appearance and a dark complexion strode in. After scanning the room, he approached them with a frown upon noticing Bei Yu and Peng Biao conversing. Bei Jr. sister, you seem in good spirits today, he remarked. A grin plastered on his face. The previously cheerful Bei Yu's expression instantly soured upon his arrival. What I feel has nothing to do with you, Iron Senior Brother. She retorted curtly. The Iron Senior Brother chuckled lightly, unfazed. That may be true, but you are someone Brother Zhou has taken a liking to. So I must keep an eye on you, he said, casting a disdainful glance at Peng Biao. Enough already. Are you done? Bei Yu shot a furious look at Peng Biao before storming off. With her departure, the Iron Senior Brother huffed and turned his attention to Peng Biao. Disdain evident in his gaze. So you are the one who defeated Lu Ming despite being from the outer sect? I expected more from your talent. Yet a year has passed, and you remain an outer disciple. Peng Biao rolled his eyes at the proud man adorned with the words core disciple embroidered on his chest. Choosing to ignore his words, he understood that his attire had led to this misunderstanding, but he didn't care to clarify. The robust man raised an eyebrow, anger flashing across his face. A mere outer disciple dares to ignore a core disciple? I warn you, keep your distance from Bei Yu. Recognize your station. A frog like you has no right to covet such a swan, he sneered. The Iron Senior Brother's words ignited a spark of resentment in Peng Biao. This fellow, without understanding the situation, had the audacity to act superior. Blackhead, what does it matter to you if I can eat swan meat or not? Peng Biao replied dismissively. The Iron Senior Brother's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere outer disciple dared to insult him so? His face flushed crimson, and he thundered, presumptuous. You, an outer disciple, are so disrespectful, you must be out of your mind. Hearing the commotion, other disciples turned their attention to the unfolding conflict. Unfazed, Peng Biao lazily remarked, pray tell. Where have I been disrespectful? The Iron Senior Brother faltered, unable to accuse him of calling him Blackhead. As an outer disciple, why do you not bow to a core disciple when you see one? Peng Biao chuckled, almost amused by the absurdity of the situation. Core disciples and outer disciples are still disciples. You are not an elder. Why should I bow to you? According to sect rules, disciples did not need to bow to one another, yet in practice, lower-ranking disciples often did so when encountering higher-ranking ones. The Iron Senior Brother, with his head held high, boasted, I am stronger, my realm is higher, and my fists are mightier than yours. Watching the robust man flaunt his supposed prowess, Peng Biao felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. Why don't you smile while you're at it? The two words dimwit succinctly captured Peng Biao's sentiment. What did you say? The Iron Senior Brother's teeth ground together, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. He was genuinely enraged. After a prolonged period of seclusion, Brother Tai finally emerged today, having attained a breakthrough into the Yuan realm. Upon receiving the attire of a core disciple, he made his way to the task hall, a moment that should have been filled with pride. However, he was unexpectedly subjected to humiliation by an outer sect disciple. To his astonishment, Peng Biao continued, I call you a simpleton, and you need not strain your feeble mind to ponder. Where in our sect's regulations does it state that outer disciples must pay respects to core disciples? Brother Tai, twice insulted as a fool, felt a surge of lethal intent wash over him. How could he endure such disrespect from an outer disciple? You ignorant wretch! Do you dare to sign a life and death pact with me? What is there to fear? Come, let us proceed to the duel stage. Peng Biao's eyes were ablaze with combat fervor as he locked his gaze onto Brother Tai, unflinching in his resolve. He had no intention of backing down. Eager to teach this coal-black-haired fellow a lesson, proving that being a core disciple was not as formidable as he believed. Very well, you have chosen your own demise. Brother Tai, seeing Peng Biao's eager compliance, sneered repeatedly. You are merely at the strength realm. I could dispatch you with a single strike. Chapter 74. The Battle of the Yuan Realm. You shall soon discover who has sought their own demise. Peng Biao grinned widely. Brother Tai sneered. Ah, Peng Biao, is it? I must admit, I have developed a certain admiration for you. Not for your cultivation or strength, but for your audacity. You possess an unparalleled boldness. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. All I require is that you kneel and offer your apologies when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao stroked his smooth chin and nodded. Since Brother Tai has expressed himself thus, I shall spare your life as well. Just kneel and bow your head, and all will be well. Arrogance. I hope you can maintain that bravado, Brother Tai thought. A glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes as he turned to leave without uttering another word. Watching Brother Tai's retreating figure, Peng Biao wore a knowing smile and called out, Brothers and sisters, I am heading to the duel platform with Brother Tai. You are all welcome to come and witness the spectacle. At these words, Brother Tai halted briefly, then continued on his way. To him, the number of spectators was inconsequential. After all, it was merely a battle of Qi realm. What could possibly go awry? The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to disturbing a beehive. An uproar ensued. What? Peng Biao is actually going to face Brother Tai on the duel platform? Has he lost his mind? Brother Tai is now a core disciple. Indeed, Peng Biao was a troublemaker. This was the second time he sought a challenge upon entering the mission hall. Perhaps he would meet his end this time. That reckless fool, having narrowly defeated Lu Ming in the late stages of the strength realm, now fancied himself a prodigy. Little did he know, the chasm between the Qi and Yuan realms was far greater. Lower your voices. If Peng Biao hears you, he may reconsider his decision to fight. As Peng Biao and Brother Tai exited, everyone in the mission hall hastily followed, some calling upon friends, swelling the crowd further. By the time they reached the duel platform, hundreds had gathered behind them, with many more disciples rushing to join upon hearing the news. On one side stood the core disciple, Brother Tai. On the other, Peng Biao, who had previously succeeded in a cross-realm challenge, incapacitating 10 opponents. Their duel promised to be a spectacle, naturally drawing the attention of many disciples. Core disciples were in a league far beyond that of inner disciples. The earlier duel between Lu Ming and Peng Biao paled in comparison to the forthcoming clash. Elder Luo Lixing, seated beside the duel platform, was invigorated by the sight of so many disciples approaching. He was a restless spirit, and a duel would alleviate his boredom. However, upon seeing Peng Biao in the front of the crowd, he was momentarily taken aback, then intrigued. Peng Biao's earlier cross-realm challenge, where he had defeated Lu Ming with sheer physical prowess, had caught his attention. Ah, it's this lad again. Yu Zhiqiu's disciple truly knows how to stir up trouble. He mused. As Peng Biao approached Elder Luo, he cast a glance at Brother Tai and said, Elder, may I trouble you for the death declaration? Brother Tai, arms crossed and lips curled in disdain, appeared indifferent. Elder Luo, smiling, produced the death declaration. Without hesitation, Peng Biao signed his name, then shot a challenging look at Brother Tai. Brother Tai scoffed, prepared to kneel and beg for mercy. Do you truly believe a Qi realm cultivator can triumph over one of the Yuan realm? He had overheard the whispers of the disciples behind him and now knew Peng Biao's realm was Qi. Peng Biao simply gestured for Brother Tai to sign, too disinterested to utter a word. With a sweeping motion, Brother Tai signed his name. Peng Biao examined it closely, grinning. Your penmanship is commendable. Smile while you can. I hope you can still laugh after this, Brother Tai retorted venomously. Peng Biao merely smiled, unfazed. The two ascended the duel platform. As the moment of confrontation approached, Peng Biao wiped the smile from his face, his expression calm and resolute, his gaze piercing, exuding an air of lethal intent. Brother Tai nodded slightly, redirecting his focus. While one could afford to underestimate an opponent from below, on the duel platform, it was imperative to regard every contender with respect. Even a lion must exert its full strength when pouncing on a rabbit. Below, Elder Luo retracted the death declaration, formed a hand seal, and a gray liquid struck the dual platform, manifesting a semicircular transparent barrier. Then, with an aged voice, he declared, "The duel begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than Peng Biao and Brother Tai sprang into action. Peng Biao enveloped himself in true energy, charging toward Brother Tai like a ferocious tiger. Brother Tai, meanwhile, was shrouded in a layer of gray liquid, a continuous flow that showed no signs of stagnation. This was true essence. Upon breaking through from Qi realm to Yuan realm, one's true energy would liquefy into true essence. True essence and true energy were fundamentally distinct, akin to an upgraded version of true energy. Thus, Brother Tai had previously mocked Peng Biao, believing it was folly for a Qi realm cultivator to think they could conquer one of the Yuan realm. Upon observing the refinement of Peng Biao's true energy, Brother Tai remarked, "I did not anticipate you had already reached mid-Qi realm. In just over a year, you have advanced 2 small realms. But what of it?" He charged at Peng Biao, resembling a gray, humanoid beast. Among the spectators, many were astonished to realize Peng Biao's cultivation level. It was indeed remarkable. Who would have imagined that within a mere year, Peng Biao had progressed from late strength realm to mid-Qi realm? A genius, undoubtedly, but what a pity. Humph. This world is never short of geniuses. They often meet untimely ends. Only those who survive to the end are the true powerhouses. At that moment, Bei Yu, hearing the commotion, arrived at the platform. Watching the fight, her beautiful eyes brimmed with concern. Peng Biao and Brother Tai collided with a force that seemed to sharpen the air. Both were prideful, relying solely on their strength without any extraneous maneuvers. With a deafening crash, Peng Biao was forced back over a yard, while Brother Tai stumbled back 4 or 5 yards. What? Brother Tai, in the early stages of Yuan realm, fully enveloped in true essence, could not withstand a single blow from a mid-Qi realm cultivator? Peng Biao's physical prowess was astounding. Ah, if only I had chosen the path of the Arhat. How I regret that decision. Once, the path of the Arhat lay before me. Yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I realize my folly. Nothing is more painful than this. If only. Silence. You garrulous old hag. Elder Luo Lixing's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the scene. Not only did the crowd find it hard to believe, but even Brother Tai himself was incredulous. He alone understood the magnitude of the impact. Despite being enveloped in true essence, he had been knocked back and felt a surge of blood and qi within him. In that moment, Brother Tai set aside any lingering arrogance and began to regard Peng Biao as a genuine adversary. Before Brother Tai could fully react, Peng Biao surged forward again, delivering a fierce kick aimed at him. Brother Tai, still recovering from the earlier blow, was caught off guard and hastily raised his arms to defend. The sound of impact echoed as he was sent flying over 10 yards, his arms aching. With the true essence protecting him scattered, Brother Tai was alarmed. With just one strike, Peng Biao had effortlessly shattered his protective true essence, leaving him in a cold sweat. If he continued to allow close-range attacks like this, he would surely be defeated. He could not afford to clash head-on with Peng Biao any longer and needed to leverage his advantages. Peng Biao, equally surprised, realized that even a single blow had merely scattered the true essence, demonstrating its formidable defensive capacity. Attacking true essence felt akin to striking a pliable water surface. Most of the force dissipated, rendering it incapable of delivering a powerful blow. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he stomped down, shattering the stones beneath him. As Peng Biao surged forward to confront the Iron Man once more. Just as Peng Biao charged ahead, the Iron Man, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation, brandished a broad-bladed sword that materialized in his grasp. He swung the massive weapon, rushing toward Peng Biao. Observing this, a look of disdain flickered in Peng Biao's eyes. How presumptuous to wield such a mere inferior-grade spiritual weapon at your level, he scoffed. As they clashed, with a resounding clang, Peng Biao met the sword's edge with his left hand, sustaining no harm whatsoever. With his right fist clenched tightly, he launched a fierce strike at the Iron Man. The Iron Man deftly pivoted his sword, positioning it horizontally to deflect Peng Biao's assault. Their movements were swift and relentless, a blur of martial prowess as they exchanged blows and techniques. At this moment, the Iron Man had no time for verbal retorts. His focus lay in defending against Peng Biao's onslaught, which appeared to be an attack, but was, in truth, a strategic defense. Each of Peng Biao's punches and strikes, landing upon the broad blade, sent tremendous shockwaves through the Iron Man, who bore the brunt of the immense recoil. Chapter 75. The struggle of core disciples. Why is his physical body so incredibly strong? It's utterly unfair. If this continues, I will undoubtedly be defeated. It seems I must resort to my ultimate skills. In a state of astonishment, Iron Man's mind raced with various thoughts. Suddenly, he swung his sword down fiercely, leveraging the force of Ping Biao's punch to retreat swiftly, creating distance between them. He promptly sheathed his broadsword and retrieved a palm-sized azure gourd. Seeing Ping Biao pursue him, Iron Man quickly uncorked the gourd, aiming its mouth at Ping Biao, and shouted, "Prepare yourself." Immediately, he exhaled his true essence, which the gourd absorbed, and a beam of azure light, the length of a finger, shot forth rapidly towards Peng Biao. Peng Biao was taken aback. This was undoubtedly a medium-grade spiritual weapon. He sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the azure light, and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. With a piercing sound, the azure light penetrated his arm, leaving a wound smaller than a fingertip, from which blood gushed forth. As the blood flowed, Ping Biao felt a searing pain from the wound and immediately suspected that the azure light was poisonous. "Haha, Ping Biao, you are already severely poisoned. Kneel and beg for mercy. Given our shared background, perhaps I might provide you with an antidote." Iron Man laughed heartily, confident in the toxicity of the azure light despite being surprised by its minor physical damage. His actions were a cruel psychological play, for he had no antidote to offer. Peng Biao furrowed his brow. After the agonizing pain, numbness quickly followed. In mere moments, he found half of his arm devoid of sensation, paralyzed to the point that he could no longer channel his true energy. Alarmed, he pondered the nature of this poison. How could it be so terrifying? Even my physical body cannot withstand it. Fortunately, the paralysis only affected half of his arm. If it spread to other parts of his body, he feared he would become utterly defenseless. "Looks like you can't move anymore," Iron Man proclaimed triumphantly, advancing step by step towards Peng Biao. Meanwhile, Bei Yu, watching from below, felt a wave of concern wash over her, muttering under her breath, "He seems so clever, yet here he is, a mid-level Qi realm disciple challenging someone in the Yuan realm." Among the spectators were a few core disciples who felt disappointed as they realized the battle was nearing its conclusion. "They say this Peng Biao is quite arrogant. I expected he would have more skill. Indeed, he has little ability but loves to stir up trouble. He is both incompetent and reckless." That cannot be entirely true. For a mid-level Qi realm disciple to confront a beginner in the Yuan realm is commendable. Brother who has a point. Yet the spiritual weapon is part of a cultivator's strength. Ultimately, Peng Biao is losing to Iron Man. Let us leave. This battle holds no suspense. Luo Lixing's expression darkened as he stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing, lost in thought. Regardless of how the onlookers perceived it, the battle on stage continued. As Iron Man approached, Ping Biao quickly devised a plan, pretending to be immobilized. However, Iron Man suddenly halted, his gaze flickering, his expression shifting. "This kid isn't trying to trick me, is he? His physical strength is formidable. If he is feigning weakness, drawing closer would play into his hands. Although I trust the gourd's toxicity, one can never be too careful. Yes, that's the plan." Having made up his mind, Iron Man expelled his true essence once more, pointing the gourd at Peng Biao, seemingly intent on repeating his earlier tactic. Peng Biao was taken aback. This time, he could not endure it. Cursing silently, he swiftly dodged. To his surprise, the anticipated azure light did not follow. Instead, he heard Iron Man's mocking laughter. "Ha, Peng Biao, you truly were pretending. Do you think I'm a child?" In the face of derision, Peng Biao did not respond with anger. Instead, he wore a grave expression. Indeed, those who had cultivated to the Yuan realm were not easily dealt with. Below, Bei Yu saw that Peng Biao was unharmed and felt relieved. A faint smile creeping onto her lips, which caught the attention of nearby disciples. Brother Hu and the other core disciples had initially moved away, but were now astonished to see a change in the battle on the stage. They paused, drawn back into observing the confrontation. Brother Hu regarded Peng Biao with newfound interest. Luo Lixing's hand paused in its grooming of his beard, his demeanor relaxing. On the stage, Iron Man, seeing that Peng Biao was unscathed, laughed heartily, yet felt a twinge of regret as he retreated to create distance. Upon closer observation, he noted that Peng Biao's left arm appeared unnatural, realizing the gourd's poison had indeed taken effect. I nearly fell for your ruse. I thought your physical strength rendered you immune to the gourd's poison, but it seems I was mistaken." Understanding this, Iron Man smirked coldly and expelled his true essence once more, quickly sending another azure light racing towards Peng Biao. This time, Peng Biao was prepared, evading the beam with agile movements. The azure light missed its target, striking the ground instead, producing a hissing sound as it corroded the earth, creating a gaping hole the size of a finger, unfathomably deep. The onlookers gasped in shock. The azure light had merely left a small wound on Peng Biao's arm, seemingly lacking in power and not hindering his movements, which led many to underestimate the azure gourd. However, upon witnessing the profound pit left in the ground, they began to grasp the true danger of the gourd. If it struck a person, it could be lethal or leave them gravely injured, especially with its toxic properties. As the crowd's gaze towards Peng Biao shifted to one of admiration and fervor, they realized that such a potent azure light had only left a small wound. Yet, on stage, Peng Biao and Iron Man found themselves in a stalemate. With the azure light continuously attacking, Peng Biao was forced to rely on evasion, which prevented him from closing the distance to Iron Man. Peng Biao recognized that this could not continue. Close combat was his forte, and ranged attacks would require the use of the flame bow. But this was within the sect, and the flame bow belonged to Su Yuanlin. Using it would equate to admitting to having killed Su Yuanlin. While the major sects generally overlooked conflicts among non-core disciples, favoring a more nurturing approach, evidence of a fratricidal act would lead to execution. Ultimately, the higher-ups desired disciples to engage in combat for training purposes but did not wish to witness outright killings among them. As he maneuvered, Peng Biao swiftly advanced towards Iron Man, but the latter, with his vast combat experience, understood the necessity of maintaining distance. He occasionally released azure beams, all of which Peng Biao adeptly avoided. For a time, the duel appeared lively, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. This cannot continue. It is merely a waste of time. I must employ a spiritual weapon. Peng Biao realized that relying solely on his physical strength would not suffice against Iron Man. Reluctant to let the battle stagnate, he suddenly halted, channeling his true energy to surge through his bloodstream and into his left arm before the next azure attack could land. With a hiss, a mixture of red and green fluid spewed from the wound, corroding the ground beneath him. As the toxic liquid was expelled, Peng Biao's left arm returned to normal. He then produced a black shield in a swift motion. Following that, he exhaled his true essence, and a faint black protective barrier enveloped his entire body. With the medium-grade spiritual weapon for defense, Peng Biao no longer feared the gourd's attacks and charged directly at Iron Man, shield in hand. The sight of the shield elicited gasps of astonishment from the observing disciples. Peng Biao possesses a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Where did he acquire it? Why does it matter where he got it? If he dares to use it, he must not fear the consequences. It is intriguing that Peng Biao has concealed his true strength, in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the onlookers. The Iron Man's expression is fraught with tension. He had not anticipated that Peng Biao had not exerted his full power earlier. A mid-stage Qi realm practitioner engaging a nascent stage Yuan realm opponent while still holding back is akin to a resounding slap to the Iron Man's face. As Peng Biao approaches relentlessly, the Iron Man retreats, seething with rage. He expels his true essence, unleashing a streak of azure light that swiftly strikes the faintly dark shield. The azure glow and the dark light intertwine, but after a brief moment, the azure brilliance vanishes. Observing this, Peng Biao feels a sense of relief wash over him. Hastening towards the Iron Man, his speed already surpasses that of the Iron Man. Previously, he had merely matched him to evade the azure light. With the threat of the azure light now neutralized, the Iron Man can no longer escape. Conversely, the Iron Man, seeing his attack thwarted, feels his heart plummet. Unwilling to concede, he launches several more azure streaks, yet all are repelled by the shield emanating from the iron shield. At this juncture, the distance between the two adversaries diminishes further. Chapter 76. Defeat. The distance between the two had closed significantly. Take this, Peng Biao exclaimed, unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. With a forceful motion, he seized his shield and flung it towards the Iron Man, akin to skipping a stone across water. Once the shield was released from Peng Biao's grasp, the protective barrier dissipated instantly, but at that moment, the absence of a barrier was inconsequential. Like a black whirlwind, the shield hurtled towards its target with lightning speed. The Iron Man, taken aback, hastily sidestepped, narrowly evading the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the shield struck the transparent barrier behind the Iron Man, sending ripples across its surface before crashing down onto the battleground, shattering a sizable portion of stone. Before the Iron Man could catch his breath, Peng Biao lunged forward, his fists imbued with true energy, targeting the Iron Man's head with ferocity. The first punch landed, shaking the Iron Man's essence. The second scattered it entirely, revealing his grim visage. Then came the third punch, which left the Iron Man battered, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he was knocked backward with a thud, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, the blue-gourd spirit artifact slipping from his grasp. Before the Iron Man could rise, Peng Biao was upon him, gripping his neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Victory was assured. From the moment Peng Biao unleashed his shield to the Iron Man's utter defeat, merely a few breaths had elapsed. The swift turn of events left the onlooking disciples agape. Incredulous. Is it possible that the core disciple, the Iron Man, has been bested in such a manner? Defeated by an inner sect disciple? What a formidable Peng Biao. His combat style was straightforward and decisive, ruthlessly exploiting his advantage, leaving no room for his opponent to recover. In the audience, Elder Luo Lixing, with his head of white hair, observed the unfolding situation with a smile, stroking his beard in approval. Simple yet effective techniques, devoid of any superfluous movements. This young man possesses a commendable grasp of the essence of combat for body cultivation practitioners. At that moment, Bei Yu also wore a smile, her eyes sparkling as she admired Peng Biao's upright figure. On stage, Peng Biao regarded the bloodied, battered Iron Man with a calm demeanor. At this juncture, a mere exertion of force would seal the Iron Man's fate. Noticing the Iron Man's flushed face, Peng Biao loosened his grip slightly. As the Iron Man gasped for air, Peng Biao smiled faintly and inquired, "Iron Man, do you wish to live or die?" After a few labored breaths, and upon hearing the question, the Iron Man chuckled. "Peng Biao, to be defeated by you is a testament to my inadequacy. I have no retorts. However, I do not believe you dare to kill me. What a joke. We have signed a life and death contract. Do you not recall Lu Meng's fate? Lu Meng was merely an inner sect disciple, while I am a core disciple. What does it mean to be a core disciple? I represent the future of our sect, far beyond what an inner sect disciple can compare to. What of the life and death contract? If you were to kill me, I assure you, you would face retribution in kind." The Iron Man's eyes brimmed with contempt. Such arrogance from a fool whose life hangs by the thread of another's mercy irked Peng Biao immensely. He tightened his grip, eliciting a pained expression from the Iron Man. With a sudden derisive smile, Peng Biao said, "Iron Man, one must learn to perceive their own worth. Do you really believe that a core disciple defeated by an inner sect disciple would hold any value in the eyes of the sect's high-ranking members? What do you mean?" The Iron Man's expression shifted. Peng Biao chuckled softly. "You overestimate yourself. Should a core disciple perish, do you think they would hesitate to sacrifice a more promising inner sect disciple?" The Iron Man's pupils contracted, his countenance darkening. "Iron Man, the moment you fell, your value as a core disciple was extinguished. In such a circumstance, should I choose to end your life, would I truly face punishment? I commend your audacity. Though not particularly handsome, your thoughts are rather grand." With each of Peng Biao's words, the Iron Man's fear grew, his eyes filled with dread. "However, rest assured, I do not intend to kill you. I have a particular fondness for rendering the cultivation of individuals like you useless." As he spoke, Peng Biao placed his other hand upon the Iron Man's Dantian. "Stop, Peng Biao. Did you not say you wouldn't kill me?" The Iron Man's fear became palpable. "Oh, did I say that? I seem to have forgotten. Wait, I did mention something, but I believe there were other conditions." Peng Biao's eyes gleamed with mischief. I shall never kneel. I am not asking you to die, merely to become a cripple. Alas, what a pity. How many trials must one endure to reach the Yuan realm?" As he spoke, true energy surged from Peng Biao's hand, poised to strike at the Iron Man's Dantian. "Wait. Peng Biao, Peng Diu. Let us speak civilly. I concede. Please, do not attack. I will comply with any terms you propose." The Iron Man ultimately capitulated. Reminded by Peng Biao's words that ascending to the Yuan realm was no easy feat, with a lifespan that could stretch over 300 years. Why risk such a bright future over a matter of pride? Hand over the blue gourd spirit artifact, as well as all your spirit stones, Peng Biao stated directly. Wishing to conclude the matter swiftly, the Iron Man had fully submitted. It was time to reap the rewards of victory. Until the end, Peng Biao had no intention of killing the Iron Man. He had his own reservations. An inner sect disciple slaying a core disciple would undoubtedly ignite unrest within the core disciple circle, rendering him a target of collective ire. The Iron Man hesitated. Peng Biao feigned another attack on the Iron Man's Dantian. "Fine, I agree." The Iron Man gritted his teeth, acquiescing. Losing the spirit artifact was bearable. He could undertake tasks to earn another, but losing his Dantian would irreparably ruin his life. Ping Biao promptly extended his true energy, seizing the blue gourd and handing it back to the Iron Man, instructing him to refine away his imprint. With his life in Peng Biao's grasp, the Iron Man dared not entertain malicious thoughts, complying with his orders. After refining the imprint of the blue gourd, the Iron Man obediently relinquished the imprint of his storage bag as well. Below, the spectators, witnessing the outcome, understood that the two had been negotiating for some time and did not find it unusual. After the spectacle, most departed, engaged in animated discussions, while a few lingered. It was inevitable that the disciples who had witnessed the duel would embellish the tale upon returning, ensuring that Peng Biao's name resounded throughout the Star Sect. Defeating a first-stage Yuan realm opponent at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, Peng Biao had once again surpassed the boundaries of his cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to the masses, this was merely a fraction of Peng Biao's true capabilities. After securing the blue gourd, he glanced at the storage bag, smirking, "How impoverished you are. Merely 2,000 spirit stones." The Iron Man silently protested. 2,000 spirit stones were not insignificant. Transferring the spirit stones to his own storage bag, Peng Biao refrained from taking anything else, instead returning the Iron Man's storage bag to him, which allowed the Iron Man to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Peng Biao held no interest in the low-grade spirit artifacts and miscellaneous items within. At that moment, Peng Biao suddenly inquired, "Who is Brother Zhou?" Having discerned that Brother Zhou harbored intentions toward Bei Yuyu, Peng Biao was naturally curious about this individual. Brother Zhou's name is Zhou Weiran. He is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the core realm. Bei Yuyu is the woman he has set his sights on. Before entering seclusion, he instructed me to keep an eye on her, ensuring no other male disciples approach her. The Iron Man relayed without hesitation. Peng Biao's expression shifted slightly. He had certainly heard of Zhou Weiran, a prominent figure among the core disciples at the late stage of the Yuan realm, with rumors suggesting he was on the verge of breaking through to the core realm, potentially elevating him to the status of an elder. Chapter 77. Elder Luo Lixing. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao released his grip, allowing the Iron Man to descend to the ground. Rubbing his neck, the Iron Man noticed the unusual expression on Peng Biao's face and smirked coldly. "What's wrong? Are you afraid too?" Peng Biao scoffed dismissively. "Afraid? I, Peng Biao, have never known the meaning of that word. It is said that Zhou Weiran is already over 30 and has only reached the late stage of the Yuan realm. Whether he can break into the core realm remains to be seen. If I were over 30, I dare say I would already be in the core realm." The Iron Man chuckled derisively. "I hope that when you encounter him again, you can still maintain such bravado. Elder Luo, please deactivate the formation." The Iron Man called out loudly, showing no signs of disappointment as a defeated combatant. Those who reach the Yuan realm have invariably endured numerous setbacks and challenges. They possess a fundamental ability to self-regulate. With grudges held in their hearts, there is no need to display everything on their faces. With a resonant hum, the transparent barrier vanished. Upon leaping down from the dual platform, the Iron Man ignored everyone and strode away into the distance, quickly disappearing from view. After the Iron Man departed, a serious expression flickered in Peng Biao's eyes. Having defeated the Iron Man, if he were to encounter Zhou Weiran upon returning, he would undoubtedly embellish the tale. At that time, he might have to face Zhou Weiran directly. Now that Zhou Weiran is in the late stage of the Yuan realm, he may very well emerge as a core realm powerhouse upon his exit from seclusion, far beyond what Peng Biao could contend with. Sigh, one step at a time. A beautiful woman is indeed a source of trouble. Had I known, I would have kept my distance from Bei Yuyu. Burdened with these thoughts, Peng Biao leaped down from the dual platform. "Young man, you performed admirably. Your master must be Yu Zhiqiu, am I correct?" At that moment, Elder Luo Lixing, who oversaw the dual platform, approached with a broad smile. "Yes, indeed, Elder," Peng Biao replied respectfully. Elder Luo Lixing inquired, "However, I sense that Yu Zhiqiu does not seem particularly concerned about you. Why is that?" It's because I have yet to reach the Yuan realm. To defeat someone in the early Yuan realm despite not yet attaining the Yuan realm yourself proves your immense potential. How about this? I shall take you as my disciple. Rest assured, I will not neglect you as Yu Zhiqiu has. On the contrary, I shall devote all my energy to nurturing you." Elder Luo Lixing revealed his intentions. Peng Biao's eyes widened in surprise. Am I truly that charming? This elder has come to actively recruit me as a disciple. Yet, he felt that such a decision should require the consent of Master Yu Zhiqiu. Shocked, he also felt somewhat troubled. It was exceedingly rare for an elder to take the initiative to accept a disciple. Ah, that is a misguided notion. Becoming a master and taking on a disciple is a matter between the two individuals. There is no need to involve others. You are not a 3-year-old child. You should have your own opinions. Furthermore, it is not uncommon for someone to have multiple masters, Elder Luo Lixing asserted, exhibiting an unwavering determination to take Peng Biao as his disciple. Haha, Elder Luo, where is it customary for you to recruit disciples in such a manner? Peng Biao appears to be intimidated by you. A melodious laugh rang out from behind him, and Bei Yuyu, clad in a white dress, approached. He is not intimidated by me. Rather, I believe he looks down upon me. Let me tell you, young man, you are blind to the opportunities before you. I am the foremost practitioner of body refinement within the entire Xingqian sect, and many aspire to be my disciple yet cannot. You, on the other hand, have this opportunity laid before you and still refuse it. It truly vexes me, Elder Luo Lixing fumed, his beard bristling in frustration as he noticed Peng Biao's indifference. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not expected this venerable elder with a long beard to be the foremost practitioner of body refinement within the sect. It is well known that cultivators specializing in body refinement are exceedingly rare due to the nature of their training, which continuously absorbs true qi from their Dantian to strengthen their physical form, leading to a shortage of true qi and thus making it challenging to elevate their realm. Therefore, while body refinement practitioners possess significantly stronger physiques than their peers in the same realm, their cultivation speed is notably slow, and high-level body refinement practitioners are exceptionally scarce. To his astonishment, Elder Luo had managed to reach the core realm as a practitioner of body refinement. Peng Biao regarded Elder Luo with newfound respect. He possessed a bronze block and a tenfold Dantian, so he had no worries about true qi, hence his rapid progress in body refinement. Elder Luo, on the other hand, must have advanced step by step, showcasing his immense perseverance to achieve the core realm. I have finally encountered a promising talent in body refinement. Young man, I am determined to take you as my disciple, Elder Luo Lixing declared emphatically. Seeing that Peng Biao remained silent, Bei Yuyu interjected, Elder Luo, wouldn't it be better to allow Peng Biao some time to consider before giving you an answer? I say, Bei girl, are you perhaps taken with this lad? You seem to be advocating for him quite a bit, Elder Luo Lixing remarked with an odd expression. Giggling, Bei Yuyu covered her mouth. The elder misunderstands. We are relatives. Is that so? I do not believe it, Elder Luo retorted skeptically. Elder Luo, I am willing to become your disciple, Peng Biao suddenly declared. He believed that as the foremost practitioner of body refinement in the Xingqian sect, Elder Luo must possess unique insights into the practice. Moreover, a core realm master actively seeking to take him as a disciple, how could he refuse? Well, it is indeed refreshing to see a fellow practitioner of body refinement who is so straightforward. Come to my residence tonight. I still have duties to attend to. Elder Luo Lixing replied with a broad smile, then turned and returned to sit cross-legged at the dual platform. Having dealt with Elder Luo, Peng Biao was about to leave when a fair-skinned young man accompanied by 6 or 7 others approached. The fair-skinned youth clasped his hands in greeting, Junior Brother Peng. I am Hu Yu, pleased to meet you. Seeing the other party being courteous, Peng Biao reciprocated, Senior Brother, Hu, likewise. I was just admiring your impressive display. Defeating someone in the early Yuan realm while being in the mid-stage of the Qi realm is truly remarkable. I, Hu Yu, greatly enjoy befriending young talents. We should become closer in the future, Hu Yu said with a kind smile, while those behind him also nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Senior Brother Hu, Peng Biao replied. You are too polite. We should mutually support one another. After such a fierce battle, you should return to rest, Hu Yu said, preparing to take his leave. Safe travels, Senior Brother, Peng Biao called after him. Watching as Hu Yu nodded and exchanged smiles with Bei Yuyu before leading his fellow core disciples away. As Peng Biao observed Hu Yu's retreating figure, he remarked, That Hu Yu seems to be quite a gentleman. Uft, where in the cultivation world do you find gentlemen? He is merely trying to ingratiate himself with you now that he sees your strength has reached the Yuan realm and your potential is immense, Bei Yuyu scoffed dismissively. Isn't Yangqing a gentleman? Peng Biao countered, feeling in a good mood and eager to rebut her. In our eyes, the current Master Yang is indeed a gentleman. But what about when he was weaker? What about when he faced opponents stronger than himself? Was he still a gentleman then? Perhaps neither of us can say for certain. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao nodded thoughtfully. What is your relationship with Zhou Weiran, anyway? He could not contain his curiosity and finally asked, "What relationship could there be?" "He merely covets my beauty," Bei Yuyu replied nonchalantly. Peng Biao was rendered speechless, feeling a newfound admiration for Bei Yuyu, for he could never predict what she might say next. Zhou Weiran is in the late stage of the Yuan realm and may very well break into the core realm upon exiting seclusion. "You seem less than impressed," he noted. "Of course I am not impressed. He is over 30 and still has not reached the core realm. With such talent, I find him unworthy." Bei Yuyu expressed her disdain. "Zhou Weiran's talent is already considered extraordinary. How can you look down upon him? I am confident that I can reach the core realm before turning 30. So why would I regard him highly?" Chapter 78. A second apprenticeship. Peng Biao remarked, "Since you hold him in such low regard, simply ignore him." Bei Yuyu sighed. "If it were that simple. Right now, he is a core disciple, which is bearable. However, if he were to break through to the core realm and ascend to the position of elder, proposing marriage, my master would undoubtedly agree. But if your master consents, you could simply refuse, couldn't you? Can she truly force you into such a situation?" Peng Biao asked, bewildered. "You are too naive," Bei Yuyu replied, her expression tinged with melancholy and weariness. Within the sect, outer disciples and inner disciples possess no voice. Only by ascending to core disciple status can one dare to oppose injustice. Peng Biao felt a wave of sympathy for her. "So, you wish to achieve a breakthrough to the Yuan realm before he exits his seclusion?" "Indeed," Bei Yuyu nodded. At that moment, the voice of Luo Lixing echoed, "Ha. Bei girl, isn't this simple? Marry my disciple now, and the matter will be resolved." Bei Yuyu offered a wry smile, shaking her head in silence, and turned away into the distance. Observing her retreating figure, Peng Biao suddenly grasped her intentions. She was an independent and strong-willed individual, aspiring to become formidable. Such a person possesses pride. She would go to great lengths to achieve her goals, yet would not submit to fate's whims. Why would she marry anyone merely to evade Zhou Weiran's harassment? Why not just marry Zhou Weiran directly? As night fell, Peng Biao arrived at a secluded wooden cabin. The structure was square, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship. It was the residence of Elder Luo Lixing. The door stood ajar, and Peng Biao stepped inside. The interior was exceedingly simple, with a mat in one corner and a large wooden vat in the center of the room, aside from which there was nothing else. Luo Lixing stood before the vat. Peng Biao strode forward, kneeling and bowing thrice. "Disciple pays respects to master." Good. "Rise," Luo Lixing said, his smile genuine as he assisted Peng Biao to his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a small booklet appeared. "This is a second-tier upper-grade divine skill, named Golden Claw, as a token of my acceptance as your master." "Thank you, master," Peng Biao said respectfully as he accepted it. Luo Lixing stroked his long beard and said, "Disciple, while the body-refining liquid requires some time to brew, let us first discuss the advantages of body practitioners." Peng Biao noticed the green liquid in the vat was emitting steam and nodded. Everyone knows the disadvantage of body practitioners, their slow cultivation speed, which needs no further discussion. As body practitioners, we must find ways to leverage our strengths. Strengths? Master, our strengths lie in our robust physiques, resilience, and recovery capabilities, do they not? Luo Lixing nodded slightly. Precisely. Therefore, when confronting an enemy, we must find ways to close the distance, using our physical prowess to overpower them, leaving them no opportunity to wield their spiritual weapons or divine skills. I understand that. But what if the opponent possesses protective spiritual weapons or defensive divine skills? Peng Biao raised a pertinent question, recalling his own helplessness against Song Qingshu's defensive shield. Good question. Hence, you must have your own complementary divine skills and spiritual weapons. The ideal combination includes a defensive spiritual weapon, along with movement and flight divine skills. The defensive spiritual weapon can guard against unforeseen attacks, while the movement divine skill prevents the opponent from landing accurate strikes, and the flight divine skill allows you to approach your adversary once you are close. Regardless of whether they possess defensive spiritual weapons or protective divine skills, the only strategy is to exhaust them. Exhaust? Peng Biao echoed the word. Indeed. Utilizing spiritual weapons and divine skills requires the expenditure of true energy, while relying on physical strength incurs no such cost. When encountering an enemy, first close the distance. Then evade their attacks with your movement skill, and finally, deplete their true energy with your physical prowess. At that point, their demise is assured. Peng Biao remarked, yet the process may be rather prolonged. Luo Lixing said thoughtfully, for cultivators, Patience is often the key. As long as we can neutralize our adversary. What does a little time matter? Naturally, if you possess other offensive methods, you should combine them with your physical attacks. Let us not forget, we are not merely body practitioners, we also cultivate energy. The cultivation of body and energy is inherently intertwined. I believe many have strayed from the right path, solely pursuing energy cultivation. While their realms may rise swiftly, their offensive capabilities rely entirely on spiritual weapons and divine skills. Without them, their combat power is utterly pitiful. Luo Lixing expressed his thoughts candidly. Peng Biao nodded, falling into contemplation. Perhaps Luo Lixing was indeed correct. At that moment, bubbles began to rise in the vat. Luo Lixing announced, "Disciple, the body refining liquid is ready. Quickly remove your garments and sit in the vat." Peng Biao complied without hesitation, shedding his clothes as he inquired, "Master, how is the body refining liquid boiling without a fire?" "Because I added body refining grass in advance." Peng Biao gasped, "Body refining grass? The exceedingly precious spiritual herb?" "Indeed, it is precisely due to the body refining grass that this vat contains body refining liquid. The formula was a fortuitous discovery in my youth. Immersing oneself in it can enhance one's physical strength. Unfortunately, body refining grass is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, I could produce more body refining liquid." Following his master's instructions, Peng Biao undressed and entered the vat, where the green liquid engulfed him up to his neck. Cultivate your technique and absorb the medicinal power. The ensuing ordeal will be quite painful, so you must endure, Luo Lixing advised. Peng Biao nodded and began to circulate his technique. Instantly, he furrowed his brow, feeling a stinging sensation throughout his body, akin to being set ablaze or pricked by needles. Luo Lixing explained, "The body refining liquid, as the name suggests, will forge your body and enhance its strength. If you endure and soak for an extended period, even ordinary iron can transform into a divine weapon." Seated within the vat, Peng Biao tightly shut his eyes, his complexion flushed and breathing heavy. Luo Lixing watched intently, anxious that he might leap out due to the unbearable pain. However, in truth, Peng Biao felt quite comfortable. This discomfort was far lighter than the agony he endured while practicing the dominating body technique, having grown accustomed to that suffering. How could this pain deter him? His unusual expression was merely a guise to prevent Luo Lixing from growing suspicious. Despite being his master, how long had they truly known each other? Some secrets were destined to remain known only to oneself, never to be shared. Thus, under Luo Lixing's approving gaze, the liquid in the vat gradually clarified until it became entirely transparent. Peng Biao had painstakingly completed the immersion in the body refining liquid. Afterward, as he donned his clothing, Luo Lixing presented him with a piece of silk cloth, saying, "The effects are most pronounced after the first soak. Your physical strength has surely improved considerably. Here is the formula for the body refining liquid. When you have the materials, you may create it yourself." "Thank you, Master." Peng Biao bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude as he respectfully accepted the silk cloth. Chapter 79. Butterfly Valley. Luo Lixing gazed at Peng Biao with satisfaction. Anyone who could endure such pain must possess great perseverance and tenacity. He stroked his beard and remarked, "Although I have reached the mid-stage of the core realm, I have never taken on a disciple. Peng Biao, you shall be my sole disciple. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao felt a warm glow in his heart, as he had not anticipated that Luo Lixing, at the mid-core realm, had never taken on a disciple. This was not due to a lack of capability, but rather his inability to find a suitable candidate. This fact highlights the rarity of body cultivators. "Yes, Master," Peng Biao replied. After leaving Luo Lixing's residence and taking just a few steps, Peng Biao spotted a delicate white figure. He instantly recognized her and approached. "Bei Yu, what brings you here so late at night? I've been waiting for you." Bei Yu turned, a hint of mystery dancing on her lips. "Waiting for me? Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Indeed, a good opportunity has arisen," she said. "I have accepted a task to collect 200 butterfly herbs, with a reward of 2,000 spirit stones. I would like to invite you to join me, and we can split the spirit stones afterward." "Such a fortunate opportunity? I'm delighted to hear this. Tell me more," Peng Biao exclaimed, as he was in need of materials for alchemy and could not afford to miss any chance to earn spirit stones. An alchemist's success lies in their experience. The more potions one crafts, the greater their skill and success rate. However, Peng Biao knew he must clarify any potential dangers. for Bei Yu was cunning and had deceived him before. First, tell me where we can find these butterfly herbs and if there are any dangers involved, he insisted. 500 miles away, in Butterfly Valley, there are no significant dangers, only some second-tier demonic beasts known as blood butterflies. However, with our strength, dealing with them will be a trivial matter, Bei Yu explained. This task seems rather straightforward. I fear it may be snatched away by others before we even begin. How did you manage to procure it? Ping Biao asked, puzzled. A fellow who sought to curry favor with me secured the task and then handed it over. She replied with a hint of resignation. Peng Biao raised an eyebrow. Then why not go alone and earn more for yourself? Collecting spirit herbs is time-consuming. And given the quantity required, it will take even longer. I wanted someone to converse with to stave off boredom, she admitted. Why choose me? He pressed, still curious. We are relatives, after all. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. If I don't invite you, who else would I? Bei Yu responded with meaningful intent. Peng Biao thought to himself, relatives, indeed. I have no blood ties to the old village chief, so I doubt you are unaware of that fact. Now, will you join me or not? If not, I shall find someone else, she said impatiently. Of course, I will go. If spirit stones are to be earned, why would I refuse? Peng Biao finally agreed. Let us meet at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning, Bei Yu said cheerfully as she departed with a light step. The following day, the two set off eastward on horseback. Butterfly Valley lay to the east of Wild Fox Mountain, nestled between two towering peaks, a remote area teeming with wild beasts and demonic creatures, among which the blood butterflies were the most formidable. Before sunset, Peng Biao and Bei Yu arrived at the valley's entrance, where they beheld a lush landscape filled with towering ancient trees, the sounds of tigers and monkeys echoing in the air. It seems this place is indeed rich in wildlife. We are in for a treat, Peng Biao remarked. Wild beasts are hardly worth the effort. If we are to feast, let it be on demonic creatures. The higher the tier of the beast, the more delectable it is, Bei Yu countered. You certainly seem experienced. Peng Biao chuckled. Bei Yu shook her head. You are mistaken. I have no interest in gourmet food. As a cultivator, it is inconvenient to eat like a mortal every day. Then hasten your cultivation to the elemental realm, and you shall not need to eat for extended periods. With further effort, upon reaching the core realm, you could forego sustenance permanently, he suggested. Indeed, I should reach the elemental realm soon, Bei Yu replied softly. Afterward, the two concealed their horses in a hidden spot outside the valley. Leaving behind ample fodder before entering Butterfly Valley, they first located a mountain wall, where they dug a small entrance into a spacious cave and began their search for butterfly herbs. To save time, they split up, agreeing to reconvene at the cave at midnight to rest and continue their search the following day. Shortly after parting, while scanning the forest, Peng Biao caught a whiff of a captivating fragrance. His eyes brightened. There must be butterfly herbs nearby. Sure enough, upon clearing a patch of wild grass, he discovered the coveted herbs nestled in a crevice between rocks. They resembled butterflies, standing a foot tall with two blue leaves shaped like butterfly wings, and a central purple section akin to a butterfly's body, emanating an intoxicating aroma. Nodding in affirmation, Peng Biao reached out with his true qi to pluck the butterfly herb when suddenly, a red figure lunged at him from behind a large tree. Startled, Peng Biao swiftly altered the direction of his true qi, ensnaring the red figure in a binding grip. Upon closer inspection, he chuckled. It was merely a small, blood-red butterfly. The blood butterfly appeared to be at the early second-tier stage. At that moment, it struggled fiercely, its wings flapping violently, shattering Peng Biao's grip, and attempted to flee. Having realized it could not contend with him, you dare provoke me and attempt to escape? Peng Biao scoffed, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch to the butterfly's head. With a splatter of flesh, the blood butterfly fell lifeless to the ground. After easily dispatching it, Peng Biao extracted a blood-colored inner core the size of a fingertip and then successfully harvested the butterfly herb. Yet, he still needed 99 more herbs. As the moon hung high in the midnight sky, a bountiful Peng Biao returned to the cave. Bei Yu had already arrived. A fire crackling in the cave as she roasted meat, the flames casting a warm glow on her exquisite features, making her all the more enchanting. Nearby lay a deer, already lifeless, its missing hind leg glistening in grease as Bei Yu tended to it. To ensure safety, Peng Biao blocked the cave entrance with a large stone upon entering. Secure in the knowledge that they had left a vent for airflow while digging, Bei Yu glanced at him and asked, "How was your harvest?" 22 herbs. And you? He replied, About 28, she answered. Ping Biao nodded. If all went well, they could return in a couple of days. Earning 1,000 spirit stones in just a few days was a stroke of good fortune. Such opportunities were rare outside of illicit dealings. At that moment, Bei Yu offered him a piece of roasted deer meat. Here, just in time for you to eat. Thank you, but I prefer to handle my own meals. Ping Biao declined. Understanding his hesitation, Bei Yu teased. Oh, are you afraid I might poison it? Too afraid to even eat a morsel? With that, she took a bite of the deer leg. Peng Biao smiled but remained silent. One must always be cautious, and he felt an inexplicable oddity about Bei Yu, though he could not quite place it. Chapter 80. The Break. 1. Peng Biao compressed his vital energy into a dagger and severed another leg from the deer, subsequently wielding it with a hand of energy as he began to roast it. Bei Yu, observing his insistence on roasting it himself, shot him a glance of disdain and proceeded to indulge in the deer meat. Before long, the meat was perfectly roasted, its golden hue emanating an enticing aroma. Peng Biao swallowed hard. He was indeed quite hungry. Disregarding decorum, he took a hearty bite, his mouth immediately overflowing with juices, and he soon began to eat voraciously. In no time, he had devoured an entire deer leg, feeling immensely satisfied as he let out a contented burp. Bei Yu had finished her meal as well, having consumed only a small portion of the deer meat, leaving plenty behind. After their meal, the two prepared to sit in meditation and rest. At that moment, Bei Yu spoke. Bring out the butterfly grass. Its fragrance is delightful. With a wave of her hand, she laid out more than 20 stalks of butterfly grass on the ground. Peng Biao, without suspicion, retrieved the butterfly grass as well. In an instant, the fragrant aroma filled the cave, creating a unique ambience for their cultivation. Subsequently, they both settled down on the ground to commence their practice. An hour later, Ping Biao suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of dizziness. Gazing at Bei Yu, who sat cross-legged with her eyes closed like a celestial being, he perceived her to be imbued with an enchanting allure, her skin as white as snow, her lips a delicate pink. Gradually, he stood up and approached her, his vision consumed by her presence. With a mischievous smile, he felt an odd sensation, prompting Bei Yu to open her eyes. However, she did not resist. Instead, she began to assist him, responding eagerly. Moments later, her white garments were cast aside. At this juncture, her eyes reflected tranquility. A myriad of words omitted here, Ping Biao felt as if he had entered a dream, one where he was entwined with an ethereal beauty time and again, until she could bear it no longer. Yet, just as he leaned in for a closer look, her visage abruptly morphed into Bei Yu's. Startled, he jolted awake, finding himself beneath the even ceiling of the cave, feeling a mixture of relief and regret that it had merely been a dream. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, and he instinctively sensed something was amiss. Upon inspection, he realized he was lying atop a large, pristine animal hide. Glancing towards the other end of the hide, he spotted Bei Yu, seated with her eyes closed, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her exquisite features still bore a hint of blush, and as his gaze wandered lower, he was momentarily captivated by a breathtaking sight. After a prolonged gaze, he reluctantly shifted his focus. In that moment, he comprehended what had transpired. It appeared that the events of his dream had indeed been real. A glance at the hide revealed telltale signs, starkly evident. His mind buzzed with confusion, unable to fathom why they had engaged in such acts. He struggled to recollect the sequence of events, but memories eluded him. What on earth had happened? He acknowledged that he had gained an extraordinary advantage. Deep down, he felt a twinge of pride. Who would not revel in the company of such a stunning celestial beauty as Bei Yu? Yet, Peng Biao was not a fool easily entranced by a woman's allure. He understood that they lacked any emotional foundation, making such an occurrence seemingly impossible. Could it be that the deer meat had some effect? Yes, that must be it. His gaze fell upon the wild deer, now missing 2 hind legs, and a complex array of emotions flooded his mind. This was Bei Yu's first time, but it was also his own. Chapter 80. The Breakthrough, 2. At that moment, a flicker of gray light interrupted Peng Biao's contemplation. He observed a small, swirling mass of gray liquid suddenly manifesting on Bei Yu's body, which soon expanded to envelop her entirely. Peng Biao was taken aback. Bei Yu had unexpectedly broken through to the origin realm. The gray liquid appeared and vanished swiftly, retracting back into Bei Yu's body within moments. As she opened her eyes, Ping Biao trembled at the sight of her gaze, which resembled clear water, and he hastily lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes any longer. Kiki. Bei Yu chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling. What is the matter? Have you committed a misdeed and are now reluctant to face the consequences? Aren't you the kind of man who stands by his actions? Peng Biao's face flushed crimson as he murmured, Yu, rest assured, I will marry you. Marry me? Are you dreaming? Bei Yu scoffed. You. Peng Biao hesitated, looking up at Bei Yu, perplexed by the meaning behind her words. Yet, her eyes were clear, showing no signs of jest. Yu, what do you truly mean? Peng Biao asked in a low voice, sensing something was amiss. Bei Yu chuckled again and reiterated. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao lowered his head in contemplation. A change flickered in his gaze, and he looked up in disbelief. Wait. Did you orchestrate this? Bei Yu's smile brightened, revealing her pearly white teeth. You're not entirely foolish. Impossible. When did you administer the drug? Peng Biao had come to the realization that he had been drugged, yet he couldn't fathom when it had occurred. Moreover, his physical prowess was formidable. Ordinary drugs could hardly affect him. Drugged? I, Bei Yu, am not so despicable. Ancient texts state that the fragrance of butterfly grass combined with deer meat serves as a natural stimulant, posing no harm to the body. I took an antidote beforehand, and after careful observation, I found the ancients were indeed correct. Peng Biao, I know your strength. Most drugs would fail to deceive you, but this particular one, being non-toxic, goes unnoticed. Bei Yu's face radiated pride. Do you not find this despicable? Bei Yu laughed softly. Oh, you truly lack appreciation. You've savored the taste and elevated your realm, yet you dare to call me despicable. Peng Biao was momentarily stunned. Then he examined himself and realized he had indeed advanced to the late stage of the Qi realm. What is happening? Could it be a dual cultivation technique? Peng Biao was astonished. He had only heard of dual cultivation, which typically occurs between partners. However, dual cultivation comes with significant limitations. The initial effects are profound, but subsequent results dwindle. Indeed, it is the dual cultivation technique, Bei Yu affirmed, nodding in confirmation of Peng Biao's deduction. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao's understanding crystallized. You feared that Zhou Weiran would become an elder upon his emergence and compel you to marry him. So you devised this scheme to elevate my realm? How can this be termed a scheme? Our realms have both improved. What is there to lament? Besides, you are quite impressive. After saying this, Bei Yu playfully licked her full, red lips with her pink tongue, her enchanting eyes brimming with allure. Peng Biao understood the implication of her words. Witnessing such an enticing scene and hearing such provocative statements stirred a reaction within him, causing his breath to quicken. Bei Yu cast a glance at a certain spot and giggled heartily. Chapter 81. Body refining herb. Peng Biao's expression was awkward as he forcibly suppressed his undesirable thoughts. Why choose me? He inquired. You possess commendable aptitude and immense potential, not to mention your pleasing appearance. Most importantly, one should not let good fortune slip away to others. Since a choice must be made, why not select you? Peng Biao felt speechless, realizing he was merely one among countless options. As dawn broke, they prepared to gather butterfly grass. Bei Yu, holding her white dress, stood up, ready to adorn herself. Upon witnessing the surging waves before him, Peng Biao exclaimed in discomfort, and a wave of mischievous thoughts washed over him. Yu, I wish to enhance my realm once more. After uttering this, Peng Biao immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Bei Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed a captivating smile. Isn't that unsatisfactory? I feel the same way. Lie down. Peng Biao obediently reclined, as if he were a compliant child. Bei Yu approached him, looking down like an ethereal goddess from above. Subsequently, she sat beside him. Here, the details are omitted. After a while, they lay together, embracing one another. Bei Yu, feeling exhausted, gasped, will this thing make one addicted? A hint of devilish charm crossed Peng Biao's face as he turned over, and amidst Bei Yu's startled exclamation, the sound of rain on banana leaves echoed once more. As noon approached, they finally donned their attire and prepared to gather butterfly grass. However, as soon as they took a step, Bei Yu bent over in pain and could no longer walk. Peng Biao, alarmed, inquired with concern, Yu, what is wrong? Bei Yu shot him an annoyed glance. Isn't this all you're doing? How unfortunate to have chosen such a physically robust person. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao understood her meaning and smirked mischievously, displaying a sense of pride. Yu, rest here while I collect the butterfly grass. Bei Yu nodded, realizing there was no other choice. At that moment, Peng Biao leaned in closer, suddenly biting her delicate earlobe, whispering, When I return tonight, we shall continue our training. Bei Yuyu's body trembled, and she forcefully pushed him away. Get lost. Who wants to train with you? Pang Biao chuckled and strode toward the cave entrance, pushing aside the large stone. After stepping outside, feeling uneasy, he replaced the stone to seal the entrance once more. Seeing Pang Biao's attentive actions, Bei Yuyu's eyes softened momentarily. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had undergone subtle changes, which left her both uncomfortable and somewhat expectant. 3 days later, having gathered 200 butterfly grasses, they exited the butterfly valley. Pang Biao was beaming with joy, while Bei Yuyu appeared remarkably more radiant. Pang Biao glanced at Bei Yuyu, recalling numerous details and feeling his heart flutter. Sensing his gaze, she turned and immediately noticed the glint of desire in his eyes. Pang Biao, I warn you, this ends here. We have no further connection. You should suppress those lecherous thoughts. Bei Yuyu's tone was calm, but she felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the absurdities of the past few days. Initially, they sought to elevate their realms, but now that their goal was achieved, they found it difficult to restrain themselves. Over the course of 3 days, they spent little time searching for butterfly grass, instead remaining in the cave. Had it not been for the need to feed their horses, they likely would have stayed indefinitely. Pang Biao chuckled and playfully said, Yuyu, why suppress yourself? After spending these days together, I know you are far more eager than I. Enough of your frivolous banter. If you continue in this manner, I will not be kind to you. Bei Yuyu's expression turned cold as she reprimanded Pang Biao. Realizing her seriousness, Pang Biao ceased his laughter, understanding she truly wished to sever ties with him. Reflecting on this, he self-deprecatingly smiled, glancing back at the lush butterfly valley, where their memories would remain. As Pang Biao gazed into the valley, a flicker of struggle flashed in Bei Yuyu's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. They arrived at the place where their horses were kept, discovering 2 famished steeds. The grass had long been devoured, and had they arrived any later, the horses might have perished from hunger. At this moment, Pang Biao suggested, You should return to the sect with the horses. I wish to take a stroll outside. His melancholy was one reason, but primarily he wanted to revisit the butterfly valley. During the process of gathering butterfly grass, Pang Biao had amassed dozens of beast cores, predominantly from second-tier demon beasts, namely the blood butterfly. Additionally, he discovered numerous spiritual herbs, some of which were necessary for crafting foundational elixirs, blood-replenishing pills, and body-refining liquids. Although not particularly rare or valuable, their quantity would help mitigate the expenditure of spirit stones. Bei Yu nodded, her demeanor frosty, and without inquiring further about Pang Biao's return, she led the 2 horses away. Watching her retreating figure, Pang Biao called out, Yuyu, what is it? Bei Yuyu's tone was frigid as she did not turn back. I have extra beauty elixirs. No need. I have already taken some and do not require more. Bei Yuyu's words held a double meaning. Gazing at the beauty that had finally disappeared from view, Pang Biao sighed deeply, bitterly reflecting. Why do I always encounter women who solely pursue their own agendas? How unfortunate. Shaking his head, Pang Biao turned back to the butterfly valley to continue his search for various spiritual herbs. After 5 days, Pang Biao had thoroughly scoured the butterfly valley, collecting nearly all the spiritual herbs, leaving only the unripe ones. Moreover, his haul of demon beast cores had exceeded 100, all from second-tier beasts. While he dismissed any first-tier beasts he encountered, simply releasing his true energy to scare them away. Having gathered sufficient resources, he concluded that further searching would be a waste of time and decided it was time to return to the sect. Pang Biao raised his gaze to the sky, preparing to unleash his eagle wing technique when his attention suddenly fixated on a small plant growing on a cliff above him, about 10 feet high. The vibrant green plant had a smooth stem, devoid of leaves, measuring over a foot in length and adorned with several black stripes, resembling segments pieced together. Pang Biao was elated, never expecting to encounter a mature body refining herb just as he was about to depart. This truly felt like a stroke of fate. The body refining herb was exceptionally precious. Despite searching the butterfly valley for 5 days, he had found none, yet serendipitously stumbled upon one just before leaving. Pang Biao quickly summoned his true energy to grasp the herb. However, just as he was about to make contact, a sharp whoosh echoed, and a purple blade of light sliced through his hand with lightning speed. The ensuing explosion sent rocks flying, severing his true energy hand, with a segment dissipating into the surrounding spiritual energy. Countless stones plummeted down towards Pang Biao. His expression darkened as he swiftly retreated to a safe distance. After a few agile leaps, he climbed to the top of a large tree, scanning the area, only to spot a figure standing atop a tree 100 feet away. Chapter 82. Core disciple of the Wei Dao Academy. Before him stood a man clad in a robe of azure, embodying the attire of a scholar. With the features of a middle-aged individual and a short beard measuring 3 inches beneath his chin. At that moment, he held a long sword of a deep crimson hue. Equally scrutinizing Peng Biao. After a brief silence, the middle-aged man spoke first, a young disciple of the Xingqian sect, clearly in the Qi realm. Yet you choose to don the garb of an outer disciple. Are you attempting to feign ignorance while stalking your prey? His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a sense of righteousness that evoked the image of a virtuous gentleman. However, his actions of ambush were anything but noble. Peng Biao replied in a low, measured tone, "And who might you be? Why resort to such underhanded tactics?" The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "You, a mere Qi realm practitioner, lack the merit to learn my name. Depart swiftly, and I may spare your life." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao instantly recognized the man's covetous desire for the body refinement herb. "By your demeanor and such despicable conduct, you must be from the Wei Dao Academy. Why have you strayed from your rightful place in the central region of Jiang Kingdom to venture south?" The Wei Dao Academy, one of the prominent sects of Jiang Kingdom, was situated in the central region, with its disciples often adorned in scholarly attire and seldom venturing to the southern territories. Peng Biao's words ignited the ire of the middle-aged man, whose expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Ignorant wretch! How dare you insult the Wei Dao Academy? You are deserving of death. I originally intended to let you off lightly due to your affiliation with the Xingqian sect, but now you seek your own demise." Peng Biao regarded the man without a trace of fear, sneering mockingly, "You covet the body refinement herb, yet pretend to uphold righteousness." The Wei Dao Academy remains as shameless as ever. Having previously encountered disciples from the Wei Dao Academy during his time at the Heishan sect, Peng Biao harbored a deep disdain for them, fully aware that most were hypocritical charlatans. His words struck a nerve, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent from the middle-aged man. "Fool, prepare to meet your end," he bellowed, his body enveloped in true essence. With a swift motion, he swung his crimson sword, unleashing a violet blade of light that shot toward Peng Biao like a bolt of lightning. Observing the man's mastery of true essence, Peng Biao smirked derisively. "What a disappointment. I expected a higher realm, but you are merely at the initial stage of the Yuan realm." Now, confident in his current abilities, he believed he could dispatch most initial stage Yuan realm practitioners with ease, and he held no fear toward those at the mid-stage, as the outcome of their encounter remained uncertain. However, facing an opponent at the late stage of the Yuan realm would prompt him to retreat at the first opportunity. For he knew all too well the significant disparities between each minor realm within the Yuan realm. As the violet blade approached, Peng Biao stood firm, unflinching in the face of what he deemed a mere attack from a lower-grade spirit weapon. He believed his formidable physical prowess would allow him to withstand the assault without harm. The middle-aged man, seeing Peng Biao motionless as if in a stupor, sneered. "Is this the caliber of the Xingqian sect's disciples?" Yet, in an instant, the middle-aged man's smile vanished, replaced by disbelief as he widened his eyes in astonishment. When the violet blade reached him, Peng Biao's right hand shot out with lightning speed. With a resounding clang, the blade struck his hand, dissipating into nothingness, leaving his palm unscathed. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, stammering, "What? An incredibly powerful physique, surpassing even the body refiners of the Luohan Academy." Peng Biao paid no heed to the man's astonishment. After deflecting the blade, he swiftly moved, leaping onto the treetops, charging toward the middle-aged man. Realizing that his sword was now ineffective against Peng Biao, the middle-aged man sheathed it and sprang into the air, preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Limitless Divine Palm. He roared, as a massive gray hand descended from the heavens with an overwhelming force aimed at Peng Biao. Under the shadow of the giant palm, Peng Biao appeared as a mere oversized ant. He looked up, his expression grave, as the descending palm disturbed the air, whipping his garments about violently. Truly, a powerful divine ability from a core disciple of the Wei Dao Academy. Very well, let me test the golden claw technique my master imparted to me. With his fighting spirit ablaze, he extended his right hand, forming it into an eagle's claw, and thrust it toward the descending palm. Instantly, he felt a surge of true essence being drawn forth, coalescing above him into a golden eagle's claw, its talons sharp and radiant with divine light. With a mere thought, the golden claw surged forward at an incredible speed to collide with the giant palm. With a thunderous roar, The gray and golden energies intertwined before both the palm and claw shattered into countless scintillating fragments. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of collision, sweeping outward and uprooting trees with a series of sharp cracks. The ground beneath Peng Biao also buckled, causing him to plummet swiftly. Upon landing, Peng Biao squinted his eyes, disregarding the howling winds as he searched for the middle-aged man above. The man, equally taken aback, was sent tumbling hundreds of feet away, his garments in disarray. He had never anticipated that this Qi realm individual would prove so formidable, having already unleashed his most potent technique yet was unable to subdue his opponent. The shockwave came and went swiftly, and moments later, tranquility returned. The area within a radius of several hundred feet lay in ruins, trees snapped and strewn about, while countless beasts fled in panic deeper into the valley. Thud! The middle-aged man landed, casting a heavy gaze at Peng Biao from hundreds of feet away. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Fellow cultivator, you have demonstrated your worth through strength. The body refinement herb rightfully belongs to you." Peng Biao glanced at the location of the herb, now a scene of devastation, making it uncertain if it still remained. Turning away, he scoffed derisively. "So you believe that if you can overpower me, you can seize what is mine, yet if you falter, you wish to withdraw? Is this the caliber of the Wei Dao Academy's disciples?" "Silence. I simply wish to avoid prolonging this encounter. However, if you continue to insult my sect, do not blame me for being uncivil," the middle-aged man retorted with a fierce shout. "I was waiting precisely for you to be uncivil. Prepare to die." Peng Biao charged fiercely toward the middle-aged man. He had no intention of sparing him. Once the conflict had begun, the adversary must be vanquished, and the most effective method of dealing with an enemy was to sever their head from their shoulders. Seeing Peng Biao rush at him, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent would not even fight back, but would flee instead. Yet, did he think he could escape? A fleeting glint of bloodlust flickered across Peng Biao's face. As the middle-aged man turned, he muttered under his breath, then vanished into the forest with several swift movements. Chapter 83. The trio. The middle-aged man possessed an abundance of combat experience, clearly discerning the precariousness of his situation. Should the physically formidable Peng Biao close the distance, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Conversely, even his most potent long-range attacks would prove futile against the opponent. In light of this, he recognized that continuing on this path would yield either failure or a stalemate, neither of which promised any tangible benefit. Thus, after a period of contemplation, he inwardly cursed Peng Biao for his abnormality and promptly turned to flee. Who would engage in pursuits devoid of profit? Furthermore, that young man appeared to be quite formidable himself. Should he falter, his life would be forfeit, rendering the endeavor utterly unworthy. As for face, in the face of profit and life, what value does pride hold? Upon escaping the Butterfly Valley, the middle-aged man glanced back, halting his steps and exhaling in relief. Fortunately, that young man did not pursue. The Starry sect had indeed produced a remarkable talent capable of challenging those in the late stages of the Qi realm. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, an unsettling chill coursed through him, and suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through his back. His body stiffened as a crimson light pierced through him, crashing into the ground ahead with a resounding thud, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. Overwhelmed by pain and the sensation of his life force draining away, terror gripped his features. He felt a metallic taste in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he was horrified to find a gaping hole in his chest, the flesh and organs within vanishing without a trace. With a contorted visage, he struggled to turn his head, his pupils constricting as he beheld Peng Biao, who stood with a red bow in hand, a pair of gray wings gently fluttering behind him. Flight technique. You concealed your strength, the middle-aged man thought, regret and resentment filling his eyes. Peng Biao flashed a radiant smile, revealing pearly white teeth, but remained silent as he swiftly approached the middle-aged man. Clenching his fist, he prepared to strike the man's head. "Wait, friend. I know of a treasure hidden nearby," the middle-aged man shouted in desperation. However, before he could finish, Peng Biao's fist descended, producing a sound akin to a watermelon being smashed to pieces, and the middle-aged man collapsed, devoid of strength. Gazing at the headless corpse before him, Peng Biao smirked disdainfully. "Did you really think to buy time? I have ample treasures. I have no interest in your so-called treasure." He searched the body, retrieving a storage bag, and thought to himself, since he intended to stall, he must have companions nearby. It is prudent to leave swiftly. With a flicker of movement, Peng Biao returned to the cliff where the body-forging grass grew, and after clearing away a mound of earth, he discovered the grass intact. Overjoyed, he unearthed the herb and made his way out of the valley. Given the vastness of the sky, Peng Biao refrained from using his eagle feather wings and opted instead for narrow, secluded paths. After traveling several dozen miles, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hoofs. Peering through the gaps in the trees, he spotted two elegantly dressed horsemen approaching. His expression shifted, and he muttered to himself that he was unfortunate, judging by their attire. They, too, appeared to be from the Wei Dao Academy. He had not anticipated encountering mounted individuals on such a narrow path. Thus, he halted and stepped aside, wishing to avoid confrontation with those of unknown strength. Moments later, the gallant horses thundered by, halting abruptly before him. Peng Biao looked up to see two men, one a middle-aged man with delicate brows and long eyes, and the other a youth with a sallow complexion. They scrutinized him closely, and upon noticing his attire as an outer disciple of the starry sect, a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes. "What brings you here, young one?" The sallow-faced youth inquired arrogantly after a moment of observation. "I have accepted a sect mission and am on my way to fulfill it." Peng Biao replied with measured composure. "What mission?" "Speak swiftly," the sallow-faced youth commanded. Peng Biao frowned, his tone cold. "I have nothing to disclose." The youth's eyes widened in anger. "You insolent brat, do you wish to court death?" Burning with indignation, Peng Biao thought, "What manner of fool is this? Such arrogance." At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke languidly. "Han, we are in the southern part of Jiang country." Upon hearing this, the sallow-faced youth tempered his demeanor, responding respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wu. Let us go," the middle-aged man commanded, spurring his horse forward without casting another glance at Peng Biao. The youth, harboring a murderous glint in his eyes, shot a cold snort at Peng Biao before following suit. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Peng Biao spat in disdain and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. The middle-aged man and the sallow-faced youth rode tirelessly, eventually arriving at the edge of the Butterfly Valley. They spotted several wild dogs feasting on a headless corpse. Despite the tattered clothing, they immediately recognized the deceased. "Brother Lu! Brother Lu!" Both men were struck with shock and cried out in unison, leaping into the air. They unleashed their vital energy, crushing the wild dogs into a mass of shredded flesh amidst their howls of despair. Upon landing, they gazed mournfully at the headless corpse. Brother Wu examined the remains and spoke solemnly. "The storage bag is missing." The sallow-faced youth seethed with rage. "Who could it be? Which beast has slain Brother Lu? I shall ensure he pays dearly." Brother Wu furrowed his brow in displeasure. Such outbursts are unbecoming, especially in dire circumstances. After rising, Brother Wu collected Brother Lu's remains, though the head had long since been taken by wild beasts. Ignoring the furious youth, he pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "This must be connected to that starry sect brat. We must pursue him." The youth, astonished, retorted, "How is that possible? He is merely an outer disciple with limited strength, while Brother Lu was in the early stages of the origin realm. Fool, does he not have the cunning to don the garb of an outer disciple?" Brother Wu replied coldly. After realizing the impropriety of his words, he added, "That man departed mere dozens of miles ago. He likely fled after killing Brother Lu." "I understand. Brother Wu, let us hasten our pursuit," the youth said, though a flicker of barely concealed embarrassment and anger crossed his features. The two mounted their horses and soon reached the spot where they had encountered Peng Biao. Finding no one, they followed the narrow path in pursuit. After running for 70 or 80 miles without sight of Peng Biao, Brother Wu shouted, "Enough! There is no point in continuing. He has surely escaped." The youth, feeling deeply mocked by Peng Biao, retorted angrily, "The monk may flee, but the temple remains. We have memorized his appearance. We shall demand justice from the starry sect." Brother Wu cursed him silently, explaining, "Our strength is insufficient. The starry sect would not heed our claims. Then I shall return and seek my father." Informing him that the esteemed Brother Lu was slain by someone from the starry sect, the youth seethed with fury. Brother Wu fell silent, exasperated. "We have no evidence. Even if the esteemed elder were to visit the starry sect, he would be powerless to act." Dealing with the hot-headed, simplistic second-generation heir was a source of great frustration for Brother Wu. Chapter 84. Chibi Mountain. The young man with a yellow face exclaimed in anger, "Is this how it ends? Did Lu Shixiang die in vain?" Wu Shixiang explained, "Certainly, this cannot be the conclusion. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to hasten our journey to Chibi Mountain. Once we return from there, we shall devise a method to confront those from the Xingqian sect. The yellow-faced youth pondered for a long while, and ultimately, with a grim expression, he replied, "Very well. Let us temporarily disregard him and proceed to Chibi Mountain." At that moment, Peng Biao, who was on the minds of the two from Weidao Academy, had already landed outside Hongxi Valley. After rummaging through the storage bag of the middle-aged man from Weidao Academy, Peng Biao acquired a modest fortune, 3,000 spirit stones. A mid-grade low-tier spirit weapon, namely, a crimson longsword, along with 9 low-grade high-tier spirit weapons, and various miscellaneous items. With spirit stones in hand, Peng Biao felt restless and ventured into Hongxi Valley, hoping to procure some materials for alchemy. Only spirit stones that have created value are truly spirit stones. Upon entering the wooden hut, he encountered the same middle-aged man in red attire. Upon seeing Peng Biao, the man instantly recognized him as a valued customer and promptly set out a small stool, inviting him to sit with a broad smile. Peng Biao nodded at the middle-aged man, and after taking a seat, he tossed a storage bag onto the table, saying, "Please assess its worth." After reviewing its contents, the middle-aged man stated, "For the 9 low-grade high-tier spirit weapons, I can offer 4,000 spirit stones." Peng Biao shook his head, insisting, 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 is too much. The utmost I can offer is 4,300 spirit stones. Yet, Peng Biao remained steadfast, declaring, 5,000 spirit stones is my final offer, as I intend to purchase a substantial quantity of items from you afterwards. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, my friend, what do you wish to purchase?" Peng Biao waved his hand, presenting a piece of paper listing the materials for refining Jinyuan Dan, Bushui Dan, and body refining liquid, the order of which was still jumbled. As for the Zhaoyan Dan, he no longer required it. Heavenly blue stone, ghost ape inner Dan, flame fruit, and body refining grass. More of each, the better, Peng Biao added. After reviewing the list, the middle-aged man replied, "Currently, we have 2 body refining grasses, a substantial quantity of ghost ape inner dawn, and flame fruits. But we are out of heavenly blue stones." Peng Biao frowned, surprised at the scarcity of heavenly blue stones. The middle-aged man sighed. It is not merely scarce. It has reached a level where one must rely on fate to encounter it. Its limited uses keep its price low. Very well, then let us proceed with the others. Provide as many as you have, Peng Biao agreed. The middle-aged man nodded and stood to fetch the materials. Unsettled, Peng Biao followed him outside, where he saw the middle-aged man approach a dirt mound covered in vines. In a short while, the middle-aged man returned to Peng Biao's side, tossing him a storage bag. "Here are 2 body refining grasses, 15 ghost ape inner dawn, 20 flame fruits, and 30 of each other material. The total comes to 25,000 spirit stones. With your Baiyu Hongxi token, you can enjoy a 10% discount, bringing the total to 22,500 spirit stones," the middle-aged man said with a beaming smile. This was indeed a substantial transaction, one he had seldom encountered in his lifetime. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao's heart raced, nearly bursting forth with indignation. Was this man genuinely sincere or harboring ulterior motives? He had simply mentioned that the more, the better, but the middle-aged man had brought forth an overwhelming quantity, 22,500 spirit stones. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he would still fall short by several thousand spirit stones. Without even examining the storage bag, Peng Biao waved his hand and declared, "I cannot afford this. I do not possess that many spirit stones. Perhaps we could offset the difference with spirit weapons?" The middle-aged man suggested, his smile unwavering, as if he were certain Peng Biao still had spirit weapons in his possession. Peng Biao did not respond but instead shifted the topic, saying, "I have Zhaoyan Dan and Bushui Dan for sale." The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "We are interested in Bushui Dan. How many do you have?" "As for Zhaoyan Dan, we have no need for it. Just one," Peng Biao replied. The middle-aged man offered, "I can give you a maximum of 1,000 spirit stones." To which Peng Biao promptly refused, asserting that Bushui Dan, a crucial healing elixir, was worth far more than 1,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man, seeing Peng Biao's refusal, remained calm, gazing at him with a smile. "I also possess a considerable quantity of second-tier beast inner dawn," Peng Biao added. "Heh, we are not in need of second-tier beast inner dawn," the middle-aged man chuckled, declining the offer. Left with no options, Peng Biao pondered for a moment before producing a violet-red long sword, tossing it to the middle-aged man. Upon catching the sword, the man's eyes widened in amazement, and as he gently caressed the blade, it was as if he were tenderly stroking a lover's skin. Please assess its worth, Peng Biao stated coolly, interrupting the man's reverie. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man said, "For this mid-grade low-tier spirit weapon, I can offer 5,000 spirit stones." Disinterested in further negotiation, Peng Biao waved his hand, revealing a pile of spirit stones amounting to 12,500. He then began to peruse the various materials within the storage bag. The middle-aged man, with a smile, collected the spirit stones while still admiring the violet-red long sword. After inspecting the materials in the storage bag, Peng Biao prepared to leave, having nearly exhausted his funds for these alchemical materials, leaving him with just over 1,000 spirit stones. As he turned to depart, the middle-aged man hastily called out, "Friend, please wait." "What is it?" Peng Biao replied. "There lies Chibi Mountain, a mere 1,500 miles away, rumored to bear treasures that will emerge in 3 days. You might consider visiting. There is still time to set out now." "Treasure emerging? Why do you share this with me instead of seeking it for yourself?" Peng Biao questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. The middle-aged man, sensing Peng Biao's doubt, explained, "You see, this news has already spread among many wandering cultivators. Given your recent expenditure of spirit stones, consider this information as a complimentary gift." "Ah, thank you," Peng Biao replied, contemplating for a moment before deciding to journey to Chibi Mountain. The allure of treasure was undeniably enticing, especially since the last treasure had greatly benefited him, providing 3 valuable recipes and the red tripod that had set him firmly on the path of an alchemist. As Peng Biao departed, the middle-aged man shouted, "Friend, you are always welcome in Hongxi Valley. Spend a total of 100,000 spirit stones, and you shall receive the Huangyu Hongxi token, granting you an 8% discount on all purchases. You are only 70,000 spirit stones away from upgrading your token." Chibi Mountain, located at the border between the Jiang and Xian kingdoms, is steep and perilous, towering 1,000 feet high. It derives its name from a sheer cliff face that is entirely red. There are also legends that in ancient times, a fierce battle raged here, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, with rivers of blood flowing. In the end, the victors executed all captives at the mountain's peak. And due to the sheer volume of bloodshed, the mountain's cliffs became stained red. However, despite its intimidating legends, Chibi Mountain had long been disregarded due to its lack of spiritual energy. It was not until recently when a wandering cultivator chanced upon the mountain and noticed a cave halfway up its slope glowing with golden light. Curiosity piqued. The cultivator examined it closely, only to discover it was the entrance to a soon-to-be activated formation, though the contents of the formation remained unknown. Human nature being what it is, curious and selfish, the cultivator blocked the entrance with a large stone, ensuring that whatever lay within would belong solely to him. Chapter 85. The Blood-Walled Golden Cave. Unexpectedly, the news leaked for no apparent reason. A small number of individuals ventured to Chibi Mountain to investigate, only to discover the scattered cultivators and the cave sealed by them. A fierce battle ensued, and the scattered cultivators were overwhelmed and heavily injured, fleeing in desperation. Naturally, these defeated cultivators harbored resentment and began disseminating the news widely. Consequently, more individuals became aware of the situation, and the rumor spread exponentially, drawing a multitude of cultivators towards Chibi Mountain. Peng Biao hastened towards Chibi Mountain, consciously refraining from employing his flying abilities to avoid drawing attention. Instead, he chose to journey on foot. By the time he reached the late stages of the Qi realm, coupled with his physical prowess, his running speed surpassed that of a steed. Typically, once cultivators reach the Yuan realm, they can run faster than horses when utilizing their true energy. But most would refrain from such foolishness due to the substantial energy expenditure it entails. However, Peng Biao was unfazed. His Dantian was 10 times larger than that of an average person, and with the aid of mysterious bronze, he had no concerns regarding insufficient true energy. As he made his way, Peng Biao encountered several groups of people, all hastening towards Chibi Mountain. He surmised that the allure of the treasure hidden within was drawing a vast number of participants. Those who crossed paths with Peng Biao, upon witnessing his swift pace, displayed a mixture of awe and caution, their expressions shifting to wariness upon recognizing his attire. Observing this, Peng Biao pondered. The previous groups he encountered were all dressed distinctively, indicating they were scattered cultivators, devoid of any from major sections. It appeared that many scattered cultivators held animosity towards those from larger sects, a sentiment he had seldom encountered before. Reflecting on this, Peng Biao slowed his pace and veered into the woods by the roadside. Moments later, he emerged, clad in a blue robe, a smile gracing his face. He raised his hands, inspecting the robe with satisfaction, before resuming his forward momentum. As he continued his journey, the closer he drew to Chibi Mountain, the more cultivators he encountered. Yet, none dared to provoke him, intimidated by his speed. 3 days later, Peng Biao arrived at the foot of Chibi Mountain, immediately engulfed by the bustling atmosphere. Hundreds of horses were left untethered at the base, scattering chaotically. Gazing upward, he beheld the mountain's perilous cliffs, particularly the stretch from the midsection to the peak, which resembled a razor-sharp blade thrusting into the sky. The rocky surface starkly bare of any vegetation. From the base to the midsection, trees were scarce, with an abundance of thorns and grass. Looking down at the narrow path leading up the mountain, the cultivators appeared diminutive, scurrying in groups like ants, eager not to miss the opportunity for the treasure's emergence, which they deemed paramount. While Peng Biao observed, more than 10 individuals arrived, hastily dismounting and carelessly abandoning their horses as they rushed towards the ascending path. Seeing this, Peng Biao mused that anyone with ill intentions towards the horses could easily reap a small fortune. He cast one last glance at the towering, treacherous peak before stepping forward to follow the throng. As he ascended, he soon reached a spacious plateau situated halfway up the mountain, a wide and flat expanse. The individuals ahead halted their advance upon reaching this spot, prompting Peng Biao to do the same, recognizing he had arrived at his destination. Looking ahead, he felt a sense of clarity. A vast meadow stretched before him, its azure sky and verdant grass forming a picturesque scene. Regrettably, the area was overly crowded and noisy, teeming with thousands of people. Shocked, Peng Biao realized that the emergence of a treasure had lured an astonishing number of cultivators, and many more were likely still en route. Regaining his composure, he stepped into the throng, glancing up at the summit, where the towering peak pierced the clouds, its ascent nearly vertical with scarcely any visible paths. As he maneuvered through the crowd, his gaze suddenly fixed on a glaring crimson hue. Quickly advancing through the throng, he found a suitable position from which to observe. From this vantage point, he beheld the mountainside, awash in a sea of red, reminiscent of blood, so vivid that it evoked a sense of dread. Aside from the blood-red hue, the mountainside appeared unnaturally smooth, almost like a mirror, as though cleaved by a razor's edge. In disbelief, Peng Biao approached the wall, touching the crimson surface. He then chipped off a fragment, inhaling its scent, which bore an unmistakable metallic tang of blood. Could it be true that this wall was stained with blood, as the legend suggested? Peng Biao murmured to himself. Nearby, the onlookers paid him no mind, as many were engaged in similar examinations. Turning his gaze through the crowd, Peng Biao spotted a circular stone cave, about 10 feet in diameter. At the edge of the crimson wall, the entrance was meticulously carved with intricate patterns, and it was currently shrouded in a golden luminescent membrane, obscuring whatever lay within. This location was evidently the entrance to the treasure, making it the most populated area. Suddenly, the crowd around the cave erupted into chaos. A hoarse, furious roar pierced the air. Stop! At the sound of this voice, Peng Biao turned instinctively, recognizing it as Shui Yong's. The tone suggested he was in trouble. Given that the Shui siblings had saved his life, Peng Biao could not stand idly by. He swiftly made his way towards the cave. In front of the cave, a large circle of people had formed, encircling a youth with a reddish complexion and squinting eyes, who was gripping the delicate neck of a woman clad in green robes with a vice-like grip. His eyes shimmered with arrogance. The woman possessed breathtaking beauty, her long, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes sparkling with life, her petite nose adorably shaped, and her skin flawless. Yet, at this moment, she was helplessly ensnared. Gasping in vain, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking a deep sense of pity. Beside her, a burly man lay half prostrate on the ground. Anguish etched across his face as he glowered at the squinting youth, his eyes alight with murderous intent, yet powerless to act. The onlookers exhibited indifference, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Occasionally, a few youths attempted to intervene, but were firmly restrained by those nearby. The squinting youth cast a contemptuous glance around before turning his attention to the man on the ground, boasting, "Shui Yong, your sister is merely a mute. Being favored by me, sure how, is her fortune. You should not overstep your bounds. Bah, everyone here knows of your notorious reputation in the Xian kingdom, sure how. You have ravaged countless innocent female cultivators to satisfy your desires, and now you dare claim it as a blessing? I say it is a curse." Shui Yong retorted fiercely. Unfazed, sure how scoffed, blessing or curse, Anyone who catches my eye has never escaped. What can a weakling at the late stage of the strength realm do against me? With that, he erupted into laughter. Hearing this, Shui Ro's eyes filled with despair, as if she foresaw her grim fate, tears streaming down her flawless face. Shui Yang's expression turned anguished as he called out to the surrounding crowd. Fellow cultivators, esteemed seniors, Shi Hao has committed countless heinous acts in the Xian kingdom. And now he seeks to harm my sister. I, Shui Yang, am powerless. I beseech you all to join me in eliminating this fiend. Otherwise, who can say the next victim will not be your own friends or family? At Shui Yang's words, many in the crowd began to ponder. Indeed, if Shi Hao could act with such impunity and had an insatiable appetite for beauty, who could guarantee he wouldn't target someone close to them next? Perhaps it was best to join forces and eradicate him. Chapter 86. The rescue. Shi Hao observed the flickering gazes of the crowd around him. A jolt of alarm coursing through his heart. He then exclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to regain your clarity and not be swayed by Shui Yang's words." However, his plea fell on deaf ears, and increasingly more individuals began to entertain nefarious thoughts. Realizing the precarious situation, Shi Hao feared that if even a single person dared to strike, it would inevitably provoke a collective assault. In that scenario, he would be utterly outmatched and would surely meet a brutal end. With a grimace, Shi Hao's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he declared, "You possess audacious courage. With so many eyes upon you, let us see who dares to act. Should I perish, my uncle will undoubtedly seek vengeance. All who lay a hand on me shall pay the ultimate price." His words sent a tremor through the crowd, leading them to reconsider their intentions. And they ultimately abandoned their plans for violence. Seeing the others retreat, Shui Yang fell into despair and directed a furious glare at Shi Hao. This despicable individual, despite being in a state of heightened energy, had the audacity to strike without regard for his status, leaving him no opportunity to react. At that moment, Shi Hao unleashed a powerful surge of energy in the form of a massive hand, aimed directly at Shui Yang. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This man was insufferable for inciting the crowd against him, and he had to be dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, Shui Ro, witnessing her brother's peril, turned pale, her eyes brimming with helplessness. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the unfolding situation. Shui Yang, already wounded, found himself unable to resist as the energy hand bore down upon him. In a moment of desperation, he prepared to wield a low-grade spiritual weapon, a spear. Suddenly, another energy hand shot forth from the crowd, deftly grasping the one aimed at Shui Yang and crushing it with immense force. With a resounding boom, Shi Hao's energy hand was annihilated, dissipating into shimmering motes of light. The threat to Shui Yang was averted, and the second energy hand retracted instantly. Shi Hao's eyes widened in alarm and fury. Who dares? Who possesses such audacity? He had previously intimidated the crowd with his uncle's name, and now he was astonished that someone would still dare to intervene. As his voice faded, the crowd parted, revealing a striking young man clad in a blue robe, his expression frosty. Upon seeing Peng Biao emerge, Shui Yang's heart soared with joy, realizing he was saved. No longer hesitating, he struggled to rise and approached Peng Biao. Bowing respectfully, Shui Ro, tears in her eyes, felt a flicker of hope upon recognizing Peng Biao. Shi Hao scrutinized Peng Biao, having gauged his strength through their previous exchange. He understood that he was no match for this formidable opponent. "Might I inquire your name, esteemed friend?" Shi Hao suppressed his anger, recognizing the other man's considerable prowess and deeming it wise to ascertain his identity. Peng Biao glanced at him, replying coolly, "You are not worthy of knowing my name. Release her, and I may spare your life." A gasp rippled through the crowd at these words, followed by hushed whispers. Who was this individual, daring to speak to Shi Hao with such insolence? Observing his cultivation level, they noted he was in the later stages of energy mastery. Did he not realize that Shi Hao's uncle was a formidable figure in the realm of Yuan? Shi Hao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, though he remained cautious, wary of provoking someone beyond his comprehension. "Do you truly wish to interfere in this matter? My uncle is a mid-stage Yuan master, and he is en route here. Is it worth it for you to offend such a powerful individual for the sake of two mere energy cultivators?" His words, though delivered delicately, implied that offending a Yuan master was not a prudent choice. However, whether it was worth it or not depended on Peng Biao's perspective, not Shi Hao's. Peng Biao, no longer inclined to engage in further discourse, noticed Shi Hao's refusal to release Shui Ro. He coldly warned, "I shall grant you 3 breaths of time." Should you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation, do not blame me for my actions. 3. Shihao's countenance shifted, taken aback by Ping Biao's blatant disregard. 2. At this moment, Shihao's expression fluctuated, ultimately revealing a glint of brutality in his eyes. With all eyes upon him, releasing Shui Rou would ruin his reputation, not only for himself, but also for his uncle. He thought grimly, I refuse to believe a mere late-stage energy cultivator would dare to challenge me. 1. As soon as the final word left his lips, Peng Biao's energy hand lunged toward Shihao, closely followed by the man himself. Shihao, recognizing the impending threat, did not dare to underestimate the assault. A long blade manifested in his hand, enveloped in energy as he swung it fiercely at Peng Biao's energy hand. With a whoosh, the energy hand was cleaved apart, dispersing into shimmering particles, but Peng Biao was already upon him, his right fist coiled and striking with lightning speed toward Shihao. Using his left hand, he swiftly grasped Shui Rou's delicate shoulder, enveloping her in energy, forcefully pushing Shihao's hand away from her pristine neck. Seeing Shui Rou on the verge of rescue, Shihao gathered all his strength and launched a desperate strike at her back, simultaneously retracting his blade to use it as a shield against Peng Biao's impending blow. A series of sounds erupted: thud, crack, boom. Shui Rou was struck by Shihao's blow, gasping and spitting blood. Shihao, on the receiving end of Peng Biao's punch, felt his blade shatter under the force. Splintering into 2 pieces before, in a moment of terror and disbelief, Peng Biao's fist collided with his chest. Shihao's face flushed crimson as he coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments. His body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into a throng of people. Without a moment to spare, Peng Biao, noticing Shui Rou's imminent collapse, extended his left arm to catch her slender waist, utilizing his energy to assess her injuries. After a brief moment, he sighed in relief. Thanks to the combined protection of his and Shui Rou's energy, Shihao's attack had not inflicted significant harm. At that moment, Peng Biao's hand detected something unusual about Shui Rou's body. She felt soft and pliable, like clay. Looking down, he saw her delicate face flushed, her breathing rapid. Upon closer inspection, he realized just how closely their bodies were pressed together, feeling the warmth radiating between them. Reminded of his time with Bei Yuyu in the cave, he was momentarily overtaken by impulse and inadvertently squeezed her waist lightly. Shui Rou's lips parted slightly, a soft, unexpected sound escaping as she blushed. Peng Biao, overwhelmed by the sensations, felt a rush of heat, his body responding instinctively. Shui Rou, sensing the change in him, was filled with a mixture of shyness and embarrassment, the peculiar situation drawing the eyes of the crowd upon them. Little sister, how are you? At that moment, Shui Yong staggered forward, forcing himself to approach. Peng Biao quickly regained his composure, gently supporting Shui Rou and distancing himself from her. After stepping away, Shui Rou felt a pang of longing, her eyes glistening with unspoken resentment as she cast a dissatisfied glance toward Shui Yong. Shui Yong, bewildered by his sister's expression, remained perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. With Shui Yong approaching, Peng Biao shifted his focus, retracting his arm and directing his gaze toward Shihao. Now, Shihao lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth as he propped himself up with his elbow, looking at Peng Biao with palpable fear. He had never encountered someone with such physical prowess. A single punch had rendered his low-grade spiritual weapon into mere fragments, completely obliterated. Regret flooded Shihao's mind. Had he known it would come to this, he would have released Shui Rou without hesitation. In the face of life and death, what was reputation worth? Furthermore, he lamented his folly in allowing beauty to blind his judgment. Chapter 87. Shi Zhongren. Peng Biao's formidable energy surged forth, grasping Shihao with a fierce grip before dismissively tossing him at his feet. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Peng Biao, Shihao, now filled with trepidation, struggled to rise and, casting aside all dignity, pleaded, "Senior, please spare my life." Peng Biao, uninterested in the pleas of this entitled youth, turned his gaze toward Shui Yong and Shui Rou, stating, "It is your decision to kill or spare him." Upon hearing this, Shihao understood that his fate rested in the hands of the Shui siblings. With a humble smile, he beseeched, "Brother Shui, I recognize my folly. It was all a misunderstanding. I swear it will not happen again." Shihao discerned that Shui Rou, being mute, relied on her brother Shui Yong to make the decision. If Shui Yong chose to show mercy, Shihao's safety would be assured. "I shall bow my head for now. Once my uncle arrives, it will be your doom." Shihao thought maliciously. Shui Yong appeared conflicted. His initial desire was to dismantle Shihao piece by piece. However, he was acutely aware of Shihao's uncle. A formidable figure. Should he take Shihao's life, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon himself and his sister. Shihao's uncle was at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm, while Peng Biao was merely at the Qi realm. If Shihao's uncle were to arrive, all three would face certain death. Noticing Shui Yong's prolonged silence, Peng Biao considered his predicament and couldn't help but look down upon him. This individual exhibited excessive caution, a trait that would hinder his progress on the path of cultivation if left unchanged. Seeing Shui Yong's troubled expression and the absence of words, a smile crept onto Shihao's face. It seemed that his life was safe for the moment. As Shui Yong remained silent, Peng Biao turned to Shui Rou, seeking her input. Shui Rou's countenance had returned to normal, and as she met Peng Biao's gaze, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She raised her right hand and forcefully waved it downward to the left, her meaning unmistakable. Shihao, witnessing this, was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Shui Rou, a seemingly delicate woman, could possess such a fierce, murderous intent. Moreover, she was fully aware of his background, yet dared to take action. Showing no concern for potential retaliation from his uncle, Peng Biao smiled, nodding in approval at Shui Rou. Blushing, she returned the gesture, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To Peng Biao's surprise, Shui Rou possessed the heart of a warrior. This heart of a warrior means to forge ahead in the face of adversity and to confront any adversary without hesitation. It mattered not who they were. Anyone who dared offend her would be dealt with appropriately at the right moment. What of Shihao's uncle? Would he seek revenge afterward? Would sparing Shihao prevent them from retaliating? Such reasoning was fundamentally flawed. The essence of the matter was that whether they killed Shihao or not, retaliation was inevitable. If that were the case, why not eliminate him? Shui Yong, taken aback by his sister's gesture, underwent a moment of reflection before a realization dawned on him. His understanding crystallized, and he declared loudly, "Senior, I wish to take matters into my own hands and end him." However, Peng Biao waved his hand, declining the offer. The true strength of Shihao's uncle remained uncertain. Should he act, it would draw the uncle's attention away from Shui Yong and Shui Rou, putting them at risk. As the crowd grew increasingly curious and excited at the prospect of Shihao's demise, many individuals began to express their admiration for Peng Biao with gestures of approval. The stench of Shihao's reputation in the Xian kingdom was all too evident. In that moment, Shihao was engulfed in panic, realizing that escape from this peril was no longer an option. With a cold smile, Peng Biao extended his right hand, preparing to seize Shihao by the neck. At that instant, Shihao cried out in a voice filled with desperation, "Uncle, save me." In a flash, Peng Biao grasped Shihao's neck, lifting him effortlessly as he coldly remarked, "Call for your uncle in hell." Just as Peng Biao was about to act, a thunderous shout rang out, "Stop." A middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, with a short beard, rushed forward, stepping over the shoulders of the onlookers. He landed in front of Peng Biao in an instant. The sudden appearance of the man in yellow startled the surrounding crowd, who, frightened, instinctively retreated, expanding the circle significantly. The middle-aged man glared at Shihao, firmly held by Peng Biao, his square face etched with fury. Upon arriving, he had heard the desperate cries of his nephew. The man never imagined that someone would dare to confront his nephew. He bellowed, "How dare you? Release my nephew at once." Peng Biao, instead of reacting with anger, merely smiled, scrutinizing the newcomer. It was evident that this individual was no ordinary character. The life and death of his nephew rested in the hands of another, and he resorted to threats. Did he truly think himself a sovereign with absolute authority? "Who do you think you are to command me?" Peng Biao's expression was laced with derision. The man in yellow retorted, "Do you know who I am? I care not for your identity. Your nephew is in my grasp. Speak if you wish for him to live." I am at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. Offending me will lead to your relentless pursuit across the ends of the earth." Peng Biao scoffed, "You claim to be of the Yuan realm. Anyone unaware would think you merely at the Qi realm." The man in yellow fell silent, his expression shifting as he realized the futility of his threats. The initial exchange of words had made it clear that Peng Biao was not to be trifled with, and he possessed an impressive background. Recognizing the swift change in demeanor, Peng Biao surmised that the man had been testing him, feigning rage to gauge his strength. Should Peng Biao have shown fear, it would have indicated a lack of backing. The reverse was equally true. An old fox, Peng Biao silently noted, remaining vigilant. "My name is Shi Zhongren. I implore you to state your terms." As long as you spare my nephew's life, I shall comply with your demands. The man in yellow, Shi Zhongren, bowed respectfully, his tone now conciliatory. Releasing him is feasible, but I require 10,000 spirit stones, Peng Biao replied, his eyes gleaming with a radiant smile. The onlookers gasped collectively at Peng Biao's exorbitant demand for 10,000 spirit stones. They were all scattered cultivators who had never even seen 1,000 spirit stones, let alone 10,000. Shi Zhongren's countenance darkened instantly. It was evident that Peng Biao was intent on making an enemy of him. 10,000 spirit stones were beyond his means. Not only did he lack such wealth, but even if he possessed it, he would never part with it for Peng Biao. Ignoring Shi Zhongren's predicament, Peng Biao turned to Shi Hao, who was still in his grasp, and remarked, "You've been singing your uncle's praises for so long. It seems he doesn't hold you in high regard." Shi Hao's face fell at this, and he reluctantly turned to Shi Zhongren, his eyes pleading for mercy. Shi Zhongren disregarded him, fixing his unwavering gaze on Peng Biao. "Very well, if 10,000 spirit stones are unfeasible, I shall accept a mid-grade spirit weapon in exchange." Peng Biao softened his demands. A flicker of hope ignited in Shi Hao's eyes. He knew his uncle could not produce 10,000 spirit stones, but a mid-grade spirit weapon was within reach. Shui Yong and Shui Ro were equally affected, sensing that under Shi Zhongren's pressure, Peng Biao might ultimately relent and spare Shi Hao. Their eyes brimmed with urgency, yet the siblings remained silent. Their fate rested entirely on Peng Biao's decision, and they would comply unconditionally with whatever he chose. However, Shi Zhongren still did not acquiesce, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Shi Hao's face turned ashen. He understood the implication behind his uncle's expression. It signified that Shi Zhongren was prepared to kill. Shi Zhongren stated coldly, "Regardless of whether I meet your demands, you will not spare my nephew's life. Am I correct?" The murderous intent in his words was palpable. "Huh. You have a keen sense of perception." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhongren turned to Shi Hao, proclaiming, "Hao, do not worry. Your uncle will avenge you." Chapter 88. The engagement. Upon hearing these words, the numerous loose cultivators were taken aback, filled with fear at the coldness of Shi Zhongren. Shi Hao, upon realizing the implications, felt utterly despondent. He understood that his very existence had become a source of concern for his uncle. In this dire situation, a fierce glint flashed in Shi Hao's eyes. Gathering his strength, he kicked violently at Peng Biao, disregarding the grip tightening around his neck. If he was to die, he would at least leave a parting blow, a final act of defiance to show that he was not to be trifled with. Suddenly bursting forth with unexpected vigor, Shi Hao caught Peng Biao off guard, igniting a furious response within him. As a mere fish on the chopping block, how dare Shi Hao resist? Before Shi Hao's attack could land, Peng Biao twisted his right hand, seizing Shi Hao's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Amidst the chaos of grass and dirt flying, a sickening crack echoed as Shi Hao's neck was crushed. Shi Hao was dead. At the same moment, Shi Zhongren sprang into action. A pair of spiked black gauntlets appeared in his hands, and his body brimming with true essence, he charged towards Peng Biao. With a swift motion, Shi Zhongren unleashed two streaks of black light from his gauntlets, hurtling towards Peng Biao's head and heart. Startled, Peng Biao instinctively raised his hands to block the black light aimed at his head. With two hissing sounds, one streak pierced through his clothing, leaving a dark spot, while the other was deflected, leaving a mark on his palm. Though he appeared unharmed, Peng Biao felt a searing pain in his hand and body. He quickly realized that these gauntlets were a mid-grade lower-tier spiritual artifact, and among such artifacts, they possessed considerable offensive strength. At this moment, Shi Zhongren had closed the distance, and upon realizing that his attacks bore no fruit, he was taken aback, recognizing that Peng Biao was a body-refining cultivator, yet he maintained a calm facade. Noticing that Peng Biao had just defended against a blow to the head, Shi Zhongren seized the opportunity, knowing it was his weakness. He unleashed a flurry of punches towards Peng Biao's head, each strike falling like a torrential downpour. The onlookers, witnessing the clash between Shi Zhongren and Peng Biao, hastily retreated. However, those outside hearing the commotion surged forward, turning the scene into a chaotic spectacle. Water Yong, seeing the unfolding events, quickly pulled his sister back, understanding that they could not intervene in such a fierce battle, and being too close would only be a hindrance. As Shi Zhongren's fists rained down upon him, Peng Biao welcomed the challenge, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The sounds of their combat reverberated through the air. In this fray, Peng Biao discerned that Shi Zhongren was indeed a body-refining cultivator, and the gauntlets complemented his fighting style perfectly. The battlefield was filled with their relentless assaults. True energy sweeping through the air, stirring up clumps of grass and dirt that forced the surrounding crowd to retreat further. Peng Biao unleashed his full arsenal. Punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, shoulder tackles. Every part of his body became a weapon, resembling a humanoid beast. Shi Zhongren relied primarily on his fists, swinging them with precision, occasionally releasing black light, posing a significant threat to Peng Biao, targeting vital points with each strike. The combat between the two escalated, neither side yielding, yet as time passed, Peng Biao found increasing enjoyment in the raw, physical confrontation, while Shi Zhongren became increasingly frustrated, his heart racing with anxiety. Despite being 2 realms higher, he could not secure a victory. Furthermore, Peng Biao had yet to employ his spiritual artifacts or supernatural abilities, leaving Shi Zhongren in a state of unease. As time progressed, the crowd surrounding them grew larger, captivated by the astonishing duel, astonished that a renowned master from the Xian kingdom, Shi Zhongren, could not subdue a young man at the peak of the Qi realm. Who was this formidable youth, able to defy boundaries with such an extraordinary physique? It was evident he was not from the Xian kingdom, likely a skilled practitioner from the Jiang kingdom. Many speculated a connection to the Luohan Academy, a prestigious body-refining sect in Jiang. Having fought for nearly an hour without showing signs of fatigue, the advantage of body-refining cultivators was becoming evident. Body-refining cultivators are truly formidable. I regret not choosing this path earlier. It's never too late to start. I possess a first-grade body-refining technique. Would you like to try it? Someone joked. Huh. I'm just kidding. With my talent, I'd never reach the Qi realm even if I tried. As the spectators watched and debated, some favored Peng Biao, others Shi Zhongren, while a few simply admired the spectacle without comment. Water Yong observed Peng Biao with a mix of astonishment and tension, acutely aware that the lives of him and his sister were intertwined with the outcome of this duel. Should Peng Biao fall, he could likely escape, but the siblings would be left vulnerable, becoming tools for Shi Zhongren's wrath. At that moment, Shui Ro tugged at his sleeve. Turning to her, he saw determination in her eyes. She had unwavering faith in Peng Biao. Her confidence eased Water Yong's anxiety slightly. The battle raged on, neither side gaining an advantage, while Shi Zhongren grew increasingly unsettled. Despite the disparity in realms, he could not secure a victory and felt a profound sense of frustration. After a fierce exchange, Shi Zhongren unleashed another dual strike, sending 2 streaks of black light towards Peng Biao's head. Seizing the moment as Peng Biao defended, Shi Zhongren abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. Observing Shi Zhongren's retreat, Peng Biao smirked, seizing the opportunity to produce a green gourd. Channeling true energy, he aimed the gourd's mouth at Shi Zhongren, releasing a vibrant green beam. As Shi Zhongren retreated, he kept a wary eye on Peng Biao. Noticing the smirk on Peng Biao's face, he sensed something amiss and quickly conjured a round silver mirror. As the green beam shot forth, Shi Zhongren infused his true essence into the mirror, momentarily forming a silver semicircular barrier that enveloped him. In the next instant, the green beam struck the barrier with a whoosh, causing ripples to dance across its surface before rebounding towards an unsuspecting young man in the crowd. The young man was taken aback, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire. "Ah!" he screamed, scrambling backward, but the speed of the green beam was far beyond his ability to evade. With a thud, it narrowly missed him, leaving a gaping hole in the ground between his legs, causing the surrounding soil and grass to rot instantly, releasing a foul odor. Realizing he was unharmed, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief, only to roll his eyes back and faint, his pants soaked through. Seeing the green beam's failure and its subsequent rebound, Peng Biao was taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the silver mirror, he immediately recognized it as a mid-grade middle-tier defensive spiritual artifact. Thus, he stowed away the green gourd, channeling his true energy with a roar, cracked the golden claw.